Chapter 91. The inner hall was more spacious than the outer hall. In the center stood a statue of a saintess, identical to the one at the village entrance, except that the human-faced, fissured patterns on the hem of this statue gleamed with a damp sheen, as if it had just been soaked in seawater. The surrounding walls were bare, with only a few murals embedded in the cracks of the stones. There was nothing else, not even a trace of monsters. She felt safe. Sang Fi sheathed her sword, listened intently, but heard no strange sounds. Turning to Lin Yuan, she asked, "What was that gurgling sound just now?" Probably telling us to get lost." Lin Yuan's tone was nonchalant. He was standing in front of a mural. Sang Fi She was about to complain when Lin Yuan beckoned to her. He was looking at the murals, the golden light at the tip of his staff occasionally flashing, illuminating them clearly. His fingertip pointed to one of the paintings. "Come and see. I think we don't need to waste any more time here." Sang Fi walked over and followed his fingertip. In the first mural, countless tentacles stretched from the Black Sea, and ink-like liquid splashed onto the island. The once vibrant green crops quickly turned gray, villagers knelt on the ground weeping, and corpses littered the land. In the second mural, a golden crack opened in the sky, and a saint in a pleated skirt and silver ornaments descended on auspicious clouds. Drops of light from her fingertips fell on the gray earth, instantly turning it black, and tender shoots sprouted from the soil. The villagers knelt before the saint and began carving a temple into the cliff face. The third mural depicted the saint's return to heaven. Her figure disappeared into the golden crack in the clouds, and the villagers kowtowed before the cliffside temple. In the corner of the image, tentacles of the sea quietly emerged again, and gray-white once more crept onto the land. The fourth painting sent a chill down Sang Fiwen's spine. The phantom of a saint descended from the clouds, her fingertips touching a girl in a red dress. The land behind the girl was visibly becoming fertile, yet the surrounding villagers' eyes, filled with a mixture of joy and greed, were fixed intently on the girl. The fifth mural was blank, with crookedly written characters: "Offer a holy servant, receive abundant land." These murals were clearly embellished religious stories, the hidden tales of which sent shivers down her spine. "This means..." Sang Fi traced the golden seam of the saint's passing in the third mural with her fingertips. "The witch is only a soul left. Every year, she chooses a girl as her holy servant. On the day of the saint's festival, the witch briefly descends to earth in the body of the chosen girl. Such an evil spell. No wonder those girls were deformed. But why did the witch insist on descending to earth every year?" The system notification interrupted Sang Fiwen's thoughts. "Correctly interpret the mural. Reward: full view of Shishao village." The system notification had barely sounded when the image appeared on the fifth blank mural. It was an aerial view of the village, dotted with small blue dots, several yellow dots, and most prominently, a red dot. "This is the full view?" Sang Fiwen had never received such a reward before. Lin Yuan had already scanned the map. "Look, the countless blue dots represent the villagers. The 3 yellow dots, one at the village entrance and 2 on the cliff, should represent Li Gui and us respectively. The red dot is at the village chief's house. It's most likely Xiaoying, who was chosen as a holy servant." Sang Fiwen frowned. "The village chief hid Xiaoying at home? Aren't you afraid someone will find her? The darkest place is under the lamp. The most dangerous place is the safest." Lin Yuan put away his staff, and the golden light faded, the mural disappearing into darkness. "Looks like we won't see this boss until the Saintess festival." He suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair, his tone coaxing. "Let's go back today. It's not good for a beautiful girl to stay up all night." He tried to pull her outside, but Sang Fiwen pulled back. "Wait. We finally found the hidden map. How can we not loot it thoroughly?" Seeing that Lin Yuan was still determined to take her to rest, she had no choice but to bargain. "Just 10 more minutes." Lin Yuan reluctantly let go. "Okay, 10 minutes it is." Sang Fiwen immediately perked up, using all the treasure hunting skills she had learned. She quickly ran to the suspicious statue, bent down and tapped the base, then felt the cracks in the stone edges. Sure enough, a protrusion was felt inside the statue's skirt. The moment it was pressed, a stone platform rose with a click, upon which sat a dark gold treasure chest. "Opening treasure chests depends on your luck." Sang Fiwen immediately pushed Lin Yuan in front of the chest. The moment Lin Yuan lifted the lid, golden light burst forth. A skill book gleaming with golden light lay on a red velvet cushion, next to which was a jade pendant, its surface shimmering with a warm luster. Resurrection spell, skill book size 1 by 1 by 0.5, weight plus 0.1. Advanced healer skill. A miraculous hand can bring the dead back to life, but a benevolent heart can reverse fate and revive the dead. This is the secret of a healer's life-saving techniques. Consumes 19% of spiritual energy to revive a fallen player, restoring 30% of their health and 20% of their spiritual energy. Casting range 10 meters, cooldown 50 minutes. If the target has been dead for more than 5 minutes, this skill cannot be used. Sang Fiwen's eyes widened. This was a healer's divine skill. She immediately urged Lin Yuan to learn the soul return technique, feeling instantly confident. As long as Lin Yuan survived the upcoming sea voyage, even if she accidentally died, she could be resurrected and fight for another 300 rounds. The other jade pendant looked somewhat familiar. The token Shenwen had lent her before was also a high-quality jade pendant, engraved with Shenwen's name, a gift from the Emperor of the Yin Kingdom. This newly acquired jade pendant also had characters engraved on it, but it wasn't in the Donggo script or any other script Sang Fiwen recognized. She used her Eye of Insight on the jade pendant, and a prompt appeared: Jade pendant, special item, size 1 by 1 by 1, weight plus 0.1, front engraved Chan Jiafu Gua, back engraved Mo Cho. Lin Yuan leaned closer to examine the jade pendant, reading each character carefully. Chan Jiafu Gua Macho. This is the rites and music text of the Central Plains. Jade pendants of this caliber are mostly bestowed by the Emperor. Sang Fiwen clicked her tongue in admiration. This macho, to receive a reward comparable to the top scholar's jade pendant, must have made a great contribution to the royal family. He leaned very close, his messy black hair brushing against her ear, tickling her slightly. Her mind was in turmoil, and she shrank back. Ah? Is it? Really? Hey! How do you know that rites and music text? Lin Yuan's eyes darted around for a second or two, then he casually replied, I did a hidden quest before, and spent some time in the library. The rare books there recorded many ancient characters, so I just memorized them. At that moment, a small, transparent snake from his sleeve suddenly poked its head out, disdainfully flicked its tongue, then quickly retreated, yawned, curled up, and continued sleeping. Sang Fiwen suddenly realized what had happened, and it all made sense now. No wonder you even understand the native language of Shishao village. So there's this kind of mission. There was nothing else noteworthy in the main hall. Sang Fiwen put away the jade pendant, and was about to leave when she stopped, turning to Lin Yuan and saying, going back to the well via the teleportation array now will definitely get us arrested by the guards. Don't delay the rest of the mission. She remembered seeing many blue dots near the village entrance, and the well in her field of vision, indicating heavy guard. Lin Yuan chuckled, that's easy. He took out a tent and sleeping bag from his backpack. The temple was too eerie, with strange winds blowing intermittently, so the two decided to pitch their tent in the woods not far from the teleportation array. There, the sturdy trees would provide shelter from the night's chill. Lin Yuan had brought a tent large enough for two. He spread the tent poles out, leveled them on the ground, and then slowly set up the frame. Sang Fiwen wanted to help but didn't know where to begin, so she just watched him set up the tent. Lin Yuan's movements were fluid and graceful, as if he were very familiar with the process of outdoor camping. She sat on a rock, resting her chin on her hand, watching him work, and couldn't help but wonder what kind of person Lin Yuan was in real life. Lin Yuan, do you often go camping? Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, and just when Sang Fiwen thought he hadn't heard her, he slowly spoke, for a while, I guess. Right after my parents passed away, I always brought a tent to the mountaintop and slept there at night. That way, I wouldn't feel like my parents were gone, but rather like I was out having fun. He suddenly remembered something and smiled sheepishly, but it was tough on my uncle. Oh, he's not my biological uncle, he's an old friend of my dad's. In the beginning, he was worried sick every day, but he didn't dare stop me, so he could only accompany me on my daily hikes and wading through rivers. Sang Fiwen recalled the fire she saw in the illusion. Lin Yuan's plight was truly pitiful, losing both parents at a young age. This reminded her of herself in her past life, and her heart sank. She whispered, your uncle was such a good person. He was very good, Lin Yuan said, nailing the tent to the ground. But he couldn't take it after a few days. What kind of man would follow a teenager running around the mountains every day? Later, he took me back to his hometown, letting me stay with his children, saying that young people should act like young people. He remembered something and smiled again. His wife initially thought I was his illegitimate child, and almost got a divorce. And then? Sang Fiwen pressed. Later it became normal. He let me live with his child. Lin Yuan patted the tent, indicating it was set up. His daughter loves asking questions, but luckily my grades were decent in school, so I could handle a little girl. It's his older son, though, who's incredibly arrogant, acting like a big shot for his age, and doesn't like to talk to people. This was the first time Sang Fiwen had heard him talk about himself, and she couldn't help but tease, How good were your grades? You couldn't have been number 1 every time, could you? It's no fun telling yourself. Lin Yuan was carrying 2 single sleeping bags, handing one to her. Here, spread out your sleeping bag, we make do for tonight. Sang Fiwen climbed into the tent first, spreading out her sleeping bag in the not-so-spacious space. Just as she crawled in, she saw Lin Yuan checking the tent pegs outside, adding 2 more pieces of firewood to the fire before lifting the curtain to come in. Sang Fiwen had already taken out a paper-wrapped bag of tea snacks and 2 cans of tuna from her backpack. The tea-flavored pastries were from a restaurant in Luoyang that she always loved. She bought a lot before setting off. The canned tuna was something she pestered Yu Hui to make for her. He made quite a lot, and it tasted delicious. A good night's rest is crucial for the character, and this kind of treatment, while camping outdoors, is already a luxury. It's practically the same as regular indoor accommodation, keeping the character in good condition. When Lin Yuan came in, he thoughtfully lit a fire under the canopy to keep it warm, and he made sure to zip up the tent before entering. The dim firelight cast an ambiguous orange glow throughout the tent. Lin Yuan quietly slipped into the sleeping bag she laid out beside him, and sat down next to her. Seeing how much food she brought out, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "You can eat this well even while camping?" She hadn't thought much of it until Lin Yuan sat down next to her, and then Sang Fiwen belatedly felt a little awkward. Although it was a game world, the stealth technology was too realistic. It wasn't much different from a man and woman alone in a room in the real world. Sang Fiwen blushed slightly and stammered, "Of course, I have everything in my backpack." She loved Gu Lan's food and naturally tried everything, but her favorite portable treat was tea-flavored pastries. Lin Yuan took out a small table. "Then I take advantage of that." He placed the folding table between them and arranged the food. Unwrapping the tea-flavored pastries in oil paper, the osmanthus-flavored golden dumplings were wrapped in a thin, flaky crust, while the mung bean paste dumplings were still speckled with white frost. A closer sniff revealed a sweet aroma mixed with a refreshing mini scent. Tuna chunks lay in clear oil, the salty aroma of fermented black beans wafting into her nostrils. Sang Fiwen took a bite of the tea-flavored pastry. The flaky crust melted in her mouth, and the mung bean paste was as smooth as a cloud, sweet and delightful. She watched Lin Yuan scoop up a piece of fish, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he chewed, and she inexplicably found it somewhat sexy. Sang Fiwen's cheeks flushed instantly. She quickly lowered her head and wolfed down the tea cakes, eating too fast and getting a lump in her throat, causing her to choke. She punched the lump in her throat repeatedly. Lin Yuan chuckled, "Slow down. No one's going to take it from you here." "No." She swallowed the food and quickly changed the subject, her voice muffled, "Boss Xiaobai, you should log off and rest later. I'm on night watch tonight. It's dangerous. We can't both die together." Chapter 92. Sleeping outdoors is extremely dangerous, and Sang Fiwen didn't want to log on the next day to find her soul floating in a cold, desolate graveyard in Dong-O. Most importantly, once Lin Yuan logged off, she could still openly. She secretly glanced at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with a hint of calculation. Lin Yuan was holding a green dumpling and looking at her, as if he could read her mind. Suddenly, he smiled and reached out to touch her face. Sang Fiwen held her breath instantly, her body stiffening like a stone, her heart pounding, feeling like she was about to faint. His warm fingertips merely brushed against the corner of her lips. She recoiled as if burned, but heard him chuckle softly, "A little bit of powdered sugar on your lips." Sang Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief, but a strange disappointment welled up inside her. She muttered softly, "That's it." Lin Yuan didn't hear her whispered murmur and continued, "I'm following doctor's orders. I have to recuperate in the game and can't log off. But you, if you're tired, just log off. I'm here." "Doctor's orders?" Sang Fiwen immediately leaned forward, her brows furrowing, looking at him with concern. "Are you feeling unwell?" "It's an old ailment. It get better with rest." Lin Yuan handed her half a can of tuna. "You like this? Eat more. Besides, I found that spending time in the game lately is actually easier than in reality. It sounds like things aren't going too well in the real world." Sang Fiwen didn't ask any more questions, and silently took the canned food. After they finished eating, Sang Fiwen zipped up her sleeping bag and lay down, only to realize how small the space was. Her shoulder was almost pressed tightly against Lin Yuan's arm. Just moments ago, they were chatting and laughing, so it didn't seem so strange, but now that it's quiet, the atmosphere has become a little awkward. The firewood outside the tent crackled occasionally, and the orange glow of the fire seeped through the canvas, casting their shadows onto the tent wall, overlapping almost imperceptibly. Achievement triggered. A lonely man and woman alone in a room. Reward. Intimacy with Lin Yuan plus 10, current intimacy, 80. Gain the special status shared tent bonds. When in a party with Lin Yuan, damage reduction is 5%. She'd been spending every day with Lin Yuan lately, and her intimacy had actually increased so much. Sang Fiwen's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that when players reached 99 intimacy, they could become partners under the acacia tree. Wait, Lin Yuan must have received this achievement notification too. Would he be thinking about this too? Sang Fiwen quickly closed her eyes, but her nose was becoming increasingly sensitive. She smelled a faint scent of grass and wood, emanating from Lin Yuan, like freshly dried grass mixed with pine needles, a comforting aroma. Don't overthink it, she murmured to herself, burying her face deeper into her sleeping bag. The night was quiet, broken only by the occasional crackling of sparks from the firewood. Sang Fiwen had thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but her consciousness gradually sank, and she slept without a single dream. The next day, Sang Fiwen was gently shaken awake. Lin Yuan's voice sounded in her ear. Awake? Time to get going. The sun had just risen when Lin Yuan woke her, and then tiptoed out of the tent, busying himself with something outside. Sang Fiwen sat up groggily, her sleeping bag slipping off her shoulders. She then remembered that she had planned to take turns keeping watch the night before, but had ended up sleeping soundly. She hadn't slept this soundly in a long time, and now she felt light and refreshed. The morning light filtered warmly through the tent's gaps. Looking down, she noticed her sleeping bag took up almost 2/3 of the space, leaving only a small strip of space around Lin Yuan's. She quickly pulled her sleeping bag back in, raising her hand to rub her slightly flushed face. Suddenly, her fingertips touched something damp, instantly waking her. Oh no, she was drooling. She frantically wiped her mouth, her toes curled up inside the sleeping bag. Ugh! Not only was her sleeping posture domineering, but she was also drooling. She scratched her hair in annoyance, feeling like her face screamed lazybones. The aroma of porridge wafted through the tent's gaps. Lin Yuan stirred the earthenware pot with a ladle, the rising steam blurring his profile. He remembered the scene he'd seen when he woke up. The girl curled up in her sleeping bag, her eyelashes like butterflies, a glistening drop of candy clinging to her lips. He rubbed his aching back, his heart melting like cotton candy. The porridge bubbled and simmered, the spoon clinking against the pot's edge. He snapped back to reality, quickly ladling out a bowl. Just as he turned, the tent flap was abruptly flung open. Behind him, the girl burst from the tent like a gust of wind. She began packing her sleeping bag, pulling out tent pegs, extinguishing the charcoal fire, inexplicably busy. Just as Sang Fiwen was frantically busy, Lin Yuan approached her, carrying a bowl of porridge, its fragrant aroma rising from the steam. Why are you in such a rush so early in the morning? That's not how you pack. Let me do it. Have some porridge first thing. I made it with the leftover tuna from yesterday. Sang Fiwen awkwardly withdrew her hand from the tent pole, turning to meet his smiling eyes. Her cheeks burned, and she nearly dropped the bowl as she took it. The rice in the porridge was cooked until soft and tender, and the aroma of tuna bits mixed with ginger was wonderful. One sip warmed her stomach. She couldn't resist, and finished it off in a few gulps. Eating tuna porridge, quality, royal after consumption, stamina plus 30%, strength plus 15%, duration, 12 hours. This porridge is so delicious. Sang Fiwen smacked her lips, then suddenly realized, her eyes lighting up, this is royal level cuisine. Lin Yuan, you're amazing. You're actually a master chef. In Gulan, reaching the master level in any life skill requires a tremendous amount of effort and time. Lin Yuan had already packed up the tent. Looking at the empty bowl in her hand, he couldn't hide his smile. If you like, there's more in the pot over there. Go get some yourself. Sang Fiwen happily walked towards the porridge pot. Then I won't be polite. She even started a scheme. Lin Yuan, Master Chef Lin, how about we open a restaurant together? Lin Yuan's smiling voice continued, I'm not interested in that. I only learned cooking because my sweetheart is a foodie. The words sweetheart were like a small pebble, decisively hitting Sang Fiwen's heart, creating cracks in the walls. She stopped abruptly, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over her head. She wasn't narcissistic enough to think she was bossed by a sweetheart. She was used to drinking nutrient solutions. She wasn't a foodie at all. Besides, they didn't even know each other in real life. She lowered her head slightly, put down her bowl and chopsticks, her hair obscuring her eyes, a hint of gloom in her expression. No, my stamina bar is full, I won't eat. Hey boss bye, come and replenish your stats too. I take you on a quest. Lin Yuan, oblivious to her subtle change, quickly packed up her things. I already eaten. It's almost time for the guards to change shifts. Let's go now. The two stood guard at the edge of Shishao Village's map, watching the blue dot representing the guards near the well begin to move. They then rushed to the teleportation array and returned to the village well without being noticed by the villagers or guards. The Saintis festival was just a few days away, but Xiao Ying, the holy servant designated by the holy word, was still nowhere to be found. A large group of villagers had gathered in front of the village chief's house, their faces filled with anger. Some were already banging on the door, shouting, "Village chief, come out quickly. If you don't find Xiao Ying, the Saintis' blessing will be cut off, the crops won't grow, and we all starve." After shouting for a long time without response, the villagers' anger intensified, their curses mixed with the banging making their ears hurt. Someone kicked open the side door, and several strong young men pushed past the guards and rushed in. Those behind them followed suit, creating chaos. Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan exchanged a glance, a perfect opportunity to search. This sudden protest saved them a lot of trouble. While the guards were busy dealing with the villagers, they mingled in the crowd and slipped into the village chief's courtyard, propelled by the pushing and shoving. The villagers rushed into the house and headed straight for the main hall, shouting and demanding answers. Sang Fiwen pulled Lin Yuan in the opposite direction, their steps light as they passed several rooms, focusing on the most secluded ones. Since they were Tibetans, they wouldn't be in obvious places. After searching several rooms, they finally stumbled upon a room with a round table and a faded animal hide map hanging on the wall, clearly their usual meeting place. Sang Fiwen stared at the old wooden cabinet in the corner, her eyes brightening. This cabinet was clearly not used often. It was covered in dust and cobwebs, but the brass handles were spotless. Lin Yuan raised his staff, stepped forward, and flung open the cabinet door. Inside, sure enough, huddled a girl as thin as a bean sprout, her hair disheveled and plastered to her face. Seeing the cabinet door opened, the girl looked up sharply. Seeing it wasn't her father, her eyes widened in terror, and she screamed, "No! I won't be a sacrifice. Don't come any closer." Seeing the girl's agitation, Sang Fiwen took out Ahua's and the others' belongings from his backpack and handed them to the girl. "Xiaoying, we know the truth. We're here to save you." Xiaoying saw the familiar seashell and red rope and grabbed it, asking incredulously, "This is Ahua's. How do you have it? Is she still alive?" "No. They were all sacrificed to the holy maiden. They're all dead." Sang Fiwen looked at her red eyes and said in a deep voice, "They are indeed gone. But if you want revenge for them, we can help you." Xiaoying clutched the red rope tightly, buried her face in her knees, and curled up even tighter. No matter what Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan said, she only shook her head, repeatedly muttering "Don't lie to me," refusing to say another word, like a frightened hedgehog. Lin Yuan nudged Sang Fiwen's arm and whispered, "Don't upset her. Try to gain her trust first." Sang Fiwen suddenly remembered something, gently closed the wooden cabinet door to give Xiaoying space, and then pulled Lin Yuan out of the room. Once they were a safe distance apart, Sang Fiwen lowered her voice and said, "Do you remember the first mural on the cliff? The first mural depicted countless tentacles emerging from the sea, their ink-like liquid polluting the land." Lin Yuan nodded. "Of course I remember. The mural praises the witch, deliberately distorting the ocean, portraying the lord of the ocean as an evil and filthy sea monster, causing the villagers to fear and avoid the sea. It's clear the witch and the lord of the ocean are mortal enemies." Sang Fiwen's eyes brightened. "That's right, and judging from all the signs, the witch is probably wary of the lord of the ocean. Xiaoying knew this truth a long time ago, so the person she would trust is probably the lord of the ocean." The two spoke in unison, exchanging a smile. Then, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. "But at this critical juncture, where are we going to find the lord of the ocean?" Sang Fiwen took out a silver mirror from her backpack and smiled. Since it's Xiaoying's faith, she must have treasured sacrificial items. "Let's split up and look for a portrait or statue of the lord of the ocean." The shouting and cursing outside continued. The villagers were probably still arguing with the village chief. The two took the opportunity to search the house. Lin Yuan found a loose wooden plank behind a bookshelf in a woman's bedroom. Lifting it revealed a hidden chamber about half a person's height. "Found it." He bent down and took out a leather scroll from the hidden chamber. Unfolding it, he saw a tall figure in a blue robe, with tentacles faintly visible at the hem, surrounded by waves. Sang Fiwen raised a disguise mirror, adjusted the settings on the portrait, and the mirror flashed. Her figure became tall and imposing, her sea blue robe flowing like waves, her skin adorned with tiny silver scales. Except for the tentacles, which weren't fully reproduced, she was a perfect replica of the figure in the painting. She turned and walked back to the council hall, while Lin Yuan stood guard outside. Sang Fiwen reopened the wooden cabinet. Xiaoying looked up and saw the Lord of the Ocean. The fear in her eyes instantly gave way to ecstatic joy. She immediately climbed out of the cabinet, knelt on the ground, and cried out in a voice filled with awe and reverence, "Great Lord of the Ocean! You really came to save me." Sang Fiwen was secretly delighted. This trick had worked. She deliberately lowered her voice, imitating the tone of an ancient god. "Xiaoying, I have an important task for you. The Saintess Festival must be held as scheduled. I will protect you in secret." Xiaoying stiffened, her fingers digging into the ground, and she replied in a trembling voice, "Yes." Having achieved her goal, Sang Fiwen used a phantom step, her figure vanishing instantly. Xiaoying looked up and saw that she was gone, becoming even more certain that a miracle had occurred. The last trace of doubt in her eyes disappeared. She hurriedly got up and walked towards the main hall, ignoring the villagers' commotion. "Stop arguing," she shouted from the entrance of the hall. Her voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the chaotic room. Chapter 93. Xiaoying stood coldly at the entrance of the hall. The villagers turned and saw her, stunned for a moment, then erupted in cheers. Some even wiped away tears, exclaiming, "Xiaoying is back! The Saintess Festival is happening! We're saved!" The villagers' cheers felt like countless needles piercing her eardrums. They seemed to see the scene of a bountiful harvest through the girl, unaware that the dream of survival was forged from the blood and flesh of countless girls. She could even imagine that the girls pushed out in previous years probably heard the same cheers as they did now. Xiaoying didn't even glance at the frenzied villagers. She simply walked silently through the crowd. The hands reaching out to touch her, the faces flushed with excitement, all blurred into a chaotic shadow in her eyes. She walked straight to the village chief, her voice as still as a stagnant pool. "Father, I'm going." The village chief's lips moved, but he said nothing. Finally, he waved his hand, sighed deeply, and his face seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He remembered his youth, when the village had exchanged a girl for a bountiful harvest for the first time. Looking at the golden rice paddies, he felt it was the only way to sustain the village. For the survival of the entire village, someone always had to sacrifice. Year after year, looking at the fertile land and the full granaries, he became increasingly at ease. After all, it was someone else's daughter who was sacrificed. Until today, it was his own daughter's turn to step onto that altar. The guards took Xiaoying away, and the two elders personally supervised her. Until the feast of the Virgin Mary, she would be under strict surveillance. Not long after, the commotion from the direction of the village chief's house subsided. The villagers, probably satisfied to have found Xiaoying, finally dispersed, returning to the main street to pray devoutly to the statue of the Holy Maiden, hoping for this year's blessings to arrive as scheduled. While the village chief's house was still in chaos, Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan had quietly slipped away, leaving no trace. With a few days until the Holy Maiden Festival, the two decided to stay in the village, splitting up to do tasks, sharing the rewards when teaming up. Once the villagers' trust level reached the threshold of 20, completing tasks would yield considerable experience rewards, and they could also accumulate a lot of trust points. In the alley at the end of the village lived an old woman named Li, who was in poor health and had to drink a decoction of herbs mixed with water every day. Sang Fiwen would often go to her house, delivering medicine to her on time every day. Since she had nothing else to do, she also helped the old woman chop wood, start a fire, and brew the medicine, keeping herself very busy. Grandma Li's favorability rating has reached its maximum. Due to your daily help to the elderly and disabled, her trust level has reached 80, resulting in a 50% bonus to the task completion reward. After taking her medicine, Grandma Li seemed much better. She shakily pulled a straw backpack from her bedside and handed it to her. "Good girl, this is for you." Straw backpack, enchanted master level backpack, dimensions 1 by 1 by 1, weight 0.8. After enchanting, capacity 9 by 9 by 9, weight bonus 50, can expand backpack space. Expansion only takes effect when placed in the original backpack space. Sang Fiwen was delighted and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's an enchanted backpack." Seeing her handiwork appreciated, Grandma Li smiled, her wrinkles smoothing out. "To be honest, I enchanted the wood in the village chief's house. If you want to learn how to make this, I teach you, as payment for your careful care of me these past few days. Learn craftsmanship basic skill, handcrafting. Learn hidden life skill, enchanting." Sang Fiwen then realized that this unassuming old woman was actually an NPC with hidden skills. The village chief's house, with its hidden secrets, was actually her creation. Learning life skills has no class restrictions. Theoretically, a player could be an all-around life skill master, but almost no one can achieve that. For one thing, alchemy alone is enough to block the vast majority of players. Sang Fiwen chose to learn without hesitation. Now, in her life skill bar, along with Zhang's talisman making and gathering, she has 2 more skills. Granny Lee chuckled and pointed to the inner room. I do this when I'm free and feeling relaxed. I don't sell them, I just display them for my own amusement. But if you like them, take them all. Following Granny Lee's direction, Sang Fiwen peeked inside, and her eyes widened in surprise. The inner room was filled with a whole shelf of enchanted grass-woven bags. This was truly an unexpected delight. She hadn't even arrived in the Central Plains yet, and she already stumbled upon a hidden NPC selling special backpacks. These hand-woven backpacks were small and compact, with stats even better than the purple quality mist backpack. Crucially, Granny Lee was offering them at a very low price, only 50 silver coins each. Based on her past life's experience, good backpacks were always a form of hard currency among players. Large backpacks allowed for greater capacity and weight capacity, enabling players to carry more consumables and collect more loot, making dungeon runs and quests much easier. Currently, players in the eastern and western continents generally only had one shop backpack, with a capacity of only 5x5x5 and a large footprint, taking up most of their initial backpack. Better backpacks, like the purple quality mist backpack, only drop from monsters in the mist forest, with an extremely low drop rate. Only a few players possess them, making them almost as rare as orange tier weapons. The backpacks she previously obtained from the mist forest were partly given to Xiao Wuchang, Tian Chong, Beimeng, Yu Lingming, and Xingxing, while the remaining few were snapped up by Zheng Wei and Kong Liuhua. Not a single one went to outsiders. The market was desperately thirsty for high-quality backpacks. Sang Fiwen quickly calculated in her mind, if these backpacks could be transported back, half would be placed in the guild warehouse, and rules would be established to allow rentals only to members of intermediate level and above. This would increase everyone's motivation and loyalty, making lower-level members more willing to fight for the guild, and would also genuinely improve the strength of members of intermediate level and above. The other half would be sold at the Xinglu Treasure Pavilion, which would surely attract a frenzy of bids from players in both states, generating another considerable sum of money. Sang Fiwen could practically see a small gold mine gleaming before her eyes just thinking about it. The process of making this grass backpack was too complicated, only one could be made per day. She probably wouldn't have time to make any, so she simply emptied Granny Lee's inventory, buying 1,000 woven enchanted grass backpacks from the shelves. On Jiejiang Peak in Dongzhou, as the morning mist dissipated, the 4th-level guild headquarters of Xiao Jianghu became bustling with activity. A 4-story stone and wood structure stood atop the mountain, its blue tiles gleaming in the sunlight, looking quite impressive. The guild's membership had expanded to 5,000, with a constant flow of people. To provide the necessary facilities for so many people's daily use, Xiao Wuchang had invested heavily, transforming Huiri Mountain, which they had won in the battle with the Brilliant Star Guild, into a secondary headquarters, with specifications identical to the Zhejiang Peak headquarters. The wealth of the Swordsman Online Guild's warehouses is renowned among players. The items stored in the warehouses on each floor of the guild differ. On the first floor, the best equipment available to junior members is purple gear, with other items, like basic pills, being the only available. On the 4th floor, the elite members' activity area, the warehouses are filled with at least purple gear, mostly orange gear, and even rare items like master-level pills, heavenly scrolls, and spirit orbs, something even the Star Treasure Pavilion might not be as well stocked. The items exchanged in the warehouses are rented using contribution points. Within the system, the right to trade belongs to the Swordsman Online Guild. Players do not have the authority to sell. Anyone who dares to maliciously PK to steal equipment to obtain guild items will immediately be permanently blacklisted. No one dares to take that risk. Every time there was a meeting, Lun Wanshu, who was in charge of finances, would bang on the table and scold Zheng Xiao. I think Swordsman Online is a bottomless pit of money. But she always had a smile on her face. Every investment was worthwhile. They attracted so many skilled players, and won the hearts of so many members. Players with Swordsman Online Guild IDs walked out with their chests puffed out, full of pride. And the investment had already yielded returns. All the arable soil on the mountain was fermented with spiritual spring water to create spiritual soil. The herbs grown there, besides supplying the guild, were mostly sent to Xingwan Pharmacy, becoming a stable source of supply. Many of the high-level mounts, the Fergana horses, Red Hare horses, and Pegasus horses, that roam freely in the mountains were available for rent, cheaper than the NPC mount shops. Every day, many players from other guilds would come to rent them, and the mount manager would always greet them with a beaming smile, Come again tomorrow. We just got some new fodder, quick and easy. The first floor entry-level member area was the noisiest. After years of grueling training, Black Soy Sauce, having finally passed the entry-level PK trial, squeezed into the warehouse, proudly displaying his newly acquired purple weapon. He immediately took a screenshot and sent it to a group of his cronies. Holy crap, Black Soy Sauce has struck it rich? Where did he get that purple weapon? His cronies replied instantly. Black Soy Sauce typed rapidly, just joined Swordsman Online, exchanged for these contribution points from my inventory. His friend immediately retorted, that must be expensive. I heard contribution points are hard to earn in big guilds, even entry-level members only get 30 a day. Black Soy Sauce eagerly promoted it. It costs 100 contribution points, but I saved up in 2 days. The benefits are amazing. Guess how many contribution points it costs per hour for the advanced alchemy room? How would I know? I only know that entry-level alchemy rooms cost 50 silver coins per hour on the market, ridiculously expensive. Black Soy Sauce revealed the answer. The advanced alchemy room in Swordsman Online only costs 40 contribution points per hour. I saved up enough by doing 2 or 3 guild quests. His friends were astonished. Brother Soy Sauce was so insightful. Choosing the healer makes PvP less difficult. Even if we practice for a few more months, we still won't be able to beat those insane gatekeepers in the guild entry trial. Black Soy Sauce shared some more guild observations, but the message group was very quiet. Everyone must have gone to hone their skills. Seeing that his friends were ignoring him, Black Soy Sauce went to watch the PK arena. 2 players in their mid-20s were locked in a fierce battle, the cheers from the audience practically lifting the roof off. Someone was yelling, haven't you eaten? Give it your all. While others bet, a winner will be decided within 3 minutes. Black Soy Sauce's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, there are so many skilled players in the guild. If I could get someone to help my friends, maybe they could join sooner. Thinking of this, he hurried to the quest board. The quest board was in the lounge, which was even more crowded. There were layers upon layers of players in front of the quest board, logging in with their membership privileges within the board's detection range, browsing the latest quests, looking for any worthwhile opportunities to snag one. Many players, like Black Soy Sauce, were also posting quests, looking for 3 sets of hemostatic herbs. 30 contribution points per set. Hero's Tomb Dungeon needs a healer with 300 HPS, quick. 15 contribution points per hour. Looking for friends. Male, human swordsman, level 28, combat rating A. Anyone want to AFK and enjoy the scenery tonight? Location, Crescent Lake. Amidst the lively chatter, Black Soy Sauce observed the contribution point values before posting his own quest. Looking for an expert to carry me in PvP practice, 20 contribution points per hour. In the life skills area, a draft carried the aroma of herbs from the alchemy room. A novice alchemist, holding a celadone medicine bottle, waited anxiously at the door of the advanced alchemy room. Seeing the intermediate alchemist push open the door, he quickly went up to him. Brother ZMO, can you help me take a look at this little healing pill? The steps are all correct. Why do I always end up with low-grade ones? ZMO was a contracted alchemist at Xingwan Pharmacy, and sometimes came to the guild to refine medicine, often selflessly guiding newcomers. He picked up a small blood-returning pill, brought it to his nose, and smelled it, raising an eyebrow slightly. You didn't control the heat properly. Do you always stop the fire as soon as the herbs start to smoke? The novice alchemist blushed. Yes, the tutorial says to stop as soon as you see smoke. That's just a beginner's tutorial to fool newbies. ZMO led the group back into the alchemy room and immediately demonstrated, to refine a small blood-returning pill, you have to wait for the white smoke to turn blue before stopping, about 30 more seconds, so the medicinal properties can solidify. He casually started refining, and soon, 60 freshly made blood-red pills were ready. The pills gleamed softly in the sunlight, and the novice alchemist's eyes widened in amazement. Top grade. Brother ZMO, you're amazing. Just practice more and you get it. ZMO handed him a pill. Take this back, and use it to refine other pills. If you produce a low-grade one again, you'd be punished by having to pull weeds in the herb field. Just then, a player in green robes came out of the adjacent alchemy room and greeted ZMO. ZMO, I heard there's an alchemist competition next week. Chapter 94. Upon hearing this, the novice alchemist's ears immediately perked up. The alchemy competition was a new addition this month. Since the last update, the Alchemist Association had been established, and a competition would be held monthly, with limited spots available. The winning alchemist would receive a high-level buff for a month. This buff would significantly increase the player's success rate in alchemy, doubling the probability of producing high-quality pills, and even exempting them from taxes on selling pills. Truly a boon for alchemists. ZMO chuckled. Yeah, the shop gave me a spot in the intermediate arena. The green-clad player strode over, patted him heavily on the shoulder, and said with high hopes, I heard that the one competing against Tianhua Pharmacy is that traitor Lin Feng. You better step up your game and beat him. ZMO nodded. Don't worry, I'm going to get the buff and aim for Advanced Alchemist. Lin Feng is nothing. The novice alchemist was thrilled, his hand gripping the pills tighter. Brother ZMO, you definitely win. I come cheer you on. Sure, ZMO stood up, but you have to refine your pills to high grade first. Otherwise, they think you're too clumsy to even hand me water. The novice alchemist stiffened his neck. I definitely do it. I'm going back to practice right now. He stuffed the pills into his pocket and ran towards the alchemy room, almost bumping into a player carrying herbs. ZMO smiled at his retreating figure, then turned and headed towards the teleportation array. That being said, ZMO knew Lin Feng's skill level. It was Lin Feng who discovered the 30-second condensation effect of the lesser blood rejuvenation pill. He absolutely couldn't be careless in next week's alchemy competition. ZMO planned to go to AI Coffee to apply for the wild herb blood dragon ginseng. He needed to accumulate enough proficiency in that hidden pill formula before next week's competition. It would be his trump card. There was one crucial point he hadn't yet mastered. Perhaps he needed Xingxing's help to guide him. In the advanced forging room of the 4th floor elite member area, the sounds of clanging and hammering echoed. Sparks flew from the half-open door, attracting passers-by to peek. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke billowed out, accompanied by coughing sounds. Tian Chong shook his head, Yu Lingming's fiddling with that transforming weapon again. Zhang Yuelu grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. Hurry up, everyone's waiting to start the dungeon. What are you doing watching this? Their footsteps faded into the distance. The forging room door opened a crack, and Yu Lingming peeked out, his face covered in soot, only his eyes shining. He took a deep breath of fresh air, then closed the door and retreated back inside. Inside the forging room, Yu Lingming wiped his face, spreading the soot evenly. Thanks to the benefits of signing with the guild, he didn't need to run errands for materials. He could just bury himself in forging, and his skills improved rapidly, breaking through to the level of advanced forging master. The transforming weapon before him, crafted for Yang Chun by Shui, was his most prized orange-tier creation, capable of transforming into a sword, spear, and spear. They had spent countless sleepless nights revising the blueprints, experimenting with forging, and testing before finally producing this self-made transforming orange-tier weapon, their friendship blossoming along the way. However, recently he'd been stuck on improving the transformation speed, trying 18 methods to no avail, all to no avail. He initiated a voice chat with a friend, Yang Chun by Shui. I tried everything. This weapon absolutely needs some gold added, otherwise the transformation speed won't increase. Yang Chun by Shui's booming voice replied, just tell me, where can I find that stone? I go right now. Yang Chun by Shui had already become a core elite in the world of swordsmen online through his own strength, yet he still hadn't changed classes, remaining a melee all-rounder. He could still play the melee all-rounder style with great skill at level 32, all thanks to this transforming weapon, which he was eagerly anticipating upgrading. Yu Lingming laughed and scolded, where are you going? Do you even know what a Shujin looks like? Do you even know how to use a mining pickaxe? Get back to the guild first. Soon, Yang Chun Baishua appeared on the 4th floor of the guild headquarters, patting Yu Lingming on the shoulder. Yang Chun Baishua reporting for duty, sir. Yu Lingming rolled his eyes speechlessly. Stop being so glib. Come with me. The two headed straight for the warehouse, where he pointed to a row of scrolls. Shujin is deep in Huasha Valley. The tall birds there are a real pain. Let's get 2 random teleportation scrolls to save our lives. Yang Chun Baishua scratched his head. Why don't we call a few more people? We can clear out that mining area and then mine. Mining is convenient too. Yu Lingming tapped the exchange machine in the warehouse. With the elite member discount, he exchanged only 10 contribution points for 2 scrolls. He slapped one of them towards Yang Chun Baishu. No way, that place has a strange mechanism. The more people there are, the more chaotic it gets. Just the 2 of us. You bring enough pills to lure the monsters, I mine. Let's finish quickly. He paused, then glared at Yang Chun Baishu. Don't keep talking about mining stones, that's sulfur gold. I just happen to know a spot where it spawns, and it only yields 1 piece a month, and even then, it's not guaranteed. Seeing Yang Chun Baishu's still unconvinced look, Yu Lingming patiently explained to him what sulfur gold was. Sulfur gold, the most mysterious and precious ore in the ancient blue vein. It takes 1,000 years to form a fist-sized piece. You know about 10,000-year black iron, right? It's nothing compared to this. Yang Chunbakshu finally understood how precious what they were digging for was, and gasped, "How do you know where such a precious thing is? Won't someone steal it?" Yu Lingming's expression was strange. "When I was a newbie, I bought this from a strategy stall called All-Knowing Scholar. The stall owner asked me what kind of strategy one wanted, and I said precious ores, so she gave me coordinates. I've been there a few times. It only refreshes once a month, it's true." At this moment, Fei Sei passed by and overheard their plan to go to Huasha Valley. She reminded them, "Are there just the two of you? Be careful in the wilderness. Recently, a few small guilds have been targeting members who are alone." Yu Lingming and Yang Chunbaishui nodded, and just to be safe, they exchanged some more survival items before heading towards the Mount Stall. While leading their horses, Yu Lingming felt someone was watching her from behind, but when she turned around, she only saw a few members hurrying past. In the rest hall of the first floor camp, a player sat in a corner. This spot was very inconspicuous, but it offered a clear view of the entrance. Seeing that 2 core members had borrowed Ekeltech horses, he calmly sent out a message: 2 targets, riding Ekeltech horses, heading towards Yellow Sand Valley. After finalizing their mining plan, Yang Chunbakshu and Yu Lingming set off on horseback, cautiously ensuring they weren't being followed. At the entrance to Yellow Sand Valley, the rock stood starkly against the sky, as if cleaved by a knife. The wind whipped sand and gravel against the rock walls, creating a rustling sound. Few people lived here. Yang Chunbakshu and Yu Lingming tied their horses to the poplar trees at the entrance. Just as they entered the valley, they heard a sharp "Ga," and 3 tall birds rushed out. Their thin legs supported their round bodies, their single eyes gleaming red with ferocity, their necks stretched out, their sharp beaks flashing coldly. This tall bird is a level 33 elite monster with a very large warning range. It's difficult to deal with if there are only a few people, but if you team up to clear it, you're likely to disturb the rocks on the mountainside and end up getting buried in them. Adding to the fact that the Yellow Sand Valley has sparse mineral veins and a harsh climate, even players, who usually mine there, have become reluctant to venture there. The 2 immediately used speed scrolls, creating a gust of wind beneath their feet, and shaking off the 3 tall birds guarding the valley entrance. After confirming that their aggro had dissipated, the 2 carefully circled around and arrived at their target coordinates. There, a black rock gleamed with faint golden lines, the very ore they were looking for. Only 1 tall bird was pacing nearby. Yang Chunbaishui drew his weapon from his back, which transformed into a spear with a click. "You mind I distract it?" He flicked the tip of his spear at the tall bird, but the ferocious creature flapped its wings to dodge, its sharp beak pecking at his shoulder. Yu Lingming swung his pickaxe, smashing it against the black rock, sparks flying onto the back of his hand. The first piece that fell was ordinary iron ore. He frowned. Based on experience, such a large black rock could yield at most 3 ores. Hopefully, the next 2 will be lucky enough to yield some gold. Yu Lingming turned around, and saw that Yang Chunbai's health had dropped by 1/3. He quickly threw down his pickaxe, pulled out his staff, and swung it at him. A pale green healing spell landed on Yang Chunbai. He felt a slight warmth, and his health only recovered slightly. He chuckled dryly, "Your healing is really... You should just stick to mining. Changing tools back and forth is a waste of time. I have pills." Yu Lingming's main profession was a healer, but he had put all his attribute points into strength for mining. Now, he was both ashamed and annoyed. A wild boar can't eat fine chaff, so you have to pay for it yourself. He had initially chosen to become a healer for mining, thinking he could recover health while mining and take more hits, but it seemed he had been too naive. Yang Chunbaishui didn't hear the first half of the sentence clearly. With a flick of her spear, she stabbed at the tall bird, firmly drawing its aggro, and laughed, "Bought from the guild warehouse, no trouble at all." Yu Lingming quickly switched back to her pickaxe, took out a strength pill, chewed it, and stuffed a piece of luck-boosting bread into her mouth before burying her head in the black stone. 2 minutes later, the black stone, which refreshed only once a month, was emptied. Yu Lingming, clutching a piece of ore gleaming with golden light, shouted, "Found it! Let's go!" Yang Chunbaishui seized the opportunity to crush a scroll. Several beams of bright white light blinded the tall bird's single eye, rendering it temporarily blind. Just as they were retreating, a group of people leaped out from behind a pile of rubble, their heads bearing the ID's Moonwheel Guild, and swaggered to block the only exit. "Great blacksmith you! What good stuff did you get? Don't be in such a hurry to leave." The leading swordsman's eyes were fixed on the ore in Yu Lingming's arms. Yang Chunbaishui and Yu Lingming exchanged a glance, both simultaneously producing scrolls. "They're trying to escape!" the swordsman shouted immediately. "Stop them!" The warlock behind the swordsman raised his staff, its tip glowing with purple light. A large purple net descended from the sky, flashing briefly on the ground before disappearing, leaving several purple streaks on the ground. "Teleportation forbidden here, 30 minutes. Random teleportation scroll failed to activate." Yu Lingming's face paled. He had never encountered such a situation before. The warlocks of the Moonwheel Guild actually possessed a teleportation forbidden skill. Yang Chun Bai Shui, having served as an anti-guild warrior for many years, acted decisively. His homemade weapon crackled and transformed into a more lethal long sword, and he expertly charged straight at the opposing warlock. The warlock remained motionless, his staff still glowing. This teleportation-preventing skill clearly required continuous casting. The lead swordsman wouldn't let him succeed, blocking his path with his sword, while a spearman immediately charged forward, the two surrounding Yang Chun Bai Shui, their spears and blades flashing towards him. The Moonwheel Guild's ranger vanished into a phantom, heading towards Yu Lingming behind Yang Chun Bai Shui. "We already called for guild reinforcements." Yu Lingming typed in the team chat, "Hold on a little longer." Yu Lingming disregarded healing, constantly casting various buffs on Yang Chun Bai Shui, using rejuvenation spell as soon as it was off cooldown. Yang Chun Bai Shui had a medicine box hanging from his waist. In a 1v3 situation, he could only focus on defense, so he couldn't be stingy with his potions. The ranger silently circled behind Yu Lingming, and with a single dagger strike, Yu Lingming's vision blurred, and he fell into a daze. The ranger unleashed a flurry of attacks, his blade striking Yu Lingming with crisp clangs. "Damn, this defense is outrageous," the ranger cursed, a mix of envy and resentment welling up inside him. He only had 2 pieces of blue gear, while the members of the Swordsman Online he'd been hunting for these past few days, even the worst of them, had at least 2 pieces of purple gear. This healer was even more outrageous, practically decked out in orange gear, as hard as a rock. After a 3-second stun, Yu Lingming had only lost less than half his health. Knowing his own limitations, Yu Lingming was wearing defensive gear he meticulously forged himself, of absolutely top quality, as tough as a tortoise. As soon as Yu Lingming recovered from the stun, he quickly pulled out a healing pill and popped it into his mouth, then flung out a Xian-level vine scroll. Greenish-blue vines sprouted from the ground, tightly binding the ranger's legs. "Eek!" A harsh cry rang out as the tall bird regained its sight and flew towards Yang Chun Bai Shui, the bird with the strongest hatred for it. "Not good!" Yu Lingming shouted a warning, "Be careful." Chapter 95. Yang Chun Bai Shui's medicine box at his waist was open, and most of the pills inside were gone. He gripped his spear horizontally, parrying and thrusting left and right, fighting 2 opponents simultaneously, and even managing to thrust twice during openings in his defense. His weapon would unexpectedly switch to swords and sabers from time to time, his moves ever-changing, never falling behind. However, the 2 members of the Moonwheel Guild opposite him were no pushovers either, their teamwork impeccable. The swordsman's slashes were swift and powerful, the spearman's thrusts were cunning and precise, and a healer leisurely healed them from behind, making the fight seem effortless, a smile playing on their lips. Yang Chun Bai Shui was struggling to defend himself, his health bar fluctuating wildly. He didn't hesitate to stuff healing pills into his mouth, a sight that made Yu Lingming's heart ache. "Caw!" A furious bird cry rang out. The tall bird, blinded by the flashing scroll, regained its sight. Its single eye glowed even brighter red, and it flapped its black wings, charging straight at Yang Chun Bai Shui, who had the highest aggro. The Moonwheel Guild players naturally wouldn't let such a golden opportunity pass. 2 of them immediately withdrew their attacks, blocking Yang Chun Bai Shui's retreat from the left and right. Yang Chun Bai Shui was attacked from both sides. Although he ducked sharply to avoid the sword strikes, he couldn't defend against the tall bird's sharp beak. With a swoosh, a gash appeared on his back, and his health bar dropped significantly. He tried to create distance from the tall bird, but the swordsman's blade was already upon him, and the spearman's spear tip was aimed at his side. There was nowhere to escape. With a bang, caught in the pincer attack of the tall bird and the Moonwheel Guild members, Yang Chun Bai Shui fell, dropping a piece of equipment. The lead swordsman picked up the weapon from the ground, his eyes gleaming. "This is actually a self-made orange tier weapon, it looks extraordinary." Losing its target, the tall bird abruptly turned and charged at Yu Lingming, who was with Yang Chun Bai Shui's team, kicking him squarely in the chest with its long, slender legs. Yu Lingming was slammed against the stone wall. Even with his superior equipment, he couldn't withstand the attack for more than a few minutes before his health bar was depleted, and he too became a corpse. The players from the Moonwheel Guild were eager to finish off the tall bird, who was now only half health. The perceptive ranger looked up, his pupils contracting, his voice tightening. Run! The mountain is collapsing. Several cracks had appeared in the stone wall above, and rubble rained down, splashing dust as it hit the ground. The leading swordsman quickly picked up the loot Yu Lingming had dropped and waved his hand. Retreat! The group darted out of the valley like rabbits, the yellow sand valley behind them rumbling as large swathes of rocks collapsed, burying the tall bird beneath. By the time the reinforcements from Laughing at the World arrived, the Moonwheel Guild members had vanished. The yellow sand valley was littered with collapsed rocks, and a large boulder was pinning down Yu Lingming's body. Tian Chong and Bei Meng, who had come to help, immediately shouted, "Strength-boosted players, come over. Let's move the boulder." With the help of guild members, Yang Chun Baixue and Yu Lingming revived, minimizing their experience loss. Tian Chong, not noticing the orange tear transforming weapon that Yang Chun Baixue always carried so prominently, asked in a low voice, "Your transforming weapon got destroyed?" Yang Chun Baixue nodded gravely, "It's all my bad luck." Yu Lingming comforted him, "It's alright, I make you another one." Yang Chun Baixue smiled bitterly. That weapon used a material called Transformation Cold Water, which he gotten lucky with from the speedrun leaderboard box. He only had one of those materials in all this time, and it was nowhere to be found on the market. Making another one was no easy task. Tian Chong, knowing the effort they put into that transforming weapon, kicked a nearby rock. "You bastards. Don't worry, I definitely get it back for you." Bei Meng, who had been silent, circled the side of the rockfall, then suddenly squatted down and shouted, "Come look here." The crowd gathered around and discovered that the collapsed rock had smashed through half of the stone wall, revealing a large hole inside. Irregular patches of shimmering gold were interspersed across the rock layers. Tian Chong bent down and crawled into the hole in the stone wall, reaching out to touch the shimmering gold patterns. The touch was cold and metallic. "What is this? Gold?" Yu Lingming gasped, her eyes wide. "No wonder a piece of black stone containing beard gold appears here every month. This is a vein." "Beard gold vein," Sang Fiwen explained in a low voice, somewhat unable to believe the news she heard at the meeting. When the Swordsman Online Guild captured the Shujin mine, the system naturally issued an announcement, but Sang Fiwen was busy with the Shishao village quest and didn't notice. Zheng Xiao, seeing her incredulous expression, nodded with a smile. "Absolutely true, but I'm currently worried about it." Sang Fiwen composed herself. "What's the worry?" "Zheng Xiao, this mine is extremely scarce. Our guild plus Xinglu Baoge only has 2. Newly captured mines have a half-month protection period, but I estimate that with our combined strength, we can't defend such a large treasure mine." Lun Wanchu frowned. "Is it really that bad? We've been developing for so long, can't we even defend a single mine?" Sang Fiwen had calmed down. Lun Wanchu had underestimated the allure of Shujin. In the real history of the game, there's something called oil, and this spirit gold is probably just as rare. In the game, spirit gold functions similarly to oil as an energy source. It's an energy source for equipment, amplifying certain attributes. For example, if used to increase defense, it significantly amplifies defensive effects. If used to modify weapon attack speed, it greatly increases attack speed. Moreover, it doesn't occupy any sockets. You simply have a blacksmith apply the gold plating according to the desired modification. If you don't want it anymore, you can have it recycled by a craftsman, but recycling will result in a 30 to 40% loss, depending on the craftsman's skill. Sang Fiwen, however, knows that gold plating is a waste, because after reaching level 100, all equipment needs to be gold plated on the inner layer before it can be worn. Before that, it's just icing on the cake. It becomes a necessity after level 100. She had never heard of spirit gold mines in her previous life, only knowing that a few fixed spawn points had a chance to produce spirit gold. If it weren't for the landslide that happened to smash open the stone wall behind the tall bird's nest, this hidden vein of fiery venom would probably still be buried underground. If we monopolize this vein, we probably become the enemy of the entire server, Sang Fiwen said, tapping her fingertips on the obsidian quantum computer, her tone turning serious. Everyone covets the fiery venom vein. According to the rules, other guilds wanting to seize it must first submit an application to the Sex Affairs Office. A guild can only accept a maximum of 2 challenges per month for the same vein, similar to Guild Wars. She looked up at the miniature projection of Zheng Xiao projected onto the obsidian. "You're right. I contact Zheng Wei and Kong Liuhua right away. It would be best if they could join forces to defend the vein. Also, move the golden light shield from the base over there, and don't skimp on the spiritual spring." Zheng Xiao nodded, That's what I meant too. The fortifications at the base are now top of the line, and the Golden Light Shield is often idle. At the Starry Sky Holographic Company's computer conference, Zheng Xiao went straight to the point. There's another piece of bad news. Sang Fiwen straightened up. Go on. The day the mineral vein was discovered, Yu Lingning and Yang Chunbeichu were ambushed by the Moonwheel Guild, and their orange weapon made with transformation water exploded. Zheng Xiao's voice was tinged with helplessness. Now Tian Chong and the others are locked in a fierce battle with the Moonwheel Guild, chasing them down every day, trying to get their weapon back. Zheng Xiao's tone was worried, but those Moonwheel guys are as slippery as eels. They run away when they can't win, neither apologizing nor returning the weapon, but instead becoming even more aggressive. They specifically ambush our isolated members in the wild, and as soon as our reinforcements arrive, they immediately disappear, like guerrilla warfare. Sang Fiwen frowned. If this continues, how will Tian Chong and the others have time to level up? Their strength will definitely be affected. The Moonwheel Guild's reaction was strange. Normally, small guilds would have surrendered long ago in this situation. Their behavior seemed like a deliberate procrastination. Sang Fiwen, it's good that Tian Chong and the others are so loyal to their guild brothers. How about this? Once the guild war cooldown is over, let's launch a full-scale guild war against the Moonwheel Guild, so everyone can vent their anger properly. Just dealing with Moonwheel isn't enough. Zheng Xiao frowned, his voice filled with anger. Recently many small guilds have banded together and are ambushing our members. Tian Chong, Beimeng, and Xinyue have all been targeted, but thankfully, after the Yangchun Baishua incident, everyone was on guard and they didn't succeed. Sang Fiwen became increasingly suspicious. What's the background of these small guilds? Lun Wanchu picked up the conversation. My brother investigated this. The news just came in. It's the Huashan Consortium. They couldn't reach an agreement with us, so they started resorting to dirty tricks. Besides having Tianhua Pharmacy engage in price wars, they also recruited a bunch of small guilds specifically to ambush us. No wonder they've been like flies these past few days, impossible to shake off. Sang Fiwen thought for a moment and said, organize more guild activities recently, encouraging everyone to team up as much as possible. For those who absolutely must act alone, give them a random teleportation scroll every day. Are we just going to leave those flies alone? Lun Wanchu was fuming. A few days ago, she impulsively went to collect white peacock feathers, and was ambushed and killed. She was still furious about it. Sang Fiwen chuckled helplessly. To vent our anger, we're calling them flies, but then we become the ones getting bitten. Lun Wanchu suddenly realized, her lips twitching, and quickly waved her hands, paw paw paw. That's not what I meant. Zheng Xiao, having been in the guild for a while, quickly understood Sang Fiwen's meaning. She explained to Lun Wanchu, if we fight them head-on, we fall into their trap. Guilds need to acquire resources through dungeons and monster grinding for development. If we're constantly engaging in open-world PvP, the guild's development will stagnate. Aside from other things, the daily PvP supplies are also a significant investment. Sang Fei nodded. That's right. Our guild members are all carefully selected, they're quite strong. Assassinating a lone member of ours is easy for them, but against a team, it's a lot of work for little reward. Look at the data these past few days. Aren't there fewer instances of teams being ambushed? The players in Laughing at the World are renowned for their strength across the server. 1v2 and 1v3 are commonplace for their members. The guild's PK arena has been upgraded to the highest level, and they frequently spar internally. If you can't even take on 2 opponents at once, you can't call yourself a true master of martial arts. Lun Wanchu leaned over to look at Zheng Xiao's statistics. It's true. But some teams with all junior members were ambushed and wiped out. That's easy. Sang Fiwen immediately decided, from now on, each team will have an elite member as captain. For the time being, everyone should operate as a team. Zheng Xiao clenched his fist. Ugh, this is so frustrating. When will this end? Sang Fiwen suddenly sneered. Last time, Yang Chunbeichu and Yu Lingming went to a very remote place. After Fai's warned them, they were careful enough, so they shouldn't have been ambushed so easily. Zheng Xiao nodded. I also felt something was off. I already had Fai's investigate. There's probably a traitor among them. Which guild hasn't had spies infiltrated by their rivals? The reward for being a traitor is much higher than that of a regular member. With such a hefty sum, someone will always be willing to take the risk. Sang Fiwen, after you find them, don't expose them all at once. Leave 1 or 2 out undetected, they'd be useful later. Lun Wanchu's eyes widened. Leave them out? Isn't that just keeping them as a threat? Zheng Xiao had already figured it out, and smiled knowingly. Don't worry, I keep an eye on them. I make sure they don't get any useful information, and have to obediently pass on what we want them to pass on. Keeping a few spies as mouthpieces will surely be a big deal for the Huashan Consortium when it matters most. As soon as the meeting ended, Sang Fiwen opened her personal computer's address book and found Zheng Wei and Kong Liuhua's contact information. At the last holographic investment conference, thanks to Lun Wanchu's skillful maneuvering, she had obtained the contact information of the key figures from various companies, and now it would come in handy. Sang Fiwen, claiming to be the main person in charge of Fanqing Holographic Company, relayed opinions on behalf of Wanqing. Zheng Wei and Kong Liuhua had been waiting for this. After the system announcement, they had both sounded out Xiao Wucheng. Zheng Wei's reply was straightforward. I agree to cooperate, but Thorn Rose wants 30% of the mine. Sang Fiwen laughed. President Zheng Wei, I can't cooperate with just your company. 30% is too much, 5% at most. Zheng Wei, of course, knew that two companies couldn't hold onto the mine alone. After a few rounds of bargaining, they settled on an 8% share. Kong Liuhua was also easy to negotiate with. He had made the Gulan project a resounding success, and had already risen to second in command at the Shengshi Yinhua Holographic Club, wielding real decision-making power. The two didn't waste much time and finalized the cooperation at a 5% share. Sang Fiwen pondered this, and then dialed the contact information for the person in charge of Yongheng Batu. Although Shizhou is far away, there's a fear that the guilds there might secretly cooperate with the guilds in Dongno, using sea freight of exotic beasts as support. Although sea freight hasn't opened yet, Sang Fiwen is almost in Zhong to Shenzhou. Based on past experience with the butterfly effect, it's possible that sea freight might open ahead of schedule someday. The call connected via his personal terminal. A strange male voice answered, Hello? Sang Fiwen introduced himself as usual, explaining his purpose. He hoped Eternal Tyranny could provide Xiaoyao Jianghu with exotic beasts after sea freight opened, and also keep an eye on the movements of the major guilds in Shizhou. Wait a moment. The other party didn't hang up, replying after a while, We demand a 5% share. Sang Fiwen leaned back in his chair and smiled, tapping his fingers on the table, negotiating unhurriedly. It's inconvenient for people from Shizhou to provide cross-state support, and sea freight isn't open yet. I'm doing this as a precaution. At most, you can only provide intelligence transmission. 3%, no more. After a moment of silence, a voice finally came through, Deal. Hanging up the personal terminal, Sang Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally gotten the mine arrangements mostly settled. She got up and walked to the game pod, checking the remaining nutrient solution before entering. Before the pod door closed, an elegant female mechanical voice announced, Dear Game Pod user, Giant Technology is launching a new voice service. You can bind your personal terminal to the game pod to enable communication between the game voice system and the personal terminal, ensuring you don't miss any important information. To order, please dial personal terminal number 589-8888. Sang Fiwen pushed open the pod door, quickly dialed the service number, and subscribed to the service. The service fee was 1,000 credits per month. A bit of a rip-off, but this time she didn't complain about Giant. Instead, she felt the service was incredibly timely. Since embarking on her sea voyage, the inability to contact people over long distances had been a constant problem for her. She always had to log off to contact Zheng Xiao and the others, and she had to log off regularly to check for important information. This service would solve this awkward problem, allowing her to respond to guild matters more quickly, which was essential for remotely managing guild affairs. After ordering the service, she confirmed that the voice service in the game pod was activated before lying back down. After a light, floating feeling, she sank heavily, and the scene before her changed. The stone-paved roads of Shishao village were adorned with colorful ribbons, and the villagers, dressed in their best clothes, all wore smiles. Today was the long-awaited Saintis Festival. Chapter 96. The street leading to the statue of the Virgin Mary was crowded with villagers. Colorful ropes and seashells hung from every doorway, rustling in the wind. Children ran about, carrying dried flowers and grass, their faces filled with innocent anticipation, their laughter echoing through the street. Through their tireless efforts over the past few days, Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan's trust level had surpassed 90, finally qualifying them to celebrate the Virgin Mary Festival with the villagers. Sang Fiwen mingled in the crowd, her gaze sweeping over the excited faces, but then she caught sight of several familiar figures at a street corner. Aunt Hua stood far away under a tree, her back to the bustling street. Beside her were several other women, their eyes frequently glancing at the central statue of the Virgin Mary, tears welling in their eyes, a stark contrast to the festive atmosphere, a deep sadness etched on their faces. Those were eyes filled with sorrow and longing, yet deep within them lurked a hint of resentment, like sparks ready to ignite at any moment. Just as she was about to walk over and greet them, a system notification sounded. Battle Pet Little Red, legendary creature Phoenix, successfully advances. Sang Fiwen stopped and quickly brought up the Battle Pet panel to check Little Red's status. After the breakthrough, Little Red's level was already 55, and its attributes were significantly stronger than when it was at Tier 2. In terms of combat power, it was roughly equivalent to 3 fully equipped level 65 players. She focused on the skills. Phoenix, Tier 3 legendary creature. Skill, Nirvana, passive resurrected from the dead, cooldown 1 natural day. Infernal Blaze, active unleashes a large-scale circular firestorm around the body, continuously burning those who come into contact with it, with a purification effect, can dispel enemy buffs, and deals double damage to undead. Phoenix Cry of the Nine Heavens, active emits a highly penetrating cry, creating a 10 by 10 by 10 area sonic attack that deals true damage and randomly inflicts control effects such as stun or confusion. Xiao Hong gained the crowd control skill Phoenix Cry of the Nine Heavens, and her original Blazing Feathers was upgraded to Hellfire Burning the Heavens, no longer requiring feathers. This area of effect attack with purification and crowd control with double damage is simply overpowered. Xiao Hong, this fierce warrior, is becoming increasingly formidable, and Sang Fiwen felt much more at ease. Dong dong. The sound of gongs came from afar. The parade of floats was approaching. The procession, banging gongs and drums, led the way, followed by girls scattering flower petals. In the center was a float decorated with pink and white flowers. Xiaoying sat in the center of the float. She had changed into a pure white long dress, wore a headdress made of branches and flowers, and held a ceramic pot filled with fresh, white island spring flowers. Xiaoying's face was covered in heavy makeup, but it couldn't hide her exhaustion. Her gaze swept across the crowd, her expression flustered, until she saw Sang Fiwen, at which point she calmed down slightly. Great, the sea god, he is still watching over me. Harvest! Harvest! The villagers shouted loudly. Some knelt before the float, their foreheads pressed against the stone slabs, their faces burning with fervor. The float finally stopped before the statue of the saint. Looking up from here, one could see the temple on the cliff behind the mountain, its vermilion tiles and black windows, like a half-closed, blood-red pupil, mockingly watching everything below. The villagers sang and danced, singing songs of spring and harvest. Children dressed as flower girls chased and played around the float, scattering freshly picked petals on the street. The pristine white-clad Xiaoying stepped down from the carriage and, surrounded by flower girls, was led to the statue of the saint, where she offered a pottery jar of flowers as a sacrifice. 3 sticks of incense were lit during the ritual, their smoke rising straight upwards. The village chief and elders prostrated themselves first, followed by the villagers, who knelt and chanted obscure prayers. The descent ceremony began, but Xiaoying remained standing, head tilted back, gazing at the sky. Suddenly she froze, her face turning as white as paper. The once clear sky abruptly cracked open, its edges tinged with a faint crimson, and ethereal music could be faintly heard emanating from within. Something was about to emerge from the crack. No! Save me! Lord of the Ocean! Xiaoying whirled around, reaching out toward Sang Fiwen, her voice filled with terror. The surrounding villagers, as if under a spell, were completely immersed in the eerie celestial music, their faces showing a dazed expression. The elders and the villagers saw the bountiful harvest piled high like small mountains, and Aunt Hua and the women beside her saw the long-lost smiles of their daughters reflected in their eyes. The music grew louder, completely drowning out Xiaoying's cries for help. Her pupils gradually dilated, and her body began to move uncontrollably towards the center of the altar, while the villagers surrounded her. The hymn-like chorus grew stronger, the gap widened, and a blurry white female giant opened the gap, descending on clouds. Upon closer inspection, the female giant was actually the outline of countless white insects, layered upon layer, densely woven into a blurry human figure. The female giant, composed of insects, was 10 times larger than a normal person, and as she slowly descended, the sound of countless insects flapping their wings could be heard. Lin Yuan stared at the thing without even frowning, instead turning to Sang Fiwen to say, I didn't expect to hear Dunhuang music from the ancient Yin kingdom here. Sang Fiwen, who was staring at the disgusting insect giant and feeling somewhat uncomfortable, was relieved by the interruption, and chuckled, your focus is actually on this. You even know Dunhuang music. Lin Yuan, just a childhood hobby. The boss went toward Xiaoying. Shall we attack? Xiaoying's feet had already stepped onto the altar, her hands slowly rising as if to embrace the white mass. Sang Fiwen lightly tapped her gourd with her right hand, drawing her peony sword, which whipped her hair into a flutter. Attack! I promise to save her. With a whoosh, the flying sword, trailing a golden arc, hurtled towards the insect giantess. Just as the flying sword struck, Sang Fiwen simultaneously activated the Fire Scorpion Robe's skill, Shadow Shift, instantly teleporting to the float. Then, with a 1-second invincibility effect, she pulled Xiaoying aside and stepped forward to block the attack. The giantess's hand slammed down, striking her squarely, but the attack was deflected by her invincibility frames. Simultaneously, the golden flying sword aimed straight for the giantess's head, piercing straight through. Miss. The spot pierced by the flying sword became a hole, but insects immediately swarmed out, filling it completely. The peony sword, which ignored level and armor penetration, failed to inflict any damage. You have disturbed the soul of the Holy Maiden Macho of Shishao Village. Holy Maiden Macho's soul, level 60 Wild Demon King HP? Under the villager's faith, Macho's soul is currently in a void state. Warning, the Holy Maiden Macho's soul is in an untargetable void state. All the fanatical villagers, who had been worshipping instantly erupted in curses, glaring at the wicked person, who had blocked the Holy Maiden, and an uproar ensued. Some grabbed hoes, others picked up stones, and charged forward yelling, "Where did this scoundrel come from? Daring to ruin our plans?" Little Red? Sang Fiwen called out. The fiery red phoenix spread its wings and soared, like an eagle striking the sky. After reaching midair, it let out a high-pitched cry, a sound wave rippling outwards, like a stone thrown into water. The phoenix's cry echoed through the heavens. The villagers, struck by the sound wave, froze. Some fell backward, unconscious, others spun in place, muttering, "Why did the grain grow legs?" Still others swung their hoes at their own people. The moment Sang Fiwen saw the boss in its ethereal state, she knew a direct assault was impossible. She needed to find a way to buy time. But simply buying time wouldn't suffice. She had to gamble. Gamble that the sea monsters the Holy Maiden sect spoke of, the Lord of the Ocean, would actually appear. While the villagers were still under the influence of the sonic waves, Sang Fiwen activated her illusion to temporarily distract and entangle the boss, with the peony sword providing support. She figured they could hold out for a while, before heading towards the beach. Xiao Hong, come down. The Phoenix's crowd control effect still had 2 seconds left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she scooped Xiaoying up in her arms, and used her phantom step to jump onto the Phoenix's back. Xiao Hong flapped its wings, and soared into the sky. The villagers below had just woken from their stun. Hoes, pot lids, carrying poles. All sorts of farm tools were thrown at them like raindrops, and their curses could have lifted roofs. Xiao Hong, to the beach. Sang Fiwen patted Phoenix Xiao Hong's neck. Xiao Hong nimbly dodged to the side, its wings fanning out several flying pot lids before plunging headlong towards the beach. Sang Fiwen looked back, and saw a dark mass of red-named NPCs chasing after her, running with weapons raised, their faces flushed and necks red. But at the edge of the crowd, a few figures remained motionless, An Hua and the orphans, along with the women who had been standing some distance away. After the crowd control effect wore off, they changed from red names to friendly green names, their faces pale. They neither chased nor cursed, their eyes filled with confusion. A trace amount of faith has dissipated, affecting the ethereal state of the Saintess Macho's soul. Currently, 98% so they're relatives of those holy servant girls. Sang Fiwen instantly understood. As long as the villager's faith disappears, the ethereal state can be dispelled. She quickly switched to the team voice chat. Lin Yuan, that boss maintains its ethereal state through the villager's faith. Quickly find a way to let the villagers know the truth. Lin Yuan's voice came from the other end. Okay, I'm already at the village entrance with Li Gui. I won't let the villagers chase after us. Sang Fiwen looked down and saw a burly, one-eyed man wielding 2 large swords at the village entrance. It was Li Gui. Lin Yuan was standing next to him, holding a staff. Not far away, the excited villagers were chasing after her. She tossed down any potentially useful items, such as the relics of the Holy Servant Maidens, the mutated magic core, and a pile of control scrolls, shouting, "Hold on, wait for me to come back." The items scattered like petals at Lin Yuan's feet. He picked them all up and called out, "Don't worry." The phoenix spread its wings and flew away rapidly, the insect-like giantess chasing after it at breakneck speed. The buzzing sound of its wings grew closer, clearly eager to possess Xiaoying. Sang Fiwen slapped an acceleration scroll onto Xiao Hong, then pulled out a Xian-level vine-wrapping scroll, seizing the opportunity to hurl it at the giantess. Tens of meters high green vines shot up from the ground, like a giant net spreading out to envelop them. But the vines, piercing through the insect's body, managed to ensnare nothing, flailing wildly in the air. Even the Xian-level scroll was useless. Damn it! Sang Fiwen's eyes twitched with heartache. A Xian-level scroll worth 5 gold coins was wasted just like that. They were almost at the sea, and could see the ferry docked on the shore. She spotted Zhang San standing on the deck, his staff glowing red, chanting incantations. Sang Fiwen, as if seeing a lifeline, immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, "Hero Zhang, save me! Be careful, it has no physical form." Zhang San had noticed the anomaly in the direction of the village. Looking up and seeing them, he waved his staff, and a fire dragon roared towards the insect giantess. Flames pierced through the insect-like body, emitting a piercing shriek. The giantess's body twisted violently, and swarms of insects fell like melting snow, her entire form shrinking slightly. Minus 9103. Useful. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up. It must have been after Aunt Hua and the others regained consciousness that the boss's ethereal state weakened, allowing Zhang San's attack to deal damage. Hopefully, Lin Yuan can successfully break the villager's faith, the more, the better. The enraged giantess suddenly stopped, raising her right hand. The white insect swarm on her right shoulder and arm exploded, transforming into a massive, overwhelming horde that engulfed the ferry. Zhang San was prepared. He pulled out a precious pearl, infused it with spiritual energy, and instantly created a shimmering silver defensive shield, like an inverted bowl, completely covering the ferry. The insect swarm crashed against the shield, crackling and popping, causing it to tremble violently, sending out ripples of silver light. Taking advantage of the giantess's distraction by Zhang San, Sang Fiwen had Xiaohong hover above the sea while she sang the mermaid's song. A whirlpool instantly formed on the surface. She then summoned a crystal illusion, an identical phantom carrying Xiaoying, which jumped into the whirlpool and vanished instantly. Sang Fiwen, distracted, guided the phantom forward, entering the ethereal mermaid village, where she entrusted Xiaoying to the care of the mermaids. Meanwhile, on the beach, when the insect giantess's guardian deity arrived, she discovered that the aura of her chosen holy servant had completely vanished. The giantess, composed of insects, paused for a moment. Suddenly, the white swarm of insects forming her body exploded, millions of insects flapping their wings wildly in the air, the sounds mimicking clear speech. "Those girls are useless. Your body seems to be of superior quality. Why don't you lend it to me?" The next second, the crazed swarm of insects condensed into white mist, rushing towards her with a world-destroying force. Chapter 97. Li Gui stood guard at the village entrance, wielding 2 large swords that danced like afterimages, using the backs of the blades to fend off the villagers who rushed at him. Lin Yuan, from behind, cast various buffs on Li Gui, occasionally providing healing to ease the pressure on him. He pulled out a small, transparent snake from his collar and asked directly, "Ian, is there a way to break the villagers' faith?" Ian flicked its tail, its eyes darting around. "Ever since I boarded the ship, my abilities have had a slight problem." Lin Yuan, really? Ian stubbornly insisted, "I'm not that incompetent. I still have a way with you. As long as you're nice." Lin Yuan understood. After boarding the ship, his map-wide cheat had become a personal cheat. He glanced at the villagers, who had lost their minds under the influence of the music, and, playing along with Ian's temper, asked, "Invincible Grandpa Ian, what skills can dispel their fanaticism?" Ian coiled his fingers in his palm, golden data swirling in his eyes. After a moment, he spat out a skill book, a group purification skill. Combined with your vine entwining scroll, it will make them listen to you quietly for 5 minutes. Lin Yuan learned the skill without a word and handed Ian the aberrant magic core, engrave a human-faced, fish-eared pattern on it, the clearer the better. Ian wrapped his tail around the walnut-shaped magic core, muttering, "Such a bad attitude." But despite his complaints, he obediently did as he was told. Lin Yuan raised his emerald staff, and a soft white light shone down. The villagers at the forefront gradually regained their senses, and their cursing stopped. He then threw out a scroll of vines, and green vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping around the villagers' ankles and binding them firmly in place. "Listen up." Lin Yuan cleared his throat, raising the wooden hairpin and the moon-shaped bronze mirror in his hand. "Do you know where the holy servants go every year?" The villagers bound by the green vines struggled, some shouting defiantly, "The holy servants are naturally taken away by the holy maiden to enjoy bliss." "Enjoy bliss?" Lin Yuan sneered, holding aloft the belongings of the holy servant girls. "You all been deceived by that so-called holy maiden. The girls you sent to become holy servants have all become vessels for the witch's soul. They are dead. This fertile land beneath your feet is secretly polluted by the witch every year." The so-called miracle of the Holy Maiden is nothing more than the witch removing the pollution. The women below, including Aunt Hua, covered their mouths, trying hard not to cry out. "You're talking nonsense!" A bearded man rushed out of the crowd, the green vines creaking as he struggled. He brandished his hoe and roared, "You evil outsider, you must be a sea monster in disguise, trying to destroy our village." Lin Yuan ignored him, took out the mutated magic core, and bent down to grab a handful of soil. The moment the magic core touched the soil, the originally brown earth turned into a frost-covered gray. "Look closely." He held up the contaminated gray soil and the magic core. "This is what the witch used to corrupt the land and kill those girls." The villagers' eyes all fell on the magic core. The human-faced, fissured totem on it was the symbol of the saintess they worshipped day and night. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The bearded man, who had been shouting, gaped, speechless for a long time. As the green vines withered, two women beside Aunt Hua rushed forward, snatching the wooden hairpin and bronze mirror from Lin Yuan's hands, clutching them tightly, and bursting into tears. Their expressions of pain and hatred were like knives cutting into everyone's hearts. The villagers all had children. The pain of losing a child was something everyone felt deeply, and it was unbearable to watch. But this doesn't prove it's true. What if that walnut-like thing was something he created? Lin Yuan's heart sank. Although part of the demonic core came from the holy servant, there was no direct evidence pointing to the witch, which was why he had AI and carved the pattern. He hadn't expected the villagers to still suspect him. "Quiet down." The village chief, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up. He seemed to have aged 10 years and spoke. What he said is true. His eyes were lowered, unable to look the villagers in the eye, his voice trembling. "I'm a coward, unworthy to be this village chief. From the moment the witch died, I knew what the Holy Maiden Festival was all about. But as long as the sacrifice wasn't my daughter, I pretended not to know." He gazed at the statue of the saintess, his face filled with regret. "Until this time, when she chose Xiaoying, I finally understood that running away would only embolden her. I'm so sorry, everyone. Now, with the help of a wise person, we can exorcise the witch's soul and regain our rule over Shishao village." The village chief's words struck the villagers like a hammer blow. Everyone fell silent, looking at the girls' belongings, the weeping women, and the contaminated dust. Their faith was crumbling. In the silence, a timid, thin man said worriedly, "But if we hadn't offered sacrifices before, we wouldn't have survived. If the exorcism fails..." "You beast! Coward!" Aunt Hua cried out in despair, lunging at the thin man. "Give me back my Ahua! Give me back my daughter!" The boy with seashells wrapped around his feet had bright eyes. He stared at the cowardly villager and roared, "What are you afraid of? Even witches have weaknesses, they can die. I often swear here and now, I will drive away the witch." "Well said." Lin Yuan glanced at the boy appreciatively. "Witches do have weaknesses. Do you remember those beings called sea monsters? Those are the true gods protecting you, the lords of the ocean." The village chief slapped his thigh, as if suddenly remembering something. "That's it. Quick! Go and smash the well." "Yes, sir." Several guards immediately grabbed axes and ran towards the west end of the village. The well was built by their ancestors, and only now did the village chief realize, how could fresh water appear out of thin air? "There's a spell set up by a witch in that well," the gray-robed elder murmured. "It not only connects to the mountain cliffs, but also separates the sea, filtering seawater into fresh water. But it's precisely because of this that the Lord of the Ocean's favor can't enter. That damned witch." A furious curse erupted from the crowd, followed by more and more shouts and cries from the families of the girl who had been chosen as a holy servant. The guards were smashing the well, the faith accumulated within it over many years dissipating. A crack appeared on the top of the statue of the saintess, the fissure spreading like a spiderweb, quickly covering the entire statue. The statue shattered with a crash, turning into a pile of grayish-white powder, which was scattered by the wind. The villagers still held offerings for worship, but the fervor on their faces gradually faded, replaced by bewilderment. On the shore, the insect-like giantess, wreathed in white light, lunged furiously at Sang Fiwen. She had no time to think. She immediately recalled Xiao Hong into her ink-washed space, and activated the Luotian Possession skill on the peony's sword. Activated skill Luotian Possession, duration 3 minutes, HP plus 500, spiritual energy plus 1000, immunity to all spell damage, absorption of 80% physical damage, resistance to all abnormal statuses. Even Luotian Possession couldn't stop the attack. The moment the white light enveloped her, her limbs felt numb, unable to move, like the feeling of being disconnected from a game. The insect-like giantess's body was already halfway into her forehead. Sang Fiwen cursed the game company's planners in her mind. The soul of the Saintess Mo has possessed her. Character status abnormal. What the hell? This thing can even carry over accounts? What kind of insane bosses are they designing? Her consciousness gradually blurred, and countless images flashed before her eyes. Is it a revolving lantern? She snapped out of her daze, and found herself standing in a long corridor. Countless huge animated images flashed past her eyes, each featuring a woman adorned with silver ornaments and wearing a pleated skirt, presumably a Mo Cho in her human form. One image caught Sang Fiwen's attention. A massive army of undead charged forward, while Mo Cho calmly faced them from the city wall, her slender arm waving her staff, causing meteors to fall with holy light, turning the skeletal army into streaks of white light. Behind this, another image appeared, unique in its content. A man with an effeminate appearance held a bright yellow piece of paper, reciting something. Mo Cho knelt down, respectfully accepting a pill the size of a pigeon egg. There was no joy on Mo Cho's face. Her hands trembled slightly. Surrounded by men with similarly effeminate appearances, she closed her eyes and swallowed the pill. What was that pill? Why was Mo Cho so afraid? Sang Fiwen wanted to find the answers further, but a crisp cracking sound rang out, and countless cracks suddenly appeared throughout the corridor. Just as she was lost, a system notification rang out like heavenly music. Teammate Lin Yuan has broken the villagers' faith. The ethereal state of the Saintess Mo Cho's soul has disappeared. She opened her eyes abruptly, and what came into view was a colossal wave connecting heaven and earth, white waves surging, and a majestic figure in dark blue concealed within the waves. The waves crashed towards the shore like knives, and the majestic figure in dark blue raised a hand, sending a wave blade flying towards Sang Fiwen, slicing through the insects that hadn't yet burrowed into her body. The boss's health bar trembled violently, dropping by more than half. Then several more wave blades shattered the remaining insect parts of the body, and the boss's health bar dropped by more than half again. Sang Fiwen regained consciousness. The feeling of being forcibly logged out had dissipated. Although she was still unable to move, she could now access her character panel. She glanced at her character status bar. Two markers were now displayed: the Wraith's Prey and the Witch's Vessel, adjacent to each other and swaying back and forth. She also noticed that her motion synchronization was rapidly increasing, soon reaching its maximum. The scattered insects outside had finally managed to regroup, but without the villagers' faith to sustain them, the mass shrank visibly, like a deflated balloon. As for the small portion of the insect's body that had burrowed into Sang Fiwen's body, it sealed her movements and skills. The swarm of insects outside, in its final form, became a wrinkled, orange peel-like brainstem. The thing, no longer in a state of nothingness, looked even more disgusting. A crack appeared on its orange peel-like brainstem, forming a round mouth revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth and a scarlet tongue protruding from it. Insignificant human, lowly commoner. How dare you ruin my grand plan? It shrieked, its voice like the most venomous curse. This mouthless, orange brainstem emitted a sharp, venomous screech as it lunged at Sang Fiwen, clinging to her abdomen like a ravenous leech, frantically gnawing and trying to burrow into her body. Warning. The Saintess Soul Mo Cho is causing you continuous absorption damage. The durability of the 1000-year Fire Scorpion Banshee robe has decreased by 30%, minus 513-503. Sang Fiwen's sensory synchronization reached 100%. Excruciating pain shot through her abdomen. Fortunately, the effects of the Luotian possession were still present, offsetting most of the damage. Otherwise, she would likely be dead. Severe mental fluctuations detected. Warning. Forced offline protection mechanism to be activated soon. The durability of the 1000-year Fire Scorpion Banshee's robe has decreased by 55%. Sang Fiwen was frantic, but her body wouldn't move. She could only watch helplessly as the orange brainstem gnawed at her clothes. She stared intently at the character panel. The 2 markers were shaking more and more violently, clearly nearing a decisive outcome. Sure enough, the vessel of the witch marker melted away like ice meeting fire, finally disappearing completely. The prey of the vengeful woman marker faded from its crimson hue, dimming but still remaining. I can move. She immediately lowered her motion synchronization rate, isolating herself from the pain and interrupting the system's forced offline mechanism. At the same moment, she slammed her hand on the gourd at her waist, and the peony flying sword shot out with a whoosh, a golden light flashing as it precisely sliced off the orange brainstem. But it was still a step too late. The effects of the Luotian's possession wore off just then. As the last orange fragment fell, a large damage number popped up above her head. minus 3,585. Her vision instantly turned black and white, and Sang Fiwen's body collapsed to the ground. The peony sword clattered to the ground. Chapter 98. Zhang San, who had been waiting on the ship, seized the opportune moment created by Sang Fiwen. He slammed his staff heavily on the deck, and a ring of fire shot into the sky, trapping the severed, orange peel-like brainstem within. The fire pillar was like an iron cage. The boss, like a headless fly, stumbled around wildly. Its orange brainstem curled into a ball in the flames, its health bar dropping visibly. From the direction of the giant wave, several more wave blades flew in, not extinguishing the fire cage, but instead inflicting significant vaporization damage on the boss inside. In Sang Fiwen's black and white vision, the orange peel-like brainstem tissue quickly burned to ashes, and the boss's already low health bar was completely depleted. The scarlet mouth still opened and closed, as if roaring and cursing, but finally curled into a charred heap in the flames, completely incinerated. She couldn't hear it, but she could feel the resentment of Mo Chao's soul. The colossal wave that seemed to connect heaven and earth gradually dissipated, and a light rain began to fall on the island, as if washing away all sins. The white frost on the ground melted away with the rain. A snow-white feather drifted down and landed on her face, followed by what felt like a warm stream of water washing over her cold body. A handsome face appeared directly above, like a splash of color in this black and white world. Except Lin Yuan's resurrection spell? Lin Yuan's right hand, holding his staff, was still trembling slightly. His left hand pulled up Sang Fiwen, who had already accepted resurrection. "I'm sorry I'm late. If I had been faster, you wouldn't have." Hey, let go, let go." Sang Fiwen felt a sharp pain from his grip, and patted the back of his hand. "It's nothing, dying once in a game is normal. Besides, your side is the key. Otherwise, if the boss keeps disappearing, I could die 100 times and still not beat it." Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with pain and self-blame, his face pale, as if he were the one who had been tortured and died. Sang Fiwen immediately used the disguise mirror to reapply her disguise after reviving, then picked up the peony sword and hydra gauntlets at her feet, put on the gauntlets, and waved them at Lin Yuan. "Look, I got all the equipment back. Thanks to the soul return technique, I only lost 20% of my experience. After offsetting the experience from the boss just now, I even leveled up more than 2 times. I made a profit." Lin Yuan's expression softened somewhat. The advantage of being resurrected by the soul resurrection technique is the ability to return to the starting point, significantly reducing experience loss. Even in her previous life, players possessing the soul resurrection technique were extremely rare, each one a highly sought-after talent by major guilds. This time, she also enjoyed the benefit of being resurrected on the spot. Not only did she not lose experience, but the experience from killing the level 60 Wild Demon King actually boosted her level by more than 2 levels, bringing her to level 45 now. "It's a pity I didn't get the final blow." She muttered something, then suddenly remembered something, and turned to gaze at the sea. The giant waves had subsided, the sea shimmering, but the imposing figure in dark blue was nowhere to be seen. The pillar of fire died down, and several glittering golden objects fell from the sky. Sang Fei picked them up. These were items dropped by the boss. A transparent bead with a brilliant light moving within it, a narrow-sleeved white robe embroidered with peonies, golden light flowing through the petal patterns, exuding an ethereal aura, and 2 high-level skill books. Lin Yuan leaned closer to examine them, his fingertips touching the petal patterns on the robe. "It's quite similar in style to your peony sword. It should be a set." Luotian's heavenly robe, contaminated upgradable immortal item, size 2x4x5, weight capacity plus 2.2. This item is untradeable, and will always drop upon death. Collecting the entire set will bind it to the player. "It really is," Sang Fiwen explained in surprise, quickly unfolding the robe to check its attributes. Item attributes: level 45, upgradable, all attributes plus 150%, magic defense plus 100%, physical defense plus 100%, all attribute resistance plus 20, true damage resistance plus 10, character weight capacity plus 50%. Item description: the Luotian's heavenly robe has been contaminated by the soul of Macho and is in a triple seal state. Its special skills are unusable. The first seal needs to be broken by killing 500 mutated monsters. Progress 0/500. Trait 1 Flower Decree, passive ? Sealed, Trait 2 Spiritual Energy Absorption, passive ? Sealed, Trait 3 Void Bloom, active ? Sealed, other traits to be unlocked, requires equipment level upgrade. Just as Lin Yuan said, this is indeed the Luotian set, a matching set with the peony sword. However, it requires defeating monsters to remove the seal, and all its attached skills are also sealed and unusable. Even with these limitations, this celestial robe is still superior to the severely damaged fire scorpion robe she currently wears. Sang Fiwen immediately changed into it, instantly transforming from a tattered red robe into a white one, embroidered with lifelike peonies in gold thread. As she moved, it seemed as if petals were falling around her. Combined with the peony sword in her hand, she truly resembled a female sword goddess descending to earth. Luotian set effect activated. Peony swords fallen into mud stealing effect increased by 5%, 10% chance to summon a peony phantom that tracks and explodes upon attack, dealing area of effect true damage. Qingtian robe's spiritual energy absorption conversion value increased by 10%, carrying capacity increased by 50%. Luotian set sensing activated. Can sense the aura of other pieces within a 100-meter radius. Acquired immortal grade equipment. System announcement coming soon. Anonymous? Sang Fiwen chose anonymity. Announcements of acquiring immortal grade equipment weren't so rare anymore. They happened every few days, each time causing envy and resentment among players. She ignored the world chat and checked her discarded 1000-year fire scorpion banshee robe. Its durability was now only 13%, with all attributes reduced by 19%. She put the badly damaged fire scorpion robe into her backpack, hoping to find a skilled armorer to repair it and minimize the loss of maximum durability. Even with some loss in durability, such a high-quality robe, once repaired, is still a treasured possession in the guild's warehouse, available for other elite members. Lin Yuan had already picked up 2 skill books and handed one to her, perfect, one for the healer and one for the swordsman, one for each. Sang Fiwen took the swordsman's skill book and almost jumped up. Sword opens the heavenly gate. It's this. Sword opens the heavenly gate, skill book size 1 by 1 by 0.5, weight plus 0.1. Advanced swordsman skill, the swordsman's heart is naturally fearless. One sword can open the heavenly gate. This skill is a secret. A normal attack instantly unleashes a 16-hit combo, during which the user is invincible for 10 seconds. Skill ends with a 100% increase in attack and movement speed for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. This is a hidden skill for superfast combos, already on her skill imprint list. The closer she got to the central divine continent, the more ineffective her attacks became. She was worried about the Heavenly Inquiry Jade Slip's cooldown, but now it was fine. Next time she imprinted, she could consider other skills. She clapped her hands, and the skill book transformed into white light, entering her brow. She had learned this super skill. Turning her head, she shook her head at Lin Yuan. What about yours? What's this good stuff? Lin Yuan smiled, and waved the skill book in his hand. Holy Light Meteor, said to be a lost secret technique. Sang Fiwen's eyes widened even more. Quick! Learn it! Immediately. Right now. Lin Yuan, unable to resist her urging, flicked his finger, and the skill book transformed into light points, merging into his body. Sang Fiwen finally relaxed. She naturally knew about Holy Light Meteor. It was the healer's hidden attack skill. Later, during the second job advancement, others could only become grand physicians, but with a Lin Yuan skill, one could become a holy physician, skilled in both offense and healing. A single Holy Light Meteor would deal damage that would leave most warlocks far behind. She recalled the scene in the Mocho Carousel corridor earlier. The skill that wiped out the undead army seemed to be Holy Light Meteor. Even so, the probability of obtaining this skill book was extremely low. Sang Fiwen looked at Lin Yuan with amusement. Your luck is incredible. No wonder you're called Lucky Boss Spy. Are you that happy to get these things? Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly, but a hint of amusement lingered in his eyes. Sang Fiwen squinted with delight, her lips curving into a wide smile. Of course. She became even more determined to rely on Lin Yuan's good fortune from now on. On the ferry nearby, onlookers were still chattering about the strange sight they had just witnessed. I think I saw an immortal. Did you see that thing in the waves? It was a huge octopus. Even the NPCs, who were frequent seafarers, had never seen anything like it, and were now discussing the bizarre battle. Zhang San put away his staff and walked over, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. His voice was full of lingering fear. Miss Wan, are you alright? It's all thanks to this young hero, Lin Yuan, who possesses the art of resurrection. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to explain to my great-grandmother. Lin Yuan nodded in return. He only regretted arriving too late, otherwise, she wouldn't have died. Remembering Zhang Lianning's temper, Sang Fiwen only imagined it briefly before concluding that Zhang San would indeed suffer a terrible fate. She smiled and said, Don't worry, Master Zhang, I'm fine now. Besides, when you're traveling, you're responsible for your own life and death. Furthermore, have you forgotten our true identities? Only then did Zhang San remember Wanqinghui's identity. After so many days of disguise, he had almost forgotten that she was a foreigner capable of resurrection. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sang Fiwen was holding a transparent bead, eagerly checking its properties. She said to Zhang San, "I'm fine here. Would you mind going to the village entrance to check the situation, Master Zhang?" Zhang San agreed and hurried towards the village. Sang Fiwen cast an eye of insight on the bead in her hand. Mermaid clan treasure, guarded by generations of merfolk, descendants of dragon hybrids, containing unique ancient energy fluctuations. The Legend of the Western Sea Quest Progress Update. The witch has been killed. Please return the merfolk's treasure. Strangely enough, the moment the bead was grasped, the black egg in the inkwash space suddenly jumped twice, and now it was beating slowly and rhythmically like a small heart. Sang Fiwen turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Go to the village and check on the mission's progress. I need to go to the seabed to turn it in." "Okay, be careful." Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before giving her a word of caution. The whirlpool on the surface of the water hadn't completely disappeared and was still slowly turning. Sang Fiwen plunged in and, using the teleportation array, instantly arrived at the mermaid village. Previously, it was her illusions that brought food to the mermaid village, so the mermaids naturally recognized the illusions. They also treated the girl Xiaoying, whom the illusions had brought in, with kindness. At this moment, the mermaids were carefully tending to the unconscious Xiaoying. Seeing Sang Fiwen arrive, the white-haired mermaid elder, leaning on his coral cane, walked over, his cloudy eyes gleaming. "The sudden disappearance of the restraints at the array's core just now told me that it must have been Lady Sang Fiwen who helped our clan eliminate the witch. Truly a promising young woman." Sang Fiwen nodded and handed over the mermaid clan's most precious treasure. The elder received the bead, tears streaming down his face. His withered fingers traced the surface of the pearl. Finally, we welcome you back." The pearl in the merman elder's hand trembled, its brilliant light flickering within. He gazed at it intently for a moment, then suddenly asked her, "What do you have on you?" "Huh?" Sang Fiwen was taken aback by the question. She possessed many treasures, but one unusual item was the black egg that beat like a heart. The black egg was one she had brought from Dragon Ridge, a dragon egg whose growth had stagnated. This was something she couldn't display. "Nothing special," Sang Fiwen composed herself and replied in a low voice. Fortunately, the merman elder didn't delve into the matter. Instead, he returned the merman clan's most precious treasure, his aged voice filled with relief. "This is a treasure our clan has guarded for 1,000 years. It is destined to be with what you possess. Our clan's 1,000-year guardianship ends today. I entrust it to a destined person. Please cherish it well." Sang Fiwen accepted it with both hands and placed it in her inkwash space, deliberately placing it next to the black egg. Just as she placed it, the treasure suddenly cracked open, and brilliant light flowed out. A small golden snake-like ray of light darted straight into the black egg. Sang Fiwen was startled by this change, and quickly stole a glance at the merman elder. It would be embarrassing if the elder knew that the treasure had shattered right after being given to her, its destined recipient. Fortunately, the merman before her didn't sense the treasure's condition. The merman elder, with her eyes lowered, was clearly still lost in thought and completely unaware. She glanced quickly at the inkwash space again. The black egg's throbbing suddenly became steady and powerful, and golden patterns faintly appeared on its shell, as if a life was awakening within. The merfolk were still nearby, and Sang Fiwen suppressed the urge to take out the black egg for a closer look. At that moment, several merfolk brought over 4 plates of things. The pearls on them were as white as moonlight, and the merfolk gauze was so light it seemed to float. Her heart leaped with joy. It seemed they were about to settle the rewards for the legendary quest. Chapter 99. The merman elder clasped her withered hands together, fingertips touching her forehead, and bowed slightly in an ancient gesture. All the mermen behind her bowed in unison, their scales shimmering in the deep blue light of the sea. A sudden stillness fell, broken only by the sound of the flowing water. The atmosphere became incredibly reverent. Our clan's great vengeance has been avenged. The millennium-long mission has been successfully completed. The merman elder's voice was filled with excitement, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked at Sang Fiwen. "This is all thanks to you, human Wanqinghui. You will be a friend of the merman race forever." Sang Fiwen, moved by the merman's gesture, bowed earnestly in return. "It is my honor." Completed legendary quest, The Legend of the Western Sea. Gained 1 skill point, 100 gold coins, 40 bushels of merman pearls, and 40 bushels of merman silk. Gained character trait, Affinity for the ocean. You are a friend of the sea, with high affinity towards marine life. Underwater movement speed plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%. Gain title, Friend of the Merfolk. Help the Merfolk overcome their impending doom. Their friendship level with you reaches maximum. You will receive Merfolk specialties monthly. 10 bushels of Merfolk pearls, and 10 bushels of Merfolk silk. Underwater stamina plus 150%, underwater evasion plus 50%. In addition, the legendary quest rewarded an enormous amount of experience. For white lights flashed around Sang Fiwen, indicating she leveled up, instantly reaching level 49. The higher Gu Lan's level, the more exponentially the experience required for leveling up increased. Even she was astonished by this leveling speed. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Having acquired a new character title, Sang Fiwen's eyes swept over the title slots, calculating in her mind. A character has 5 title slots, and the 3 titles Scholarly Inquisitor, seeing the beginning and knowing the end, and Quick Eyes and Hands are permanent, granting an extra point to a specific attribute upon leveling up, and absolutely cannot be removed. The remaining 2 slots require careful consideration. She decided to choose which to equip depending on the situation. If dealing with human NPCs, equipping Advanced Exorcist would greatly smooth the quest due to the accompanying human town worship points. Currently, the NPCs on the ship are all human, so this title cannot be removed either. The remaining slot. Since they've been sailing at sea, and will inevitably involve underwater activities, Sang Fiwen didn't hesitate too much, removing the Hero of the Forest title and equipping Friend of the Merfolk, which would be much more convenient at sea. She then considered how to make the best use of the merfolk's resources. If the neutral creature populations of Gulen are utilized properly, unexpected results can be achieved. Just like the Children of the Forest, the traveling mushroom service has become a well-established, fast, and convenient service, an indispensable supplement to the auction house for players. However, merfolk are very wary of humans, unlike the friendly and amiable Children of the Forest, making the idea of having merfolk develop maritime transport unrealistic. But if the merfolk are simply asked to deliver items to designated locations at specified times, that should be achievable. This way, her newly acquired items can be smoothly transported back to Dong-O. Her encyclopedia of marine life was still missing several troublesome and rare ferocious deep-sea creatures, such as the giant squid, goblin shark, giant deep-sea beetle, silver shark, and blue-ringed octopus. These creatures were incredibly powerful, and even top-tier fishing gear couldn't handle them. Since there were still a few days' voyage before reaching the Central Plains, she could ask the merfolk for help hunting them to fill in the gaps in her encyclopedia. After changing her title to Friend of the Merfolk, Sang Fiwen took out her enchanted grass backpack and requested from the merfolk elder, I have a request. At midnight, could you please send some merfolk to transport these grass backpacks to a location on the coast of Dong-O? The merfolk elder nodded. That's not difficult. However, our race inherently dislikes humans, so the place you choose cannot have any other people. Finding a desolate corner on the coast of Dong-O was a piece of cake for Sang Fiwen. Once the merfolk delivered the backpacks, Xiao Wuchang and Kinkingla would lead a group to meet them, and then transport them back smoothly. No sooner said than done. Sang Fiwen handed over the straw backpacks to the merfolk, entrusting them to help transport them to the designated coordinates. Then she used her newly subscribed personal terminal to connect to the voice service, and dialed Lun Wanchu's personal terminal. It's me. The moment the connection was established, Lun Wanchu's boisterous voice came through. She quickly interrupted. Wait, let's get down to business first. Tomorrow at 1 a.m., arrange for trusted people, leaving enough space, to go to that rocky beach in the southeast corner of Dong-O. I send you the coordinates. I had an NPC transport a batch of small, high-quality backpacks back. Be careful, don't let anyone follow us. Got it. You can trust me. Just as she finished making the arrangements, the merfolk doctor came over carrying Xiaoying. Xiaoying had received basic treatment and was still asleep. Sang Fiwen tried to hold her. The girl looked thin, but she was surprisingly heavy in his arms. Although his stamina had increased, carrying her back to shore with one arm was still strenuous. Let us take you, said one of the merfolk beside him, supporting Xiaoying's back. Another merfolk gently pushed Sang Fiwen from behind. This was much easier. It felt like a current was carrying them towards the shore, and they reached the beach in no time. When they returned to Shishao village, the storm had subsided. The sea breeze carried the fresh scent of earth. The land, previously covered in frost, had become dark and fertile again. The demonic energy had completely dissipated, and the fragrance of sprouting grass filled the air. Sang Fiwen took Xiaoying back to the village chief's house, and as soon as he turned around, he heard a tinkling sound. Looking up, They saw villagers carrying hoes, axes, and even planks and iron chains, surging towards the cliff in a long, winding line. Hurry up and fix the suspension bridge. The villagers, having learned the truth, were already repairing the bridge leading to the cliff. A bearded villager shouted, "Once it's fixed, we smash that dilapidated temple. Those deceitful idols, smash them all to pieces." The villagers cursed all at once, but their hands didn't stop working. Young and strong villagers were hammering nails into the planks, while the older men squatted beside them, passing materials, ropes, and iron rings. Anhua led a group of middle-aged women who had set up a small stove nearby, adding firewood to an earthenware pot, the faint aroma of rice porridge wafting out. Afeng led a group of teenagers running back and forth, delivering supplies. The villagers' faces were filled with excitement and anger, their eyes gleaming with the energy of someone looking forward to the future. The people of Shishao village could finally stand up for themselves. Congratulations on completing the hidden storyline The True and False Prayer of Shishao Village. Reward: 100 gold coins, 100 character reputation, 1 skill upgrade point. Completion level: perfect. Additional reward: unlock memory dungeon. Lin Yuan, standing beside her, received the same notification. The two exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go! Sang Fiwen gestured with her chin towards the sea. Lin Yuan nodded and followed her. As they passed the spot where they had killed Mo Chao's soul, Lin Yuan noticed a faint blue glowing tunnel. What's this? Lin Yuan touched the edge of the tunnel, and the faint blue glow flickered. Memory Dungeon. The True and False Prayer of Shishao Village, unlocked by Wan Xinghui. Lin Yuan. Want to enter the challenge? Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan were in a team, and shared this system notification. Her eyes lit up, and she laughed. It seems we completed this mission very well. We even created a memory instance. Other players can now enter from here and challenge what we experienced. The key is, every time another player completes the instance, we, as the initial discoverers, will receive 10% of the experience and gold rewards. Lin Yuan smiled enigmatically. Is this some kind of electronic rent collection? Our names are even on the property deed. Sang Fiwen chuckled at his description. Shishao village is remote. We probably won't collect much rent. She brandished the mutated magic core in her hand. Let's go. I take you to the sea to farm mutated monsters. It also helped break the seal on my clothes. Lin Yuan followed her brisk pace, his eyes filled with a gentle smile. Alright. World Channel System Announcement. Player Wan Xinghui, Lin Yuan has completed the hidden storyline of Shishao Village. World Channel System Announcement. The Shishao Village Memories instance is now open. All heroes and heroines are welcome to challenge it. System announcements in the game are nothing new now, but the words Wan Xinghui still attracted the attention of most players. World Channel Orange Flavored Spider. I envy Wan Shen's luck, always running into hidden quests. When will the game developers give me some attention too? World Channel Only Love Wan Shen. I hadn't seen my Wan Shen lately, turns out they changed maps. Looking for the coordinates of Shishao Village, DM me, price negotiable. World Channel Village Information Center Director. Am I the only one who noticed? This is the second time Lin Yuan has teamed up with Wan Shen for a hidden quest, right? There was an announcement about immortal grade equipment before, followed by a hidden quest, such similar plots. World Channel Lian Qingshui. You're overthinking it. Lin Yuan is a healer in Swordsman Online. Teaming up with a guild leader for quests is perfectly normal, isn't it? World Channel Xin Yuehu. Wow, this old man's jealousy is palpable. I can smell it even in my game pod. While the chat was joking around, a bright red bounty message suddenly popped up. World Channel Blood Moon Demon. Sect leader of Tianhua Moon will bounty offered to all members of the Laughing at the World Guild. Shows screenshots or videos of your kills to the Moon Will Guild to claim your reward. 3 gold coins for each kill. World Channel Uni. What's going on? Where did this Tianhua Moon Will come from? Daring to challenge Wan Shen's guild? I'm going to give them a thumbs down. World Channel Jungle Pro. 3 gold coins? Only 3 gold coins per kill? If they really want to mess with the people of Swordsman Online, this amount of money isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Is the new guild trying to stir up trouble and make its presence known? World Channel going up the mountain to fight tigers. 3 gold coins is a lot. Anyone want to do it together? DM me. World Channel Slacking Off Champion. The person upstairs has big dreams, but I don't know if they have the ability to earn that kind of money. World Channel Tian Chong. Tianhua Moon Wheel. Never heard of this little character? Daring to jump around? Brothers of Swordsman Online, let's team up for a dungeon. The World Channel suddenly became even more lively. Some were watching the excitement, some were taking advantage of the chaos, some were defending swordsmen online, and some were inquiring about the background of Tianhua Moon Wheel. Only the parties involved, Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan, were immersed in grinding monsters in the sea, completely unaware of this commotion. A quarter of an hour earlier, on Peony Street in Luoyang City, in an antique-style mansion. This luxurious residence was originally purchased by Fengxing Yelu under the name of Brilliant Starlight. Later, Brilliant Starlight defaulted on its contract, and the Hua family withdrew their investment. To offset the hefty penalty, the Brilliant Starlight Holographic Club gave this mansion, which had appreciated tenfold, to the Hua family. Now it serves as Huarong's base in the game. The smoke of agarwood filled the room. Huarong sat gracefully in the main pearwood chair, toying with a glass wine cup. Her floral cheongsam accentuated her radiance. A dozen or so guild leaders sat on either side of her. Despite being a level 0 player, she possessed a powerful aura, silencing the dozen or so guild leaders below, whose average level was 30. At the head of the right seat was Blood Moon Fiend, the guild leader of Moon Wheel Guild. Behind him stood a swordsman, none other than the vice guild leader, Crescent Moon Lone Blade, who had recently led the acquisition of the legendary orange weapon, Yamchun Baishue. Once everyone was seated and holding their breath, Huarong smiled faintly, her voice as soft as honey. Guild leaders, I invited you all here today because I have an important adjustment to discuss. She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone as if weighing goods. Regarding the mission to kill members of the Smiling Proud Wanderer Guild, you all did your best, with the Moonwheel Guild achieving the best result. But in my opinion, even Moonwheel is far from sufficient. Therefore, the company has decided to merge your guilds. Her tone was like the softest cloud spoke the most uncompromising words. The new guild will be named Tianhua Yueluan, temporarily led by the Yueluan Guild. Everyone else will be second in command. Next month, in the battle to seize the Shijing Mine, I want you all to work together as one and take down Xiao Jianghu. Those sitting below were all guild leaders of small guilds acquired by the Huashan Consortium. Upon hearing this, their faces instantly changed color. Some stared wide-eyed in shock, some clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, and many lowered their heads, hiding their anger in their eyes. Only Xiuyue Shatian and Xianwei Gudao exchanged glances, one flashing with ambition, the other a smug smile. Huarong, observing the mostly sullen but silent demeanor, a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. She slowly added, of course, Moonwheel is only temporarily leading the charge. If, during the battle for the Shijing Mine, someone stands out and makes a significant contribution to the company, I will naturally give this top position to someone more capable. The official sect affairs office of Gulan accepts applications for sect mergers and vassalage. Huarong is currently using the vassalage system, allowing the guild leader to change positions at will. Ultimately, her ultimate goal is to turn these small guilds into tools for the Huashan Consortium, merging them to create a truly super guild belonging to the Huashan Consortium. As soon as she finished speaking, Huarong saw the expressions on Blood Moon Fiend's and the others darken. Her smile deepened. Controlling others' destinies, and watching them sullen, but silent, was incredibly satisfying. Just then, a world announcement suddenly popped up. When Lin Yuan and Wan Qinghui's names appeared side by side, Huarong's smile froze. Her hand, which had been toying with a wine cup, clenched tightly, shattering the valuable, fragile glass cup. Sharp shards embedded themselves in Huarong's palm, drawing blood. A junior guild leader sitting below, who happened to be a healer, quickly cast a healing spell on Huarong, fearing the level 0 Huarong might die. Huarong tossed away the shards, two flames of obsessive rage igniting in her eyes, mixed with a venomous jealousy. The guild leaders present dared not utter a sound. This young lady of the Huashan Consortium was notoriously unpredictable. At this moment, her madness was on full display. She truly was a complete female demon. She looked up at Blood Moon Demon King, her tone suddenly turning cold, devoid of any smile. Now it begins. The smiling, proud wanderer should come to an end. Get out of here, all of you. I wait and see the outcome. Yes. The guild leaders, as if granted a pardon, rose and withdrew. Chapter 100. Only Huarong remained in the room, leaning back in her chair, her composed facade completely shattered. Huarong first flashed a chilling smile at the empty room, then instantly raised a hand to her chest, her eyes softening as if gazing at a hidden treasure. The next second, however, her lips twisted in jealousy and hatred, a few unintelligible chuckles escaping her throat. Long before Giant Technology officially announced its stealth technology, the Hua family had already gotten wind of it, and the family attached great importance to entering the Ancient Blue project. After she took over the Ancient Blue project, everything went awry. First, the guild she had invested in, its vice president Feng Xingyi Luo seemed possessed, stumbling repeatedly at Wan Xinghui's hands. Seeing her investment in brilliant starlight go down the drain, she had no choice but to cleanly and decisively cut off that mess. Fortunately, she seized upon a loophole in Feng Xingyi's scheme, recovering all her investments and forcing Brilliant Starlight to pay a substantial penalty for breach of contract. Although she made a bad bet initially, she handled things relatively well later on, and her father was satisfied with her performance. This allowed her to maintain firm control over the Gulen project, preventing her despicable sister and mother from getting their hands on anything. Then, there was Sang Peifeng, her former fiancé whom she had discarded like trash. She also made a bad bet and alerted the enemy, making it impossible to acquire the Sang family's prosperous Star Energy Company in the short term. Fortunately, her father didn't blame her. After all, there were other energy companies to acquire, and he didn't need the Sang family. Speaking of which, all her previous fiancés were short-lived commitments based on mutual benefit, and they were over once the deal was done. But Sang Peifeng was different. He and she were similar in some ways. Sang Peifeng hated the woman he considered a mother who had never given him eternal love. And she, in turn, hated the woman who died weakly, filled with resentment. If you want something, you should fight for it. Fight for it. What's the point of dying a pathetic death? She deserved it. This similarity had once stirred some inexplicable feelings in her towards Sang Peifeng, but those feelings were now long gone. Now that Sang Peifeng had lost the Sang family's trust and was imprisoned by Qin Han's Seoul Bureau, he was of no use whatsoever, so she had no interest in rescuing him. Besides, Sang Peifeng's current predicament was entirely her doing. She sent him to Qin Han as a pledge of loyalty, gaining Qin Han's sincerity towards the young girl, while she secured Qin Han's promise in return. This deal was incredibly profitable. Before Feng Xingye completely lost power, she managed to accomplish one thing. She helped her find out that the spirit race physician, who stood with Wan Xinghui during the first failed siege, was Lin Yuan. Exiting the game pod, Hua Rong accessed the data on her personal terminal. A dynamic image was projected into the air, a black-haired boy. The boy had fair skin, delicate features, and bright, star-like eyes. His lips and brows exuded a proud, defiant air, so vibrant it seemed he might step right out of the image. Lin Yuan. Hua Rong murmured softly, her fingertips tracing the outline of him in her memory, her eyes filled with a mixture of infatuation and madness. Senior, it must be you, right? I knew it. That fire wouldn't kill you. You just changed your name and hid. She suddenly remembered her father's order. That day, right after the accident at the Central Research Institute, her father's voice held an unquestionable authority. Romer, you must keep an eye on this person. Report any trace of him to me immediately. This was personally instructed by Minister Liu. At the time, she was filled with astonishment. Why was Minister Liu also looking for her senior? Later, she secretly investigated for a long time and finally pieced together some clues. It turned out to be related to the major earthquake within the military years ago. Minister Liu was going to harm her senior. She absolutely wouldn't allow it. Hua Rong stared at the vibrant young man in the image, her fingertips lightly tracing the edge of the image. Her voice was as soft as a lover's whisper, yet tinged with obsession. Don't worry, senior, I won't let you get hurt in the slightest. Once I find you, you be obedient and only be my senior, okay? Suddenly, she remembered something, suppressed her frenzied sigh, and dialed a personal terminal number. How's the acquisition in Central China going? Reporting to Miss, the Hegemony Guild has agreed to our acquisition. A respectful voice came from the other end of the personal terminal. Hua Rong curled her lips into a triumphant smile. Very well, Wan Xinghui and Lin Yuan are almost at the Central Divine Continent. Have them keep a close eye on those two. Bring Lin Yuan back safely, and as for Wan Xinghui, she paused, her tone ruthless, kill him back to level 0. Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan had no idea the world channel was in an uproar. As soon as their mission in Shishao village ended, the two plunged into the sea for some fun. The shallow waters were bright, and the fish in the shallow waters near Shishao village were salmon. Sunlight slanted into the sea, and they could see schools of salmon darting past like scattered silver. Once the villagers of Shishao village got used to fishing at sea, they would find that the surrounding waters were teeming with these delicious fish, rich in high-quality fat. However, Sang Fiwen's target wasn't these. She pulled Lin Yuan and swam quickly into the deeper sea. The deeper they went, the dimmer the light became, and the seawater grew icy cold. The salmon dwindled, and occasionally fluorescent jellyfish drifted by like tiny lanterns flitting through black velvet. I'm starting to lure monsters, be careful. Sang Fiwen pulled out the mutated magic core. It pulsed in her palm, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding water. Soon, several three-eyed eels swam wriggling from the darkness in the distance. They were immediately trapped in the steel fishing net by Lin Yuan, then pierced through the gills by the flying sword controlled by Sang Fiwen. The two swiftly and decisively finished off the mutated eels. Luo Shenqing Tian Pao, contaminated fur seal in effect, mutated monster hunting progress 5 out of 500. The two ventured deeper into the sea. The magic core's attraction grew stronger, attracting more and more mutated monsters. With perfect teamwork, Sang Fiwen methodically reaped their lives. Swimming to the edge of a dark trench, Sang Fiwen suddenly grabbed Lin Yuan's arm and pointed ahead. Look! In the darkness below, a huge shadow moved slowly. It was as long as a small boat, its movements stiff and unnatural, unlike the fluid movements of ordinary sharks. Its skin was grayish-purple, pitted and covered in white barnacles, making it look like a moving underwater reef from afar. A ferocious deep-sea creature, the goblin shark. The goblin shark's flat head had a strange nose, like a crooked shovel. Below the nose was a gaping maw, slightly open, revealing 2 rows of jagged teeth, each like a curved green hook, clearly venomous fangs. Its eyes, small and murky yellow, were hidden in the folds on either side of its head, staring unblinkingly at its prey, exuding a primal ferocity. It's a goblin shark, Sang Fiwen whispered. Finally found one. I call for help. She chanted a merman song in the sea, the unique sound waves spreading out, and a vortex-shaped portal appeared before her. The next second, more than a dozen mermen swam out of the vortex portal, each wielding an incomparably sharp coral spear, all strong and elite at level 70 or 80. Seeing the goblin shark, the mermen swung their tails, showing no fear, their eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit. Sang Fiwen gestured and charged forward first. The goblin shark lashed out with astonishing speed, its monstrous mouth opening to reveal sharp, venomous fangs, aiming for Sang Fiwen, who was leading the charge. Fortunately, with all her enhancements, Sang Fiwen was as agile as a sea cat underwater. She dodged diagonally, her steel harpoon plunging deep into the goblin shark's side, drawing a trail of green blood. Meanwhile, the peony sword flashed past, leaving a cross-shaped bleeding wound on the goblin shark's kill. Lin Yuan circled behind it, his specially made steel fork slashing at its tail fin. The merfolk worked in perfect coordination. Several swam in front of it to distract it, while others stabbed at vital points with coral spears from its sides. The goblin shark became enraged, thrashing about wildly in the water, its massive jaws opening and closing repeatedly, churning the seawater into a murky mess. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Fiwen used the opening created by the merfolk to plunge her sword into the soft flesh next to its eye. The goblin shark writhed in pain, its enormous body nearly knocking her away. After nearly half an hour of struggle, the goblin shark's wounds multiplied, its swimming speed gradually slowed, and its cloudy eyes lost their luster. Finally, it was stabbed in the head by the merfolk. Its massive body convulsed a few times before finally sinking to the bottom of the sea. Hunted 1 goblin shark, unlocking 151 of the marine fish encyclopedia. Current number of unlocked fish, 195, total points, 195, available points, 5. She only needed 4 more deep-sea species to unlock the entire encyclopedia. With a little more accumulation, she would have 10 more points to exchange for her last skill point. This sea voyage had been incredibly efficient. Sang Fiwen, panting, swam to the corpse, used her dagger to cut up the valuable fish meat, and gestured to the merfolk beside her in thanks. Thanks. The merfolk smiled shyly, summoned the teleportation array back to the merfolk village, flicked their tails, and swam back. The two surfaced a short distance, leaving the deep trench, and continued hunting ordinary mutated sea monsters in the shallower areas until the sun was almost setting and the surrounding seawater had turned orange. Only then, dragging backpacks full of supplies, did they reluctantly swim back to the Guixiang ship. Once aboard, Sang Fiwen went straight to the kitchen. Chef Yuhua was preparing a celebratory sushi feast for the evening, a welcome-back dinner for the captain. Li Gui had been waiting at the village entrance for the past few days, truly showing loyalty and righteousness. Li Gui, knowing he had participated in the operation to defeat the evil god, was very proud, and was generously treating the entire ship to a sushi feast tonight. Yuhua looked up and smiled as she entered. Let me see what goodies you brought today. Look at this. She placed a piece of goblin shark meat she had cut off on the counter. Yuhua's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, this is a tough piece from the deep sea. He deftly weighed the item, pulled out a money pouch, and handed it to her. Market price is 1,000 gold coins, but this is a friendly price. I even overcharged you by 50. Sang Fiwen took it and weighed it in her hand. The heavy weight put her in a good mood. She wouldn't have to worry about money for her trip to the Central Plains. Back in her room, she took out the black egg that had absorbed the mermaid's treasure from her ink-washed space. Lin Yuan leaned closer, staring at the half-arm-high black egg, his eyes full of curiosity. It's actually a dragon egg? Weren't dragons extinct? Where did you get it? Sang Fiwen didn't know how to explain how she obtained the dragon pearl, and didn't want to lie to Lin Yuan, so she simply stroked the eggshell and mumbled, I was lucky enough to get an item that could teleport me to the ancient Dragon Ridge. This egg came from there. Dragon Ridge? Lin Yuan's voice paused, a complex and worried expression flashing in his eyes. According to Old Man Jiang, the private domain used in that exam was formed autonomously by the supercubic spark. The Central Research Institute can only choose from a pool of private domains. They cannot control the formation of a specific private domain, let alone create the corresponding teleportation item. How come she has a teleportation item from the Dragon Ridge private domain? His heart tightened. Even the military hadn't anticipated the supercubic spark's immense power during that operation, affecting many people. Those affected later became unconscious, vegetative states. He thought she was alright, but he hadn't expected her to not only come into contact with the supercubic spark, but also obtain a teleportation item from it. Did she suffer any after effects? He was only alright because of Ian, but Sang Fiwen is lively and energetic now, not seeming to be in any danger. Many anxieties and questions welled up in his mind, but he was currently just a newbie boss in the game, unable to ask many questions. Lin Yuan suppressed his unease, planning to return as Bai Yuan to ask her again. Seeing his conflicted expression, Sang Fiwen assumed he was also interested in the dragon egg, so she smiled and said, You want one too? Don't worry, I take you to Dragon Ridge next time to see if there's a chance. Lin Yuan snapped out of his reverie and forced a smile, Then you better remember to take me with you. She nodded, then turned her attention back to the black dragon egg. This dragon egg seemed to be finally close to hatching. Chapter 101. Previously, the golden tree seed in the ink-washed space was constantly having its energy secretly absorbed by the dragon egg. She tried separating them, but the black egg would shake violently, and the little creature inside would cry out in protest. This frightened her, so she quickly put it back. She had been worried the seed would be drained, but now it was still plump and bright. She had worried unnecessarily. Now, when she removed the black egg from the golden tree seed, it was quiet and still. It seemed that after absorbing the brilliant light from the mermaid's treasure, the black egg no longer needed the golden tree seed's energy. She glanced at the dragon ball in her backpack. The teleportation array to Dragon Ridge was almost ready. Once the osmanthus fragrance ship docked, she would go to Dragon Ridge again to return the golden tree seed to Wuxiang, the child of the ancient forest. Now, a crack had appeared on the black egg shell along the golden lines. It looked like it was about to hatch. She cast an eye of insight over it. Shadow Dragon's egg, hatching progress 99.98%. Good heavens, what exactly is inside the merfolk's treasure? It's incredibly helpful for hatching this dragon egg. Before, it only had 15% hatching progress, and now it's maxed out. Sang Fiwen watched for a while, realizing her burning gaze wasn't helping the black egg hatch. Knowing she couldn't rush it, she put the egg away, and could only patiently wait for the baby dragon to emerge on its own. As night deepened, she borrowed the Grandmaster necklace from Lin Yuan, enhanced her Zhang clan talisman-making technique, and continued crafting the incredibly energy-intensive close-up talisman. Drawing the close-up talisman required Lin Yuan's help. As every night before, Sang Fiwen held a brush in her left hand, and the zhengyi gourd in her right. As the brush tip moved across the talisman paper, her spiritual energy rapidly decreased. Drawing the life-spanning talisman consumes the most spiritual energy. She has to gulp down a mouthful of fermented rice wine after only a few strokes. Lin Yuan stands beside her, with a bottle of fermented rice wine, silently counting how many sips she takes. Usually, Lin Yuan will immediately replenish the gourd with fermented rice wine after the 9th sip. Today, just as Sang Fiwen finished her 8th sip, the cinnabar on the talisman paper had already solidified into a complete rune, emitting a faint golden light. Successfully created the life-spanning talisman, quality assessment, heavenly rank. It's done? Lin Yuan's hand, holding the wine bottle, froze in midair, somewhat bewildered. Sang Fiwen was also stunned, pinching the gourd and looking at it. Strange, how come it's so fast today? The gourd itself hadn't changed. What had changed was the spirit creature inside, the wine worm. The already plump wine worm, nourished by the continuous flow of fine wine over this period, had grown even longer, swimming on its back and blowing bubbles. Giant wine worm, Spiritual creature. A spiritual creature born from aged wine, capable of transforming bland liquor into a fine vintage. Carefully nurtured by its master, Wan Qinghui, it has matured, and the spiritual energy restoration effect of wine is increased by 200%. One of the conditions for a wine worm to mature is to recognize a master, and it seems quite satisfied with Wan Qinghui as its master. I see. Sang Fiwen laughed, holding the gourd up to Lin Yuan's eyes. Sharing this delightful news, my wine worm has grown up. Now, a sip restores 50% of its spiritual energy, double what it used to be. She had previously hesitated about postponing her upgrade to the sword control technique, as the skill level would increase, making the spiritual energy consumption even greater. Now, it seems there's no need to worry at all. Lin Yuan glanced at the chubby little worm in the gourd, then placed the full wine bottle on the table. So, I'm just a decoration tonight. How could that be? Sang Fiwen put away the newly drawn close-up talisman. With Boss Xiaobai standing here, there's no way I can fail at drawing talismans. Lin Yuan was satisfied. Continue? Of course. Sang Fiwen wouldn't waste time. Increased efficiency meant making more close-up talismans, which might come in handy later. The mission in Shishao village ended, and the Guixiang ship continued its voyage. Only 2 days' journey remained between them and the central divine continent. During these 2 days, Sang Fiwen, with the help of the merfolk, hunted down the remaining ferocious deep-sea overlords, completed the sea fish encyclopedia, and exchanged for the last skill point. In the remaining time, she and Lin Yuan methodically farmed many mutated creatures. The first seal on their divine robes was about to be broken, and Lin Yuan's level had also risen to 45. They sold the fish they caught to Yuhua as usual, and the gold coins in their inventory accumulated, eventually reaching over 60,000. Besides the money, the fishing quests also provided a substantial amount of experience, allowing Sang Fiwen to reach level 50. This level gave her a lot of peace of mind. A higher level would be safer in the Central Plains. The player base of Gulan has now surpassed 1 billion, and there's a constant stream of various topics every day. These past 2 days, the conversation among Dongo players has been consistent. Whether in taverns, dungeon entrances, or game forums, the most popular chat spots, they invariably steer the conversation back to Swordsman Online within 3 sentences. You didn't see it. A ranger in leather armor boasted at the dungeon entrance. The people from Swordsman Online always move in perfectly aligned teams. Yesterday, I saw their elite team running a dungeon in Blackwind Cave. Their efficiency was incredible. Immediately, a healer leaned over and sent a screenshot to the nearby chat. More than that, this is their guild activity schedule. Even though it's blurred out, this densely packed schedule from morning till night is even more terrifying than when I worked at a big company. Sigh, they really are an elite guild. A nobody like me will just have to coast along. There's a reason they teamed up. Didn't you see that Tianhua Guild has a bounty on them lately? What Tianhua? I only know there's a Tianhua pharmacy. Their stuff is cheaper than other places. Even Xingwan Pharmacy isn't as appealing anymore. The players' chatter wasn't entirely unfounded. Every morning at dawn, the guild channel for laughing at the world comes alive. Guild channel Xiao Wuchang, sect leader attention all teams, report today's dungeon route. Guild channel Tiancheng, Blackwind Lair, our team's goal today is to refresh the speedrun leaderboard. Guild channel Beiming, outer edge of Misty Forest, we're farming vision gear today. The logistics member promptly updates the information. New pills have been replenished in the warehouse. Each team should collect as needed and record them in the guild ledger. Every morning after each team leader reports their route, the guild channel updates the day's activity map, using different colors to distinguish each team's location. Red is for dungeon teams, blue for open world monster hunting teams, purple for open world boss teams, and green for gathering teams. This information map is shared in real time within the guild channel. This makes it immediately clear which team needs support and which direction to move towards, much like an army's operational deployment. This idea was naturally Xiao Wuchang's. She had previously interned with the military during her summer break and had some experience with this. Players who wanted to claim the Tianhua Moon Wheel bounty gradually realized something was wrong. Before, it was easier to ambush lone members, but now it was impossible to find any solo members of the Swordsman Online community. Sometimes, after finally managing to surround a team and unleashing a barrage of skills, the sound of hooves would echo in the distance, and another team of members from the Laughing at the World Guild would charge in, usually with foul language. Damn it! How dare you touch our guild members? The elite members, leading their teams, spent their days in level 30+ dungeons, refreshing the speedrun leaderboards and reaping the coveted rewards. The ordinary members of the teams, following along, visibly improved their gear. After laughing at the world started forming groups, the bounty from Tianhua Moonwheel lost its appeal. Nobody was stupid, facing well-equipped and well-coordinated laughing at the world teams. A 3 gold coin bounty was simply not enough to justify the risk. Only the members of Tianhua Moonwheel continued to work hard. After all, it was a KPI set by their superiors, and failing to meet it would have dire consequences. The interim guild leader of Tianhua Moonwheel, Blood Moon, Sha Tian, had no choice but to grit his teeth and increase the bounty, finally raising it to 6 gold coins per kill before any professional bounty hunters were willing to team up and give it a try. However, the very next day, Swordsman Online posted a counter bounty, offering 1 gold coin for each kill on a Tianhua Moonwheel member. The tide turned instantly. 1 gold coin was worth at least 8 star coins. More importantly, the Tianhua Moonwheel group was a rabble, poorly equipped, poorly coordinated, and a much easier group to kill than Swordsman Online's members. Aside from a few dedicated bounty hunters who enjoyed high-difficulty challenges, most players turned their attention to Tianhua Moonwheel. Now, Tianhua Moonwheel members were practically walking gold coins. Tianhua Moonwheel had really shot themselves in the foot. However, Swordsman Online wasn't entirely without losses. Every day, small teams that stray far from the main group are often ambushed by members of Tianhua Yueluan. Like today, Scarlet's team was ambushed by dozens of Tianhua Yueluan members. A barrage of skills rained down, and within minutes, the entire team was wiped out. After being eliminated, Scarlet immediately reported to Xiao Wucheng, "Boss, today, only these members could see our team's coordinates." She listed several IDs: Sleepless Breeze, Old Wine, Little Sister, and Mion. Xiao Wucheng, "Very good, the traitor should be among them. Tomorrow, conduct another round of screening, reset the group permissions, and continue to send different information to each group. First, take the eliminated members to the warehouse to collect compensation. Give them an extra set of pills and equipment." This method was devised by Sang Fiwen and Zheng Xiao during a meeting a few days ago. They had been researching the guild channel grouping function together, and Zheng Xiao immediately came up with this idea. We can group guild members, and each day we can assign a lone team as bait, then create different information maps based on that. Members will only see the guild channel, and won't know they've been grouped. Zheng Xiao became increasingly excited as she spoke. Then each group will see different bait coordinates. For example, Group A might see the bait in Misty Forest, while Group B would see it in Peach Blossom Ridge. Sang Fiwen nodded and immediately added, "That's a reliable method. If the bait is ambushed, we can easily find out which group's information it is, and then do a few more rounds of targeted filtering to find the traitor." Currently, the members in the guild channel are still in the dark, all thinking they're seeing the same map. Fies watched the suspicious IDs still joking around in the channel, and sneered inwardly. Once the new map is released tomorrow, we know who the wolf is. Meanwhile, Xiao Wucheng is overseeing the construction at the Shujin mine. The newly occupied mine has a 2-week protection period. She hired the city defense NPC team from Luoyang City. Scaffolding is erected densely, and the craftsmen are hammering away at the stone walls. The fortifications are improving every day. Some curious players have also come to the vicinity of Huasha Valley to witness this massive construction project. Wow, Swordsman Online is really making a big splash. Looks like they're really focused on the Shujin mine. But why haven't I seen Wanshin? Shouldn't the top player be personally overseeing this mine? Have you been offline for days? Wanshin just finished the Shishao village quest. Someone posted the map on the forum. That village is on the sea near Zhongtushinzhou. Wow, they've gone all the way to the open sea. One player exclaimed, "I still haven't found a way to get on a ship." Wanshin's progress is ridiculously fast. Exactly, another player sighed. Hopefully Wanshin can unlock the sea route. I'm just waiting to be carried by some big shots. Xiao Wucheng was used to the surrounding players watching. As long as they didn't cause trouble, it was fine. She was holding several densely drawn blueprints, and walking towards Old Li, the NPC captain of the city defense team, not far away. "Uncle Li, can you help me build this fortress according to these blueprints?" Chapter 102. Old Li took the blueprint, first squinting at it for a few moments, then his eyes lit up. Then, holding the blueprint, he traced the lines with his finger, examining it carefully. His tone was full of admiration. Of course. Such ingenious ideas are truly rare. "I didn't expect you," laughing impermanence, "to be so proficient in defensive fortifications." Old Li's favorability +5. Laughing impermanence breathed a sigh of relief. This blueprint was something everyone had discussed and worked on at the guild meeting a few days ago. She had initially worried about the difficulty of implementing it in the game, but she hadn't expected Oldley to give it his full approval. Routine meeting a few days ago. As soon as the meeting started, Lun Wenshu, the finance manager, complained to Zheng Xiao and Sang Fiwen, the guild headquarters. This bottomless pit was barely filled, and now there's this gold mine. Sang Fiwen was both amused and exasperated. Those straw-woven enchanted backpacks I gave you last time, should they be enough to recoup some funds? If not, there's still the funding from the previous investment conference, right? Think long-term, this investment is nothing compared to future income. You'd be counting your money later. I understand the logic, Lun Wenshu said weakly, but spending money like water every day is painful. By the way, I'm reminding you, Xingwan Pharmacy is losing money every day. Love Coffee, don't you think? Love Coffee, who had been hiding in the corner pretending to be invisible, was called upon and immediately sat up straight, giving an awkward laugh. Don't worry, the alchemy competition is in a few days. As long as ZMO and Xing win, the pharmacy will have a chance. Sang Fiwen became interested. I remember the competition is on Wednesday? Who can stream it for me then? Leave it to me. AI Coffee immediately patted her chest and agreed, brimming with confidence in the two alchemists. Just then, several images popped up on the computer conference interface. Zheng Zhao's voice followed. Let's not talk about money yet, take a look at this. This is the defense plan designed by the city defense captain NPC, take a look. She clicked the share mode, and the defensive fortification map of the Shujin mine immediately filled the holographic projection. Since occupying the Shujin mine, the Huansha Valley area belonged to Xiao Jianghu, so defensive fortifications naturally became a top priority. According to the defense plan, Xiao Jianghu planned to build a fortress around the mine to enclose it. After the last landslide, there was no risk of further collapse, and they had even added a layer of reinforcement to the mountain. Now it couldn't be safer. The new terrain was very stable, perfect for building a fortress. Sang Fiwen zoomed in on the drawings on the light screen, her fingers sliding over them to examine them closely. She suddenly recalled her past life, when the super guild contending for supremacy in the central plains of China built its sect on similar terrain, constructing fortresses as impregnable as bronze walls, effortlessly handling even NPC factions from different directions. Based on her past experience, Sang Fiwen pointed to the city wall and said, one defensive wall isn't enough, we need two more. Make sure the walls are far apart, and the city gates are staggered as far as possible. Even if the outer wall is breached, the enemy will have to travel a long way to reach the second gate, allowing us to set traps along the way. As she spoke, she downloaded the blueprints to her personal computer, activated the drawing mode, and began sketching on the screen, adding, the height and width of the city walls also need to be increased. Zheng Xiao looked at the map that Sang Fiwen had shared again. With just a few strokes, the defense plan had become intricate and complex, full of traps, like a perilous maze, exuding a ruthless trap anyone who comes vibe. This modification is good, Zheng Xiao pondered for a moment. If the enemy doesn't have large siege weapons, they probably won't be able to get in at all. But the walls are so high, neither side's ranged attacks can reach them. Wouldn't we just be staring at each other helplessly? I already thought of that, Sang Fiwen laughed. I already learned enchanting. I add arrays that extend the casting range to the walls, so our people can stand on them and hit the enemies on the ground. You're really good at pioneering. Zheng Zhao's eyes lit up. You even got a hidden skill like enchanting? Sang Fiwen smiled modestly, just a bit lucky. Lun Wenshu also examined the map closely, pointing to the width of the walls and frowning. This is too wide. The largest defensive siege weapon. We don't need that much space. The system has a player density requirement on the city walls. You can't cram 100 people in. Make it narrower. Making it this wide would use so many more materials. It's so expensive. I don't want to cram people up there. Sang Fiwen shook her head, explaining, do you guys remember those giant crossbow bolts from the First Guild War? Zheng Xiao nodded. Of course I remember. The power was really considerable, but the rate of fire was too slow, and reloading was a huge hassle. The Central Plains have mechanical arts. Sang Fiwen's eyes brightened, her tone filled with longing. They can modify those giant crossbow bolts into automatic reloading ones, with a rate of fire like a machine gun. The only problem is that the width of the mechanism would increase significantly after the modification, which is why I want such a wide city wall. The mechanical arts are that powerful? Zheng Xiao perked up. Then you better find a way to get your hands on them. Besides, there's only half a month left. Do you think you can bring those things back in time? Don't worry, I got it covered. Sang Fiwen laughed. She was a reborn person. Her mind was full of strategies. Xiao Wuchang looked up at the fortress walls under construction, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Once the fortress is finished, coupled with the crossbows modified with mechanical arts, the defense of the Shujin mine should be a sure thing. Old Li had finished reviewing the new defense plan and, stroking his beard, said, "According to your plan, we need to add more craftsmen, otherwise the construction period might take several more days. Also, with these changes to the city walls, the material costs will increase." "No problem," Laughing and Permanence readily agreed. "We can add as many craftsmen as we want, and we can afford the labor and material costs. Please make sure it's completed within the next 2 weeks." In the distance, Clear Sky Deer suddenly sneezed, then continued diligently calculating the financial statements, feeling a chill run down his spine. Tianhua Moonwheel Guild Headquarters. "Where are your eyes?" Blood Moon Fiend, now the new guild leader, glared at his elite confidants, slamming his fist on the table with a deafening roar. "The lucrative Shujin mine was right under your noses, and you let it slip by? Now look what you've done, letting Laughing at the World seize it, and even hiring the city defense NPCs of Luoyang to build a fortress. Do you want me to hand over my leadership position?" The second in command, Crescent Moon Lone Blade, stood at the front, head bowed, quietly defending himself. "Back then, after the landslide, we wiped out those two from Laughing at the World, and then—" "I didn't ask you to explain." Blood Moon Demon King kicked over a nearby stool with a loud bang, startling several people in the back row who shrank back. His face was so dark it could drip water. "Luckily Miss Huaron doesn't know about this yet. All of you, keep your mouths shut. If anyone dares to leak a single word, your real-world information is all in my hands." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Crescent Moon Lone Blade. "Lone Blade, you're in charge of seizing the mine next month. If you lose, you can forget about sitting in this top seat. We all be starving." Second in command Crescent Moon Lone Blade's eye twitched, inwardly cursing this incompetent fool who only knew how to talk tough. Despite his imposing manner, he forced a respectful expression and replied, "Yes. I take care of it." Crescent Moon Lone Blade obediently withdrew, but in his heart, he had his own plans. The Huashan Consortium had acquired so many small guilds, each vying for the top spot. If they could acquire the Su Jin mine this time, it would serve as a pledge of allegiance to Huarong. Then, he could seize the opportunity to swallow up those disgruntled smaller guilds, firmly securing his position as the second in command of the new super guild in Dong-O. Perhaps he could even oust that incompetent Blood Moon Fiend Heaven. "Boss," an elite member approached, the warlock with the ceiling teleportation skill, and whispered, "Should we try the hidden map again? Last time, I managed to get some information out of the NPC while he was drunk. The reward for the follow-up quest is a summoning scroll for a legendary creature." "Let's go!" Crescent Moon Lone Blade led the elite members out. "Come with me to the warehouse to get supplies. Consider it guild expenses. We have to get that reward back this time." A group of people followed behind him, their equipment excellent, at least a full set of purple gear, the treatment given to elite players after the Huashan Consortium's acquisition. Actually, long before the Moonwheel Guild was acquired by the Huashan Consortium, they had already completed the preliminary progress of that hidden quest, obtaining the hidden skill sealed teleportation. Lone Blade was quite proud of it for a while. However, the subsequent quests were too difficult. The monsters had ridiculously high attack and health, and the boss's skills often one-shot players. Their equipment wasn't good enough at the time, and even after running out of supplies, they couldn't get through, so they had to put it on hold. But now it's different. With the Huashan Consortium's support, their equipment has been upgraded, and their backpacks are stuffed with the best elixirs. If they try again, they might be able to succeed. Everyone, get your spirits up. He turned and glanced at the group, his eyes filled with unwavering ambition. If you conquer this quest, you all reap the rewards. When they seize the mine, they can use a summoning scroll unexpectedly to summon a legendary creature to join the battle. Even if those guys from Laughing at the World built 10 city walls, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Yes. The elite members rubbed their hands together, and the group headed towards the hidden map. The setting sun painted the sea a vibrant orange-red, and with a creak, the Guixiang ferry finally docked at the port of Suming City. Under the guidance of the dock dispatcher, the ferry was adjusting its mooring position. Sang Fiwen stood on the balcony outside her room and looked down. The lanterns on the dock were already lit, their orange-yellow light falling on the mountains of cargo boxes, with porters coming and going. Enter Zhong to Shinzhou, unlock Zhong to Shinzhou chat section, Zhong to Shinzhou game forum section. Current identity, visitor. Only able to browse the title page. A 10-digit Zhong to Shinjo player invitation code is required to unlock all browsing and posting functions. Sang Fiwen waved her hand, closing the pop-up system notification. Turning her head, she saw Lin Yuan also staring at the air in front of him, his eyebrows slightly raised, clearly having received the same notification. I hadn't really noticed this before. This setting is quite novel. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the system prompts, a hint of curiosity in his voice. This is a permission division implemented by the game's main AI. Sang Fiwen turned around, resting her elbows on the balcony railing as she explained. Players from different continents don't chat with each other. Eastern Continent and Western Continent are considered one continent, while Central Divine Continent is a separate continent. Before setting foot on other continents, everyone plays their own game. In her previous life, like most players, she always felt this setting was deliberately designed to make things difficult, and she often cursed the game's developers in private. It wasn't until Qin Han told her about the unusual phenomenon of celestial bodies converging above Sabay Star that she realized Central Divine Continent might indeed have something special about it. Now she believed it. The game's developers truly couldn't control this game world. They were, at best, just pure operators. This is somewhat like that classic advertising slogan from the history of commercials on Ancient Blue Star. We are not the producers of XX, just the transporters of XX. This time, besides clearing land and acquiring territory, she wanted to understand the secret of the supercubic starfire in central China. If that thing could truly connect the game and reality, would her every move here actually affect Sabay Star, which was reflected in the ancient blue world? While pondering this, Lin Yuan nodded, indicating that he temporarily understood this ridiculous premise. After the ship came to a stop, a crew member's voice rang out in the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at our final destination, Xuming City in central China. Please disembark. Welcome back to the Guixiong. Sang Fiwen then took something out of her backpack and solemnly handed it to Lin Yuan. Put this on. It was a silver-gray circular ring, simple in design, smooth on the surface, and unremarkable. Chapter 103. What's this? Lin Yuan took the ring, looking up at her with a barely perceptible glint of anticipation in his eyes. He couldn't help but think that this was somewhat like the exchange of tokens in some ancient ritual, except usually, the man should be the one to offer something first. The Ring of Disguise. Sang Fiwen shattered his beautiful fantasy, her tone serious. Due to the game mechanics, the NPC factions and players in the Central Plains are hostile. In the eyes of the NPCs in the Eastern and Western continents, players are at most outsiders, foreigners. But here, players are called travelers. She pointed to the ring. So you have to wear this and change your character's stats from player to ancient blue native, otherwise we'd be unable to move an inch. She had begged and pleaded with Li Gui to get this ring last night. Captain Li, a seasoned seafarer, possessed a vast collection of valuable items in his private treasury. Even with her status as a VIP guest of the Guixiong ship, she still had to haggle for a long time before finally exchanging 1,000 gold coins for this ring called the Ring of Disguise. The effectiveness of this Ring of Disguise, which even Captain Li wouldn't easily relinquish, was naturally unquestionable. Ring of Disguise, fashion accessory, dimensions 0.2 by 0.2 by 0.1, weight plus 0.2. After wearing, one can arbitrarily modify their personal information, achieving a perfect disguise that is extremely difficult to detect. Most disguise props require borrowing information from other characters, completely changing one's identity from beginning to end. Like her disguise mirror, although its effect was also difficult to detect, it ultimately required wearing someone else's face. But this ring is different. It doesn't need to be disguised as something from a stranger, you can directly modify the character's information. The character's appearance can be left unchanged or finely customized. She specifically sought out such a rare item because she knew Lin Yuan disliked changing his appearance. In her previous life, such items were extremely popular with those who cared about appearance and were incredibly rare. These appearance-obsessed people loved changing their beautiful faces every day, traveling around to see different sights and take photos. Lin Yuan put the ring on his left ring finger, made a few gestures in the air, and brought up the attribute panel to change the information. He then looked in the mirror, saw that he still looked the same, and a satisfied look appeared in his eyes. He then took something out of his backpack and tossed it to Sang Fiwen, tit for tat. Sang Fiwen caught it. It was cool to the touch. The Grandmaster's necklace of immortal rank, with a delicate chain engraved with exquisite heart-shaped patterns. Her eyes lit up, and she teased him, "This is a really good thing, you're giving it to me?" Even as she said this, she had already happily clutched the necklace tightly in her hand. Lin Yuan deliberately reached out. "Don't want it." Give it back. Too late. She immediately put the necklace into her backpack. She had been eyeing this necklace for a long time, but the conditions for wearing it were strict. It required occupying 3 accessory slots simultaneously. Her 8 poison mother ring and the gourd of contention were both very useful, but the mist necklace was optional, and she couldn't wear the Grandmaster necklace continuously for the time being. However, she already had a plan in mind. A wandering NPC in the Central Plains could expand her accessory slots, but encountering him was entirely a matter of luck. However, Sang Fiwen knew a location where she had a high probability of spotting that wandering NPC. She would try her luck there. Sang Fiwen carefully put away the necklace, her first thought being, even if Lin Yuan wasn't by her side, she could now create the time-traveling talisman on her own. But as soon as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a strange emptiness. All good things must come to an end, and the thought that Lin Yuan might leave one day filled her with a sudden sense of loss. Sang Fiwen then realized that her mindset had changed. After the tragedy that befell her family in her previous life, she had long been accustomed to relying on herself for everything, never asking for help if she could do it independently. But lately, with Lin Yuan constantly by her side, this habit had been unknowingly broken, and she had actually begun to rely on his company. Lin Yuan watched her put away the necklace, a slight smile curving his lips. Let's go, it's time to disembark. Sang Fiwen snapped out of her reverie and replied, okay. The two left the room and encountered Zhang San in the corridor. Zhang San, carrying his pack, seemed to have been waiting for Sang Fiwen for some time. Upon seeing her, he said, I must first go to Xianfu City to report to the Emperor. My great-grandmother instructed me to go with you to find the Emperor of Fengdu. This journey will be extremely dangerous, so please wait for me. Don't worry, Master Zhang, Sang Fiwen nodded in reply. I scout out Xuming City first, and we proceed after you return. Hearing this, Zhang San went on to give a few more instructions, saying that the guards in the city were strict, and they should avoid trouble and find jobs, etc. Sang Fiwen already knew most of the information he gave, but she listened carefully nonetheless. Recalling the taciturn Master Zhang San she had first met, his current rambling manner made him seem like a caring friend, and a warm feeling welled up in Sang Fiwen's heart. Guests who wished to disembark, hurry up! A crew member cleared the area, and the group disembarked. Zhang San waved, his figure, carrying his luggage, quickly blending into the crowd at the dock. The port of Xuming City, where the Guixiang ship docked, was one of the 3 major ports in the Central Plains. The dock was piled high with cargo containers. The Guixiang ship would stay there for a few days before continuing its journey to the Western Plains. Sang Fiwen knew that the gameplay in the Central Plains was very different from that in the Eastern and Western Plains. The core gameplay emphasized immersive role-playing. Players who wanted to obtain rare resources had to make a name for themselves among the NPC factions. Most players in the Central Plains found joy in the hardship, and even a sense of accomplishment. Many players joked that it was like The Sims, and it wasn't far from the truth. As a player from across the ocean, Sang Fiwen planned to first establish herself in Xuming City, located on the edge of the Central Plains, as a foothold. Ideally, she wanted to buy a mountain so she could transfer it to the Swordsman Online sect and establish its headquarters. Swordsman Online already had 2 headquarters, the main headquarters, Zhejiang Peak, and the secondary headquarters, Huiri Mountain. Initially, the investment was enormous, with Lun Wanxu constantly sighing over the accounts. But now, the returns far exceeded the initial investment. Rare medicinal herbs grew in the herb garden, divine steeds roamed the horse farm, and the wine cellar in the back mountain was overflowing with aged wine. Enough not only for the guild's own use, but also generating substantial profits from sales. The facilities within the headquarters were a favorite among members. Life skill facilities were 50% cheaper than outside, warehouse rent was 30% off, and the healing hot springs were free for members. Many members had long since become accustomed to these benefits, privately saying, we simply can't play games without Swordsman Online. Through word-of-mouth recommendations and forum hype, countless players dream of joining Swordsman Online and becoming a member. However, the entry requirements are getting increasingly stringent, forcing players to hone their skills and techniques in hopes of passing the entrance exam. Even with these stringent requirements, the number of members in Swordsman Online sects is growing rapidly. At this rate, the 2 existing guild bases will eventually become insufficient. Building another cross-continental base would undoubtedly cost more than the previous 2 combined, but Sang Fiwen believes it's absolutely worthwhile. It's not just about having more territory, more importantly, the base comes with its own guild teleportation array. After the release of the Central Plains expansion, crossing the sea by ship became more convenient, but the voyage of over 10 days was still unbearable for some players who dislike seafaring gameplay, especially in case of emergencies. Only the guild teleportation array can instantly transport players across oceans. A sea voyage of over 10 days shortened to a blink of an eye. Who wouldn't be tempted? It's no wonder that all players are scrambling to join super guilds with cross-continental bases. Miss, would you like some fresh salmon? A shout interrupted her thoughts. Sang Fiwen snapped back to reality, looking up to find herself and Lin Yuan already outside the dock, strolling through the bustling port commercial district. The one calling out was a vendor carrying a shoulder pole. The salmon in the wooden basin were still jumping around, their silvery scales gleaming. 3 gold coins a pound, 3 pounds for 10 gold coins. Just unloaded from the fishing boat, still lively. Before Sang Fiwen could respond, Lin Yuan spoke first, a hint of amusement in his voice. Young man, you look friendly, are you a bit bad at math? The vendor scratched his head, a little embarrassed. My lord, how did you know? This customer was truly handsome, almost like a celestial being descended to earth. A group of workers carrying goods walked past them, chanting work songs. Their carrying poles were bent under the weight, but their steps were steady as they weaved through the crowd. Not far away, a vendor squatted behind his stall, hawking his wares over lively, wriggling shrimp, fresh seafood. Just unloaded from the ocean-going fishing boats, cheap sail. Many travelers with backpacks hurried by, clutching their tickets, their eyes scanning the dock ferries, probably looking for a berth for the next ferry. Sang Fiwen smiled and waved to the vendor. No need, thank you. The two continued walking. Looking up, they could see a white cliff ahead. The cliffs resembled a sliced cream cake, stretching endlessly into the distance. Above these cliffs lay the main city of Shuming City. This city was situated on high ground, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. The coastline and white cliffs run parallel, creating a breathtaking panorama of blue sea, white cliffs, and elegantly arranged buildings atop the cliffs. Shuming City connects to the mainland of Zhongtu Shenzhou on only one side. Built atop towering mountains, the buildings rise in tiers, their red walls and golden tiles shimmering in the setting sun, making the entire mountainside appear as if painted with a dazzling array of colors. 6 steel cables on each side of the port slant up the cliff face, 12 cables hanging in midair like harp strings. Each cable carries several wooden cable cars, slowly ascending with the turning of massive mechanical gears. The only way to enter the city is by cable car, Sang Fiwen muttered, glancing at the ticket price. 1 gold coin for non-locals, that's outrageous. Lin Yuan didn't say much, went straight to the ticket office, paid, and returned with 2 wooden tokens. The two followed the crowd, inserted their tokens into the turnstiles, and the wooden box-like carriage swayed off the ground. Lin Yuan, who had been staring at the workings of the mechanical gears, couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the kind of mechanical art you were talking about? Interesting." The sea breeze of dusk blew in through the window, carrying a pleasant scent. Sang Fiwen peered out the window. The harbor gradually shrank into a delicate model, while the patterns on the white cliffs became increasingly clear, the marks of time eroded by the sea clearly visible. The cable car slowly ascended, the buildings on the cliff tops getting closer and closer. Even the guards at the city gate, who had previously appeared as small as grains of rice, were now clearly visible. Sang Fiwen turned to look at Lin Yuan, who was gazing intently at the sea view outside the window, his profile bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. Suddenly, she felt a deep sense of peace. Although she was used to exploring alone, having someone with her was always better than venturing out alone. Upon reaching the city gate, the guard stopped those entering, conducting a routine identity check. Sang Fiwen's heart pounded, her palms tightening slightly. Fortunately, their disguises were sophisticated enough that the guards' checks found nothing amiss, and they nodded at them. Go in. The two breathed a sigh of relief and followed the flow of people into Shuming City. The first thing they did after entering the city was to go to the academy to upgrade their skills. The academy in Shuming City was rather deserted. At first glance, there were only about a dozen people, and apart from the skill instructors, it was hard to tell whether the others were players or NPCs. Sang Fiwen didn't bother with the details, and went straight to the swordsman instructor, spending skill points to upgrade the skill she had already mastered. System: sword control technique upgraded successfully. Horizontal wave slash upgraded successfully. 100 ghosts parade upgraded successfully. Skill levels are capped at level 5. Upgrading from level 1 to level 5 requires 1/3/5/7 skill points respectively. Gu Lan has a wide variety of skills, but skill points are limited. Players can only make choices, focusing their skill points on the most important skills. Upgrading sword control technique from level 2 to level 3 requires 3 skill points. The other 2 skills each cost 1 skill point to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. She spent 5 skill points in one go, but fortunately, she had accumulated a considerable number of skill points after collecting the Sea Fish Encyclopedia, so she wouldn't have to worry about it for a while. She checked the upgraded skill attributes. Sword Control Technique, level 3 consumes 1% X skill level X current maximum spirit energy minus 10% asterisk intelligence, spirit energy per second. Sword Control attack speed increased by 120%, damage increased by 120%, ignores target defense by 30%, maximum range 200. Automatically stops when spirit energy is depleted. Cooldown time 50 seconds. Horizontal Wave Slash, level 2 after charging. Quickly spin and unleash a circle of sword energy around yourself, dealing quadruple attack damage to all creatures within a 5.5 by 5.5 by 5.5 area. Cooldown, 45 minutes. Night Parade of 100 Demons. Level 2 summons 2 random demons from the 18th level of Hell, commanding them to act. Cooldown, 45 minutes. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Those 5 skill points were well spent. The power of both Sword Control and Horizontal Wave Slash had increased significantly, and Night Parade of 100 Demons could summon 2 demons instead of 1. Furthermore, the cooldowns of both Horizontal Wave Slash and Night Parade of 100 Demons had been reduced by 15 minutes. The sky gradually darkened, and lanterns lit up the streets and alleys. The two decided to find an inn nearby to stay. Turning the corner, they saw a welcome guests inn. The storefront wasn't small, and it looked quite tidy. The innkeeper, a plump old man, glanced at them and immediately pulled out a wooden contraption from behind the counter, which looked like a camera. "You two are from out of town, aren't you? According to city regulations, we need to check your identities before you check in. Please don't mind." The plump old man fiddled with the wooden camera, taking a picture of each of them. Sang Fiwen's heart tightened. Her right hand remained hovering over the gourd. If her disguise was exposed, she would have to strike first. Chapter 104. "Don't be nervous, sir," the plump old man explained with a chuckle. "This is a surveying device made using mechanical arts, nothing strange. The headquarters of the Ingenious Construction Bureau is right here in our city. Our mechanical arts here are quite impressive, you see once you stay longer." Lin Yuan subtly moved closer to her, saying calmly, "I'm not nervous, just tired. Please hurry, innkeeper." The pleasant scent of cedar wafted from him, and Sang Fiwen gradually relaxed, releasing the gourd with her right hand. All right. The fat old man put away his camera, a smile plastered on his face. "There's only one lower-class room left. I wonder if you too." Sang Fiwen didn't want to be checked again at another inn, so she simply handed him a gold coin. "One room will do." The fat old man took the coin, his eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. He handed her the room key and a map. "Thank you, sir. Just a heads up, you need to accumulate 100 city contribution points to stay long-term. If you don't accumulate enough within 3 days, you won't be able to stay at our inn on the 3rd day." Sang Fiwen remembered Zhang San's warning before he left. In the Central Plains, unemployed people staying in one city for an extended period are easily spotted by guards. Those high-level guards' inspection skills might see through their disguises. If their traveler identities were exposed, they'd likely end up in jail. She thanked the innkeeper and took the room key and map. "Thank you for the reminder. We go find some work right away." "That's perfect." The fat old man was quite enthusiastic, pointing to the wooden notice board across the street. "It's been rather unsettled outside the city lately. Monkey monsters keep attacking our people. The City Defense Bureau just posted a notice. Clearing out the monkey monsters will earn you contribution points. Would you two like to give it a try?" Lin Yuan nodded, "Thank you." He turned and quickly walked to the notice board, said a few words to the guard next to him, and accepted the mission. Party member Lin Yuan has accepted the city defense mission for Shuming City. Clear out the rampant monkey horde around the city. After accepting the mission, the two followed the fat old man up to the 2nd floor room. At the end of the corridor, he pointed to a door. "This is it. I'm sorry to trouble you too." Sang Fiwen entered the room and looked around. Although it was only a lower-class room, it was clean and tidy. 2 narrow beds stood against the wall, a wooden table was by the window, and a copper basin filled with water was in the corner. Everything was there. Lin Yuan opened the window. Outside was the coastline below the white cliffs, a good view. It was actually a seaview room. A gentle evening breeze blew in, and Sang Fiwen closed her eyes to enjoy the moment. The fatigue from the journey had mostly dissipated, and she was so comfortable she almost closed her eyes. Lin Yuan's voice reached her ears. "Shall we go directly outside the city to kill monkeys tomorrow?" Sang Fiwen took out the map the fat old man had given her. The map had the streets and alleys of Shuming City outlined in ink, and the mountains and forests 20 miles outside the city were also clearly marked. She pointed to a spot and said, "No, go here. That's a mountain on the outskirts of Shuming City, called Lingmei Mountain." She remembered that within a 20-mile radius of Shuming City, only this place had monkey monsters. The monkey monsters around the city are rampant. Sang Fiwen circled a circle on the map with her finger, but the monkey troop usually doesn't come down the mountain unless something is amiss. There must be something unusual about Lingmei Mountain. Maybe it's hiding some special mission. Lin Yuan leaned closer to look at the map, his fingertip landing on the location of Lingmei Mountain. Then let's go check it out tomorrow. It's a good opportunity to clear out the monkey monsters along the way, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After exiting the game pod, Sang Fiwen's obsidian computer on her wrist suddenly lit up and vibrated slightly. She opened the message. A holographic image of the 1st Military Academy's emblem was projected onto the obsidian screen. A golden shield hovered in midair. 2 swords crossed on the shield, and behind the shield was a miniature imperial blue star, its deep blue star trails clearly visible. It was a notification from the school's official account. Important notice. Hello, Sang Fiwen, a student of the 1st Military Academy's elite class. Please arrive at number 1 Feiyue Street, former Central Research Institute building, in the central area of the capital star at 9 a.m. today. An important announcement is to be made. Please arrive on time. This was Sang Fiwen's first time attending a group meeting. Since the start of the semester, she had rarely participated in class activities, applying for exemptions from most courses. She only had 4 classes a week, and the rest of her time was spent either researching mecha blueprints in the warehouse or busy with matters at the Starry Sky Holographic Company. Fortunately, the elite class's training wasn't rigid, encouraging students' free development. Otherwise, she would have been warned by the school's intelligent training system long ago. She immediately went out, driving her hover car out of the garage and merging into the morning traffic. 30 minutes later, the hover car came to a smooth stop in front of a building. This building, originally the main building of the Central Research Institute, still exuded a sacred and solemn feeling, its silver curtain wall gleaming with a cold, hard sheen. However, now 2 striking icons appeared on the wall. On the left was a triangular scepter in cold silver and matte black, representing the Federation's power. On the right was a mecha shield in dark gold and deep blue, representing the military's power. This division, 1/2 and 1/2, acted like an invisible boundary marker, dividing the entire building into 2 camps. Sang Fiwen felt a surge of emotion. The last 2 times she'd been here, it was for the entrance exams, back when this place was entirely part of the mysterious Central Research Institute. Back then, she'd been so nervous her palms were sweating. Now, she was a student in the elite class of the 1st Military Academy, standing here again, and everything had changed. After the energy outage, the conflict between the military and the Federation had been making headlines, with news reports filled with images of spokespeople blaming each other. Now, crisply dressed guards stood at the left-hand entrance, their sidearms gleaming coldly. It seemed the military had ultimately won the dispute, extracting considerable benefits from the Federation, even taking half of the Federation Central Research Institute's main building. Sang Fiwen showed her student ID and noticed to the guard at the entrance, and followed the student volunteers from the 1st Military Academy into a room. When she arrived, several people were already seated inside. The venue wasn't very large. The seats could probably seat about 150 people. At the front was a stage-like platform with a straight red curtain that completely obscured what was behind it. Sang Fiwen had only taken 2 steps when she heard someone call her from the front row. "Fiwen, over here." She looked forward and saw Chi Chong, Ji Qian, Yumeng, Zhang Baiwei, and Zhang Bailu sitting in the front row, all waving at her with smiles on their faces. Her gaze swept across the middle area, and she saw Lu Qingcheng and Hua Yun sitting there as well. As soon as Lu Qingcheng saw her, he immediately stood up, waving and smiling. Sang Fiwen continued to scan the entire venue, but didn't see Bai Yuan. She nodded slightly to Lu Qingcheng as a greeting, then walked straight towards Chi Chong and the others. Lu Qingcheng's smile faded. Hua Yun, sitting beside him, tugged at his sleeve, her tone slightly sarcastic. "Sit down, why bother with her?" Lu Qingcheng yielded to Hua Yun's pull and sat back down, but his eyes kept glancing towards Sang Fiwen. Ji Qian moved aside to make room for Sang Fiwen, patting the chair with her hand. "Fiwen, you finally arrived. We've been waiting here for ages." The group was huddled together discussing something when Sang Fiwen sat down. Zhang Baiwei asked, "What's the big event today? Gathering all the top students from these past few years? This is the first time I've seen this." Chi Chong leaned forward and lowered his voice. I bet it's about this year's 3-school joint entrance exam. Think about it. It's only once every 3 years, and this year is perfect. Sang Fiwen nodded and asked, why haven't I seen any seniors? She had looked around and hadn't seen Zheng Xiao. Ji Qian quickly answered, I know that. The senior students already took the joint entrance exam last year, so they probably aren't eligible to participate again this year. Besides, they're all busy with internships in various military units right now. They don't have time to come. Yu Meng, standing nearby, joined the conversation. The location of the joint entrance exam for the 3 schools in previous years was kept secret. Our leader participated last year and even told us some inside information. Oh, you 2 juniors don't know yet. Our leader is Laughing God. Chi Chong immediately added, didn't I tell you last time that Laughing Impermanence from the Laughing Rivers and Lakes Guild is our senior? She is Laughing God. Sang Fiwen already knew all this, but still feigned surprise. Ji Qian beside her clearly looked like he stumbled upon some juicy gossip. What? Xiao Wuchang is actually Xiao Shen. That's a legendary figure. Keep telling us the inside story of the last joint entrance exam. Yu Meng cleared his throat. Our boss said the last joint entrance exam was held on an unnamed star not too far from the Deedlon star system. There was a newly formed, unstable singularity there, with chaotic energy, making it extremely dangerous. Zhang Baiyue's eyes widened upon hearing this, her face filled with worry. Not far from Deedlon star? Did they deal with that singularity later? Yu Meng nodded. Of course they dealt with it. After the 3-school joint entrance exam, the military, together with the free citizens, eliminated the threat. Zhang Baiwei breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Bailu's face showed a hint of fear. They actually chose such a dangerous place for the joint entrance exam? All the participants are top students from the 3 major military academies. Choosing such a dangerous place is too cruel. Yu Meng shrugged, her tone tinged with helplessness, but that's the reality. The boss said that although it was jointly organized by the 3 academies, and with the military and civilian forces involved, they had set up many protective measures beforehand, providing all the guarantees they could think of, but some participating students still didn't come back alive. Zhang Baiwei sighed, her eyes filled with complex emotions. I really don't dare to think about whether I could escape unscathed if I went to such a dangerous place. Her family lived on a marginal planet, and she had witnessed the harshness of the cosmic environment since childhood, making her exceptionally sensitive to danger. Yu Meng leaned closer to her. If you could participate in the joint entrance exam, it would definitely be beneficial for your future development. Haven't you always wanted to join the military's Imperial Blue Garrison Fleet after graduation? That would be an excellent advantage. Zhang Baiwei nodded emphatically, her eyes filled with determination. That's right, we people from the edge of the planet suffer from chaotic energy flows year-round. My childhood dream has been to wear a military uniform, guard the border of the Deedlon star system, and ensure my family can live a peaceful life. Sang Fiwen had been listening silently. Suddenly, Ji Qian leaned closer and whispered, I learned something from Dad. This year's 3-school joint entrance exam might be held on Sabay Star. Sang Fiwen pondered, is it because of the celestial conjunction? Ji Qian sighed, it seems Dad lied to me before. He said the situation there was very stable, but think about it, if everything was really fine, why would they choose to take the joint exam there? I reckon the situation on Sabay Star is much more severe than we think. Sang Fiwen pursed her lips, how can I participate in the 3-school joint entrance exam? She desperately needed this opportunity. Yu Meng chimed in, I heard from the boss that the standards change every year. Last year it was based on practical assessment, and the year before it seemed to be a combination of theory and simulation. Who knows? Sang Fei nodded, remaining silent, but straightening her back even more, waiting for the meeting to begin. Whatever the selection criteria, she had to try. This opportunity was too important to her. The clock on the wall slowly slid towards 9 o'clock. The middle-aged teacher on the stage cleared his throat, and seeing that everyone was almost present, he began the meeting on time. Distinguished students of the elite class, please be quiet. The middle-aged teacher's voice carried throughout the hall through the microphone. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhuchen Yuan, the tutor of the senior elite class. Today's meeting is to select the most outstanding students to represent our school in the triennial joint entrance examination. Chi Chong whispered to his companions. Zhuchen Yuan, our boss's mentor, is notoriously strict. It's said he disciplined our boss so much that he was afraid to even go to the training grounds. Sang Fiwen nodded. Principal Jiangxing wasn't present. It seemed he had more important business. Perhaps he had already gone to Sabay Star. Zhuchen Yuan paused, his gaze sweeping over the students below the stage, and continued, as usual, The participating schools are the top 3 military academies in the Dylan Star system. But I have bad news for everyone. According to the comprehensive data from the past 3 years, in the latest rankings, our school's ranking has dropped 2 places, currently ranking 3rd. This information was clearly newly released and hadn't been officially announced yet. Zhou Chuanyuan's words immediately caused an uproar among the students. Everyone was in an uproar. How is this possible? Wasn't our school always firmly in first place? What happened these past few years? How could we drop 2 places? No wonder they were in such a hurry to summon us. It turns out our ranking has dropped. Various murmurs rang out. No one had expected the school's performance to be so poor in the past few years. A murmur rippled through the front row, the voices low but clear. Sigh, these past few years have really been a period of stagnation. Aside from Laughing God winning a championship once, there haven't been any notable achievements. Laughing God isn't as good as Jiang God back in the day. Back then, Jiang God single-handedly carried the school's rankings. Who didn't know Jiang God of the top military academy? Chi Chung frowned, almost standing up to retort. Yu Mang quickly tugged at his arm, whispering in his ear, "Don't be impulsive. This is the selection process. If you cause trouble, you'd definitely be disqualified. Don't you want to be selected, perform well in the joint entrance exam, and help the boss slap these people in the face?" Chi Chung took a deep breath, his anger still lingering, but he managed to hold back, only glaring fiercely at the gossiping group. Sang Fiwen's previously calm gaze flickered upon hearing the name Jiang God, and she involuntarily focused her attention on the gossip. Speaking of which, what happened to Jiangshan? He was so amazing back then. How did he suddenly disappear? It's just a rumor. I heard his whole family died in an accidental fire. They couldn't even find all their remains, so tragic. No wonder, such a genius, and I heard he was super handsome too, what a pity. At this moment, the staff on the stage moved, attracting everyone's attention. 2 staff members walked to either side of the curtain, grabbed the ropes, and pulled hard. The red curtain silently fell down, revealing what was behind it. Behind the curtain were 10 stealth aircraft cabins neatly arranged, their silver-gray shells looking very high quality, with the 1st Military Academy's emblem on the corners. These were clearly custom-made, looking more sophisticated than the models circulating in the market, and the patterns on the cabins were more intricate. Chapter 105. Zhou Chuanyuan pointed to the rows of cabins on the platform and continued, "The good news is that the final rankings are not yet determined. The results of this 3-school joint exam will be included in the final rankings. Therefore, this competition is very important to our school, as it relates to the school's future development. This year, we will use customized stealth pods for the assessment, with the goal of selecting 5 outstanding students to participate. Pay attention to the numbers on your seat armrests," he gestured, his fingertips tracing across the rows of seats. "Now, numbers will be called randomly. 10 people will enter the cabin together for scanning. The scan will directly read your character data in the Gulen game. It will not cause any changes or losses to your characters, so please rest assured about data security. After the scan, you will use your Gulen characters to take the level assessment in an independent private domain. The specific rules will be synchronized to your personal computers later. Please check them." Sang Fiwen carefully examined the stealth pods. The pods were covered in intricate patterns, meticulously designed energy circuits. She then quickly scanned the venue. The staff present were all dressed in military academy uniforms. Not a single person was wearing the white uniforms of the Central Research Institute. This technology of directly accessing private domains was previously exclusively controlled by the Federal Central Research Institute. It seemed the military had not only made contact with the Hypercube Spark, but had also achieved substantial research results. The students erupted in excitement upon hearing that the assessment would be conducted using game characters. Using an ancient blue character? My character hasn't even gotten all the level 35 equipment yet. The armor is still the basic model bought from the shop. This is so sudden. I should have spent more time in the game. I shouldn't have given up on that mission last week. It's not that sudden. Didn't you hear? The new elite class's early exam uses the stealth pod. You should have prepared earlier. Oh no! I forgot to upgrade my skills. My main attack skill is only level 3. Will I be able to upgrade it after the exam? Sang Fiwen glanced at the venue, quickly calculating in her mind. The elite class doesn't have many students to begin with, less than 100 across the 3 grades. 10 students per group, at most 10 groups. The teacher just said each group's exam would be about half an hour, so it shouldn't take too long and shouldn't interfere with tonight's game plans. She had arranged to do the city defense mission with Lin Yuan, and didn't want to stand him up. However, the 3-school joint exam is also important. If there really is a time conflict, knowing Lin Yuan's personality, he would definitely wait for her. Sigh, I have to find a chance to get Lin Yuan's real-world computer number next time I log on. It's so inconvenient not being able to contact him in advance when something happens. On the stage, Chen Yuan was already controlling the public terminal, starting to randomly draw numbers. First group, numbers 5, 12, 19, 35, 25, 35, 44, 50, 57, 53, those whose numbers are called, please line up at the side of the stage. Sang Fiwen glanced down at the number on her armrest, 35. She wasn't called this time. She looked towards the side of the stage. The students whose numbers were called were standing up one after another, their faces showing a mix of nervousness and excitement, quickly walking towards their designated spots. Chi Chong suddenly slapped his thigh, startling Ji Qian beside him. His armrest number was indeed 35. He was in the first wave of students called. Chi Chong stood up, stretched his wrists, and as he walked down, rubbed his arms together and shook them, patting the boy who had just said that Xiaoshen was inferior to Jiangshen. Dare to talk about me behind my back, Xiaoshen? Let's have a match. The boy, equally defiant, raised his chin. So what if I said it? It's true. Let's have a match. Who's afraid of who? Chi Chong, his fighting spirit ignited, strode onto the stage. Yu Mang shook her head helplessly beside him, turning to Sang Fiwen and the others, saying, he's really something, he can always pump himself up. But that's good, I guess he perform even better later. Once all 10 were on stage, the staff pulled the ropes again, and the heavy red curtain slowly closed, hiding the cabin and the students behind it. Light footsteps and voices came from behind the curtain. The 10 students, wearing the uniformly distributed blindfolds, entered the cabin one by one, guided by their teacher. Each student's cockpit location was kept strictly confidential. No one except themselves and their teachers knew. About 15 minutes later, the first student emerged from one side of the curtain, pale-faced and with unsteady steps, seemingly exhausted, as if they had just endured an exceptionally difficult assessment. 5 minutes later, 6 more students emerged, some with frustrated expressions, others with vacant stares. Only 3 remained behind the curtain. Chi Chong was among the last to emerge. He appeared to be in good condition, though a thin layer of sweat glistened on his forehead. The students who had finished the test did not return to their original seats, but were led directly to another waiting area by the teachers nearby. As he passed Sang Fiwen and the others, Chi Chong deliberately turned back, winked at them, and gave them a thumbs up, implying that they shouldn't worry, and that the assessment wasn't as daunting as it seemed. Seeing this, Yu Mang quickly took out his personal terminal, intending to send a message to Chi Chong to inquire about the situation. However, the message remained undelivered on the screen, causing him to frown. The venue is blocked, messages can't be sent. After the 10 people left, the teacher on the stage operated the terminal, and the large light screen at the front of the venue lit up, directly displaying the assessment results of the 10 people. Assessment ranking / game ID / overall score. First place, Tian Chong, 98.8 points. Second place, Fei Sei, 80.4 points. Third place, Jean Gutai Ma, 95.5 points. Sang Fiwen looked at the rankings on the light screen, and noticed that several of the IDs of the 10 people were frequently active in the Xiao Ao Jianghu Guild channel. It seemed that Zheng Xiao had indeed recruited many students from the top classes. Now, the elite members of the guild were basically alumni. Yu Mang stared at Chi Chong's score, his tone tinged with excitement. What's the full score? Tian Chong got 98.8. That kid just needs a little push. Getting roasted a couple of times just now actually brought out all his skills. The teacher hadn't said what the full score was, and nobody knew. The next 3 groups of students went up for the assessment, but none of them managed to surpass Tian Chong's score. Yu Mang was chosen in the 3rd group. He came out with light steps, ultimately scoring 98.5, temporarily ranking 2nd. Zhang Baiwei was chosen for the 4th round of assessments. After it ended, the rankings on the screen were updated again. Assessment ranking / game ID / overall score. First place, Tian Chong, 98.8. Second place, Bei Meng, 98.5. Second place, Xian Yuehu, 98.5. Fourth place, Fei Sei, 80.4. Zhang Baiwei was Xian Yuehu. She also scored 98.5, tying for second place with Yu Mang. When she came out, she couldn't hide her joy and gave Sang Fiwen and Ji Qian a big victory sign. It was now the second to last group's turn. The teacher in charge of tallying the scores looked at the screen and sighed softly. Looks like no one can surpass Zheng Xiao this year. The teacher next to her chimed in. Zheng Xiao got 100 back then, right? This year's evaluation criteria are said to be more complex. 98 might be equivalent to 99 in the past. Besides, only 2 people have ever gotten a perfect score in history, so don't push yourself too hard. Just then, Zhou Chunyuan announced the drawn numbers again. Sang Fiwen heard her number 35, and Ji Qian and Lu Qingqing's numbers were also among them. The 3 of them were assigned to the second-to-last group, and the assessment was about to begin. Ji Qian took a deep breath and subconsciously tugged at Sang Fiwen's arm. "Let's do it together, don't be nervous." Although she said this to Sang Fiwen, she herself was nervous. Lu Qingqing also came over. He looked at Sang Fiwen, his gaze complex. He had a feeling that this friend he'd grown up with was reaching heights he could never attain. "I believe you be fine." Lu Qingqing moved closer, lowering his voice to ensure only Sang Fiwen could hear. "The Lu family will always support Fanqing Holographic." Sang Fiwen whispered, "Thank you." She understood the implication in Lu Qingqing's words. Recently, the Huashang Consortium had been making frequent moves, acquiring scattered shares of Fanqing Holographic. The Lu family had likely already rejected the Hua family and chosen to support her. However, seeing Hua Yun still by his side, she guessed his relationship with Hua Yi hadn't completely soured. But Sang Fiwen had no time to consider the pressure from the Huashang Consortium at this moment. Shortly after the anomalies appeared on Sabay Star, it was sealed off, the population was evacuated, and all energy mines ceased operations, including her parent Starry Energy Company. Fortunately, thanks to the foundation laid by Sang Fiwen in Guilin, Starry Energy Company did not collapse, and her father had shifted his focus to Guilin. During this transition period, she had her father's trusted men, a highly professional team, under her command. She didn't need to worry about the business details, and could focus solely on managing her guild and shops in the game. Sabay Star was jointly sealed off by the Federation, the military, and the free citizens. Entry was only possible through the joint entrance exam of the 3 schools, her only way to access the Celestial Convergence. To unravel the mysteries, she had to pass this exam, even if it meant facing immense hardship. Furthermore, Principal Ji Yingxing had likely already gone to Sabay Star, presenting her with a good opportunity to get closer to him. Besides, the battlefield for this exam was Guilin, the place she knew best. Her top-tier character, Wan Qinghui, whom she had personally crafted, was ranked number 1 on the Guilin leaderboard. She had absolute confidence in her skills and familiarity with the game. Sang Fiwen entered the game console. The moment the door closed, a mechanical voice sounded in her ear, initiating data scanning. A familiar scanning sensation followed, and the darkness before her eyes was gradually replaced by light. When Sang Fiwen opened her eyes again, she had transformed into Wan Qinghui, standing in a pure white space. This was exactly the same as the initial interface for creating a character in Guilin. A golden polyhedron floated in the center of the space, its surface shimmering with fine light patterns. "Please touch the central hub to teleport to the assessment level." The mechanical voice echoed within the space. She stepped forward, her fingertips barely touching the cool surface when a sudden, deafening buzz, like a resounding bell, filled her mind. A majestic female voice, seemingly traversing billions of light years, echoed, "Those who have traversed light years, find my heart." Sang Fiwen was puzzled. What did this mean? Was this a hint for the test? Before she could ponder it, the gravity around her vanished abruptly, as if she had plunged into an abyss of weightlessness. Then all 5 senses disappeared, and the world fell into a chaotic, deathly silence. A few seconds later, her senses returned instantly, like a receding tide. A vast, boundless, azure nebula stretched across the universe like an endless ribbon. And she stood directly before this magnificent nebula. A human girl, as small as a mustard seed, faced a colossal, butterfly wing-sized death nebula. Backstage at the examination site, technicians monitored 10 light screens and numerous data instruments. The screens displayed real-time footage from each game pod. The data cables of each pod were a complex web, extending all the way to the underground Hypercube Starfire Transfer Hub. This building was currently jointly overseen by the Military Research Institute and the Central Research Institute. The daily checks and balances between their personnel slowed down new research progress. However, military researchers, led by Jiang Zi's team, had begun to decipher the generation patterns of private domains. Private domains were essentially fragments of the ancient blue world, different times, different locations, but all within the ancient blue world. The 10 enormous screens displayed different images, all randomly generated fragments of the ancient blue world by Hypercube Starfire, surging volcanic lava, examinees leaping and bounding on floating stones. A lone plume of smoke rises straight from the desert, countless venomous snakes lurking in the yellow sand beneath the examinee's feet. In the deep trench, the immense water pressure slows the examinee's movements, and a massive shadow approaches from the depths. A technician suddenly reports. Report, examinee number 35's screen is malfunctioning. ID. A clear, cool, youthful voice rang out. Examinee number 35. Game ID is Wang Xingwei. A black-haired youth in a white shirt immediately stood up and strode to the technician's side. These technicians were all members of Jiang Zi's team. A month ago, they had quite a few complaints about the newly arrived teaching assistant, Bai Yuan. But in the past few months, Bai Yuan not only collected crucial data on the unstable singularity, but also completed a dangerous mission that should have been carried out by military combat personnel, successfully disposing of the singularity and earning the approval of many high-ranking figures within the military. More importantly, teaching assistant Bai seems to possess an extraordinary understanding of the hypercubic spark, and it was precisely his key ideas that led the team to a breakthrough in their research on the essence of the ancient blue private domain. Therefore, the on-site technicians responded swiftly to his instructions without the slightest doubt or hesitation. Perhaps only Jiang Zi's own authority surpassed his. Jiang Chini, transformed into Bai Yuan, was currently staring intently at the chaotic, light-filled screen, speaking much faster than usual. Repair with all your might and restore the image. Keep a close eye on the cabin life support system. Immediately suspend the exam if any abnormality is detected. Yes, sir. The technicians immediately began repairs. Jiang Zi walked over and patted Jiang Chini on the shoulder. Don't worry, I personally designed this cabin safety mechanism. Don't you trust your teacher? He turned to the technical team and ordered, pay attention to the energy fluctuations in the cabin, then try to rewind the footage. Yes. Jiang Chini's tense body relaxed slightly, but his eyes remained firmly fixed on the cabin's security monitoring interface, afraid of missing even the slightest anomaly. He should have continued to recuperate, but after learning about the selection process for the three-school joint entrance exam, he guessed that Sang Fiwen would definitely participate, so he volunteered to come. Jiang Zi couldn't refuse him, so he had to assign him to be in charge of technical control, but he was also happy to see Jiang Chini actively getting close to Sang Fiwen. Red Alert 35. Abnormal ability reaction has reached its peak. A rapid alert suddenly sounded from the control panel. Jiang Zi asked in a deep voice, what are Wan Xinghui's safety vital signs? The technicians immediately replied, Wan Xinghui's mental energy load index is about to fall below the safety line, indicating severe overexertion. Force exit. Jiang Zi decisively ordered. Sang Yata's mental strength is at least SSS level, and her endurance should be extremely high. What kind of private domain assessment did she encounter? Wait. Jiang Chini suddenly spoke, her gaze fixed on the stubbornly struggling endurance curve. She's still holding on. She can still manage. Let her continue. The monitoring room fell silent instantly, with only the alarm still sounding. Jiang Zi glanced at Jiang Chini's tightly pursed lips, then at the struggling vital signs data on the screen, and finally nodded. Observe for another 10 seconds. If it doesn't work, stop immediately. Jiang Chini didn't speak again, her eyes fixed on the screen, as if trying to see through the vivid data lines, and see the girl gritting her teeth and persevering in her private domain. Chapter 106. Within the private domain. Sang Fiwen, having just regained her senses, was instantly speechless with astonishment at the sight before her. She was actually in the universe. Beneath her feet was a solitary, suspended meteorite. All around her was the vast, boundless universe, billions of stars scattered like crushed glass dust across the endless, dark velvet. At the edge of her vision, a vast, azure nebula, like a boundless sea, was unfurling its butterfly wings. The nebula pulsated silently. Streams of light flashed constantly at its edges, sometimes contracting, sometimes expanding. From afar, it resembled a giant butterfly wing, except that the chaotic energy flows on those wings were like boiling liquid, swirling and forming vortexes, radiating a chilling sense of oppression. The butterfly nebula is a dying elegy for a galaxy, its internal energy 100 times more violent than an unstable singularity. Sang Fiwen felt as insignificant as a mustard seed. The vast nebula could annihilate her with a mere ripple of air. This is the ancient blue private domain examination hall? So shocked that she only now noticed her vision blurring and her health rapidly decreasing. Warning. Character suffocating. Extreme cold, cosmic radiation causing continuous damage. She suddenly realized she was in a vacuum, wearing only in-game equipment, without protective gear. Deadly radiation, extreme temperature differences, and energy turbulence would cause massive, continuous damage. Sang Fiwen dared not delay, immediately putting an oxygen bead in her mouth to stop the suffocation. At the same time, she slapped the crimson gourd hanging at her waist, and a golden light shot out from its mouth, summoning the peony's sword. She ran her hand across the sword, instantly activating the goddess of the Luo River possession. 1,000 layers of radiant light exploded from the sword, and a phantom of the goddess of the Luo River, clad in a long, flowing dress, rose behind her, gradually merging with her form. The radiant light and sword energy intertwined to form a semi-transparent shield, isolating her from the vacuum damage. After ensuring the goddess of the Luo River possession was effective, she took a great rejuvenation pill from her medicine box, fully restoring her health. With gained skills and items functioning normally, she felt reassured. Even if this was the universe, it was a universe with the ancient blue game system. However, the goddess of the Luo River possession lasted only a limited time. She had to seize every second. Sang Fiwen immediately focused her mind, forcing herself to calm down, and quickly searched for a way to clear the level. The magnificent female voice in her mind earlier couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Search for my heart. This must be the objective. She looked up at the pulsating butterfly nebula, and at that moment, a figure, wreathed in a blazing tail of flame, burst forth like an awl tearing through fabric, from within the swirling, deathly vortex of the azure butterfly wings. It was a mecha. Sang Fiwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the ancient blue private domain? How could such a scientifically advanced thing as a mecha suddenly appear? How had the private domain's examination hall become the universe where the ancient blue star system resided? The steel body, forged from alloy, tightly bound a pulsating golden flame. The mecha pushed its engine nozzles to their limits, its speed soaring. The massive azure nebula receded behind it, creating a vast distance in just a few seconds. The butterfly nebula behind it seemed enraged, flapping its wings violently, spewing forth countless tiny, rice-grain-sized golden figures, densely packed like a golden rainstorm, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing mecha. The ribbon-like figures, their bodies pulsating with spiritual energy, moved freely through the vacuum. They were ethereal and graceful, like miniature celestial dancers, swarming forth and charging straight at the cold, metallic construct that was trying to escape. The beautiful spirits and the cold alloy, the elegant yet ferocious pursuit, created an extremely eerie scene against the backdrop of the deathly nebula. Some of the faster-moving ribbon figures had already caught up with the mecha, touching the golden light imprisoned in its arms, but before they could make a further move, they were struck by energy cannons fired from the mecha's shoulders. The particle streams from the energy cannons collided with the ribbon figure's spiritual energy, instantly annihilating them in space, exploding into clusters of dazzling light mist. Sang Fiwen's mind raced. These golden ribbon figures clearly originated from within the nebula. They were urgently chasing the fleeing mecha, obviously trying to reclaim what had been stolen. So, what the mech is carrying is very likely the item for clearing the level. That thing called my heart. Only 1.5 minutes left of the Luotian possession. Sword control. Phantom step. Speed scroll. The peony sword instantly transformed into a golden streak of light, hovering in front of her. With a stack of speed buffs, Sang Fiwen stepped onto her flying sword and chased after the mech. Even so, the mech's speed was too fast. Its fiery tail was like a light that could never be caught, and the distance between them didn't shorten at all. The glow of the Luotian possession was beginning to dim, her protection was almost gone, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. Just then, the golden ribbon figure suddenly changed direction, transforming into streaks of light and surging towards her. Sang Fiwen didn't dodge, letting the warm orbs of light land on her body and sword. Spiritual energy limit increasing. The familiar system notification appeared. She watched as her spiritual energy bar rapidly increased, eventually reaching an unimaginable height, hundreds of millions of spiritual energy points. The spiritual energy of the ribbon-like figure attached to her body, and the energy field emanating from the mecha interacted, producing an acceleration effect equivalent to hundreds of thrusters. The massive amount of spiritual energy was evaporating at a visible rate, serving as fuel for her immortal sword, allowing her to travel at a speed far exceeding that of the mecha. In the vast universe, a golden line instantly lengthened, its speed increasing several times over, catching up with the mecha trailing a fiery tail like a golden lightning bolt. The fleeing mecha had already sensed the movement behind it, abruptly turning around, its shoulder-mounted energy cannons already brimming with dazzling light. The next second, an energy cannon shot, powerful enough to annihilate a planet, hurtled towards Sang Fiwen at an unbelievable speed. Just then, the effect of the Luotian possession dissipated, and Sang Fiwen was forced to squint by the heat wave from the energy cannon. The energy cannon and her speed were both too fast, there was no way to dodge it. The mech turned and fled without hesitation, completely disregarding the outcome. It was certain that the cannon would reduce the foolish human to ashes. At that critical moment, Sang Fiwen remained remarkably calm. Deep within her consciousness, an invisible gate seemed to open, and a torrent of spiritual power overflowed. The surrounding stardust, the swirling golden light, the mech silhouette, and the trajectory of the energy cannon all slowed down instantly. Time seemed to freeze. Sang Fiwen twisted her waist, and the peony sword beneath her feet slightly deflected, barely avoiding the energy cannon's trajectory. The next second, time returned to normal. The particle cannon grazed her hair, exploding into a dazzling display of light a short distance behind her. Miss. Without the Luotian's possession, her health was rapidly decreasing. She quickly pulled out a great rejuvenation pill from her medicine box and swallowed it. The energy drain from stopping the cannon was immense, and the backlash from overdrawing her mental energy struck her suddenly. She felt as if her brain was being pierced by countless needles. Through the gaps created by those needles, a burning emotion was transmitted through the ribbon figures attached to her body. It was a plundered rage, making her instantly feel as if something incredibly important had been stolen from her. This emotion was like a surge of adrenaline in her mental energy, propelling her furiously to the side of the mecha. She drew the peony sword from her feet and swung it down. The sword shone brightly with golden light, and countless ribbon figures exhaled spiritual energy, converging into a sharp blade. The sword cleaved the heavens. Sword skill and spiritual energy merged perfectly. She unleashed an unyielding sword light across the universe, severing the seemingly indestructible alloy mech in two. Sang Fiwen reached into the mech and snatched the golden flame. The instant she touched it, her entire body felt as if it were engulfed in flames, as if she were seeing an endless golden ocean, so dazzling she could barely open her eyes. What was this? Before she could react, the tiny golden ribbons attached to her, and the peony sword suddenly left, disappearing into the shimmering, iridescent substance. The spiritual energy emanating from them acted as a medium, focusing the sound waves and transmitting them to Sang Fiwen's ears. And Xie. The voice was too indistinct, Sang Fiwen couldn't hear it clearly. Her health was now down to a sliver. Fortunately, a mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations on completing the simulation challenge." Score being generated. Immediately afterward, her consciousness began to recede like the tide, her senses blurred, and all the images melted into a white light before her eyes. The hatch of the stealth pod slowly opened. Sang Fiwen steadied herself by holding on to the edge of the hatch before straightening up. Her face was pale, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, still carrying a lingering sharpness. Seeing someone emerge, murmurs immediately arose from below. Someone crossed their arms and scrutinized her, shaking their heads slightly. The first one out so quickly, couldn't hold on any longer, could she? Normal, after all, she's a freshman. It's inevitable that her performance wouldn't be ideal when facing this level of virtual stealth testing. Sang Fiwen completely ignored the gazes and whispers directed at her. The exhaustion from the high-intensity challenge and the sluggishness caused by mental overload enveloped her, leaving her only wanting to find a place to rest. The instructor, noticing her distress, quickly approached. "Come with me, the rest area is over there." Leading her through a passageway, the instructor stopped at a semicircular station bathed in soft blue light, pointing to neatly arranged silver tubes inside. "Judging by your complexion, you're severely exhausted. Go get a bottle of the school's special nutrient solution. It quickly replenishes your mental and physical strength. Don't push yourself too hard." Sang Fiwen grabbed a bottle of the special nutrient solution, drinking it as she walked into the rest area. She sat down in an empty seat near Chichong and Yumeng, about to close her eyes and rest for a moment, when she heard a cool voice. "Heh, you got out pretty quickly." Hua Yun, sitting diagonally opposite her, crossed his arms and looked at her. The first one out of this high-intensity simulation chamber, and the result. She drew out her words, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. "Look at you, things must not be easy up there. But there's nothing shameful about it, failure is normal, you get used to it." Her words sounded like concern, but the gloating tone and the implication of her failure were unmistakable. Before Sang Fiwen could speak, Zhang Baiwei frowned and glared at her. "Who are you? What's it to you? A country bumpkin from the outer star regions, so rude." Hua Yun snorted in disgust, saying nothing more. Zhang Baiwei had heard this kind of talk countless times, and paid it no mind. She quickly pulled Sang Fiwen down to sit. "Don't mind her. How are you? Are you alright?" Sang Fiwen shook her head. "It's nothing. I'm probably just not used to the customized cabin. I'd be fine after a rest." "I'm sorry for bothering you." Zhang Baiwei said, "It's alright. I've seen plenty of rude people who discriminate against others in the interstellar region. I won't stoop to her level. Yu Meng chimed in, analyzing the situation. Your physical foundation is top-notch, but your mental adaptability is another matter. You just need more training. Sang Fiwen understood that Yu Meng was trying to comfort her. She forced a smile, nodded, and didn't explain further. She was exhausted. She found a slightly more comfortable position, closed her eyes, and let herself sink completely into the comfort of the seat. After some time, the noise in the hall seemed to increase, interspersed with the sounds of doors opening and people moving around. Sang Fiwen's consciousness drifted between sleep and wakefulness when she suddenly heard Zhang Baiyue's voice. Hello, Assistant Professor Bai. Then someone gently patted her. Fiwen, I come to find you. She opened her eyes, and saw a black-haired boy in white clothes, his peach blossom eyes looking at her with concern. After the opening ceremony, she frequently went to old Zhang's mechanical warehouse for daily training, but she hadn't encountered him since. Even the simulated driving leaderboard hadn't updated his record. Unexpectedly, he had reappeared. At this moment, all the students taking the assessment came out. The last two to emerge were Ji Qian and Lu Qingcheng. The light screen at the front of the venue suddenly flickered, refreshing the rankings. Look! The leaderboard has been updated. Someone exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Holy crap, the top three. The top three have all changed. Bai Yuan's gaze shifted from Sang Fiwen's face, glanced at the light screen, then returned, extending his hand to her. It's too noisy here. Shall we go outside to talk? Sang Fiwen didn't speak, using his outstretched hand to stand up. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Zhang Baiyue and the others exchanging knowing glances, their gossip-loving spirits burning brightly. Lu Qingcheng, on the other side, was also looking at her, his gaze deep and unreadable. She had no time to pay attention to any of this, following Bai Yuan out of the venue and into the quiet corridor. In the examination hall, everyone turned to look at the screen, which had been updated with a new list. Assessment ranking / game ID / overall score. First place, Wan Xinghui 100. Second place, Ji Qianlu 99.1. Third place, Lian Qingxue 98.9. Fourth place, Tian Chong 98.8. Wan Xinghui? Isn't that Wan Xin? Someone pointed at the first place ID, their voice filled with disbelief. The first place is Wan Xin. I'm not seeing things, am I? 100 points? That score is outrageous. No wonder Wan Xin consistently sits at the top. Wan Xin is actually from our school. I only heard of her in the game before, but I never saw her. I never expected she'd be from our top class. The discussion instantly erupted. Everyone was talking about the Wan Xinghui who had suddenly appeared at the top, their eyes scanning the 10 people who had just come out, including 7 girls, all speculating about which of those 7 was Wan Xin. Qi Chong, Yu Meng, Zhang Baiyue, and Zhang Bailu exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. The 4 of them looked in the direction Sang Fiwen had left. Chapter 107. In the corridor. As soon as they stopped, Bai Yuan spoke, his tone serious and unwavering. The location for this 3-school joint exam is very dangerous. I suggest you withdraw. Sang Fiwen looked up at him, her eyes clear. I know, there's an anomaly of celestial conjunction on Sabay star. But that's why I went there. Bai Yuan took a deep breath, his voice anxious. Since you know the situation there, you should understand how dangerous it is. That's not a training ground. It's a place where you could really lose your life. Looking at the familiar urgency in his eyes, Sang Fiwen's lingering doubts almost resurfaced. She raised her voice slightly. I don't have to go, but tell me, what secrets does the supercubic spark hold? What did you do after you abandoned your exams when the energy system failed last time? Bai Yuan froze, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected her to know so much, and his throat tightened. I can't say. He took 2 steps closer, almost touching her, staring intently into her eyes, his voice tinged with a desperate urgency. Haven't you noticed anything unusual about yourself? So many people became unconscious, vegetative states last time. Didn't you think that you might not be so lucky next time? How heartbroken your parents would be then. Have you thought about that? His voice trembled almost imperceptibly, almost pleading at the end. This is too dangerous. Don't get involved in anything related to the supercubic spark again, okay? Sang Fiwen was silent for a moment, her fingers clenching into fists at her sides. It was him. It had to be him. A surge of intense bitterness and anger welled up inside her. He left resolutely, carrying his secret, placing himself in the position of protector. Was she then obligated to comfortably hide under his protection? Bearing danger alone in a place unknown to her, excluding her as if it were a matter of course. Was he thinking her too fragile, Or did he simply not trust her? She loosened her fist, not backing away, but instead raising her chin to look him directly in the eye, her voice filled with suppressed anger and a hint of barely perceptible grievance. You're just Bai Yuan, Professor Zhang's teaching assistant, not my bodyguard. You have no right to advise me on what to do or not to do. And she took a deep breath, her eyes slightly reddening. I'm not as fragile as you think. Who protects whom is still uncertain. Jiangchini, since you chose to leave in anonymity, don't try to control me this way anymore. Hearing this, Jiangchini was speechless. Her words were like a knife, cutting a clear line between them. Watching Sang Feiwen turn and leave, his throat tightened. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. Her figure faded into the distance, leaving him alone in the corridor. Suddenly, Aiyan's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with sarcasm. You underestimate her. He was blinded by his own involvement. These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly shattering his thoughts clouded by protectiveness and guilt. He leaned slowly against the wall, closed his eyes, and began to seriously reflect. The formidable Wan Qinghui in the game, Sang Feiwen, who repeatedly broke his records, and even just now, she had broken the historical record for the joint entrance exam. After her rebirth, not only had he changed, but the young lady had changed too. She had not only matured but also become stronger, strong enough to surprise him, perhaps even truly able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, facing those surging dangers. A dozen minutes ago, the silence in the backstage area was broken by a barely suppressed exclamation. It's out! Wang Xingwei from the 35th is out safely. Jiangchini's tense nerves relaxed. Before he could even catch his breath, the technician continued in a trembling voice, My God, the settlement value for the 35th overflowed? The few people working on repairing the screen instantly gathered around, staring at the display on the screen. Wang Xingwei's final score. Evaluation system limit overflowed. The entire backstage area fell silent. The first technician, his fingertips still hovering over the control panel, blinked hard and brought his face close to the screen, as if doubting his eyes. It really overflows. Does this mean it exceeds the perfect score? That's impossible. The technician muttered unconsciously, his fingers flying across the screen to retrieve historical data. The three-school joint exam has been held so many times. The highest record is 2 perfect scores. No one has ever exceeded the perfect score. A technician wearing glasses couldn't help but cast a doubtful glance at the equipment. Could it be that the new stealth assessment technology is still imperfect and has a flaw? Another female technician immediately retorted, It has nothing to do with the technology. Although the input module has been changed, the output monitoring instruments are all calibrated, the error won't exceed 0.1. Although the assessment footage of Wan Qinghui couldn't be broadcast, the system backend faithfully recorded every set of data. The female technician quickly pulled up the newly transcribed real-time report. Look! Her peak mental strength has directly broken through the instrument's measurement limit. Not just mental strength. The bespectacled technician added, pointing to another set of data, her voice full of bewilderment. Her technological integration with the customized submersible pod is almost 100% synchronized. It's as natural as if she and the machine have become one. This is simply unheard of. And this. The female technician suddenly pointed to the last few sets of data. Look here. For a moment, her neural reaction speed was so fast that the sensors couldn't capture it completely, only a few fragmented peaks. Jiangzi, who had been listening with a furrowed brow, finally spoke, Sangya. What is Wan Qinghui's average neural reaction speed? Everyone present knew the significance of this number. In the history of the three-school joint entrance exam, the highest record for neural reaction speed was 95 milliseconds, set by a former genius from the 1st Military Academy, a record that remains unbroken. The female technician's fingers flew across the keyboard, and the value she displayed made everyone gasp, exchanging disbelief. For 0.48 milliseconds. That's already at the level of a top-tier ability user, right? And the kind specializing in mental reaction. The technicians here were all professionals who had access to the core secrets, Jiangzi's core team, and they couldn't help but discuss it, their eyes filled with shock. Jiangchini listened to these data, the relief in his eyes instantly replaced by worry. He almost immediately concluded that Sang Feiwen's previous experience with the supercubic spark had altered her consciousness to some extent. Judging from the current results, compared to the victims who became vegetative, this aftereffect had brought her enormous benefits. But unknown mutations always harbor risks. In any case, he had to keep this matter within a safe range and absolutely could not allow any danger to approach her again. Jiangzi clearly also realized the seriousness of the problem, and suddenly raised his voice. Quiet down. Stop the discussion immediately. The old man's eyes sharpened instantly, sweeping across the room with an undeniable air of authority. All content from today's joint entrance exam is top secret. It is strictly forbidden to divulge it in any form. Highlight the raw data stream and final analysis report of Wan Qinghui's stealth assessment, and store them separately with encrypted storage. Set the access level to the highest. Understood. Execute the order immediately. The technicians, all highly trained military researchers, instantly composed themselves and immediately carried out Jiang Zi's orders, each diligently performing their duties in the rigorous data sealing process. In the break room, the candidates were discussing the newly released rankings. When Sang Fiwen returned, Zhang Baiwei swallowed hard, cautiously patted her arm, and asked in a low voice with expectant eyes, "Junior Fiwen, Wan Qinghui. It can't be you, can it?" Sang Fiwen knew she couldn't hide it this time, so she simply nodded. "Everyone, Sang Fiwen said softly, "Can you keep this a secret? I don't want anyone to know for now." The four nodded in unison, like chickens pecking at rice, afraid of making a sound and being discovered. Qi Chong was sweating profusely. He remembered how he had arm wrestled with Sang Fiwen a few days ago, and then shamelessly said he would bring her and Ji Qian to the Swordsman online game. Now, thinking about it, he realized how incredibly stupid he had been. Yu Mang's lips twitched, and he desperately wanted to swallow back his words of comfort. The test was on Gu Lan. With Wan Qinghui's gaming skills, equipment, and level, even if her mental compatibility fluctuated, passing the test would be a piece of cake. He had actually said something like "just practice more," which was utterly presumptuous. The two exchanged a glance, suddenly remembering the look Zheng Xiao had given them when they were talking to Sang Fiwen. At the time, they only thought their boss was acting strangely, but now it dawned on them. Their boss must have known all along. Oh no! Just then, Ji Qian arrived late, apparently having gone to the supply station. She was carrying a half-empty vial of nutrient solution. As soon as Ji Qian sat down, she glanced at the rankings on the screen. Her eyes widened instantly, and she almost dropped the nutrient solution. Holy crap! The expert was actually taking the test with me? She whirled around, her gaze shooting like a searchlight at Sang Fiwen, her voice excited. "Wan Qinghui, it couldn't be you, could it?" Sang Fiwen smiled helplessly. She didn't want Ji Qian to know yet, so she gestured with her chin towards Qi Chong and the others beside her. "I'm Lian Qingxue. You can ask them if you don't believe me." Anyway, Lu Qingcheng wasn't familiar with Ji Qian, so using his identity shouldn't be a problem. Ji Qian's gaze immediately swept over Qi Chong and the others. Several people quickly shook their heads, and Qi Chong deliberately put on a serious face. "Don't guess wildly. How could Wan Shen be Fei Wan's junior sister?" Yu Mang's lips twitched, and she glanced at Qi Chong speechlessly. "You might as well shut up. Every word you utter is a clue." Fortunately, Ji Qian was also oblivious. She didn't notice anything amiss, downed the rest of the nutrient solution in one gulp, and then sighed heavily. "Sigh, my god's disguise is too thick. But it's okay, she's actually our alumna. I definitely get to know her someday." Sang Fei Wan lowered her eyes, her fingers unconsciously digging into the armrest. Qin Han had instructed her to gain Ji Qian's trust so that she could get closer to Ji Yingxing. She knew that if she admitted now that she was Wan Qinghui, given Ji Qian's admiration for the gaming god, the two would instantly become acquainted. But she didn't want to do that. She didn't want to use this method to get closer, and she didn't want to drag Ji Qian into her and Qin Han's affairs, turning her into a pawn. It's best to maintain the current classmate relationship. Once she gets to Sabay Star, she find another way to complete Qin Han's task. Zhang Baiwei, seeing that she didn't speak, leaned closer and lowered her voice, her eyes gleaming with gossip. "Wan. Fei Wan, what did Assisted by call you out for just now?" Sang Fei Wan, recalling the unpleasant conversation in the corridor, pursed her lips. "Nothing." Zhang Baiwei tentatively asked, "Is Assisted by your boyfriend?" "Huh?" Sang Fei Wan was stunned for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she quickly waved her hands. No, don't guess. He's Professor Jiang's assistant. Professor Jiang and my advisor have a good relationship, so he usually takes good care of me. Bai Yuan is just incidentally showing me some concern. Zhang Baiwei drawled an "oh," a knowing smile playing on her lips, her eyes clearly saying, "I understand, I won't tell anyone." Sang Fei Wan sighed helplessly, and didn't say anything more. Explaining these things would only make things worse. While the group was chatting, the results of the final round of assessments were tallied. The screen at the front of the venue flickered, displaying the final rankings. Assessment ranking / game ID / overall score: first place, Wan Qinghui 100. Second place, Ji Qianlu 99.1. Third place, Lian Qingxue 98.9. Fourth place, Tian Chong 98.8. Fifth place, Bei Meng 98.5. Fifth place, Xian Yuehu 98.5. Yu Mang glanced at Zhang Baiwei beside him. She was staring intently at the rankings on the screen, her eyes filled with longing. He quietly stood up, left his seat, and walked to the teacher in charge, whispering a few words. A short while later, Zuochun Yuan, who was in charge of the selection, walked to the front of the stage and cleared his throat. Quiet down. The murmurs in the hall vanished instantly, all eyes fixed on the stage, awaiting his announcement of the final results. Zuochun Yuan's gaze lingered on the first-place winner for a few seconds, a rare smile spreading across his face. It seems our school has hidden talents this year. Congratulations to the top 5 students. You will represent the first military academy in this joint entrance exam for the 3 schools. He paused, then pointed to the 5th place tie on the screen. As you can see, 5th place is tied, but Bei Meng has voluntarily withdrawn. So congratulations to Xian Yuehu. Bei Meng will be a substitute, please be prepared. Zhang Baiwei abruptly turned her head, staring at Yu Mang beside her in surprise, her eyes wide, her lips moving but no words escaping her lips. Yu Mang shrugged at her, still sarcastic. It's yours, good luck over there. Don't embarrass yourself. Zhang Baiwei nodded emphatically, her voice slightly choked. Thank you. Participating in the 3-school joint exam was a significant advantage for joining the military's Imperial Blue Garrison Fleet, a dream she always had. Yu Mang was surprisingly taking it so seriously. On stage, Zuochun Yuan continued, selected students, please take note of the notification. Special teachers will provide pre-exam training, and the school will organize a unified trip to the exam location. Specific exam details and precautions will be sent to your personal computers later. Prepare well these next few days. Hearing this, Sang Fiwen finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. She had done it. Now she had a chance to go to Sabay Star. Ji Qian excitedly clenched his fist. Great! We can fight side by side now. After learning that Sang Fiwen was watching Hui, Qi Chong said confidently, we definitely turn things around in this joint exam and improve the school's ranking. Seeing their excitement, Sang Fiwen couldn't help but smile slightly. Sang Fiwen returned to the game. It was already quite bright outside, and the wooden window was open, letting in a pleasant sea breeze. Lin Yuan was sitting at the table in the guest room, 2 steaming bowls of scallion oil noodles in front of him. Bright green scallions sprinkled on top of the golden noodles, and the aroma wafted into Sang Fiwen's nostrils. It smells so good. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked to the table. The breakfast at this inn is amazing. It smells even better than the stewed meat from last night. Lin Yuan handed her a pair of bamboo chopsticks, a faint smile on his lips. What in breakfast? I made it. Sang Fiwen took the chopsticks, and took a big bite. The noodles slid into her mouth, the aroma of scallions mixed with egg yolk spreading on her tongue. She mumbled a praise, a master chef's skill. Have you ever considered opening a restaurant with me? Let's call it Wanlin Restaurant. It'd be a server-wide sensation. She still hadn't given up on the idea of opening a restaurant together. Lin Yuan didn't reply, but watched her slurping her noodles, his smile deepening. Thank goodness for this game world, otherwise, if he had angered her in real life, he probably wouldn't have seen such a relaxed smile for a long time. 2 bowls of noodles were quickly finished. Sang Fiwen put down her chopsticks, rubbed her stomach contentedly, and casually brought up her character status panel. Her stamina bar was full, and several basic attributes had buff icons floating next to them. She raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. No wonder he's a master chef. Even a bowl of noodles has such a powerful effect. But the next second, her smile suddenly froze. Her spiritual energy limit had increased so much. She quickly checked the buff notification for the scallion oil noodles she had just eaten. Eat egg scallion oil noodles. Quality: royal. Stamina plus 15%. Perception plus 10%. Duration: 85 hours. The buff didn't increase her spiritual energy limit or intelligence. Sang Fiwen quickly realized that this change was most likely due to the private domain assessment during the day. She remembered that in the cosmic examination hall, when those golden ribbon figures possessed her, her spiritual energy had skyrocketed to a terrifying number. She thought it was just a temporary buff from her private domain, but she didn't expect it to permanently increase her spiritual energy cap in the game. Although it wasn't as effective as before, it was still a solid doubling. However, she wasn't too shocked, as it wasn't the first time she encountered something like this. Last time, she even brought out a dragon ball from her Dragon Ridge private domain. Anyway, it's a good thing. She might as well take it. Chapter 108. Lin Yuan had been observing Sang Fiwen's expression. Seeing her staring blankly into thin air, he softly asked, "What's wrong?" Sang Fiwen snapped out of her reverie, her consciousness flickering slightly. She closed the interface. "Nothing. Let's go do the mission." "Oh, right." She remembered her earlier plan to add him on her personal terminal. "Boss Xiaobai, do you mind if I add you on my personal terminal? If something comes up and I can't log in, I can let you know in advance, so I don't stand you up." Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. "I'm currently undergoing closed treatment, and my personal terminal isn't with me right now. I add you after the treatment is over, okay?" Sang Fiwen didn't think much of it and immediately nodded, reciting her personal terminal number, adding at the end, "If you can't remember it, I send you a private message later." "Okay," Lin Yuan replied. After finishing breakfast, Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan, buffed by the food, left the inn and headed straight for the West Gate. Xuming City has a unique terrain, surrounded on three sides by the Azure Sea, with only the West Gate leading inland. A short walk west leads to Lingmei Mountain. Before leaving the city, Sang Fiwen remembered Ji Qian saying he was trapped in a prison somewhere in the central Divine Continent, but Ji Qianlio's status on her friend list was always grayed out, indicating he was offline. Perhaps Ji Qian was afraid of being tortured by the prison guards if he logged on. Sang Fiwen felt a pang of annoyance. She had forgotten to have Qi Chong remind Ji Qian at the meeting. Now that she was in the central Divine Continent, perhaps she could find a way to break him out of prison. But then she thought, she should focus on the immediate situation. She still needed to accumulate enough city contribution points to obtain legal status before she could move freely. A prison break was something that couldn't be rushed. Being a legal citizen in the Central Plains is truly not easy, she sighed inwardly. "What are you thinking about again?" Lin Yuan asked, turning his head when he noticed her slowed pace. "Oh, nothing." Sang Fiwen shook her head. By this time, they had already left the West Gate, and the bluestone path beneath their feet was gradually turning into a dirt trail. She suddenly remembered something and quickly reminded him, "Just to be on the safe side, we better not use the disguises we have in the city." Lin Yuan frowned, puzzled. "Why?" "The chances of encountering other players in the wilderness are high, and everyone usually disguises themselves to avoid being recognized," Sang Fiwen explained. "If you make an enemy in the wilderness, and they run into you in the city, they can use a discerning spell to strip you of your disguise, and you'd be in trouble if an NPC catches you and puts you in jail." Just as the two were about to use an item to adjust their identities, a ragged little boy suddenly approached. He looked about 10 years old, holding a small bunch of white peonies glistening with dew. Looking up at his dirty face, he asked, "Young master, would you like to buy a fresh peony? It will look beautiful on the young lady beside you." In the Central Plains, women commonly wore flowers in their hair, especially peonies, which were considered the most beautiful and sought after by young women. Sang Fiwen looked down at the boy. He was thin, his wrists so thin they seemed about to break, clearly due to long-term malnutrition. The flowers in his arms were full and vibrant, as if they had just been picked. Sang Fiwen couldn't help but recall the time in her previous life when her family went bankrupt and she herself went hungry, her wrists becoming frighteningly thin. She asked the boy softly, "How much are your flowers?" The boy's eyes lit up instantly. $20 silver a flower. So cheap. Sang Fiwen raised an eyebrow slightly. Fresh peonies in the city's flower market cost about $50 silver a flower. The two looked past the boy and saw several dilapidated thatched huts in the woods not far away, the shelters of refugees. A little girl with her hair in a topknot was peering over from one of the huts, while a hunched old man sat beside her, wrapped in an old cotton-padded coat whose original color was indistinguishable. Both girls stared timidly at the boy. Lin Yuan's gaze also swept over the area, landing on the boy. He asked softly, "Are you refugees?" Many small villages had suffered from famine, leaving villagers homeless. Some, driven by desperation, resorted to petty theft. The boy nodded hurriedly, then, sensing the implication in his words, quickly explained, "My flowers were all picked from the wild, not stolen." As he spoke, a pendant hanging from the boy's collar with a hemp rope peeked out, a black stone about the size of a thumb. Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan exchanged a glance. It was 10,000-year-old Xian iron essence. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. "We take all your flowers, 50 silver coins each, market price." He paused, looking at the pendant around the boy's neck. "Would you sell us the stone you're wearing?" The boy glanced down at the black stone, his eyes full of doubt, then readily untied the hemp rope and handed it over. "This lousy stone? I picked it up from the field to play with. You're buying so many of my flowers, so this stone is yours." A 10,000-year-old Xian iron essence the size of a thumb was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The boy clearly didn't know that this lousy stone was worth enough to buy several shops in the city's flower market. Sang Fiwen took the white peonies and asked with a smile, "What are you going to do with the money after selling these flowers?" The boy's face was so dirty that his skin color was obscured, but his eyes shone brightly with childlike anticipation. "Of course, I buy a mountain of steamed buns for Grandma and my sister, so they never go hungry again." Lin Yuan took out a brocade pouch and handed it to him. "There are 15,000 gold notes in here." Seeing the boy's surprised expression, he added, "Your stone is called 10,000-year black iron essence. It's worth that much anyway. Remember to deposit it at the money exchange in this city. This money is enough for you to buy a house for Grandma and my sister and live a good life." The boy clutched the pouch, opened the drawstring, and peered inside. His eyes widened. A pouch of gold leaves. He took out a gold leaf, bit it, and it was real. The boy felt like he was dreaming. He immediately pinched his thigh and cried out in pain. By the time he realized what was happening and looked up to thank them, the two seemingly benevolent people were already gone, leaving only two figures walking side by side. "Thank you both. My name is Zhou Xianshi, and I will repay your kindness in the future." Zhou Xianshi? Hearing this name, Sang Fiwen paused, feeling she had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. "How do I look?" Lin Yuan's voice came, as he turned the silver ring on his ring finger. The silver band gleamed, and his appearance subtly changed. His features remained the same, but his eyes and brows gained a sharper edge, instantly transforming his entire demeanor. He was like a drawn sword, carrying a chilling aura that kept strangers at bay. Sang Fiwen snapped out of her reverie, looking at his newly adjusted appearance, and smiled. "Little Bai, even a casual adjustment makes you handsome as a jade tree, as good-looking as Panin." As she spoke, she took out a disguise mirror, looked at herself, and instantly transformed into the tofu-selling girl she had seen at the city gate. With clean features and her hair styled in double buns, she asked, "Would you call this the tofu beauty?" "Yes." Lin Yuan's gaze fell on her simple hair, then pointed to the peony in her hand. "Shall I put it in your hair?" Sang Fiwen put the peony into her backpack. "No, these can be used as medicinal herbs for alchemy. Let's not waste them." To save time, the two walked to a dense forest outside the city. Sang Fiwen looked around to make sure no one was there before quietly summoning a phoenix from her inkwash space. "Little Red?" A flash of red light appeared, and the phoenix gently landed, nuzzling her arm affectionately. She flipped onto its back and held out her hand to Lin Yuan. "Get on, hurry up." Lin Yuan grasped her hand and used the momentum to climb onto the phoenix's back. Little Red flapped its wings and took flight, flying low. Sure enough, on the dirt road below, a large, brown-furred monkey monster was leaping around, causing a ruckus on a peddler's load. Sang Fiwen lightly patted her gourd, and her peony sword transformed into a streak of light, shooting out and quickly dispatching the monkey monster in a few swift movements. City contribution points plus 0.5. The contribution points from these few monkey monsters were pitifully small. Going to the monkey monster's hometown, Lingmei Mountain, was definitely the right decision. The peddler looked up and saw that it was a fairy-like swordswoman who had helped him. He quickly bowed and thanked her. Flying not far west, the outline of Lingmei Mountain came into view. The mountain was covered in lush bamboo, and deep within, a white waterfall cascaded down a cliff, its roar audible from afar. Little Red folded her wings and landed. As soon as the two of them stood still, they saw several pink peach spirits running over in a panic, followed by a group of sharp-nosed monkeys, squeaking and chasing after them. The peach spirits were exceptionally cute, with round, heart-shaped bodies, and several emerald green leaves serving as legs. As they ran, the leaves billowed and moved with incredible speed. The peach spirits used their leaf legs as afterimages, rolling on the ground like pink peaches, desperately dodging the fast and agile monkey spirits behind them. Better late than never, Sang Fiwen jumped off the phoenix's back, pointing her sword at the monkey spirits. "Little Red, give them a good start." Little Red flapped her wings and unleashed a torrent of flames at the monkey troop. The flames multiplied among the monkeys, who immediately squeaked and screamed in agony. Those with more fur were less vulnerable to fire. A barrage of damage worth 700 or 800 appeared above their heads, scorching their fur black. Seeing this, the peach spirits fled faster than anyone else, disappearing into the bamboo forest in a flash. However, Sang Fiwen's target wasn't them. She twirled her peony sword and charged into the monkey horde, hacking and slashing with basic sword techniques, cleaving, slashing, and thrusting, her movements clean and efficient. With Xiao Hong's area of effect attacks tanking for her, she conserved her spiritual energy, not even activating her sword control technique, relying on her high agility to weave through the monkey horde. She had perfect control over the cooldowns of her basic sword techniques, executing each move seamlessly, one after another. Although they were basic moves, the damage was considerable, each strike precisely hitting the monkey monster's weak points. Lin Yuan stood not far away, his staff lightly tapping, and a soft green light floated onto Sang Fiwen, accompanied by subtle green leaf effects. She hadn't lost much health to begin with, and the peony sword's lifesteal effect was enough to recover, yet he still instantly restored her to full health, without conserving a single drop of spiritual energy. Lin Yuan then cast a defense buff on her, occasionally glancing at the beautiful scenery of Lingmei Mountain. The group of level 60 monkey monsters didn't last long, they all turned into experience points. They even dropped several pieces of purple level 60 equipment. While picking up the loot, Sang Fiwen glanced at her stats. 14 monkey monsters had only given her 7 city contribution points. This is too slow, Sang Fiwen thought, a sudden inspiration striking her. She remembered the peach spirit that had escaped earlier. She found a sturdy peach tree and, sure enough, caught a trembling peach spirit on its branch. Little thing, do us a favor and lead us to the monkey monsters, or we eat you. The peach spirit wasn't stupid, it scared Yeezy so much her legs went weak, and she nodded hastily. With it as bait, the monkey monsters were indeed drawn in continuously, significantly increasing the monster killing efficiency. Sang Fiwen was responsible for pulling and killing the monsters, Lin Yuan was responsible for healing and buffing, and Xiao Hong was responsible for setting fires and clearing the area. The two of them and the beast worked together perfectly. Before long, the monkey monsters on the outskirts of Lingmei Mountain were almost completely wiped out. As the two headed deeper into the area, the peach spirit, who had been captured as bait, suddenly stopped moving. Yi Zi's legs trembled like leaves, and no matter how much Sang Fiwen tried to scare it, it just laid down on the ground, playing dead. Fine, you're useless now. Sang Fiwen was a little disappointed. She raised her hand and unleashed a crescent slash. The adorable peach spirit turned into a white light, becoming her experience points. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Being immune to such a cute little thing, the young lady had indeed changed a lot. The little snake that had been playing dead in Lin Yuan's arms shivered, crossing the river and then burning the bridge. What a ruthless woman. Sang Fiwen, however, didn't think anything of it. Players killing monsters was perfectly normal, especially since the peach spirit was a level 60 elite monster, offering a considerable amount of experience. The two had only taken a few steps when Lin Yuan suddenly stopped. Strange, he said, we clearly entered Lingmei Mountain, which should be the lair of the monkey monsters, so why are there none left? This made perfect sense. Combined with the peach spirit's strange behavior, Sang Fiwen became more alert and gripped her sword tightly. We find out by going in and taking a look. Chapter 109. After rounding a dense thicket of bushes, the sight before them stunned both of them. A strange plant grew wildly in the clearing, covering the mountainside and ground like ivy. The emerald green vines intertwined, each vine bearing plump, eyeball-like buds. On these buds were pupil-like black dots, subtly rotating, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. These are mutated plant monsters. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. Her Luotian robe needed to be unlocked by defeating mutated monsters. This was practically a free experience boost. Lin Yuan's gaze swept into the depths, pointing to a spot. Be careful, there are man-eating flowers over there. Sang Fiwen looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, hidden in the shadows of the vines, were several large red flowers. The petals were blood red, yet their edges were lined with 2 rows of sharp teeth, opening and closing as if chewing something. Eyeball grass, aberration level 62 elite monster, HP 24500/24500. Man-eating flower, aberration level 63 elite monster, HP 25500/25500. The rampant eyeball grass had almost completely taken over the area, blocking the path to the mountain's interior. This was a highly aggressive plant-type monster that devoured all life around it. Only the equally ferocious man-eating flowers could take root nearby. No wonder the peach spirit dared not approach. Sang Fiwen summoned her character panel and changed Friend of the Merfolk to Aberration Buster. Aberration Buster increases damage dealt to creatures aberrated by demonic energy by 15%. She took a step closer, startling the eyeball plants. The vines whipped around like whips, and the eyeball-shaped buds on them all turned toward them. Immediately afterward, several carnivorous plants burst forth from the vines, their flower heads filled with sharp teeth, lunging at the nearest Little Red. Little Red, flame! Sang Fiwen shouted, pulling out a Xian-level flame meteor scroll and throwing it into the pile of carnivorous plants. Looks like the monkey monsters down the mountain were driven away by them. Lin Yuan calmly analyzed, casting a skill to interrupt the carnivorous plants' attacks. Their homeland was taken over by these rampant plants, which is why they came down the mountain to harass the people. Sang Fiwen nodded, her sword still wielding the blade. Let's clear these out first. Fire is the strongest counter to plants, and with the damage bonus from Aberration Buster, these terrifying aberration plants weren't too difficult to deal with. The only challenge was dodging their overwhelming attacks. Little Red used her flame skill as soon as it was off cooldown. Sang Fiwen didn't dare to hold back, using the flame meteor scroll to finish them off, while Lin Yuan healed her occasionally. Soon, the vines covering the ground were burned to charcoal, and the man-eating flowers lay drooping on the ground, turning into white light that floated into the two's experience bars. Luotian's Robe, Hunting Aberrant Monster Progress 500/500, First Seal unlocked. All attributes increased by 20%. Unlock Trait 1, Flower Decree. Flower Decree, passive stores 1 peony petal per hour, up to a maximum of 3. When receiving fatal damage, immediately consumes 1 petal to negate the damage and releases a shockwave to knock back enemies. Second Seal unlock condition, kill 100 fallen demons, current progress 0 out of 100. It's done! Sang Fiwen beamed with joy. The Luotian Robe's attributes skyrocketed after the first seal was unlocked, and more importantly, this Flower Decree, once the petals are full, is equivalent to having 3 extra chances to avoid death. It's practically a life-saving artifact. Looking at the city's contribution points, after eliminating the patch of eyeball grass and man-eating flowers, they had actually gained 14 points, bringing them to over 20 contribution points. The two were one step closer to becoming legal citizens. Lin Yuan walked to a spot with freshly turned soil, gently prying away the topsoil with his dagger to reveal a seed the size of a glass bead. The pale red outer skin was slippery and covered in a bit of mucus. This is an eyeball grass seed. Eyeball grass seed, contaminated after planting, it will grow magical vines with eyes, which are aggressive and loyal to their master. Warning, the seed is contaminated. The vines will indiscriminately attack all creatures. Sang Fiwen took the glass bead-sized seed from him, glanced at the clearly planted area, and frowned. Someone planted eyeball grass here? Eyeball grass is aggressive and loyal to its master, making it an excellent guardian. Clearly, someone didn't want outsiders approaching the heart of the mountains. Possibly. Lin Yuan nodded, his gaze fixed on the cleared passage. It's cleared here. Shall we go further in? Sang Fiwen put away the eyeball grass seeds. It's a pity. If these seeds hadn't been contaminated, they would have been great planted around the Sagata fortress. The eyeball grass seeds were living things, so she casually stored them in her inkwash space, where they landed right next to the golden tree seed. A wisp of energy emanated from the golden tree seed, quietly enveloping the seed, which had turned a pale red due to contamination. After a moment, the eerie pale red slowly faded, and the seed gradually revealed its original bluish-green color. Sang Fiwen didn't notice the changes in the space. Suddenly, a strange feeling flashed through her mind, and her peripheral vision swept over the bushes to her right. Someone was there. Their fingers twitched almost simultaneously, the movement stealthy. Party Channel Wang Xingwei. Watch out, someone's following us. Party Channel Lin Yuan. Someone's lurking in the shadows. They both sent text messages in the party channel at the same time. The messages popped up almost simultaneously. It turned out the other person had noticed too. Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan exchanged a glance, a subtle smile appearing in their eyes. It was a kind of pleasure brought by unspoken understanding. They exchanged another look, needing no words. Continue, continue. A silent consensus was reached. The two pretended to be oblivious, continuing their steps straight towards the woods behind the eyeball grass. Behind them, several heads were crouching furtively in the dense bushes. Boss, they cleared the eyeball grass. What do we do? Should we attack now? A female player named Sweet Wine asked. The player she called boss was a warlock named Roast Duck Delicious. He scratched his head, looking worried. Let's wait and see. These two must be strong to have been able to handle the eyeball grass. Let's watch first. If they can grind down the boss inside, then we can go in. The 5 of them were members of the Eastern Eatery Guild. Not long ago, Sweet Wine Delicious discovered a hidden quest deep within Lingmei Mountain. Roast Duck Delicious, as one of the few dual-skilled players in the guild and also Sweet Wine Delicious' acknowledged leader, gathered a few guild members and diligently completed the preliminary quests, but they got stuck on the subsequent boss. They couldn't beat it. The members of the Eastern Eatery Guild were all lazy, casual players, characterized by a large number of chefs. While they were professional cooks, their combat strength was only average. They suffered repeated defeats, trying various methods, but still unable to defeat the subsequent bosses. Desperate, they thought of planting eyeball grass as a barrier to block other players, planning to return later when they were higher level. However, something went wrong with the soil of Lingmei Mountain. The eyeball grass they planted mutated, growing wildly and driving away the monkey monsters. It even became unrecognizable to its owner, attacking anyone it saw. So, the delicious roast duck team had to retreat to the outer perimeter to observe. Unexpectedly, 2 skilled players arrived today and easily dealt with the eyeball grass they were trying to avoid. Then, should we follow them? Sweet Wine shrank back, remembering the red divine bird from earlier, realizing she might not even be able to defeat the powerful player's pet. Follow. Roast Duck Delicious gritted his teeth, gripping his rolling pin-like staff. Just watch from a distance. As long as they and the boss are both severely injured, we'll... He paused, as if brewing a ruthless plan, finally uttering 2 words, pick up the scraps. Roast Duck Delicious considered for a long time before uttering those 2 words, feeling incredibly ruthless. The 4 team members beside him immediately nodded, but their eyes betrayed a hint of guilt. Roast Duck Delicious led his team, crouching low, continuing to stealthily follow, completely unaware that their presence had already been detected by the 2 expert players ahead. Deep in the Spirit Mountain, a waterfall cascaded down like a ribbon from the cliff top, crashing against the bluestone and splashing a mist that nourished a lush green meadow, making the surrounding bamboo appear even greener. On the grassy field surrounded by bamboo groves, a rabbit the size of a small hill was munching on tender grass that was as tall as its calves. Its snow-white fur was dotted with a few red spots, and its eyes were like 2 huge rubies. Strangely, the grass that it had nibbled on sprouted back at a visible speed, quickly becoming lush and verdant again, so tender it seemed you could squeeze water from it. As Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan approached, they saw a silver monkey crouching by the bamboo grove, dressed in drab gray cloth. The silver monkey, seeing them arrive, didn't hide, but spoke in human language. Young heroes, would you be willing to help us? This giant rabbit has taken over our home. Please kill it and restore peace to Lingmei Mountain. Accept hidden quest. The chaos of Lingmei Mountain. Progress 3. Kill the mutant gluttonous rabbit. The 2 accepted, but didn't rush to challenge it. As they walked, the movements of the group following them became increasingly obvious. Their steps were slow, and they occasionally muttered under their breath. Clearly, they weren't professional assassins. Sang Fiwen deliberately shouted loudly at Lin Yuan, "We all reached progress level 3. I wonder which unlucky souls have these unfinished tasks. They're going to let us pick them up." The bamboo grove behind him swayed, clearly showing some displeasure. Sang Fiwen cleared his throat and called out to the swaying bamboo grove behind him, "Friends, stop hiding. Come out now, or don't blame me for being impolite." A rustling sound came from the bushes, followed by a cry of pain. A person dressed as a ranger seemed to have been kicked out, staggering to their feet. The ranger initially looked flustered, but seeing he couldn't escape, he stubbornly stuck out his neck, striking a fierce pose. "We discovered this task first." Sang Fiwen thought the man resembled a wildcat guarding its food and couldn't resist teasing him, laughing, "But you haven't finished it either. I also accepted the quest, so naturally it's a matter of skill, whoever takes it wins." "Wait!" Another voice came from the bushes, followed by a player wielding a rolling pin who jumped out, arms outstretched, blocking the way. "We're from the Eastern Eatery Guild. My name is Roast Duck is Delicious. You 2 experts, please don't fight. How about we cooperate?" Roast Duck and his group had been dumbfounded watching Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan sweep through the boss monsters along the way. That skill, that gleaming weapon, how could they possibly pick it up? Roast Duck's already wavering resolve to ambush them crumbled. Worse still, he had been calling for reinforcements in the guild chat for ages, but those drinking buddies, who usually shouted "Let's eat meat together," immediately went silent upon hearing that an expert had broken through the eyeball grass, ignoring his messages. Roast Duck then privately messaged him. Several familiar faces were politely declined with excuses, like "I'm stewing meat right now," or "I'm roasting beggar's chicken in the oven. I treat you when I get back." He sighed inwardly. Why does such a good cook's guild have to guard such an incredibly difficult hidden quest? As Roast Duck Delicious appeared, 3 more players emerged from the bushes. To show their sincerity, all 5 removed their NPC disguise buffs, revealing their player IDs. In the Central Plains, this was a very sincere signal of cooperation. Seeing the 2 experts hesitate, Roast Duck Delicious gritted his teeth and added, We did the prerequisite quest, so all the information can be shared. Besides, we can give you some 5-star delicacies, the kind that increase damage buffs. Sang Fiwen, seeing this, said, deal. However, you need to find 5 more players. We need invitation codes for 10 players. 10 invitation codes? Roast Duck Delicious instantly realized. These expert players needed to unlock the system chat section. Roast Duck Delicious slapped his forehead. I was wondering why 2 unfamiliar super experts suddenly appeared. Turns out you're not from Central Divine Continent. When did sea transport open? Not yet. Sweet Wine Delicious chimed in quietly, then suddenly remembered something. I have a friend from Eastern Continent. She said Wanshin seems to be coming to Central Divine Continent soon. You're Wanshin? Sweet Wine Delicious was shocked. Chapter 110. Seeing the other party's utmost sincerity, Sang Fiwen simply dropped her disguise. A faint light flashed around her, and her red cloak unfurled like flames. Beneath the cloak was a narrow-sleeved white robe embroidered with peony patterns. A crimson gourd at her waist swayed gently with her movements, and a long sword with a hilt shaped like an inkstone hung diagonally alongside the gourd. She raised her eyebrows slightly as she looked up, her voice clear and bright. It's me. A gourd. A cloak. A swordsman. Hiss. The 5 players from the Eastern Eatery all gasped in unison. It really was Wan Qinghui, the top player on the entire server. The first one pushed out. The ranger named Stewed Meat Without Salt, rubbed his eyes, then pinched his arm, letting out a whoop of pain before daring to confirm he wasn't dreaming. He pointed at Sang Fiwen and stammered, It really is Goddess Wan. Sweet Wine is a cute female healer. Excitedly, she took a few steps forward, her staff slamming against the back of Roast Duck's head in front of her. Ignoring her boss's pain, she stared intently behind Sang Fiwen. That was an eerily handsome, black-haired spirit race player. Sweet Wine, glancing at the black-haired youth's healer's attire, immediately clapped his hands. That newbie? This handsome young man must be the legendary Lin Yuan. I seen your group photo on the forum. Of the group, the most excited was Roast Duck Delicious. He, who was originally standing at the very front, was now squeezed to the back. Roast Duck Delicious quickly pushed his companions aside to get to the front, rubbing his hands and sighing. I just saw a highlight reel of Wanshin's amazing video on the forum the day before yesterday, and today I seen him in person. This luck. No wonder I'm the man who roasts 5-star quality crispy duck. Sang Fiwen smiled and nodded, then changed back into her previous disguise with Lin Yuan. Her gaze turned to Roast Duck Delicious. So, can you find 5 more players? Yes. Of course. Roast Duck Delicious nodded vigorously, immediately opening the guild channel and sending a voice message. Her back straight, her voice so loud it startled the birds in the bamboo forest. Brothers who are free, hurry to Lingmei Mountain. Not to ambush the experts. Guess what? Those 2 experts are Wanshin and Lin Yuan. Sang Fiwen frowned. She didn't want to be so high profile, but she urgently needed an invitation code to unlock access, so she could only let him go. The channel was clearly in an uproar. Roast Duck Delicious listened with great excitement, raising her voice again. Now Wanshin is leading us to fight the boss. Only 5 spots available, first come, first served. Also, anyone who pretended to be dead and didn't reply when I called earlier, don't come to join us. Sweet Wine good. He quickly tugged at his sleeve, frowning and whispering, Boss, you're being too stingy. You offend people. Your boss isn't stingy at all. Roast Duck Delicious put away the voice message and glared at her. When we asked them to come and guard the mission, they all made excuses. Now that they see a pro player is leading them, they want to come? No way. To prove he wasn't stingy, Roast Duck Delicious quickly pulled out 2 expensive white jade bowls from his backpack and eagerly handed them to Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan. God Wan, God Lin Yuan, this is my 5-star dish, but it jumps over the wall. Eating it will increase attack power by 30% and critical hit rate by 20% for 2 hours. I'm not bragging, this is absolutely essential for boss battles. It will greatly increase your damage output. The ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall were something he'd been gathering for a month. The deep sea shark fin alone cost him 1,000 gold coins, and he only managed to make 10 bowls. A guild leader had offered a high price for it, but he desperately needed to recoup some of his losses, so he sold some. He kept only 2 bowls for himself as souvenirs, occasionally showing them off to his guild brothers. As he handed it out, his hand trembled slightly, but he still forced a show of generosity. Sang Fiwen's fingertips touched the cool jade bowl. She slightly lifted the lid. It really was Buddha jumps over the wall. A rich aroma mingled with the fresh scent of sea cucumber wafted out. The soup was thick like amber, and the shark fin, sea cucumber, and abalone inside were all perfectly stewed. She raised an eyebrow slightly. The recipe for Buddha jumps over the wall was as rare as the 9-turn rejuvenating pill recipe. She was quite impressed by how delicious this seemingly carefree roast duck was. She had to find a way to recruit this person. She always wanted to open a restaurant and was short of a head chef. With his skills, the business would definitely boom. Thank you. She took the white jade bowl and put it in her backpack. It's indeed a good thing. Beside her, Lin Yuan casually brushed aside the bamboo leaves, secretly memorizing the words Buddha jumps over the wall. The giant rabbit beside her buried its head in the grass, burrowing around. With each bite, a piece of ground was missing, but where it had just gnawed, tender green shoots would sprout with a whoosh, growing lush and green in the blink of an eye. The giant rabbit occasionally raised its head, its red eyes sweeping over Sang Fiwen and the others, paying them no heed. In its eyes, these little ants were far less attractive than the grass beneath its feet. It would occasionally shift its body, causing the ground to tremble. It didn't seem like an evil monster with an excessive thirst for aggression. Sang Fiwen withdrew her gaze from the boss and looked at the delicious roast duck. Since we're waiting anyway, let's talk about the prerequisite quest first. What exactly is it? Delicious roast duck immediately dropped his playful grin and became serious. The one who issued the mission was that silver-haired old monkey in cloth clothes in the bamboo forest. Not long ago, the grass deep in Lingmei Mountain suddenly grew wildly, attracting many herbivores from the surrounding area. Those animals ate the wildly growing grass without stopping, their bodies swelling up like inflated balloons, and finally, bang, they exploded. Delicious roast duck shuddered as he said this, recalling the scene. Blood and flesh splattered on the grass and bamboo forest, green leaves mixed with red blood. You didn't see it, the entire crime scene was terrifying. And now this rabbit has survived, and it's growing bigger and bigger, taking over all the monkey's territory. The old monkey is so anxious he's almost lost all his fur. Sweet wine is delicious chimed in, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Old monkey initially tasked us with weeding. The 5 of us took turns wielding hoes, weeding for a whole afternoon. We just finished one patch, and when we looked back, the other patch had grown waist-high. She shoveled a handful of soil at her feet. It's really weird. I don't know what's so special about this land. It would be great for farming, vegetables would definitely grow faster. Hey, sweet wine, that's a good idea. The cooks, all farmers, immediately gave a thumbs up, continuing sweet wine's words. Later, Progress 1 just failed. Luckily, the quest didn't disappear, it automatically jumped to Progress 2. Old Monkey told us to chase away the animals that were grazing. But before we could even clear a few, those animals that had eaten the grass just exploded on their own, and Progress 2 automatically completed. That's how it is. Evening God, you should have received the quest too, right? Progress 3 is to kill this giant rabbit. Sang Fei nodded. You guys fought the boss, right? What were its main skills? Stewed meat without salt, having finally gotten a chance, quickly replied, this giant rabbit is called the gluttonous rabbit. Although it's in a corrupted state, its alert range isn't very large, and its aggression isn't as strong as other corrupted monsters. We only seen its first phase, its main skill is summoning little rabbits. Those little rabbits pounce like cannonballs, high attack, low health, and they self-destruct after death, inflicting a poison debuff with every blast. They're incredibly annoying. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Don't let their size fool you, these rabbits are incredibly fast. Every time we fight them, we get half our health from their blasts, and just as we're about to heal, one of them leaps over and unleashes a crushing attack, wiping us out. Lin Yuan, who had been leaning against the bamboo stalk without speaking, glanced at the group, including the group with the roast duck. These guys looked dejected when they talked about failing to clear the weeds, but they didn't seem ashamed when they talked about not being able to beat the boss. They certainly didn't seem like they were just pretending to be weak. The tiger's appearance. He had been on high alert, wary of their ill intentions, and now, listening to this, it seemed these people weren't exactly cunning. Sang Fiwen seemed thoughtful, then asked, did you do an environmental survey? Why did the grass suddenly grow so wildly? This? The 5 players from the Eastern Eatery exchanged glances. The mission didn't require it, so we didn't think of that. Sang Fiwen's question made it seem like an environmental survey was indeed quite important. Roast Duck Delicious scratched the back of his head, frowning as he thought for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh right. Old Monkey mentioned it briefly, saying that some people from Dancy came here not long ago, and a few days later, the grass grew like this. He clicked his tongue twice. Those NPCs at the alchemy department are always messing around with immortality experiments. They probably botched their experiments here, resulting in this pile of weird herbs. Sweet Wine, upon hearing the word alchemy department, shuddered and frowned. The alchemy department's NPCs are the scariest. Last time I was strolling through Shuming City, I overheard 2 alchemy department disciples saying they captured a wandering monster for drug testing. I was so scared I turned and ran. What kind of perverts are they? She rubbed her arms, her voice weak. I'm most afraid of accidentally being exposed in the city and getting caught by an alchemy department NPC. I'd rather just delete my account and start over. Sigh, I don't know why, but so many people in the Central Plains are their fanatical followers. Their eyes light up at the mention of immortality, like they're possessed. Roast duck is delicious, remembering that the 2 powerful players before him were from Dongzhou, quickly added, you just came from Dongzhou, so you're probably not familiar with the NPC factions here, right? Take Shuming City for example. The 2 most powerful NPC factions are Danci and Qiaozhou Bureau, and they're constantly vying for power, both openly and secretly. Danci wants to capture the Traveler, who is basically us players testing medicine, and Qiaozhou Bureau loves to sabotage them. You see when you open the forum. Half the posts on our player forum are complaints about NPCs, and Danci's scandals make up the majority. Anyway, you see when the time comes. There's all sorts of gossip and secrets. Hearing this, Zhang Feiwen remembered Ji Qian saying that a perverted NPC in the prison was experimenting on her, which might be Danci. Roast Duck is Delicious suddenly slapped his forehead, reminding his teammates, I almost forgot. Put on your disguises. In the Central Plains, one cannot afford to be careless in the slightest. Zhang Feiwen knew this basic information intimately, but she still patiently listened to the whole thing. After all, this was a player's first-hand experience. Before her rebirth, she hadn't had this much exposure to the details of the Central Plains, so hearing more couldn't hurt. As they chatted, the other 5 players from the Eastern Eatery Guild arrived, their faces beaming with excitement. They're here. Where's Wanshin? Zhang Feiwen immediately formed a small team of 12. 10 players from the Eastern Eatery quickly generated dynamic invitation codes and sent them to the team channel. Zhang Feiwen and Lin Yuan immediately accessed the interface and began their actions. As she entered the last invitation code, a system notification popped up. Normal access to the Central Plains chat section and forum has been unlocked. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the access issue resolved, she immediately drew her sword and headed towards the giant rabbit, prepared to engage. Chapter 111. A sliver of golden light flashed from the red gourd, and a long sword, its design resembling a garden full of peony blossoms in springtime, hovered in midair. Zhang Feiwen lightly leaped onto the sword, her inkstone sword pointing diagonally at the ground, and charged straight at the giant rabbit that was munching on grass. Just as she was about to collide with the rabbit, she flicked her wrist, flashing her sword backward with lightning speed. Using the momentum, she leaped into the air, her skirt tracing a clean arc before landing steadily on the fluffy rabbit's back. The fur beneath her feet was incredibly thick and soft, even more so than 3 layers of cotton. Zhang Feiwen couldn't help but think to herself, if this rabbit fur were plucked and used to make a carpet, it would be incredibly soft and warm. This sword-flying maneuver, instantly approaching the boss, left the players of the Eastern Eatery completely dumbfounded. Wow, that sword flight is so cool! Roast Duck Delicious exclaimed, smacking his lips as he held up his rolling pin-like staff. The real-life action is even better than the screen recordings on the forums. Sweet Wine Delicious covered his mouth, his eyes shining. Stewed Meat Without Salt whispered to the ranger, who had just arrived, you know, how come Wanshin's movements are so smooth? They all rely on their skills. If we could learn even a fraction of that, we wouldn't always miss our skills when fighting the boss. The ranger, Double Skin Milk, frowned instantly displeased. You are you, and I am me. I don't miss my skills when fighting the boss. Stewed Meat Without Salt, eh. The moment Zhang Feiwen approached, everyone in the team received the boss raid notification. System, you have disturbed the gluttonous rabbit of Lingmei Mountain. Gluttonous rabbit, fallen demon level 70 Wild Demon King, a herbivorous rabbit corrupted by demonic energy, HP 720, 000/720, 000. Interrupted from eating, the gluttonous rabbit abruptly raised its head. Its already red eyes instantly flashed with a blinding red light. Its pink, 3-lobed mouth opened, emitting a squeak of anger, followed by spitting out several balls of snow-white fur. The fur balls landed and transformed into rabbits the size of calves, also with red eyes and sharp teeth protruding from their pink mouths, fiercely pouncing towards the group. Damn it, why did they release rabbit offspring right off the bat? Roast Duck's face paled. Based on their numerous failed attempts to subdue it, This move was undoubtedly a guaranteed wipeout. Don't panic. Sang Fiwen's voice rang out in the team channel, calm and clear. Don't scatter. Melee DPS. Stick together and use your shields to protect the mages and healers. The hairy monsters are afraid of fire, so warlocks, use all fire spells. Rangers, switch to fire arrows. I hold off the main body, don't worry about the mountain-like attack. Although the players from the Eastern Eatery were initially a bit flustered, they reacted immediately to Sang Fiwen's instructions, quickly adjusting their positions. Melee DPS raised their shields in front, and warlocks began. Chanting a fireball spell, the ranger knocked a flaming arrow and quickly formed the battle formation as instructed, blocking the tidal wave of exploding rabbits. Sang Fiwen gripped the rabbit's fur tightly against the giant rabbit's back. Seeing the formation below gradually stabilize, he stopped being distracted and focused on dealing with the giant beast beneath his feet. The gluttonous rabbit, annoyed by the little bugs on its back, stomped its 4 hooves on the ground, its massive body leaping into the air like a small mountain before crashing down with a resounding thud, shaking the ground and causing bamboo leaves in the nearby bamboo grove to fall in a rustling sound. The giant rabbit's powerful force threw her off balance, nearly causing her to slide off its back. She frantically grabbed the rabbit's fur with her other hand, barely managing to steady herself. The wind howled all around her, a moment's hesitation, and she could be flung to pieces. Lin Yuan, watching from below, felt a tightness in his chest. His eyes were fixed on the agile figure bouncing on the rabbit's back the entire time. At that moment, he slightly raised his emerald staff, precisely casting several buffs on her. Blessing of agility, blessing of gale, continuous healing. Just then, the gluttonous rabbit suddenly swung its head violently, its long ears lashing out at her back. The fur on those ears suddenly stiffened, like barbed whips, hurtling towards Sang Fiwen's head with a whooshing sound, moving so fast it was just a blur. Watch out! Lin Yuan shouted immediately. With lightning speed, Sang Fiwen adjusted her posture, flicked her wrist, and slammed her inkstone sword into the rabbit's paw. A crisp sound rang out, sparks flew, and although her arm went numb from the impact, she used the recoil to propel herself towards the rabbit's head. In that instant, a flash of white light appeared beneath her feet, and the illusion steps activated. The next second, everyone's vision blurred, and Sang Fiwen had already vanished into the void, running swiftly through the giant rabbit's long white fur in an unseen place. The eye of insight flashed before her eyes. Gluttonous rabbit weakness, eyes. The surrounding rabbit fur suddenly seemed to come alive, trembling. Several furs intertwined, instantly twisting into a single strand as thick as a rope, the tip already sprouting pink little ears, and even fine, sharp teeth could be seen forming. The giant rabbit's fur could actually transform into self-destructing rabbits. In the blink of an eye, she was surrounded by a circle of self-destructing rabbits that were about to complete their transformation, and she was about to be encircled. Sang Fiwen showed no awareness of walking into a trap. Extremely calm, she twirled her inkstone sword in her palm, the dark blade flashing with a cold light as it swept across, slicing through the fur of all the rabbits around her that were about to transform. Even the cuts oozed pale pink blood. It was truly bizarre. These rabbit furs could bleed. Her gaze swept over the boss's health bar. She paused, and a conjecture formed in her mind. To verify her conjecture, Sang Fiwen accelerated, her inkstone sword slicing through the rabbit fur like Duet. The peony sword flew in front of her, constantly spinning, swish, swish, slicing through the fluffy clumps that hadn't yet transformed into rabbits. In just a few seconds, she had slashed away all the rabbit fur that was currently transforming, and the boss's health dropped significantly. Sang Fiwen's conjecture was confirmed. Indeed, the gluttonous rabbit's skill wasn't an endless summoning of rabbits with its fur, there was a cost. Removing the transformed rabbit fur was an effective way to damage the boss. The self-destructing rabbits below had already been dealt with by the 11-person team, and she immediately commanded in the team chat, "Focus fire on the boss. Throw fire skills to burn the rabbit fur." Everyone immediately complied, and fireballs, rockets, and oil were all thrown at the gluttonous rabbit. The boss instantly transformed into a fiery rabbit engulfed in flames. The fire attacks were indeed effective. The gluttonous rabbit's fur sizzled as it burned, and most of the fur that was transforming into rabbit form curled into charred black curls, but quite a few still successfully transformed. The successfully transformed self-destructing rabbits gathered together and pounced on Sang Fiwen like a suicide squad. These little creatures, their eyes red, leaped with incredible speed, arching their bodies midair. They were about to self-destruct. A purple bulge swelled on their bellies, likely a venom sac. Upon detonation, the splattering poison would instantly coat players with 5 layers of deadly venom, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Now! Sang Fiwen's eyes flashed, activating the peony sword skill, Rain of 1,000 Flowers. These swarming, self-destructing rabbits, numerous as hairs on a cow, with health as thin as cicada wings, were practically tailor-made targets for Rain of 1,000 Flowers. Everyone saw pale pink peony petals gather out of thin air, raining down upon the giant rabbit's body. The charging, self-destructing rabbits were instantly sliced in two by the petals, and from within their flesh, vibrant red peonies sprouted, their petals layered upon layer, absorbing all the poison, leaving only a strange, sweet fragrance in the air. The subsequent self-destructing rabbits, seemingly bewitched by the eerie fragrance, all turned and lunged at the corpse-born peonies. The instant they collided with the petals, the peonies exploded with a deafening roar, scattering a crimson ripple, and the rabbits fell like dominoes. The corpse-born peonies' area of effect true damage was utterly devastating. In moments, the self-destructing rabbits were all wiped out, and the giant rabbit's health bar plummeted as if evaporated with the exploding petals, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Roast Duck is Delicious gripped his staff tightly, nervously watching the giant rabbit's health bar. 30% health remaining. Wanshin, be careful. The boss is about to transition. Just then, Sang Fiwen's phantom step effect expired, and everyone saw only a pale afterimage, accompanied by a gust of wind, shoot towards the giant rabbit's head like an arrow, the sword in his left hand gleaming, aimed directly at its crimson left eye. Chirp! The gluttonous rabbit, anticipating the fatal blow, shrank its crimson eyes back into their sockets, its eyelids clenching tightly. The stiff hairs around its eyes suddenly stood on end, each one as hard as an iron needle, forming a layer of armor that blocked its vision. Without hesitation, Sang Fiwen leaped into the air, her wrist twisting sharply. Sword, come! Simultaneously, she activated the skill Sword opens the heavenly gate. The peony flying sword that had been protecting her side instantly flew back into the open 5 fingers of her right hand. The two swords danced in unison, two intertwined arcs of light creating afterimages as dense as a golden net, dazzling to the eye. The golden sword energy net pierced sharply through the stiff hair armor on the giant rabbit's eyelids, the two swords plunging straight into its eyes, with a soft thud. As she pulled the swords out, her peripheral vision caught the crowd below. Roast duck, delicious, mouth agape, sweet wine, good, eyes wide, stewed meat, no salt, gripping bow and arrow tightly. Everyone held their breath, as if even breathing might disturb this earth-shattering attack. The giant rabbit let out a piercing shriek, clearly in extreme pain. It opened its massive jaws, filled with sharp teeth that seemed capable of crushing steel. Wanshin, be careful! Sweetwine cried out anxiously. Everyone's hearts tightened immediately. Wan Qinghui was suspended in midair, neither high nor low, with nowhere to gain leverage. How could she possibly dodge this fatal blow? In a flash, a thick spider silk shot from Wan Qinghui's hand, firmly adhering to the giant rabbit's brow. Almost simultaneously, a phantom image of a goddess appeared behind her. Instead of dodging, she used the force of the spider silk to swing forward like a nimble swift, landing between the giant rabbit's eyes. The giant rabbit's sharp teeth were stuck in her shoulder, blocked by the illusory light, unable to penetrate even a fraction, while her twin swords had already plunged deep into the giant rabbit's eye sockets, one on each side. "Come out!" she hissed, her hands twisting violently. With a poof, 2 ruby rabbit eyes were gouged out, bloodshot and flying through the air, blood gushing out like a fountain. Ding! Everyone snapped out of their daze, looking at the notification that popped up in the team chat. Player Wan Qinghui has dealt fatal damage to the gluttonous rabbit, triggering an execution. This is an execution mechanism that only activates when a monster's health drops below a certain percentage and a vital point is hit, instantly killing the weakened monster and saving the trouble of transitioning to the next phase. The level 70 Wild Monster King's health bar instantly emptied, its massive body swayed, and it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wan Qinghui landed steadily on the ground, her back to the giant rabbit corpse. With a light flick of her wrist, she elegantly twirled her sword, sheathed it, and the golden light disappeared from her waist. Those who had accepted the old monkey in cloth robes quest all received a notification that the quest was complete. The mutated gluttonous rabbit has been defeated. Progress 3 of the Lingmei Mountain Chaos is complete. Update Progress 4. Find and resolve the root cause of the chaos in Lingmei Mountain. It's over. The players at the Easter Eatery were stunned, their weapons still raised, frozen in place. No one had ever seen a player execute a boss on the spot, especially a level 70 Demon King. They had expected a team-wide battle against the boss, but from beginning to end, Aside from attracting the first wave of self-destructing rabbits and briefly focusing fire on them, they felt like spectators watching a thrilling solo show by a god. Wanshin's attack speed at the end was outrageous. Roast Duck was so excited his face turned red. He held up his rolling pin-like staff, trying to imitate Sang Fiwen's sword flourish, but his hand slipped and he hit his foot. He winced in pain, but didn't even bother to rub it. My eyes could barely keep up. Is that even a human's hand speed? Sweet Wine's eyes lit up. She became a fangirl. This is Wanshin. Seeing her live is a million times more exciting than a forum recording. It's totally worth it. Holy crap, Stewed Meat Without Salt muttered, still reeling from the shock, staring at the spot where the giant rabbit had fallen. The boss who wiped us out every time, she just executed him. The difference is terrifying. The woman behind him, Double Skin Milk, didn't reply, but narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze quickly sweeping over Sang Fei-Wan's fingers. That spider silk in midair must be the skill of the ring on her hand. It's really a good thing. Double Skin Milk's eyes flashed with greed before quickly looking away. Lin Yuan stepped forward to greet her, wiping the blood from her cheek with a white handkerchief as he stood before her, a faint smile playing on his lips. Impressive. Sang Fiwen took the handkerchief and casually wiped her face, revealing gleaming white teeth, a hint of smugness in her voice. No big deal. The two walked side by side toward the team. As soon as Sang Fiwen approached, she met the fixed gazes of everyone from the Eastern Eatery, a gaze filled with amazement, admiration, and envy. The simultaneous stares made her uneasy. She wasn't good at handling this kind of situation. It felt even more challenging than fighting the boss earlier. Roast Duck is delicious, Sweet Wine is great, and others gave her a thumbs up. Goddess Wan. 555. Sang Fiwen waved her hand, her tone calm, just lucky. This boss's skills were perfectly countered by my sword. She turned and pointed to the treasure chest that had appeared where the rabbit corpse had vanished, a magnificent and exquisite cloud-patterned treasure chest. Besides that, the gluttonous rabbit had also dropped 2 pieces of equipment gleaming with orange light. A treasure chest exploded. Who's lucky enough to open it? Chapter 112. A magnificent cloud-patterned treasure chest lay quietly on a rock beside the waterfall. In just a short while, water droplets had already clung to its walls. This was a treasure chest only obtainable upon the first clear of a hidden dungeon, guaranteed to yield a celestial-grade weapon. Sang Fiwen stared at the chest with a touch of melancholy. Her Luotian Peony sword had been obtained from the cloud-patterned treasure chest from the first clear of the hidden dungeon in the 100 Flowers West Garden. It seemed the system had designated the Lingmei Mountain quest as a hidden dungeon. She wondered if, upon completing all the quest progress, she would unlock a memory dungeon like in Shishao Village. She glanced at the 5 members of the Eastern Eatery, who had joined later. She had clearly seen them from the giant rabbit's back. These people were obviously flustered during the boss fight. The warlock's fireballs would miss completely, and the swordsman's shields would sometimes be blocked in the wrong direction. Especially that ranger named Double Skin Milk. His arrows either missed or suddenly drew the rabbit's aggro, nearly killing the frontline melee fighters several times. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's healing was effective, preventing the team from truly collapsing. Shuang Pai Nai's actions were practically a team wipe engine, making it hard not to suspect it was intentional. The players from Dongfang Shirsi looked at each other. Cao Yahaochi scratched his head. How could we? It was clearly Wanshin who carried us. How could we preemptively grab it? Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Shuang Pai Nai hesitated, but Cao Yahaochi spoke first. He could only stare intently at the treasure chest, a hint of undisguised greed flashing in his eyes. Lin Yuan broke the silence with a smile. In that case, I open it. Everyone naturally agreed, crowding forward, craning their necks to see the treasure that was about to appear. With a soft click, the chest lid popped open, revealing glittering fragments of gold. Deep red velvet boots paired with moon-white satin, bathed in golden light, were clearly of celestial quality. Beside the boots lay several bags of gold coins, their openings open, revealing gold leaves inside. Celestial shoes. The players from the Eastern Eatery exclaimed softly, their eyes lighting up. As the chest opened, a system notification popped up before Sang Fiwen's eyes. Detected Luotian set piece, distance, within 100 meters. Sang Fiwen's heart pounded. Could it be such a coincidence that she just got shoes from the Luotian set? Before she could examine them closely, everyone suddenly heard several sharp whooshing sounds, the sound of arrows piercing the air. The cold air of the arrows grazed past her ear before they pierced the ground in front of the chest with a thud, their fletching still trembling. Who attacked? Sang Fiwen whirled around, her inkstone sword already drawn, the tip pointing directly in the direction the arrow had come from. A group of uninvited guests leaped out from the shadows, their figures emerging from the bushes and bamboo groves instantly blocking the grassy area. The leader was a burly man resembling a bandit, his voice booming. "What ambush? I'm here to take what's rightfully mine." Sang Fiwen's heart sank. Her senses far surpassed those of ordinary players, almost never failing her. She hadn't even noticed the 100 or so people hiding nearby. Players? Or an NPC force? She glanced at the numerous bandits opposite her, then directly used her insightful eye on the leader, a boxer. A faint light flashed on his body, his ordinary bandit attire transforming into a black, fitted outfit, his features becoming clearer, most notably his pair of wolf-tooth gauntlets. Target's disguise has been detected. Real information. Player Xiongba Fengyu, professional boxer. It's a player. Sang Fiwen became even more vigilant. She hadn't noticed anything at all. The opponent must have brought a high-level group stealth item, otherwise, with her perception, she wouldn't have missed it. TSK, they even have a detection skill, what a nuisance. Xiongba Fengyu scoffed, throwing a tattered mask on the ground. Seeing this, a tall, thin warlock behind him hurriedly cupped his hands into a megaphone and shouted at the top of his lungs to the 100 or so people behind him. For this event, the guild will not accept reimbursement for disguise items. Upon hearing this, the 100-person team opposite them all removed their disguises, revealing their various equipment and true appearances. Sang Fiwen scanned the group and made a plan. 30-odd melee fighters protecting the front, 50-odd ranged fighters wielding weapons, and 20-odd healers standing in the back. This was the standard setup for taking down a world boss. What was even more striking was that they all prominently displayed the same guild ID, Dominate the World. It's Dominate the World. The roast duck enthusiast beside her hurriedly tugged at Sang Fiwen's sleeve, his voice hushed. That guild is the most unreasonable. They always steal other people's bosses. Last time, our guild painstakingly weakened the Wild Chicken King, and they intercepted it halfway. Dominate the world? Sang Fiwen frowned slightly. She naturally remembered this guild. In her previous life, it was a super guild that dominated the Central Plains. A rumor circulated among players that its leader, Xiongba Hongyuan, was extremely influential within the NPC forces of the imperial city of Xianfu, supposedly even qualified to attend council meetings. What was the inner cabinet? It was the closest force to the emperor of Xianfu's purple gold city. Ordinary players couldn't even get into the imperial city's palace gates. His free access spoke volumes about the guild's power. They swept through dungeons, plundered resources, and never let anyone get away with anything. Her fingers unconsciously traced the hilt of her sword. She used all her powerful moves, like goddess of the Lu River and sword opening the heavenly gate, while fighting the gluttonous rabbit, and the skill icons were still grayed out, the cooldowns not yet complete. If she really went head-to-head with these 100 or so people, she probably wouldn't come out on top. Never heard of it. Lin Yuan remained nonchalant, glancing slowly at the person opposite him, his tone as indifferent as drinking water. Is it that powerful? What did you say? Xiongba Fengyu exploded upon hearing this, practically pointing his finger at Lin Yuan and yelling, "Country bumpkin! You never even heard of Xiongba Tianxia, yet you dare to hang around here? I think you're tired of living." Hey! The sorcerer behind him, called Ghost Hand 3 Plays, quickly reached out and grabbed his arm, pulling him back forcefully, then winked at him before releasing his grip and stepping forward himself. A smile plastered on his face as he discreetly produced a recording stone, his eyes darting between Lin Yuan and his, a hint of ingratiation in his voice. "This handsome young man, are you new to Xuming City? You know perfectly well what I mean." Lin Yuan glanced at him, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "You went to all this trouble to hide here. Weren't you just here for us? Why beat around the bush? Having prepared advanced group stealth items, hiding to the side, wasn't it all just to wait until the young lady and his powerful skills were used up in the boss battle, so these people could emerge and achieve their goal?" Roast Duck and the others frowned in confusion. Weren't they here to intercept the treasure chest? Sang Fiwen didn't reply, currently agonizing over her own thoughts. What does Xiongba Tianxia want? If they only want the equipment in the treasure chest, giving it to them is fine. With the sensing power of the Luotian set, she could always find a chance to snatch it back later. Ghost Hand Sanchi's smile faded, his eyes turning cold. As expected of someone our young lady values, your reaction is quick. As he spoke, he suddenly swung his staff at Lin Yuan. Just as the skill was about to be unleashed, Ghost Hand Sanchi's wrist shifted, instantly changing the target to Wan Xinghui beside Lin Yuan. Sang Fiwen instinctively dodged, a beam of light enveloping her. Her sword was about to strike when a system notification sounded, stopping her attack. Player Ghost Hand Sanchi used the light of insight skill on you, judgment in progress. Failed to detect. It turned out to be just a basic detection skill, unable to break through the disguise mirror's effect. Ghost Hand Sanchi used a skill capable of detecting most intermediate disguises, a rarity among players in the Central Plains. He had already received the failed to detect notification, but his face remained completely calm. He shrugged regretfully, having failed to destroy the other party's disguise. To be able to obtain such high-level disguises while in Dongmo, truly worthy of Wen Qinghui. He paused, took a half-step forward, and said threateningly, "It's not entirely impossible to negotiate today. As long as you agree to sell Xingwan Pharmacy to the Huashan Consortium, we leave immediately, and won't bother you again today." Upon hearing this, Sang Fiwen's conflicted mind instantly settled. So, they were lackeys of the Huashan Consortium. There was nothing to discuss then. She said coldly, "Want Xingwan Pharmacy? Dream on. Hey, don't be so quick to refuse." The other party clearly had no intention of giving up on the negotiation. Ghost Hand Sanchi flicked his fingertip, holding a feather between his fingers and dangling it. The feather was orange-red, like a condensed flame, with shimmering edges. It was clearly not an ordinary prop. "This is a feather of rebirth," Ghost Hand 3 Plays said slowly. "Its effect is to instantly revive a player. If you disagree, we have quite a few of these feathers, and we can kill you back to level 0 today. How about it? As long as you agree to what you just said, we're quite generous." Feather of rebirth? Sang Fiwen's eyes flickered slightly. Feathers of rebirth are items that only have a chance to drop when a phoenix dies and undergoes rebirth. It seems the Hegemony Guild is indeed powerful. They even managed to acquire a legendary creature like a phoenix. Sang Fiwen naturally knew how to obtain feathers of rebirth, but she had never even considered it. Although phoenixes can revive, death is extremely painful and reduces their maximum lifespan. She wouldn't do that to Little Red. She picked at her ear, her voice laced with sarcasm. "What do you mean? The dogs of the Huashan Consortium can't understand human language? Then I say it again, impossible." Upon hearing this, the other side fell silent instantly, clearly not expecting anyone to dare challenge Xiong Ba Tianxiao like this, and for a moment no one reacted. Sang Fiwen didn't stop though. She stomped one foot on a rock, her posture domineering, and raised her voice even higher. "This young lady doesn't want to hear dogs barking here. Listen up, everyone. Now, each of you take out your best piece of equipment, and then get out of here. How about that? If you agree, this young lady is quite magnanimous, and won't hold it against you for coming here specifically to bark like dogs." Lin Yuan stood to the side, his fingertips pressed tightly against his lips, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably, struggling to suppress his laughter. The young lady has truly become wicked now. This slap in the face from the other side was truly satisfying. "You're asking for death." Ghost Hand Sanchi's face instantly darkened, all his previous fawning smile vanished, his eyes narrowed, revealing his ruthless nature. Enraged, Xiong Ba Fengyu clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as he brandished his wolf-tooth gauntlets, the spikes gleaming with an ominous green light. "So arrogant? Once you're back to level 0, let's see if you're still so cocky." Just as his fist was about to strike, Guisho Sanchi suddenly grabbed Xiong Ba Fengyu's arm, pulling him closer and muttering a few words in a low voice. Sang Fei Wan frowned slightly, carefully observing the two men's eyes. She had sensed something was off earlier. Their gazes kept glancing behind her, and now they were blatantly fixed on the ranger in the team named Shuang Pai Nai. Something was wrong. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh came from behind. Sang Fei Wan whirled around and saw Shuang Pai Nai raising his bow, firing an arrow at Xiong Ba Fengyu. The arrowhead grazed Xiong Ba Fengyu's arm, leaving a faint damage number. That wasn't all. After shooting the arrow, Shuang Nai instantly vanished into the void, quickly darted towards the treasure chest, reached out, and grabbed the immortal boots inside, stuffing them into her backpack. Chapter 113. System Notification. Team member Shuang Nai initiated an attack on player Xiong Ba Fengyu. Within 30 minutes, Xiong Ba Fengyu and his team can launch a legitimate counterattack against you, which will not be counted as sin points. Cao Haoqi abruptly turned his head and roared in the direction Shuang Nai had disappeared. "Shuang Nai, what are you doing?" He only realized what he was doing after cursing, and his face turned pale instantly. It must be because he had mentioned in the guild channel that Wanshan was carrying the team, and this kid overheard it, and immediately sold the information to Xiong Ba Tianxia, thus attracting the ambush. This arrow, seemingly aimed at Xiong Ba Fengyu, actually granted him the right to retaliate legitimately. Now, Xiong Ba Tianxia wouldn't even receive a red name penalty for attacking. However, if they retaliate, they incur sin points. If they die, not only will they lose a level, but all their equipment will likely be destroyed. Ghost Hand 3 plays seized the opportunity, and the orange-red feather, with its own tracking ability, landed on Sang Fiwen, transforming into a warm light that melted into her heart. Ghost Hand 3 plays use the feather of rebirth on you. You will immediately revive after your next death. Damn it! Sang Fiwen cursed under her breath. She had already noticed something was wrong with the double-skin milk, but she still got tricked. Lin Yuan heard her curse, turned his head to look at her, and said with a hint of helplessness in his eyes, "Well, girls should." Sang Fiwen raised an eyebrow, her mood not good. She shot him a sharp glare. A single interjection, and a glance clearly expressed her meaning. Lin Yuan wisely shut his mouth, raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose, and thought to himself, well, the young lady. No, the queen is really angry. At this time, anyone who opposes her will die. I better listen to her obediently. A moment later, Shuangpi Nai appeared beside Xiongba Fengyu, calmly saying, as agreed before, "Can you let my people go now?" "You scoundrel. Traitor." Roast Duck Delicious gritted his teeth in anger, pointing his rolling pin-like staff at him and cursing, "Give back what's in the treasure chest. That's what one should let us to get." Shuangpi Nai scoffed, standing behind Xiongba Fengyu, his neck stiff. "So what if I don't? I also contributed to the boss raid, so the treasure chest is naturally mine." "You?" Roast Duck Delicious' face flushed red with anger. He had never seen such a shameless person. "TSK, so noisy, shut up." Xiongba Fengyu waved his hand impatiently. "If you want to leave, hurry up, don't delay my work." Shuangpi Nai scanned the players in the Eastern Eatery. Those who want to leave the team now. Xiongba Tianxia promised it would only apply to Wan Xinghui and Lin Yuan. Sang Fei Wan watched coldly, not stopping him. One by one, the avatars on the team panel disappeared. Most of the players from the Eastern Eatery hesitated and left the team, leaving only Roast Duck Delicious, Sweet Wine Delicious, and Stewed Meat Without Salt still in the party. Not leaving? Sang Fiwen looked at the three of them, her tone softening slightly, the coldness in her eyes fading a bit. Roast Duck Delicious lowered its head, its voice filled with guilt. "I'm not leaving. It was my oversight. I leaked your information to the guild. I didn't expect there to be a traitor within the guild. I'm so sorry." Sweet Wine Delicious' eyes blazed with anger. "This is a mission that our leader and I have been guarding for so long. Why should we give the rewards to them? We rather die than leave." Stewed Meat Without Salt nodded in agreement. "I stay with our leader." Double Skin Milk, who had already left the group, turned back, glanced at them with the look of someone looking at idiots, and sneered, "Are you guys stupid? Even if Wan Xinghui is powerful, there are only 2 of them, while the other side has over 100. In the Central Divine Continent, Xiongba Tianxia can kill anyone he wants. Roast Duck, I advise you to stop worrying about saving face, and get out of there quickly. Don't come along to your deaths." "Who cares about saving face?" Roast Duck suddenly raised his head and spat on the ground. "I think your conscience has been stolen by a dog." Xiongba Fengyu had been waiting impatiently for a long time, kicked the stone next to him. "Get out of here. Stop dawdling and get in my way while I'm killing people." Double Skin Milk gave Roast Duck one last look, turned around and walked out of the bamboo grove. The others who had left the group with him quickly followed. "Wait!" Xiongba Fengyu suddenly raised his hand to stop him, a fierce smile on his face. His eyes glanced at the cloud-patterned treasure chest. "Did you forget to leave something behind?" Shuangpi Nai's eyes twitched. His actions had already violated the rules of the neutral guild, Dongfang Shirsi. His only option now was to join the Xiongba Tianxia guild, and he couldn't afford to offend the vice-guild leader, Xiongba Fengyu. Fortunately, he had already checked. Those immortal-grade boots were for swordsmen, not for a wandering swordsman. He could at most earn some gold by selling them, which he could use as his membership fee. Shuangpi Nai's mind raced. He immediately pulled out the moon-white satin boots from his backpack, handed them over with both hands, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Oh dear, look at my memory. Please accept these boots, Brother Feng." But regarding the membership, Xiongba Fengyu took the boots, glanced at them, and accepted them with satisfaction, waving his hand. "You're a smart kid. Go back to Fanlu in Xianfu City, and find a woman named Shiliyui. Tell her my name, and she help you." Shuangpi Nai breathed a sigh of relief, nodded hurriedly, and ran out of the bamboo grove without looking back. Guizhou Sanchi, remembering the young lady's instructions, turned his gaze to Lin Yuan before Xiongba Fengyu could make a move, forcing a fawning smile. "Great God, Lin Yuan, Our young lady greatly admires you. If you leave Wan Xinghui's group now, and come with us, not only will we not kill you, but we also let you join Xiongba Tianxia as an elder. How about it? This is an opportunity that many people would kill for. Sang Fei Wan raised an eyebrow, moved closer to Lin Yuan, nudged him with her elbow, and deliberately dragged out her words. Oh? What young lady has such great influence? Tell me, I'm very curious too. Lin Yuan instantly tensed up, alarm bells ringing. He didn't even lift his eyelids, his voice even colder than usual. I don't know her. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. Ghost Hand 3 Play's smile froze. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, he said no more, but quietly put away the recording stone hidden in his sleeve. He had done everything he could. It was Lin Yuan who refused. He would show the recording to Miss Huarong later. He shouldn't be punished too badly. Stop dawdling. Xiong Ba Feng you couldn't hold back any longer. His fists, clad in wolf-tooth gauntlets, swung impatiently, creating a sonic boom. The spikes on the gauntlets gleamed coldly. He grinned savagely, his eyes filled with savagery. Since you're so shameless, then you all die. Kill. Before he finished speaking, dozens of spells and arrows streaked through the air behind him like fireworks. Fireballs, ice arrows, lightning bolts, and other skills exploded like fireworks, hurtling towards Sang Fei Wan and the others. Almost simultaneously, Sang Fei Wan lightly tapped his gourd, and a golden light flashed out, streaking towards the warlock in the back row of the Overlord faction. Come to my side. Roast Duck Delicious reacted quickly, waving his staff, and a pale blue magical shield hummed open in front of him. Although its range was only enough to protect a few people, it at least provided some cover. After the shield deployed, Roast Duck Delicious immediately pulled out a bottle of aged wine and drank it down, clearly a skill that consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Bang bang bang. Several ranged skills struck the shield, exploding into a cloud of light mist. The pale blue shield flickered, then shattered into specks of light like a popped soap bubble, only managing to block a portion of the attacks. The remaining few fireballs that slipped through the defenses fiercely broke through, slamming into the group with scorching heat. Sang Fei Wan and Lin Yuan dodged, but the two slow-moving magic-based classes, Roast Duck and Sweet Wine, couldn't dodge in time. Stewed meat without salt flashed in front of Sweet Wine, taking solid hits from several fireballs, losing nearly half its health. Lin Yuan and Sweet Wine immediately replenished their health. In the grassy field, over 100 well-equipped players surrounded them, seemingly a hopeless situation. Roast Duck, sweating profusely, said guiltily, Xiao Fei Wan, Lin Yuan. The opponents aren't from ordinary guilds. Their equipment and teamwork are top-notch. You should leave. We can still hold them off a little longer. Stewed meat without salt, shedding its previous restraint, drew its bowstring to its fullest extent, and unleashed 5 fire arrows, like meteors, targeting the enemy's backline healers. Sang Fei Wan was relieved. Judging by their reaction, these 3 who stayed behind were definitely not actors. The roast duck was delicious, the spell shield was precisely controlled, the stewed meat was cooked without salt, and the player knew how to coordinate with their flying sword to harass the enemy healer. The sweet wine was delicious, and kept healing everyone. The players' on-the-spot reactions were quite quick. The rocket attack, though not instantly killing anyone, terrified the healers, who immediately began healing themselves, leaving them no time to attend to the warlocks harassed by the flying swords. The peony flying swords were incredibly sharp. Without healer support, warlocks quickly succumbed to the onslaught. Chaos erupted in the back ranks. A warlock jumped up and down in desperation. What are the healers doing? Heal me. Didn't you see the rockets coming? I have to protect myself first. Xiong Ba Feng you had already led 30 melee fighters to the halfway point, while a dozen or so rangers had vanished into the void, their whereabouts unknown. Seeing the fire in their own ranks, Xiong Ba Feng you immediately commanded, 10 back. Switch shields and protect the warlocks and healers. 10 melee fighters immediately returned to defend, forming a shield barrier to block Sang Fei Wan's flying swords. The warlocks finally regained their footing, and the second wave of spells blazed forth. Xiong Ba Feng you charged forward, each punch accompanied by a thunderous roar. The dazzling special effects of his magic followed him, like shooting stars, hurtling towards Sang Fei Wan and the others. Just then, a massive, ancient shield, entwined with plants, suddenly rose from the ground between them. 3 people tall, it resembled a solid mountain wall emerging from the earth, firmly blocking Sang Fei Wan's path. Thumping sounds echoed from the forest shield, instantly deflecting all the incoming attacks. Xiong Ba Feng you withdrew his gauntlets from the vine shield, noticing his health bar had dropped by half. His face instantly darkened. Ah! A scream came from behind. Xiong Ba Feng Yu turned around, his face darkening even more. Several ranged units in the back row had fallen. The healers couldn't keep up, they were dead. As a guild elder, Xiong Ba Feng Yu was experienced and reacted instantly, pointing at the forest shield and yelling, "That shield reflects damage. Stop attacking. Melee DPS, follow me to break the shield. Healers, focus on healing." Behind the shield, Sang Fei once smirked. The timing was perfect. The forest shield had proven its power, its passive skill thorns working exceptionally well, reflecting the damage back exactly and instantly killing the squishy warlock. "Those who died, hurry up and run back to your corpses." Gui Shou Sanchi stood in the back row, his staff resting casually on his shoulder, looking completely detached, not lifting a finger. He was just shouting, clearly not planning to use Nirvana Feather to save these low-level minions. Sang Feiwen activated her defensive shield, blocking the relentless onslaught. Then, turning to look at the roast duck, she raised an eyebrow and smiled easily, her tone relaxed. "What's the panic? Go ask around. When has Wang Xingli ever retreated?" As soon as she finished speaking, she activated the forest shield's active skill, blessing of grass and trees. The green vines on the shield suddenly glowed with a pale green aura, spreading along the ground towards everyone's feet. Teammates within the aura were immune to spell damage for 5 minutes. All enemy attacks would be futile. If she were on the other side, she would likely conserve her spiritual energy and stamina. Sure enough, the effect was immediate. The enemy's offensive slowed down, leaving only the sounds of melee attacks emanating from the shield. Seeing her goal achieved, a sly glint flashed in Sang Feiwen's eyes. She lowered her voice and said to the group, "Be careful, follow me." Chapter 114. Waist-high grass rippled in the wind, creating waves. Xiong Ba Feng Yu, leading over 20 melee fighters, surrounded the forest shield, bombarding it with fists and weapons. The shield seemed to grow from the grass itself, its edges almost embedded in the cracks of the rocks, like a thick mountain wall. No matter how hard they pounded it, it only swayed a few times with a muffled thud. 5 minutes passed. Xiong Ba Feng Yu's arms ached from punching, his speed had slowed considerably, and his gaze on the shield grew increasingly intense. This shield offered incredible defense, with damage reflection and immunity to magic damage. Once they got their hands on it, the guild's combat power would instantly increase by a notch. He couldn't bear to actually break it, so he had already slowed his attacks, while simultaneously thinking about how to trick Wan Xing into retrieving the shield, to avoid wasting such a valuable asset. Seeing no movement behind the shield for a while, he cleared his throat and deliberately raised his voice, shouting, "Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you cowering in there like a turtle? Wang Xingli, if you remove this damn shield now and obediently agree to the conditions, I pretend nothing happened and let you off this time." There was a moment of silence on the other side of the shield before Wang Xingli's voice came, muffled and hesitant, muffled by the thick forest shield. "Really? You mean it? You're not lying to me? Then I remove the shield." Xiong Ba Feng Yu was secretly delighted and quickly raised his hand to stop everyone. "Stop! Everyone stop! Nobody is allowed to move." His fingers twitched slightly, sending a text message in the team channel. "Team channel Xiong Ba Feng Yu, listen up. Once the shield is removed, focus fire on those 2 healers first. Then kill the warlock. Don't give Wang Xingli a chance to react. Kill the healers first, then the squishy ones. That's the old rule in team fights." He refused to believe that with so many people involved, they couldn't take down a mere 5. The large shield covered in vines rippled a few times, the vines contracted, and the shield gradually shrank until it turned into a few points of green light and completely disappeared into the grass. "Charge!" Xiong Ba Feng Yu roared, charging forward first. His melee fighters followed, their blades flashing and striking the space behind the shield, determined to shred those hidden behind it. Miss, miss, miss. The space behind the shield was empty. Besides the trampled grass, there wasn't a single person in sight. Xiong Ba Feng Yu's pupils contracted. A trap! But it was too late. Suddenly, a large patch of green vines sprouted from the ground, like countless venomous snakes coiling around everyone's ankles and wrists, binding the melee fighters tightly, making it impossible for them to even lift their weapons. Sang Feiwen had already led everyone to a cave behind the waterfall. Fortunately, the grass there was waist-high, and they moved stealthily, their footsteps light, and they remained undetected. While opening the treasure chest, Lin Yuan, with his sharp eyes, noticed a natural stone cave hidden behind the waterfall. The water cascaded down like a white curtain, the mist perfectly concealing the cave entrance. Behind the curtain of water, Everyone from Xiongba Tianxia was bound by vines and unable to move, but their spirits lifted. Sang Feiwen's lips curled into a cold smile. My turn. She took out an acceleration scroll, crushed it, and a surge of azure energy enveloped her feet as she dashed out, not forgetting to instruct, Roast Duck, use your shield to hold them off here. Roast Duck gripped his staff tightly and nodded emphatically, don't worry, Wan Shin. Phantom Step. Crystal Mirror. Lin Yuan swung his gem-encrusted staff, instantly casting several buffs on Sang Feiwen before she disappeared. Caught entangled in the green vines, the members of the Xiongba Tianxia group cursed, damn it. How can these damn vines not break free? My knife was thrown away by these vines. Suddenly someone shouted, why is it dark? The sky darkened, as if thick clouds were obscuring the sun. Xiongba Fengyu looked up, his heart sinking. A fiery red divine bird hovered in midair, its wingspan easily exceeding 10 meters. Its golden red feathers shimmered in the sunlight, truly blocking out most of the sun. It was the phoenix of Wan Xinghui. Little Red gently flapped its wings, and wherever its tail feathers swept, a sea of fire descended, the heat wave instantly engulfing the entire area. Ah! It's burning me! Screams rose and fell, the fragile warriors unable to withstand the heat, their health bars quickly reached zero, and the thuds of them collapsing to the ground echoed continuously. Xiongba Fengyu's eyes widened, muttering, impossible, how could they still be instantly killed? They knew Wan Xinghui had a phoenix, and had specifically equipped their members with fire resistance gear before coming, yet they were still instantly killed. Gui Shou-san was also stunned. Xiongba Tianxia also had a phoenix, but that molting bird couldn't possibly cause such terrifying wide-area damage. Little did they know, Sang Fei Wan's Little Red had already broken through to the 3rd-tier legendary creature level, its fire power more than tripling. How could ordinary +5 fire resistance gear possibly withstand it? Suddenly, 2 Sang Fei Wans appeared on the field, one on the left and one on the right, weaving through the sea of fire. Blood splattered where their blades sliced through, and the low-health melee fighters were slaughtered without any chance to fight back. They felt that the red-clad figure was more terrifying than death itself, and a sense of despair rose in their hearts. The healers and warlocks in the back row had panicked the moment the sea of fire descended. Under the cover of the shield warriors, they scrambled to retreat out of the flames, having no time to cast spells. Peony's sword seized the opportunity to break through the defenses, piercing the fragile group like a golden rainbow, instantly felling 3 more healers. Without healing, the remaining players panicked even more. Some fell flat on their faces into the fire, dying instantly. Xiao Hong's kill count was all credited to Sang Feiwen, who quickly became surrounded by a crimson aura. She was now a red name, indicating her status as a high-ranking player, but she didn't care. The coldness in her eyes could freeze a person to death, and her ink sword swung faster and faster. Everyone take the Great Cooling Pill and the Great Healing Pill. The guild will reimburse you. Xiongba Fengyu watched as those around him fell one by one, his heart bleeding with pain, but he dared not hesitate. These 2 types of pills were high-level consumables, each costing 50 gold. This trip alone had used up almost half a box of them, and he would definitely get a scolding from the guild leader when he returned. The surviving players frantically pulled out pills and swallowed them, instantly boosting their health. Their fire resistance on their character panels barely increased, allowing them to survive a little longer in the fire. Xiongba Fengyu gritted his teeth and roared, charge. Smash their equipment. He had initially thought it was a sure thing. He could reclaim his divine gear and gain the favor of that Miss Hua. But this woman was truly troublesome. Now, forget about making a profit, he'd be lucky to even break even. At this moment, the green vines finally loosened, and the Xiongba Tianxia players quickly broke free, their arms still wrapped in broken vines, and roared with red eyes, damn it. Smash their equipment. Sang Fei Wan, however, didn't linger. Seeing the opponents struggling with the pills, she whistled, summoned Xiao Hong, and returned it to her ink-washed space. The illusionary elephant remained in place, wielding its sword to parry, blocking several incoming arrows for her. Using the cover, she darted back into the cave, thrusting her forest shield against the entrance to block it. Inside the cave, the delicious roast duck, the sweet wine, and the saltless stew had left them staring wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Only upon hearing Wan Xinghui's footsteps did they snap back to reality, nearly shouting Wan Xinghui is awesome, before quickly covering their mouths, only daring to express their adoration with their eyes. The scene of the phoenix spreading its wings in the sea of fire, reaping like death itself, was so cool. Clang! 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 Xiongba Fengyu, leading the remaining dozen or so melee fighters, chased to the waterfall cave entrance, their swords, spears, and halberds raining down on the forest shield, making it vibrate and tremble. Sang Feiwen's hands went numb. Upon hearing that a guild was reimbursing for their pills, the opposing players seemed to unleash a burst of energy, their morale soaring instantly. With the guild backing them up, everyone pulled out pills and wine and started shutting them down, unleashing a barrage of skills at the shield like it was free. Forget about damage reflection, just smash this lousy shield first. Forest shield durability decreased by 30%. Xiongba Fengyu stared at the crack and grinned maliciously. Keep smashing. This lousy shield is about to give way. He didn't care about the intact shield anymore. If Wan Xinghui managed to kill him here, forget about his equipment, he'd be dead himself, and he'd be in deep trouble when he got back. Although Xiongba Tianxia had lost half his men in the previous surprise attack, there were still about 40 left, 8 times more than Sang Feiwen's side. Sang Feiwen made up her mind. The opposing team was currently on a rampage, fueled by drugs and alcohol, and a direct confrontation wouldn't be advantageous. We could only use the forest shield to hold them off until most of the opponent's skills are off cooldown, and then look for an opportunity to counterattack. The forest shield's all-around protection was only 2 body widths wide, so she could only adjust the shield slightly, focusing all her efforts on protecting herself and Lin Yuan. Roasted Duck Delicious and the other 2 huddled in a corner, half their bodies exposed, their clothes soaked by the splashing water from the waterfall. Fireballs and ice arrows occasionally grazed through the gaps in the shield. Roasted Duck Delicious had just taken a half step to the side when a fireball struck her squarely in the chest, and she fell straight down. Sweet Wine Delicious reacted quickly, raising her staff to heal, but before she could react, a lightning arrow grazed the edge of the shield, slicing her cheek. She cried out and fell to the wet ground. Stewed Meat Without Salt reached out to help Sweet Wine Delicious, but her ankle was suddenly frozen by an ice arrow. Several more spells followed, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 corpses lay side by side in the damp cave. Sang Feiwen's heart sank, but she dared not be distracted. Lin Yuan stood behind her, his lips slightly parted, softly chanting the incantation for Holy Light Meteor. 24 obscure, ancient syllables escaped his lips, the emerald at the tip of his staff shone even brighter, and a holy white light faintly enveloped him, even tinging the surrounding mist with gold. Interrupt that healer. Xiongba Fengyu, who was closest, keenly noticed Lin Yuan's unusual behavior and immediately shouted. Before his words even finished, a gray shadow darted out. It was the ranger who had narrowly survived the sea of fire. This fellow had somehow used a shape-shifting skill, transforming into a gray-furred rat, shrinking and squeezing through the gaps in the shield, silently circling behind Lin Yuan. The ranger, disguised as a gray rat, materialized with lightning speed, his dagger gleaming with a chilling light, and thrust it fiercely towards Lin Yuan's head. Clang! Sang Feiwen's illusion instantly appeared behind Lin Yuan, blocking the attack from behind. With a backhand crescent slash, the ranger was cleaved in 2 before he could even utter a sound, his body falling stiffly to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yuan uttered the last syllable, slamming his staff into the ground. Holy Light Meteor. A burst of white light exploded, countless holy light meteors trailing silver tails plummeting from midair. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The holy light meteors crashed violently into the ground, slamming into the crowd of Xiongba Tianxia's men. The shockwave exploded like firecrackers, sweeping across the area with splash damage. Screams mingled with the muffled thuds of bones hitting stone, sending chills down everyone's spines. In the blink of an eye, a group of Xiongba Tianxia's men lay scattered on the ground, most of the survivors crippled, their health bars nearly empty. Only Sang Feiwen and Lin Yuan remained standing, along with Xiongba Fengyu and a few other bewildered melee fighters at the cave entrance. Seizing this opportunity, Sang Feiwen suddenly sprang into action, gathering power in her sword. Once the charge was complete, she spun her wrist violently, the sword flashing like thunder, sweeping outwards in all directions. A horizontal slash. Xiongba Fengyu and several melee fighters surrounding the shield were struck by the sword's force, thrown backward like broken kites, crashing into rocks and unable to get up for a long time. Sang Feiwen lightly touched the ground with her toes and leaped after him, her target Xiongba Fengyu. This guy is decked out in orange gear, has the highest damage output, and is also the enemy's commander. She must take him down first. Xiongba Fengyu, who had just struggled to his feet, saw her charging towards him. Far from being afraid, he grinned maliciously and met her head, perfect timing. He suddenly lowered his waist to gather power, golden light flashing on his fists, his powerful offensive skill, city-suppressing fist. The force of the punch stung their faces. Clearly, it was a deadly attack, intended to kill instantly. Sang Fei Wan's eyes shone with astonishing light. Facing the punch head-on, she neither dodged nor evaded, but slightly lowered her shoulders, charging straight at it. Xiong Ba Fengyu was overjoyed. This woman must be insane. His city-suppressing fist could even instantly kill a tank 10 levels higher than him. She, a swordsman, was surely dead. -0. The system notification suddenly popped up, and Xiong Ba Fengyu's sinister smile froze on his face. He didn't have any empty skills. Wan Xinghui had taken that city-suppressing fist head-on, yet she hadn't lost a single ounce of health? How was that possible? Wan Xinghui's ink sword had already arrived. Xiong Ba Fengyu felt a cold sensation slice across his throat, and his vision was stained crimson. Xiong Ba Fengyu stared wide-eyed, a hoarse sound escaping his throat. His body went limp, and he crashed to the ground with a thud, his health bar completely depleted. 2 pieces of equipment fell beside him. One was the Luotian boots, which were bound to drop, and the other was a black gauze cloak, embroidered with subtle dark patterns, emitting a faint golden glow. 2 pieces of celestial-grade equipment? Sang Feiwen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. She bent down, and swept the 2 pieces of celestial-grade equipment into her backpack. She was still in combat, so she couldn't change into the Luotian boots for the time being. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a growing apprehension towards the now dead Xiong Ba Fengyu at her feet, if it weren't for the accumulated flowers on the Luotian robe. The petal had shielded her from the fatal blow. Now, it would likely be her lying on the ground. Without daring to delay, she lightly touched the ground beside Xiong Ba Fengyu's corpse, then darted towards the few remaining, low-health melee fighters who had just gotten up. Her wrist flicked with lightning speed, the ink sword in her hand moving so fast it was a blur. Slash, thrust, parry, a basic combo executed with swift precision. The ink blade grazed precisely at their necks, and the melee fighters, who had just regained their footing, fell straight back down. The healer in the back was entangled by the golden flying sword, and couldn't attend to the melee fighters in the front. Bang, 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 wherever Wan Xinghui passed, several cold corpses lay on the ground. Just then, a white light suddenly shone through the grassy field. It was the light of resurrection. The corpses she had just slashed all stood up again. The people from Xiongba Tianxia had returned. Not only that, but outside the bamboo forest, another dark mass of figures was approaching. Xiongba Tianxia's reinforcements had arrived. The dozens of resurrected corpses had barely settled in their places when they pulled out pills and popped them into their mouths, their health bars instantly rising. The next moment, they brandished their weapons and surrounded Sang Fei Wan and Lin Yuan. Some circled around the waterfall cliff to the left, others blocked the right side with their footsteps on the grass, and even the area around the waterfall's rock face was guarded. The encirclement tightened, becoming an impenetrable net. Ghost Hand Sanchi, who had been huddled among the healers, was so frightened when he saw Xiong Ba Fengyu being instantly killed that he almost dropped his staff. His palms were sweaty, and he cursed Xiong Ba Fengyu for underestimating him. Had he known Wan Xinghui was so ruthless, he should have called everyone he could. 200 if 100 wasn't enough. Seeing his guild members gathering, nearly 200 coming back for reinforcements, a dense mass filling half the bamboo forest, Ghost Hand 3 Play's initial panic vanished. "Kill her!" he roared, relaxing, a smug smile spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "Humph, so what if she's Wan Xinghui? No matter how strong her killing power, how skilled she is, she's still just one person. There are nearly 200 well-equipped players here. Even if they just stand still and let her hack them down, she'd be hacked to pieces. We could overwhelm her with sheer numbers." He watched Sang Feiwen surrounded, already calculating how best to curry favor with Miss Hua after capturing Wan Xinghui. This was a server-wide sensation, a truly monumental achievement. Once Wan Xinghui was reduced to level 0, the Huashan Consortium's reputation would spread throughout the entire server, making them famous and renowned. As the hero, his future would be bright. Seeing hundreds of figures about to surround Wan Xinghui, she wiped the blood from her cheek, her eyes burning with fervent battle intent. She even raised her face, a smirk playing on her lips. It wasn't the despair of a desperate situation, but excitement. The frenzied battle intent burning in her eyes stunned everyone around her, causing them to instinctively stop in their tracks. At that moment, the wind seemed to stand still. The previously noisy cicadas fell silent. Even the sound of the waterfall seemed to be blocked by a glass dome. The world was utterly still. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth. A massive bronze gate appeared behind the girl, carrying an intense, oppressive aura of a sea of corpses and ghosts, assaulting the senses of everyone present. The massive gate, etched with ghostly patterns, swung open with a deafening roar, sending the charging melee fighters flying. What is that? A sharp-eyed player pointed to the inside of the gate, their voice trembling with a sob. Two tall, thin, terrifying figures emerged from within. Chapter 115. Its body, barely over 3 meters tall, was as thin as a withered tree. Its neck was empty, where its head should have been. A section of grayish-green vine was wrapped around it, the end of which hung a large, bright yellow lantern. The lantern swayed precariously in midair, like a poorly positioned electric light, occasionally flashing a pale white light. Lantern-bearing pagoda, level 90 Demon King, summoned, summoner, Evening Star returns. The players in the front row who were close enough had already seen the monster's information, and all of them showed expressions of horror. A level 90 Demon King. With an average level of 42, how were they supposed to fight it? At this stage, it would take at least hundreds of thousands of players to kill these two Demon Kings. Ghost Hand 3 Play's eyes widened, sweat beating on his back. His earlier dream of claiming credit had shattered into pieces. He staggered backward, his voice trembling. How could she summon a level 90 boss? This is impossible. My intelligence was absolutely complete. The once impenetrable encirclement had silently opened up. Some players quietly retreated, unknowingly stepping on their companions, but no one dared to curse. All eyes were fixed on the massive bronze door, on watching Hui's bloodied, smiling face, feeling cold sweat pour down their backs like ice water. This wasn't prey being surrounded, this girl was a madwoman who treated 200 people as prey. Sang Fiwen looked at the two monsters, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. It was the first time she used the upgraded 100 Ghosts Parade, and she already summoned the lantern-bearing pagoda. This luck was practically divine intervention. In her previous life, the lantern-bearing pagoda had two skills firmly occupying a top spot on the list of the most difficult demon kings to deal with, a notorious meat grinder. Before anyone could react, the two figures carrying lanterns vanished from their spots. The next second, two enormous lanterns appeared out of thin air in the back row of the players, their pale light instantly expanding like two giant nets, enveloping most of the players. Ghost Hand Sanchi was about to shout commands, when the white light before his eyes flickered, and the warlock beside him suddenly transformed into a grotesque zombie, lunging at him with its gaping maw. Ah! He screamed, instinctively raising his staff, and smashing it down on the zombie's head. Elder Ghost Hand. Why did you hit me? The warlock beside Ghost Hand Sanchi stumbled from the blow, turning back with a mixture of grievance and anger. But Ghost Hand Sanchi couldn't hear him. He was still frantically waving his staff, shouting incoherently, "Help! Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer!" At this moment, Ghost Hand Sanchi's eyes were only filled with the swarms of zombie monsters attacking from all sides. He could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. Not only him, but all the players enveloped in the halo had a white mist over their eyes, screaming and indiscriminately attacking their teammates. A swordsman slashed at a nearby healer, shouting, "Kill this demon!" A ranger crouched on the ground, trembling and crying, "Don't bite me!" A swordsman swung his sword at thin air, completely missing a combo. The grassy area instantly descended into chaos, screams, the clash of weapons, and the explosions of spells mingling together, even more chaotic than the previous sea of fire. It's a group confusion skill. Players not enveloped in the halo screamed and retreated, but they couldn't wake their teammates, who had already been affected. This is the most terrifying mechanism skill of the lantern-bearing pagoda. People illuminated by the lanterns will fall into confusion, with grotesque monsters constantly appearing around their vision, and they will also suffer continuous damage from the halo. The surviving healers were sweating profusely, and hurriedly raised their hands to chant the clarity spell. However, the two lantern-bearing pagodas moved, and the vines on their necks suddenly stretched out, like two green tongues, and wrapped around the 5 or 6 healers nearby with lightning speed. Then, a gaping fissure suddenly split open in its thin, wooden belly, revealing countless sharp teeth. It swallowed the player it had wrapped around whole, without even a scream, only the chilling sound of chewing. This was the lantern-bearing pagoda's nightmare skill. The swallowed player was immediately resurrected in the graveyard, and upon resurrection, would suffer a day of weakness debuffs that could not be removed by any means. Two lantern-bearing pagodas wreaked havoc in the crowd, their lanterns churning the area with every flick of their wrists, their vines swallowing dozens with a single coil. They were practically two mobile meat grinders. Sang Fiwen wasn't idle either, maneuvering her peony flying sword through the chaotic mass of people, specifically targeting players with low health to finish them off. Where the blade passed, flashes of white light appeared, and the corpses on the ground instantly piled up again. Faced with this hellish scene, the remaining players of the dominating the world faction had lost all will to fight. Many quietly slipped out of the bamboo forest, while others simply lay down in the grass, curled up, hoping to avoid being illuminated by the lantern. When the dust settled, Sang Fiwen looked back and saw that only she and Lin Yuan remained. The two were enveloped in a crimson light, thick like an impenetrable blood mist, their red names stinging the eyes. At their feet lay a chaotic mess of corpses and blood. As her tense nerves relaxed, her wounds suddenly burned like fire, especially the spot on her shoulder where the wolf's fangs had pierced her, causing her to grimace in pain. Hiss, that really hurts. Sang Fiwen gasped, letting out a soft cry. She hadn't paid attention during the fight, and only now did she belatedly realize that the minimum player synchronization rate in the Central Plains was 19%. When she and Lin Yuan disembarked from the osmanthus fragrance boat, the system automatically adjusted the values. At this moment, the burning pain of the wound and the soreness of the muscles felt so real that it was as if she had been beaten up in real life. A gentle, cool breeze suddenly enveloped her, like ice cubes soaking in a clear spring, lightly brushing against her wound. She looked down and saw the bloody hole on her shoulder healing at a visible speed, without even leaving a scab. Lin Yuan had appeared behind her unnoticed, a pale green glow emanating from his staff, casting a healing spell on her. Feeling better? Lin Yuan put away his staff, then took out a clean white silk handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from her cheek, reminding her, "Grab the boss's loot, let's go quickly." This place was indeed not safe to linger. The 100 Ghosts parade could only provide temporary relief. The one who dominated the world might return soon, perhaps even bringing more people. Sang Fiwen collected the 2 orange tier items dropped by the gluttonous rabbit and the gold coins from the treasure chest, putting them into her backpack without even looking at them, and summoned Little Red from her inkwash space. As for the equipment scattered haphazardly on the ground, she and Lin Yuan picked up the nearest orange tier items, leaving the rest behind. Sang Fiwen didn't bring the 2 lantern-bearing Buddhas. Instead, she had them cover her retreat, preventing any players from seeing the direction she had left in. The 2 mounted Little Red, and with a flap of their phoenix wings, a fiery red shadow swept across the sky, disappearing behind the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. Shortly afterward, patches of white resurrection light lit up on the grasslands deep within Lingmei Mountain, as players of the Xiongba Tianxia Guild rose to their feet. But this wasn't the end. Even more reinforcements arrived from below the mountain. When guild leader Xiongba Hongyuan received the news, he was doing a quest in Xianfu City, and could only entrust the task of besieging Wen Xinghui to Xiongba Fengyu, the vice-guild leader in charge of the Xuming City area. By the time Xiongba Hongyuan arrived at Xianfu City on his snow-treading black steed, it was already too late. He reined in his arms, his face grim, as he looked at his disheveled members. The crowd behind him stretched across half the hillside, completely blocking the path, yet not even a glimpse of Wan Xinghui's clothes could be seen. Xiongba Hongyuan's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Xiongba Fengyu. His tone was heavy and imposing. "What happened? Where is she? Damn it! That bitch got away." Xiongba Fengyu slammed his fist into a nearby bamboo grove, shaking down a shower of leaves. His eyes were filled with resentment. "I didn't expect she had the ability to summon a level 90 Demon King." Guisho Sanchi, who had just resurrected, rushed over and immediately shifted all the blame. "It's all your fault for underestimating her. I told you Wan Xinghui wasn't an ordinary player, and I told you to bring more people, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened, she's gone. How am I supposed to explain this to Miss Hua? You have the nerve to say that?" Xiongba Fengyu was also getting angry. Without backing down, he retorted, "Your intelligence didn't mention that that bitch had any tools to summon the Demon King." "You?" Ghost Hand Sanchi choked for a moment, then forced a smile. "Anyway, it's a fact that you missed a golden opportunity. Miss Hua doesn't have the patience to listen to your excuses." "Not at all, Elder Ghost Hand. Please calm down. Miss Hua still needs your help to explain things." Xiongba Hongyuan promptly interrupted the argument, first calming Ghost Hand Sanchi, sent by the Huashan Consortium, and said gently, "I have someone search the entire area, expanding outwards from Lingmei Mountain. We'd definitely be able to bring her back." After saying that, Xiongba Hongyuan glared coldly at Xiongba Fengyu, his eyes full of warning. With such a pragmatic chairman, Ghost Hand Sanchi breathed a sigh of relief. But Xiongba Hongyuan probably didn't understand Miss Hua's temper. She was the type who wouldn't listen to any excuses. Even the impulsive Xiongba Fengyu knew this wasn't the time to be angry. Gritting his teeth and suppressing his rage, he analyzed, in such a short time, she couldn't have gone far. She's probably taking that pretty boy doctor somewhere nearby to get a taste of her own medicine. Then hurry up and search. Gui Shou Sanchi urged from the side, glancing at Xiong Bafengyu, and deliberately emphasizing, Miss Hua gave a death order to kill Wan Xinghui back to level 0. By the way, don't blame me for not reminding you, show some respect to that doctor named Lin Yuan. He's the person Miss Hua has taken a liking to. Be more polite next time you see them, and don't speak so recklessly. Xiong Bafengyu thought to himself, he hadn't been very kind to Lin Yuan earlier either, but he quickly nodded and replied, understood, I be careful. Xiong Bafengyu, having already figured out the cause and effect, wasted no more time and directly ordered, everyone listen up. Wan Xinghui can't have gone far. Immediately spread out and search. Search within a radius of 10 li, no 20 li of wilderness. Everyone who participates in the search will receive 20 contribution points. Whoever finds Wan Xinghui's trail first gets 200 contribution points. 200 contribution points? Upon hearing this, the players, who had been dejected, instantly perked up, their eyes lighting up. 200 contribution points from Xiong Ba Tianxiao were hard to come by. They could be exchanged for an orange tier weapon, much more profitable than working for an NPC for a week. Yes! The crowd clamored and scattered, spreading out a search net around Lingmei Mountain, everyone wanting to grab that huge sum of contribution points. Xiong Bafengyu watched the crowd's retreating figures, his face still grim. He had a premonition that Wan Xinghui wouldn't be easy to deal with. If he couldn't catch her, not only would he be unable to explain himself to the Huashan Consortium, but he would also lose all face for Xiong Ba Tianxiao. After the commotion at the foot of the mountain had subsided, the old monkey, dressed in a coarse cloth jacket, and with silver hair and beard, finally emerged from the bamboo grove high on the cliff, hunching back as he shuffled back onto the smooth blue stone. Looking at the still rampant grass, the old monkey sighed, why are all these humans so useless? After all that effort, the tyrant rabbit is gone, but this grass is still growing like crazy. What are we going to do? The grass was still sprouting, its tips tinged with an eerie pale red. Several deer, attracted by the scent of the grass, were hesitantly approaching. A clear, melodious female voice drifted over. Senior Spirit Monkey, don't worry. Perhaps I can get rid of this rampant grass. The old monkey turned sharply, and saw a young girl walking along the mountain path. Her long, fiery red hair was loosely tied up, adorned with a white jade hairpin. She wore a green Taoist robe and held a bamboo-framed fan in her hand, its surface painted with a vibrant red maple leaf. Beside the red-haired girl was a little girl with her hair in a topknot, red bells tied to her black hair, skipping and hopping along behind, jingling in her hair. Oh dear, the red-haired girl in the green robe stopped before the blue stone, smiling and bowing, tapping her fan in her palm. Those people were making too much noise, disturbing your peace, senior. I apologize for their rudeness. The old monkey, however, suddenly arched its back, its cheeks puffing out, revealing sharp teeth. It recognized the girl's Taoist robe. Although the color was different, the style was exactly the same as the yellow-robed female Taoist from that day. It was after that yellow-robed female Taoist left that its home became what it is now. Chapter 116. We're from the alchemy department. Before the green-robed, red-haired female Taoist could speak, the little girl tilted her head back, her chin held high, her bells jingling. This is my master alchemist, Zhu Sha. She definitely have a way to resolve this mess. So you're Taoists from the alchemy department. The old monkey was even angrier. It's you Taoists, who have turned my Lingmei Mountain into this mess. The female Taoist who came a few days ago, dressed similarly to you, left only a couple of days ago, and these grasses have grown wildly, forcing my monkeys to flee the mountains. It's all your fault. Zhu Sha didn't rush to defend herself. She glanced down at the overgrown grass at her feet, then looked towards the waterfall, tapped her folding fan lightly in her hand, and walked towards the pool. Below the waterfall was a deep pool. She squatted down beneath the spraying water, cupped her hands in the pool, and examined it closely. A pale red. Zhu Sha slowly withdrew her hand, took out a transparent porcelain bottle from her waist, poured out a shimmering blue water-repelling pill, and swallowed it. She leaped swiftly into the pool, her green robe billowing in the water, her red hair spreading out like an unyielding flame. The light and shadow flickered beneath the surface, startling a red koi carp, which turned its head, revealing a human face. The deeper she went, the cooler the water became, and the pallid red deepened, until she reached the spiritual eye at the bottom of the pool, where the spiritual energy of the mountains and water converged. Several strange aquatic plants swayed, radiating a faint red glow. Every so often, A drop of viscous red liquid would condense at the tip of the plant's leaf, swirling around and creating a layer of red mist in the surrounding water. Soul-devouring vine. Zhu Sha revealed a playful smile, swimming closer, her slender fingers slowly stroking the vine's leaves. A moment later, Zhu Sha surfaced, her green dress dripping with water. She walked back to the old monkey, pointing towards the grassy area. Please take a look, elder spirit monkey. The wary old monkey looked in the direction she pointed and was stunned. The once wildly growing grass had withered, the pale red tips of the leaves had slowly faded to green, and the stems had shrunk back. In no time, it had returned to the appearance of ordinary grass, and the previous grassy smell in the air had also faded. This really has recovered? The old monkey was stunned, scratching his head with his paw. His anger had subsided considerably, but he still remained vigilant. This red-haired female Taoist was too strange. She arrived quickly and resolved the situation just as quickly, as if she already knew what was at the bottom of the pool. Zhu Sha flicked her wrist, closing her folding fan. With her other hand, she took out a scroll and gently unfurled it. The scroll depicted a meticulously painted portrait of a woman in a yellow Taoist robe, holding a whisk, with a kind and benevolent expression. She handed the painting to the old monkey, smiling broadly. Elder spirit monkey, can I ask you something now? Is this what the Taoist priest you mentioned who caused trouble on Lingmei Mountain looks like? Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan, riding Little Red, their golden red wings slicing through the sky, covered several miles in one breath, the air currents they created causing the canopy of trees below to rustle. They finally landed on a shady mountainside. During their flight, the two didn't forget to use disguise items and casually changed their appearance, but they were still surrounded by a blood-red aura. The red name status couldn't be disguised. Upon landing, a system notification suddenly popped up, indicating that the Progress 4 of the Lingmei Mountain disturbance had been completed by someone else. I wonder who it was that resolved the source of the chaos at Lingmei Mountain so quickly. Sang Fiwen watched the chaos disappear from her quest log with considerable regret. The experience from the hidden quest was quite substantial. Her trip to Lingmei Mountain had already leveled her up to 52. Could it be those dominating the world group? She suddenly raised her voice, feeling distressed. It would be infuriating if they got all this loot. Lin Yuan comforted her. Don't think about it. Do you want to be bothered by those dominating the world flies forever? Besides, we just picked up so many good things. Sang Fiwen remembered her backpack full of loot and laughed. That's true, but oh well, one more hidden quest won't make a difference. She instantly forgot her regret about Lingmei Mountain, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Lin Yuan. Come on, let's divide the spoils. The two found a flat bluestone to sit on, and poured out their loot, spreading orange tier equipment all over the ground. The most significant items were the two divine artifacts dropped by Xiongba Fengyu, a pair of moon-white soft satin boots, narrowing at the ankle with a densely woven red gauze trim around the opening, the Luo Shintingyan boots. The other was a black gauze cloak, embroidered with intricate concealment patterns in purple silk thread, the invisibility cloak. Sang Fei Wan first put on the Luotian boots. The soles were covered with a thin, soft cloud-patterned brocade, making movement silent. The equipment panel then displayed Luotian Tingyan boots, Luotian set 3/5 upgradable divine artifact, size 2x2x4, weight limit plus 1.8. This item is untradeable, and will always drop upon death. Once the complete set is collected, it will be bound to the player. Item attributes: level 50, upgradable, agility plus 150%, movement speed plus 50%, evasion plus 20%, all attribute resistance plus 15, character weight limit plus 30%. Trait 1 Lingbo, passive. When there is an enemy target within 20 meters, there is a 9% chance to gain 3 seconds of speed boost, with a 100% increase in movement speed while in speed boost. Trait 2 Luochen, passive. While in speed boost, all damage taken is reduced by 25%. Trait 3 by Wachijan, active, grants 10 seconds of invulnerability upon activation, and several peony phantoms bloom within a 10-meter radius around the user. The user can instantly teleport to any of the phantoms, lasting 50 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Looking at the invisibility cloak, its stats were equally impressive. Invisibility cloak, celestial grade costume, size 8x4x2, weight bonus 3.8. Trait concealment, passive. The wearer and their team gain a 1000 bonus to stealth and disguise. Although the two retreated hastily, they didn't miss the equipment dropped by the dominating the world player on the ground. Orange gear was scattered everywhere in the earlier melee. After some searching, they found quite a few that were usable at this stage. Sang Fiwen changed into the gluttonous leggings, which increased movement speed and evasion, and the Cloud Sky Gauntlets, which increased attack speed and stamina. Lin Yuan also chose the Azure Lotus Gauntlets, which increased healing effects, and the Phantom Boots, which increased movement speed. The red cloak that Sang Fiwen had taken off was handmade by Lun Wenshu. The stitches were fine and ingenious. She carefully folded it and put it in the bottom of her backpack. After putting Little Red back into her inkwash space, the two of them hiked along the path halfway up the mountain. The vegetation here grew exceptionally tall, with ancient trees blocking out the sun. Walking among them, one was almost completely hidden by the branches and leaves, so there was no need to worry about being seen by people in the distance. However, snakes, insects, and rodents occasionally darted across the path. Sang Fiwen easily dealt with any aggressive animal she encountered. This mountain has neither monster spawn points nor resource gathering areas, making it unsuitable for leveling up or gathering materials. Naturally, few players come here. Perhaps only a few scenery enthusiasts occasionally come with their photo-taking stones to capture the mist. Lin Yuan, however, walked leisurely, twirling a freshly fallen leaf between his fingers. He showed no sign of the tension of being chased, instead appearing as if he were strolling casually. Where do we go now? Going back to the inn was definitely out of the question. Before even entering the main city, they would either be surrounded by the dominating the world forces, or captured by NPCs. However, Sang Fiwen already had a plan in mind. Go wash away your red name. How much in value do you have now? Lin Yuan glanced at the panel and replied, 55. Same here. Sang Fiwen laughed, I have 858. Your Holy Light Meteor is a real killer move. Even a healer can kill double digits. Lin Yuan nodded and asked again, is washing away the red name troublesome? If I remember correctly, killing an elite monster of the same or higher level only offsets 0.1 sin value. Don't worry about that. Sang Fiwen pointed towards the mountaintop. I know a good place to wash away red names. It's very close to here. She hadn't chosen this path randomly when she had Little Red fly. Further ahead is the secret passage to the Evil Suppression Pass, where a monster called the Ogre Troll spawns. The monstrous, man-eating troll is so sinful that killing one costs 10 times the sin value of a regular elite monster. In its past life, it was a haven for red-named players, but its hidden location meant it wasn't discovered until later in the game when a lost player stumbled upon it. The trees in the mountains all look similar, their branches intertwined like a maze. One could easily wander back if not careful. Sang Fiwen led Lin Yuan, following the directions pointed to by the crooked-necked trees that appeared every so often. The last crooked tree's branches pointed towards the cliff top. The two followed, only to find the path abruptly ended. A narrow mountain path hung precariously in midair, leading to a sheer drop shrouded in mist and clouds, its bottom invisible. The wind howled past the cliff edge. Sang Fiwen stopped at the very edge of the dead end, her feet half suspended in the air, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, a playful thought struck her. She turned to Lin Yuan and smiled. Lin Yuan, dare to jump with me? The wind carried her words, and below, white mist churned, obscuring the bottom. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan walked towards her. If you let me jump, I jump. He held out his hand, and she took it. They smiled at each other, and leaped simultaneously. The wind exploded in their ears, and a white mist enveloped them as they plummeted, their hands gripping tightly, never letting go. After an unknown amount of time, with a splash, they crashed into the water. A rush of icy water surged up, filling his ears with the gurgling sound of water. Lin Yuan was holding his breath when something round, and slightly sweet, was suddenly shoved into his mouth. Underwater breathing activated, duration 30 minutes. Team Channel 1 Xing replied, stay close to me. Lin Yuan followed Sang Fiwen underwater. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, save for the faint glow of the crimson gourd at her waist, like a guiding lamp. After about 10 minutes, a pale blue light suddenly appeared ahead. It was a teleportation array submerged underwater, its runes slowly flowing in the water like stars fallen to the bottom. Seeing her enter the teleportation array, Lin Yuan quickened his pace to follow. A flash of white light, and when he opened his eyes again, the water was gone, replaced by the stench of blood in the air. The sky above was an eerie crimson, as if a bucket of thick blood had been poured over it, and the wind carried a metallic scent. The ground beneath his feet was a dark brownish black, sticky and heavy with every step. Where his shoes had trod, half-dried blood clung to the mud. On the distant plains, roamed numerous enormous trolls, each with a blue face and fangs, their skin a grayish-purple, clutching dark red bone clubs, the tips still sloughed with bits of flesh. The entire pass was permeated with an unyielding stench of blood. These hideous trolls were clearly heinous criminals. Occasionally, two trolls would bump shoulders, suddenly roaring and wrestling, their bone clubs whistling as they struck each other, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds, yet the trolls seemed to grow even more excited. The commotion was so great that the ground trembled, sending chills down one's spine. Ogre Troll. Level 60 Elite, 24,000/24,000 HP. This was Sang Fiwen's target monster, the Ogre Troll that would quickly remove his red name upon defeat. These trolls moved slowly, their heads drooping and expressions blank, but the moment they caught the scent of humans, they would instantly become enraged, swinging their bone clubs with a whooshing sound, their attacks incredibly powerful. A single blow could shatter an armored tank. Usually, it was groups of players level 60 and above who came to farm them. Solo runs were extremely rare. But Sang Fiwen knew their characteristics. A keen sense of smell but poor eyesight. She precisely followed the path she remembered, avoiding the troll's detection range, and led Lin Yuan to an area filled with towering boulders. The boulders here formed a natural barrier, perfect for hiding. These monsters have poor eyesight. Their field of vision is half that of ordinary elites, Sang Fiwen said in a low voice, pointing to an open area not far away. I lure them out. Little white boss, stay here and don't move or make a sound. As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly touched the ground with her feet, activated her phantom step, and darted away like a willow leaf in the wind. The troll's speed during their bursts of power was considerable, and Sang Fiwen dared not get too close, precisely positioning herself 40 meters away. The cannibalistic troll's vision range was 30 meters. Although they couldn't see her clearly at this moment, the aura emanating from her entering their warning range had already caused a dozen trolls to slowly raise their heads, their short, thick fingers tightening their bone clubs. They shook their heads, gradually converging towards her. Sang Fiwen slowly retreated with small steps, her fingertips stealthily reaching for the speed-up scroll in her backpack. A gust of wind blew by, lifting the ends of her hair. The scent of a human instantly wafted into the troll's nostrils. Before the trolls could react, in the instant the wind rose, Sang Fiwen decisively crushed the speed-up scroll and sprinted towards the boulder field. Awoo! A dozen trolls roared simultaneously, their short, thick fingers pounding their chests, their eyes blazing with a frenzied, bloodthirsty light, as they chased after her, their clumsy bodies leaving after images. The distance rapidly closed, until only 5 meters remained. The bone club whistled through the air, about to smash into her head. Bang! Sang Fiwen slammed the flashing scroll to the ground with a backhand motion. A blinding white light exploded, instantly blinding the already visually impaired trolls. They flailed wildly, slamming the bone clubs into the ground with a series of thuds, splattering black mud everywhere. She seized the opportunity to crouch and retreat, quickly disappearing back into the boulder area near the edge of the abyss. She felt a lingering fear. She had underestimated the troll's burst speed. Luckily, she had triggered the passive skill Lingbo of her cloud-stepping boots, otherwise she might have been caught. Next time, she would have to stay further away when luring monsters. Once she reached her hiding place, she relaxed. The location was extremely clever. The wind direction in Genie Pass remained constant year-round. This place was downwind, while she had lured the trolls to an open area upwind. Even though their noses were 10 times more sensitive than ordinary monsters, they couldn't detect a single scent against the wind. More importantly, the two locations were a full 180 meters apart, far exceeding the troll's 100-meter warning range. Even if they wandered around aimlessly, they wouldn't be able to find them. Lin Yuan was prepared for a fierce battle, holding his staff at a vigilant standby. Seeing her return unharmed, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then cautiously glanced into the distance, asking suspiciously, "Where's the monster?" "It's wandering around in the open space ahead." Sang Fiwen squatted down, carefully wiping the mud off her moon-white boots. Although the system automatically refreshes the stains every half hour, she still couldn't bear to see her new moon-white boots covered in dust. "It's normal that we can't see them. They're almost 200 meters away, beyond our field of vision." Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Then how do we fight?" Sang Fiwen smiled, unhurriedly saying, "My sword control technique has an attack range of 200 meters, just enough to include the trolls in the open." "But you can't see them either. You can't just shoot blindly, can you?" Clang, clang, clang. Sang Fiwen pulled a long-handled object from her backpack and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "A telescope? I borrowed fishing gear when I sailed with Captain Li before, and later I just bought it." Sang Fiwen nodded, turned on the telescope, adjusted the focus, and instantly the trolls wandering aimlessly in the open space were reflected in the lens. This thing has a maximum field of view of 500 meters. When I got it, I thought it might be useful as a remote control eye for my flying sword, and here it is." She steadied the telescope and lightly patted the gourd at her waist with her right hand. The peony flying sword, trailing a golden light, flew towards the open space and directly pierced the nearest troll, leaving trails of grayish-purple blood wherever it went. Lin Yuan occasionally raised his staff, casting the sharp metal curse attack buff on Sang Fiwen, making the golden flying sword shine even brighter. Besides this, Lin Yuan also frequently refilled the gourd in her hand with wine to maintain her spiritual energy. The flying sword targeted a man-eating troll, sometimes piercing its eyes, sometimes slicing its tendons, specifically targeting the troll's weak points. The man-eating troll, already of low intelligence, thrashed about in pain, and soon two were locked in combat, their bone clubs clashing loudly, each punch drawing blood and each blow reaching bone. Seeing this, Sang Fiwen manipulated her flying sword to strike a second one. Soon afterward, a dozen trolls were huddled together, fighting each other, their health bars dropping rapidly. Sang Fiwen only needed to keep an eye on the binoculars, waiting for whichever troll was about to die before finishing it off with a single strike. Within 10 minutes, the 10 trolls in the open space collapsed one by one, crashing to the ground and vanishing in streaks of white light, leaving only a few pieces of equipment glowing purple. Killed 14 cannibalistic trolls. Sin value reduced by 14. Sang Fiwen said with satisfaction, "Good. At this rate, we can clear out the red names in 3 hours." With that, she turned and headed back towards the plain where the trolls roamed. Sang Fiwen lured the monsters, controlled the area, and finished them off, while Lin Yuan provided buffs and sustain. Their teamwork became increasingly seamless. The white light of falling trolls rose and fell across the open space, and the number on the sin value panel steadily decreased. The two of them methodically cleared out the red names in the floating pagoda pass. Just as they were getting into it, Sang Fiwen's private messages suddenly started buzzing incessantly. She paused, finished off the last attack with her flying sword, and casually opened the private message interface. Thinking it was Ji Qianlu finally logging back in, she opened it only to find it was "Roasted duck is delicious," a message from their previous team. Private message: "Roast duck is delicious. Evening God. Don't go into the city." Private message: "Roast duck is delicious. Those guys from Xiongba Tianxia are completely insane. The gates of all the major cities are now swarming with their people. Their leader, Xiongba Hongyuan, got some high-level insight crossing items from Xianfu City. You absolutely mustn't come back." Chapter 117. Atop floating city, on Jiao Peak, lies the headquarters of the Domineering Guild. The headquarters of this level 4 guild stands atop this peak, its gate adorned with a gilded plaque bearing the inscription "Domineering the World," handwritten by the Prime Minister of the Yen Kingdom, exuding an imposing aura. Inside the council hall, a dozen guild elites sit on either side according to their rank. The tea on the table has been changed several times, but no one seems inclined to drink it. All eyes are fixed on the hall entrance, awaiting the return of guild leader Xiongba Hongyuan. Finally, Xiongba Hongyuan returned to the camp. He removed his official disguise, reverted to his player attire, and entered the council hall. "Still haven't found Wan Qinghui and Lin Yuan?" Xiongba Fengyu said in a deep voice. "Not yet. We intensified our search. They're red-named, so they definitely can't enter the city, and they can't have gone far. They're definitely grinding monsters in the wilderness around Shuming City to clear the red names." "Wilderness?" Xiongba Hongyuan sneered. "All right, the wilderness area stretches for hundreds of miles. We have limited manpower. If we keep searching like this, by the time we find them, their red names will all be gone." He changed the subject and said loudly, "Pass on my order. All those searching the wilderness areas, withdraw completely." "Withdraw?" Guisho Sanchi sat up abruptly, slamming down his teacup, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Guild Master Hongyuan, are we giving up? What if Miss Hua asks about this?" Xiongba Hongyuan interrupted him with a smile. "Elder Ghost Hand misunderstands. Of course, I haven't forgotten Miss Hua's instructions." Xiongba Hongyuan turned to look at the elites waiting for orders, his voice deepening. "The high-level insight tools in the warehouse have arrived. Go and collect them now. Remember, I borrowed this tool from the Prime Minister. It must be returned after use. Anyone who dares to keep it will face consequences." Seeing everyone nod, Xiongba Hongyuan continued, "Gather all manpower and distribute them to the entrances of the major cities. Whether it's the main gate or a side gate, check all suspicious individuals entering or leaving with the detection tool. Especially focus on Shuming City and the nearby Mingda City." Xiong Bafengyu and the other elites replied, yes. Guizhou Sanchi frowned and pressed, wait, besides the main cities, what about the surrounding towns and villages? Are people guarding those places? Before Xiong Ba Hongyuan could speak, Xiong Bafengyu couldn't contain himself, his tone impatient. Elder, you misunderstood. All the NPC forces in the Central Plains are concentrated in the main cities. Whether it's accepting quests, exchanging resources, or managing the sect, all core affairs involve dealing with NPCs. Wanqing and the others didn't come to the Central Plains just for sightseeing, right? They must be here to gather resources for the Swordsman Online expansion. What's the difference between coming here and not entering the main city? It's like they come for nothing. Upon hearing this, Ghost Hand 3 Plays paused slightly, then realized what he meant. Indeed, the towns and villages only had ordinary NPCs. There were no rare items or important quests. Even if Wanqing hid there, it would be useless. He then picked up his teacup again, blew on it to cool it, and asked, have you arranged the clue collection on the forum and regional channels? Xiong Ba Hongyuan didn't answer, but turned to look at Xiong Bafengyu beside him, his eyes filled with inquiry and urging. This matter should have been handled in advance. Did Ghost Hand 3 Plays need to remind him? Xiong Bafengyu didn't hesitate to obey the guild leader's orders, immediately standing up. I'm already arranging it. I just need to apply for the bounty reward from you. This is a small matter, no need to report to me. Xiong Ba Hongyuan waved his hand to interrupt him. Go and handle it directly. If you don't have enough gold coins and contribution points, add official rank recommendation opportunities. This time, make sure you stop them. Don't let them run away like last time. The elite members immediately sprang into action. Xiong Ba Hongyuan raised a hand to rub his temples, secretly calculating. High-level detection items can see through almost any disguise. The main city entrance is guarded by his own people, and the high bounty is baiting the player's desires. He leaned back in his chair, his tense body and mind finally relaxing a little. With multiple layers of protection, even if Wang Xingli grew wings, she would find it difficult to escape the web of Xiongba Tianxia. The Zhongtu Shinzhou forum suddenly became lively, not for any other reason than Xiongba Tianxia's bounty post, with a bright red title, Bounty. A generous reward will be given to anyone providing valid information. Intrigued, Zhongtu players quickly clicked on the post. Who could be the person that Xiongba Tianxia would issue a bounty for? Soon, Xiong Bafengyu's bounty post was pushed to the top of the real-time hot topics. Bounty details, Evening Star returns, Lin Yuan's trail. Attachments, 3 high-definition screenshots of the disguised identity, 3 video clips of the Lingmei Mountain battle. Reward, anyone providing valid clues will be directly admitted to the hegemon of the world without examination. If the provided clues are of significant importance, an additional letter of recommendation for an official position in a directly affiliated institution of the Yen Kingdom will be awarded, along with 10,000 gold coins. The comments under the post scrolled by rapidly, quickly reaching over 1,000 posts. Post number 33, looking at the video, the hegemon of the world's forces were piled up like a mountain. How could they let them escape? I'm dumbfounded by this. Post number 85. Seriously? When did the hegemon of the world's forces become so weak? 58th floor. Upstairs, it's not that Xiongba Fengyu Bian is weak. Don't you even look at your opponent? That's Wanqing. 374th floor. Isn't Wanqing Hui a player from the eastern and western continents? How come he's suddenly in the Central Plains? A cross-server quest? 358th floor. Nobody noticed the reward? A 9th rank inspector. The rank isn't high, but it's still a government position. I'm going to stake out outside Suming City. 359th floor. Don't even think about it, upstairs. Xiongba Tianxia's people are blocking the west gate of Suming City like a wall, and they're even carrying the insightful inside item. Disguise is useless. It's not your turn to stake out. 1291 ST floor. I'm not saying anything more. I'm going to try my luck in the wilderness. Hopefully, the god of luck will bless me, and I run into Wanqing Hui. There's a reward for providing clues. On the other side, Roast Duck Delicious, who had just resurrected and returned to town, had just finished arguing with Double Skin Milk, and was so angry his hands were shaking. He immediately left the guild. The moment the guild withdrawal notification popped up in the guild channel, the guild leader of Oriental Eatery, Manhan Quanxi, jumped up in alarm and hurriedly messaged him privately. Why are you leaving the guild all of a sudden? It was just a couple of words with Shuang Pai Nai. If you're not satisfied with him, I promote you to vice guild leader right now. Both Kaoya How Delicious and Shuang Pai Nai were personally recruited into the guild by Manhan Quanxi. Both were guild elites. However, Shuangpai was more adept at networking, so Manhan Quanxi intended to promote him to vice guild leader first. Although people usually didn't reveal their positions or status within NPC factions, Manhan Quanxi could tell that Cao How Delicious likely held valuable connections within those factions. Previously, when guild members were imprisoned in the Jinxiuxing prison, it was Cao How Delicious who got them out. He couldn't let such a capable member leave. I'm not going back. Rose Duck was furious. That two-faced scoundrel, I can't even look at him. It's either him or me. Manhan Quanxi, I was only online a little late. What happened? He had to soften up first. Okay, Rose Duck, calm down first. I go ask Double Skin Milk what's going on, okay? Just as Manhan Quanxi sent the private message, another message appeared in the guild channel. Elite member Double Skin Milk has left the guild. Immediately after, Double Skin Milk's private message arrived. Guild leader, I'm sorry. Someone from Xiongba Tianxia contacted me, saying I should come over. The pay is much better than here. Thanks for the previous help. From now on we're competitors. Looking at the smug expression at the end, Manhan Quanxi knew this kid was getting revenge for not promoting him sooner, and his temples throbbed with anger. Suddenly, he completely understood Rose Duck's frustration. He's definitely a scoundrel. Manhan Quanxi quickly sent another private message to Rose Duck Delicious. I already kicked Double Skin Milk. This kid's character is terrible. He should have been kicked out long ago. Come back soon. The vice guild position is reserved for you. After sending the private message, he immediately posted an announcement in the guild channel. Effective immediately, all members of Eastern Eatery are permanently prohibited from trading with Double Skin Milk. Guild members are prohibited from participating in the bounties. For Xiongba Tianxia against Wan Xinghui and Lin Yuan, violators will be kicked from the guild. Rose Duck Delicious didn't reply to Manhan Quanxi. At this moment, he was anxiously staring at Xiongba Tianxia's bounty post on the forum. Afraid that Wanshan hadn't seen the bounty on the forum, he quickly opened the private message box and nervously sent a text message. The moment he clicked the send button, his heart leaped into his throat, terrified of seeing the "You've been blocked" message. He only breathed a long sigh of relief when the message successfully sent popped up on the screen. Wanshan, do you have enough disguise items? If not, I send you some. No, it's too dangerous now. How about I hide the items in the wild, and you can retrieve them at a random time? Ordinary disguise items can only record one fixed identity. To change to another identity, you need to prepare several disguise items. Players in the Central Plains usually carry at least two when they go out. Basic disguise items are easy to obtain. They're sold in shops, such as masks and cosmetics. However, those are one-time use disguise items. These basic disguises are easily detected. Good disguise items rely more on luck. After players achieve a certain rank within NPC factions, they have ways to obtain intermediate and higher level disguise items. Rose Duck Delicious was unaware that Wang Xinghui and Lin Yuan possessed top-tier disguise items, which is why he was so worried and wanted to help in any way he could. Not long after, Wang Xinghui's message arrived. Thanks for the reminder. I just checked the forum information. We can manage for now. We have enough disguise items. No need to trouble yourself. Rose Duck Delicious quickly seized the opportunity to explain. I'm sorry, Wang Xinghui. I brought that traitor, Double Skin Milk, into the team. But I already left Eastern Eatery. You don't need to apologize. Wang Xinghui replied quickly as always. Eastern Eatery is a neutral guild. Double Skin Milk's actions were his personal choice and have nothing to do with your guild. In the Central Plains, players can't get anywhere without a guild. Don't impulsively leave. Roasted Duck, seeing the message, felt a pang of sadness at Wanshan's understanding. Wanshan, if there's anything I can do to help, just say so. There really is. Wanxing replied, do you know if there are any NPCs around Shuming City who regularly come into the city? Like those delivering vegetables or goods? Roasted Duck's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, yes. The vegetable farmers from Biyue village push their carts to the city's restaurants every morning at 5 o'clock to deliver vegetables. The route is fixed. I send you the coordinates. He often staked out these spots to buy fresh and rare local specialties, so he knew this niche information. Wanxing replied, thank you. You've been a great help. After sending out the time and coordinates for the Biyue village vegetable farmers operation, Rose Duck Delicious finally breathed a sigh of relief. Manchuhan Imperial Feast invites you to join the Eastern Eatery Guild. Do you agree? Rose Duck Delicious was much calmer now. Looking at the message from Manchuhan Imperial Feast inviting him to stay, and remembering what Wanxing had said about it's impossible to move an inch without a guild, and considering the generally good atmosphere of the Eastern Eatery, a group of laid-back players who loved researching food, He chose agree. The guild leader was indeed a good person. The guild was a mixed bag. There were occasionally 1 or 2 bad apples, but that was unavoidable. He would have to be more careful with his words and actions in the future. Since Double-Skinned Milk had left, it was good for him to go back. As soon as he entered the guild, a notification popped up. Guild Leader Manchuhan Imperial Feast has promoted you to Vice Guild Leader. Guild Channel Manchuhan Imperial Feast. Sec Leader welcome back. Vice Guild Leader Roast Duck Delicious. Guild Channel Sweet Wine Delicious. Hooray! I've been wanting to get rid of those overbearing guys for a long time. This time, let Wanqing teach them a lesson. Guild Channel Stewed Meat Without Salt. I have the complete video of the fight at Lingmei Mountain. Just exported it. Want to share it with everyone. It includes the famous scene of Xiongba Tianxia being chased and beaten by a level 90 Demon King. Guild Channel Lotus Leaf Beggars Chicken. Brother Meat actually has such amazing tidbits. Posted on the forum. Guild Channel I Need Chicken Essence. Speaking of the forum, have you all seen it? Xiongba Tianxia is causing a lot of panic. Everyone should stay away from outside these days. Guild members unanimously support stewed meat without salt, and are all waiting to see the video on the forum. Manhan Quan posted a voice message in the lively guild channel, his tone still zen. Don't worry everyone, our Easter eatery only deals in delicious food, not fighting. Anyone who dares to help Xiongba Tianxia find Wanqing, don't blame me for sending them a plane ticket. Xiongba Tianxia usually runs rampant in the Central Plains, and many players are secretly holding a grudge. The players in the Easter eatery were mostly laid-back gamers, who looked down on Xiongba Tianxia's arrogant attitude, and the chat was filled with agreement. Watching the lively chat, Roast Duck Delicious couldn't help but smile. This was the loving food guild he always knew. After Roast Duck Delicious got Wanqing Hui's permission, Stewed Meat Without Salt uploaded the video to the forum, giving it an arrogant and straightforward title, Xiongba Tianxia's Defeated Battle. Hundreds of people wiped out by 5 players. Attached is a high-definition scene of a level 90 Demon King. The players in the Central Plains were already attracted by Xiongba Tianxia's bounty post, and were all watching the drama unfold online. Now, seeing the new post, they flocked in even more. Chapter 118. This new post contained the complete battle video, attracting a constant stream of viewers, with the click count soaring and the comments section rapidly expanding. In the video, Phoenix's golden red flames burned the entire bamboo forest, Wang Xinglei's sword wind swept through melee combat, and Xiongba Fingyu's stunned expression when instantly killed was crystal clear. Finally, when the 2 level 90 Demon Kings burst through the door, their gaunt and eerie forms exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression that could be felt even through the screen, making viewers instinctively hold their breath. Initially, most players were busy grabbing front row seats, reserving a seat, watching the pros fight from the front row. I watch later, but I leave my name first. Similar comments flooded the comments section for a full 500 posts. Only after the 500th post did discussions begin about the video's content. Floor 503, I'm shocked. Hundreds of people wiped out by just 2 people. Did they even put their feet in the game's balance settings? At Giant Tech, you dog giant, come and see this. Floor 550, is the Dominator of the World Guild just good at piling on numbers? They used to brag about being the top guild in the Central Plains, but now it seems they're just SOSO. Floor 555, isn't anyone praising Wanqing's skills? That horizontal wave slash was so cool. It swept everyone away. I love it. Floor 795, the Dominator of the World Guild still has the nerve to issue a warrant for Wanqing's arrest? If I were them, I would have crawled into a hole long ago. So shameful. Just as the discussion was heating up, a new comment suddenly popped up at the top. The commenter's ID was Freedom of Fire, a name known to everyone on the Central Plains forum, a famous Central Plains news expert, whose strategy posts often garnered over 1 million views. Besides, rumors circulated among players that Free Fire was actually a core member of the Conquering the 9 Provinces Guild, holding key guild resources. 888L Free Fire. The Conquering the 9 Provinces Guild hereby promises, we are willing to buy out Wang Xingli and Ling Yuan's valid whereabouts information at a high price. The person who provides the information will not only be granted free entry to Conquering the 9 Provinces, but will also receive 10,000 gold coins plus a rare material dragon scale. If Ms. Wang Xingli sees this message and is willing to be named an elder of the Conquering the 9 Provinces Guild, we will provide her with exclusive access to the resource library. Also, a reminder to Xiongba Tianxia, instead of wasting manpower on manhunts, it's better to train the combat power of your guild members. This comment immediately caused an uproar on the forum. Conquering the 9 provinces and Xiongba Tianxia are the 2 top guilds in the Central Plains. On the surface, they appear harmonious, but in reality, they are secretly vying for resources and territory. Anyone with eyes can see the turbulent undercurrents beneath the calm surface. No one expected that the first major falling out between the 2 guilds would be because of Wan Qinghui, a player from Dong'o. The topic Zhu Lu Jiuzhou versus Xiongba Tianxia, conquering the 9 provinces vs dominating the world, soared to the top of the Central Plains forum's trending list, completely swaying the discussion. I knew Free Fire was from Zhu Lu Jiuzhou. That speaking style, he's clearly an Inner Circle core member. My god. 2 super guilds are fighting over someone. Just who is Wan Qinghui? He's amazing. There are still people who don't know Wan Qinghui. Go search top player of the East and West continents on the Starnet, it opened your eyes. If it were me, I'd definitely choose Zhu Lu Jiuzhou. Xiongba Tianxia is always arrogant and domineering. Zhu Lu Jiuzhou at least has some rules, much more conscience. I bet 5 cents. Wan Shen definitely won't pay attention to any guild. He's the leader of Laughing at the World Guild. Haven't you heard of the Su Jing mine? Does he need these nominal elder resources? Xiongba Tianxia suffered a huge loss this time. They didn't find anyone with the bounty, and Zhu Lu Jiuzhou stole their thunder. They shot themselves in the foot. It's hilarious. The Xiongba Tianxia bounty post, which had been dominating the trending topics, was instantly pushed to a small corner. The comments section refreshed at a pitifully slow speed, and the few new comments that did appear were all complaints, like no one's paying attention to the bounty, how embarrassing. And delete this post already, it's a huge embarrassment. The initial lively response from players was gone. What truly propelled this incident beyond its initial scope was that some players, not wanting to miss out on the drama, compiled the Xiongba Tianxia bounty post, the complete Ling Mei Shan battle video, the Zhu Lu Jiuzhou poaching comment thread, and a bunch of hilarious discussion threads from the forum, and uploaded them directly to the Starnet. As a communication platform covering all humans in the Ancient Blue realm, the Starnet instantly amplified this frenzy. The Ancient Blue player base was already massive, and the Starnet gaming section's popularity skyrocketed at a visible rate. Topics like Ancient Blue's 2 major guilds vie for the top spot, and Wan Qinghui's crushing of noobs in Lingmei Mountain immediately surged into the top 3 trending topics on the Starnet gaming section. Players from both the eastern and western continents were particularly interested in the news of Wan Qinghui, the top-ranked player, and seeing the 2 top guilds in the Central Plains clashing over her, they became even more excited, forwarding the news to their respective continents' forums. Even the relatively unpopular Central Plains region became the focus of the entire game. Eastern Continent players gathered under the topic to express their kinship, as expected of our Eastern Continent's top-ranked player. Even in the Central Plains, she is still causing trouble. Xiongba Tianxia's face has been slapped quite loudly. Should we ask your predecessors? At Brilliant Star, the players from Shizhou were making plans like crazy. If Wan Shen can establish himself in Zhongtu and set up a guild headquarters, wouldn't he be able to open up intercontinental shipping routes? Our Shizhou's specialty exotic beasts and battle pets, and dune spices, will finally have a chance to be sold outside the state for a good price. Go Wan Shen, we Shizhou players are waiting for you. The Zhongtu players, finding humor in their situation, joked. Xiongba Tianxia probably didn't expect that the bounty post, instead of catching anyone, would make our niche section so popular. I just saw Penglai Island packed with newbies. This is a kind of reverse viral spread, right? At this moment, whether it was the technologically advanced Capital Star, the strictly ordered Huanyu Star, the strangely shaped Sabay Star, or the remote and harsh Free Star, almost everyone on the Star Network was caught up in this hot news. Even those who didn't usually play games couldn't resist clicking into the topic to see what was going on. Gulan, already a second world, attracted nearly 99% of all humans in the entire Dilan realm. Riding the wave of online buzz, it completed the final piece of its puzzle. Within half an hour, new player registrations exceeded 2 million. Many who had previously been observing or putting things off entered Gulan with various motivations, such as going to Zhongtu to watch the real-time excitement and seeing how powerful the so-called top player is. What was originally a wanted notice targeting Wan Qinghui ultimately became Gulan's final promotional mile, an outcome even Xiongba Hongyuan himself probably didn't anticipate. At this point, without exception, all humans in the entire Dilan realm had become Gulan players. When the last unregistered Dilan player laid down in their home gaming pod and confirmed their character information in the pure white initial space, a newbie with the ID Gossip Bystander 007 appeared on Penglai Island, embarking on an adventure filled with curiosity and excitement. Unbeknownst to the bystander 007, at the very second his game character was created, 1,000 meters underground on the capital planet, within a research institute jointly managed by the military and the Federation, the Golden Flame, regarded by the entire Empire Blue as the brain of the ancient blue game and the planet's energy hub, suddenly underwent a qualitative change unknown to anyone. The surging golden flame appeared unchanged on the surface, but at its undetectable core, a string of cold numbers slowly appeared. 504,800. 504,799. 504798. The countdown had begun. The female celebrity Sang Fiwen, at the center of the Star Network's buzz, was completely oblivious. After hanging up with Roast Duck Delicious, she and Lin Yuan continued their work of clearing their red names. Anyway, they wouldn't have time to consider returning to the city until they cleared their red names. The experience given by the cannibalistic trolls was already quite substantial. By the time the two cleared their red names, it would still be a long time before their planned return to the city. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up as she looked at the experience bar on her panel, just shy of level 53. Since there's no night here, why not use the evening to grind for levels? Lin Yuan paused, then said leisurely, if you don't have anything else important to do. Also, if I'm not mistaken, it seems the ogres don't respawn? He emphasized important to do, implying that the young lady's internet addiction was too strong. Had she forgotten all about the pre-exam training for the 3-school joint entrance exam? Sang Fiwen completely missed Lin Yuan's first hint, focusing instead on the question of whether the ogres would respawn. Right now, she definitely needed to go much farther to find a few ogres. The previous area was completely empty, showing no sign of monsters respawning. She didn't think much of it. Maybe the respawn time is just too long? Whatever, let's just farm as many as we can. I just saw another group to the south, I'm going. As the two continued farming the cannibalistic trolls, Sang Fiwen suddenly spotted a figure slowly drifting through the mist surrounding Zhini Pass through her binoculars. The person wore an elegant long robe, with a bamboo paintbrush at their waist, looking like a refined scholar. However, their footwork was quite something. They were floating across an unfolded, simple, ancient scroll. The refined scholar was looking at a scroll in their hands, sighing as they floated. Alas, I remember this scroll is almost full. I just caught a few bone-winged bats the other day, and I still don't have room for them. I can't just throw them out and cause trouble. Let me check. Zhini Pass, it's this scroll. Wait, how come there's room here? Sang Fiwen and Lin Yuan exchanged a glance, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. This person drifting from the mist was probably not a player. They were likely an NPC. May I ask who this gentleman is? Lin Yuan first put away his staff, bowed respectfully, and spoke politely. The scholar looked up, his eyes brightening when he saw the two of them. He gently touched the air with his paintbrush. A faint ink shadow floated from the tip of the brush, as if it possessed a spirit, slowly outlining the character Ma in the air. I am merely a scholar devoted to painting. You may call me Mr. Ma. This Zhini Pass is the world I created in my painting. Sang Fiwen was shocked. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time she had encountered an NPC who could create a hidden map. This was even rarer than NPCs who issued hidden quests or taught hidden skills. Mr. Ma pointed to the perpetually blood-red sky above. It is fate that you two were able to find the entrance I set up in the desolate area and come in as guests. These creatures imprisoned in this painted realm are all cruel, monstrous species I captured from the Rift Realm. There are nearly 1,000 of them. This scroll is almost overflowing. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, finally resolving his previous doubts. So this is a painted realm. No wonder there's no day or night. The wind direction never changes, and monsters don't spawn automatically. Sang Fiwen felt a little embarrassed, touching her nose. Sir, are you saying that the cannibalistic trolls we just killed were all monstrous species you imprisoned? So, they accidentally stumbled into someone else's backyard? And even managed to eat and take things? At the same time, another question arose in her mind. These monstrous species were all captured by Mr. Ma from the Rift Realm, not monsters that automatically spawned in the Evil Suppression Pass. But apart from here, she had never seen cannibalistic trolls in any other game map. What is the Rift Realm? She never even heard of this game term. Could it be another undisclosed hidden area? Indeed. Mr. Ma sighed, took out a scroll, and unfurled it. It depicted a group of skeletal bats with eerie green eyes, their fierce appearance suggesting they might burst from the canvas at any moment. I just collected a whole cave of bone-winged bats from the crevice in the south, but only this nearly full Zhini Pass is suitable to imprison these strange creatures. Fortunately, I just glanced at it, and there's actually some space left in this scroll, saving me the trouble of expansion. After all, I don't have much 9 autumn wudong silk left. Speaking of 9 autumn wudong silk, Mr. Ma's eyes lit up, and he began to speak eloquently. You don't know, the base of this canvas is made from the 9 autumn wudong silk from the ancient Kunlun mountains. It needs to be soaked in frost and snow for 9 years, dried in morning dew for 90 days, until the wood's essence transforms into threads, then woven together with deep-sea ice silkworm silk for 81 days before it's finished. This cloth can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When combined with other secret techniques to create a painted scene, the mountains, rivers, and creatures within can all maintain their ecosystem with the help of this spiritual energy. The cloth made from the 9 autumn wudong tree can resist the erosion of evil spirits, preventing damage to the painted scene. The evil-suppressing barrier is made using this cloth. He was about to continue explaining the intricacies of the painting tools, such as the strands of hair from Yua's hair on the brush, when the brush in his hand suddenly flickered slightly. Oh dear, look at me, I gone off on a tangent. Mr. Ma quickly stopped, bowing respectfully to the two men, his tone sincere. In short, I must thank you both for making so much space for me this time. Mr. Ma, you're too kind. We were just doing our part. Zhang Fiwen quickly waved his hand. Lin Yuan, however, asked another question. Mr. Ma, since you possess such supernatural powers, able to trap the alien species within the painting, why don't you personally punish these wicked alien species? Hearing this, Mr. Ma gave a bitter smile, looking at the paintbrush in his hand. Alas, this paintbrush of mine is a sentient being. When I signed a blood pact with it, I swore an oath that from then on I would only create life through painting, never tainting myself with the blood of any living being. Even cruel mutants are still living beings. So, although these mutants are evil, I can only keep them locked up. I can't deal with them myself. Zhang Fiwen asked, then why don't you hire someone to cleanse them? Hiring players to kill monsters, isn't that standard NPC behavior? Mr. Ma shook his head seriously. That's precisely the power of my paintbrush. If I intentionally hired someone to kill them, even if it wasn't done personally, it would still be considered an act of intention to kill, and I would still break my oath. Zhang Fiwen suddenly understood. No wonder the entrance to the evil suppression pass was so cunning and hidden. It turned out Mr. Ma could only set the entrance in a rarely visited place, so that if someone happened to break in and kill the mutant, it would be considered unintentional and wouldn't count as breaking his oath. Mr. Ma put away his paintbrush, happily circled the painted scene twice, found a suitable spot to stand, and took out a small roll of canvas from his sleeve. He unrolled the canvas, and with a light stroke of his brush, a group of skeletal bat monsters fluttered out. These bats, baring their fangs and claws, immediately became docile upon seeing Mr. Ma, flapping their wings and flying away, turning into tiny black dots on the horizon, not daring to cause any trouble. All right. Finally, they're settled. Mr. Ma clapped his hands, feeling much lighter, and a smile returned to his face. Having done all this, he found Zhang Fiwen and Lin Yuan again, and gently touched their bodies with his paintbrush. The light ink flowed upwards along the hems of their clothes, eventually forming a row of small, illusory ornaments above their heads. At this moment, only 3 ornaments were lit in each of their above-headed images. The rest were completely dark, like unlit stars. Judging from your appearance, your accessory inventory seems a bit full, doesn't it? Mr. Ma smiled and brandished his paintbrush. While my paintbrush can't compare to divine weapons, it can still modify some small items. You helped me so much, so I expand your accessory inventory as a token of my gratitude. Zhang Fiwen's eyes lit up. So, the NPC in the Central Plains who could expand accessory inventories, the one she seen in her previous life, was this Mr. Ma. Chapter 119. Mr. Ma swiftly drew and painted in midair with his brush, ink flowing like water towards the illusory images of their accessory slots, outlining new empty spaces. As the stroke settled, the previously dim slots suddenly lit up, 3 new slots slowly appearing, smoothly connecting with the original 3, and finally settling on the panel. Mr. Ma has expanded your accessory slots. Current accessory slots: a Gourd of Contest, Ring of the 8 Poisons Mother, Miss Necklace, empty, empty, empty. Zhang Fiwen looked down, and saw that her accessory slots indeed had 3 more empty spaces. The Grandmaster Necklace, which could only fit in her backpack before, finally had an empty space. She smiled and cupped her hands in thanks. Thank you so much, Mr. Ma, this has been a great help. You're welcome. Mr. Ma's brush immediately flashed again. The scholar frowned and sighed, muttering under his breath, Don't worry, I go right now. Mr. Ma summoned the plain scroll he had used to arrive, and placed it under his feet. The scroll carried him into the mist. A new rift realm is about to appear in the north. I must hurry and subdue the alien species there, otherwise, they might wreak havoc on living beings. He drifted a little further away, then turned back and waved his brush, bidding farewell like an old friend. It was a pleasure meeting you too. I hope we have the chance to meet again. As he spoke, he winked at them, and the next second his figure completely melted into the mist, leaving only a faint scent of ink. Jenny Pass returned to its usual state. Lin Yuan glanced at his accessory inventory, and took out 3 new pieces of jewelry to wear. A pleasant surprise indeed. Indeed. Sang Fiwen touched the Grandmaster necklace she had just hung around her neck and exclaimed excitedly, 3 slots have become 6. Do you know what that means? She raised her voice, holding up 2 fingers. By the late game when you're fully geared, it's hard to improve even a little bit. We, on the other hand, get double the stats from our accessories. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, indicating she understood. She hadn't had time to craft the close-up talisman recently, so the Grandmaster necklace's enhancement skill was currently empty. Changing the enhancement skill after selecting it required a 7-day cooldown. Lin Yuan looked towards the mist. You think Mr. Ma winked at us at the end? Was he implying we should come here more often to clear out the aliens? Sang Fiwen nodded. That's definitely it, but our current strength is far from enough. We were able to farm the ogre trolls, this time entirely thanks to a mechanic loophole we could exploit. If we were to fight them head-on, even one ogre troll would take a lot of effort. As for those bone-winged bats, I think it's best to stay away for now. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. That's true. The two didn't say anything more, and continued hunting ogre trolls at their previous pace. Only when there were no more trolls within a kilometer radius of the boulder did Sang Fiwen finally completely erase her last bit of red name. By this time, both of them had already accumulated enough city contribution points. Sang Fiwen suddenly received a gentle notification sound. The alarm clock built into the game pod. Friendly reminder, Dear Master, you have a training session at the 1st Military Academy in 1 hour. Please prepare to log off in advance. She slapped her forehead. She had completely forgotten about the joint entrance exam training. She had just boasted to Lin Yuan that she would stay up all night in the game. Sang Fiwen looked at Lin Yuan somewhat awkwardly, touching the tip of her nose. Boss Xiaobai, I have some things to do. I have to log off first. Lin Yuan, however, seemed to have known her plans beforehand. He immediately took out a tent from his backpack and deftly set it up in the safe area surrounded by the boulder. You log off. I'm still in recovery, I stay online. Don't worry about me here. Time was of the essence, so Sang Fiwen didn't hesitate. She quickly settled her character into the sleeping bag inside the tent, and after confirming her character was stable, she logged off. When she arrived at the 1st Military Academy's training room, Ji Qian, Qi Cheng, Zhang Baiwe, and Lu Qincheng were already there. Fortunately, the instructors in charge of the training hadn't arrived yet. Ji Qian teased Sang Fiwen. I figured it out. You're a master of punctuality. As long as you're not late. Sang Fiwen breathed a sigh of relief, quickly approaching and asking in a low voice, have you guys found out who the training instructors are this time? Everyone looked at Qi Cheng, who seemed to have the best connections, but he shrugged, I don't know, but I guess it's probably instructors with Chen Yuan. Zhang Baiwei agreed with him. That's right. The joint entrance exam for the 3 schools is so important. Besides teachers who else can shoulder the responsibility of training instructors? Zhou Chen Yuan was a notoriously strict instructor, second only to Chu Xi. Zheng Xiao, the champion of the previous joint entrance exam, was one of his students. At this moment, Lu Qincheng opportunely suggested, how about we have a meal together after the training camp? My treat. As he spoke, his gaze subtly drifted towards Sang Fiwen. Sang Fiwen didn't notice his intense gaze, only inwardly thinking that she always thought Lu Qincheng had the potential to be a social butterfly, and now it seemed she wasn't wrong. Everyone clapped and cheered, accepting the free dinner. She could only clap along. Whether they have the energy for food and drinks after the training camp was another matter. Amidst the laughter and conversation, the training room door suddenly opened, and Zhou Chen Yuan strode in. His gaze swept over the 5 people, and he said in a deep voice, very good, no one's late. Come with me. The training venue has been changed at the last minute. I take you to the new one. A sense of unease immediately arose among the group, and they exchanged puzzled glances. This training room was top of the line, equipped with all the necessary physical training equipment and the latest mecha simulators. All previous training sessions had always been held here. Why the sudden change of location? Despite their doubts, no one dared to waste time asking questions. They quickly followed Zhou Chen Yuan out of the teaching building and boarded the dedicated school bus parked at the entrance. The school bus drove smoothly, and finally came to a stop in front of the Research Institute building. Looking at the now familiar, imposing building, their doubts dissipated. No wonder they had to change locations at the last minute. It seemed his training wouldn't be complete without those custom-made mecha simulators. Following Zhou Chunyuan into the building, they were led into an elevator marked military authorization only. The numbers on the elevator display screen jumped downwards, finally stopping at the -30 floor. After exiting the elevator, the corridor was lined with thick metal walls. Zhou Chunyuan entered passwords, swiped his fingerprints, and scanned his iris to open 3 access gates before leading them into a small, cylindrical, transparent elevator, its destination unknown. The display screen outside the transparent elevator flashed the words biometric access, matching in progress. Zhou Chunyuan stopped in front of the transparent elevator. I can only take you this far. This elevator can only be activated by the biometric information of the 5 of you. Once inside, just focus on your training. Chi Chong quickly stepped forward, his voice trembling with anxiety. Teacher Zhou, aren't you coming with us? Aren't you our training instructor? Seeing the group instantly panicking like chicks, Zhou Chunyuan chuckled and scolded, What's the panic? It's not me, but I guarantee you, you won't find a more suitable candidate in the entire D-Lon star system. Just relax and go. As he spoke, the deeds of the new instructor involuntarily surfaced in his mind, single-handedly entering the unstable singularity region, not only escaping unscathed but also successfully collecting crucial data, and even disposing of the hidden singularity before leaving, rendering Major General Chu Si's trip pointless. Upon returning, he spearheaded research into new customized cabins and celestial convergence, magnetic field simulation technology. There were also rumors that he was involved in Elder Zhang's lightweight mecha research project. When Zhou Chunyuan first heard these things, he thought it was a fabricated story, but upon further inquiry, he discovered that the guarantor was Elder Jiang. Even more remarkably, the principal had adopted Elder Zhang's suggestion and recommended the man to the military, and now all the bigwigs had given their approval. This fantastical tale was actually true. In the field of stealth technology, even the veteran experts at the Federal Central Research Institute, who had dominated the supercubic spark for many years, might not be as proficient as him. This joint examination was unique in its format, making him the perfect training instructor. Thinking this, Zhou Chunyuan sighed inwardly. These days, geniuses are becoming increasingly monstrous. He felt he was falling behind. Zhou Chunyuan's words completely dispelled the 5 people's unease. They stepped into the transparent elevator one after another. The moment the doors slid shut silently, the flashing biometric authentication matching in progress on the display screen quickly changed to a green match successful message. The transparent elevator slowly ascended, and the ceiling above automatically slid open to both sides, revealing a circular hidden door matching the elevator's diameter. The elevator passed straight through the door, and their view gradually unfolded until it finally came to a steady stop in a spacious circular space. The group was stunned by the scene outside the elevator, speechless for a long time. This was a spherical space over 10 meters in diameter. The circular hidden door they had entered through was like a transparent rivet, firmly embedded in the center of the sphere's bottom. The walls of the spherical space were coated with an unknown black special paint, and embedded with numerous palm-sized metal devices that flickered with an eerie blue light, making the entire space resemble a secret laboratory suspended in space. At the center of the bottom, 6 custom-made silver-gray cabins stood in a row, and a tall figure stood with his back to them. The person wore a crisp, snow-white military uniform, with a cobalt blue quantum symbol on his epaulets. The uniform's meticulous outline highlighted his broad shoulders and narrow waist, giving him a vaguely familiar appearance. Hearing the elevator's movement, the person slowly turned around. Beneath his short, black hair were sharp features. His features weren't particularly striking, but his captivating, almond-shaped eyes held a coldness that kept people at a distance. Instructor Bai Yuan? Chi Chong was the first to react. What's he doing here? Zhang Baiwei immediately nudged Sang Fiwen's arm with her elbow, a clear gossip gleaming in her eyes, as her gaze darted back and forth between Bai Yuan and her. Hello everyone, let me reintroduce myself. The man spoke, his voice deep and powerful, a stark contrast to his previous casual demeanor. I am Bai Yuan, a major general in the Military Research Institute, and also the training instructor for this joint entrance examination of the 3 schools. Major general in the military? Chi Chong was so shocked his jaw almost dropped, instinctively glancing at Bai Yuan's epaulets. The cobalt blue quantum symbol adorned with pine needles. The exclusive insignia of a major general in the Imperial Military's military wouldn't lie. Bai Yuan was a genuine major general in the military. Sang Fiwen was completely stunned. How could it be Jiang Chini? After his transformation, he was quietly working at the Research Institute as Professor Zhang's teaching assistant. How did he suddenly change his tune and become a prominent technical major general? Not to mention, he was even their training instructor. Before the group could process this revolutionary news, Bai Yuan pointed to the custom-made cabin beside him, his tone calm and even, "These are the core equipment for this training camp. And the tools we use for the final joint exam." Instructor Bai. Ji Qian was the first to raise her hand, her tone filled with confusion. "I heard that previous joint exams involved going directly to the disaster site for real combat. Is this time not going to the site?" Sang Fiwen secretly clenched her fist. Yes, she had given her all to pass the test, precisely because she wanted to go to Sabay Star for real combat. Don't tell her that this so-called three-school joint exam was just lying in the cabin and competing in a virtual world. Bai Yuan raised an eyebrow, his deep gaze slowly sweeping over the 5 faces filled with expectation and doubt. He said in a deep voice, "Since you all sign confidentiality agreements, I make it clear all at once. Listen carefully." The following words carried earth-shattering weight. He deliberately slowed his pace. The actual examination venue for this joint exam is Sabay Star, where a celestial conjunction is currently taking place. The magnetic field there is abnormally chaotic. If a human body were to step inside, their cells would instantly collapse under the shearing effect of the magnetic field. However, stealth technology can resonate with the local magnetic field. You will then use these customized cabins to enter Sabay Star through unconscious stealth. Apart from Ji Qian and Sang Fiwen, who already knew about the special circumstances of Sabay Star, Qi Chong, Zhang Baiwei, and Lu Qingcheng were hearing this unusual news for the first time. Shocked expressions appeared on their faces, their eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Baiwei's face paled slightly. Celestial conjunction. Wasn't it always just a theoretical hypothesis? It actually exists? Sabay Star was extremely close to her home planet, an unnamed star on the edge of the continent. The thought of that dangerous star system so close to her hometown made her heart clench. Even though they were somewhat prepared, Sang Fiwen and Ji Qian couldn't help but widen their eyes when they heard about consciousness stealth, an unprecedented method of combat. This was vastly different from their expectations of wearing exoskeletons or piloting mechs in combat. Entering Sabay Star for combat using their consciousness. Everyone realized how dangerous this was, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Qi Chong hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself and raised his hand, his tone as respectful as possible. "Instructor Bai, I didn't mean to question you, but your rank is Major General of Technology, right? Even in consciousness combat, it's training focused on practical skills. Having you lead the team, isn't it a bit of a mismatch?" Seemingly accustomed to such a tone, Bai Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes radiating absolute confidence. "Whether it's suitable or not, you have your answer once training begins." He turned and pointed to the walls of the room. "This black paint is a specially made magnetic field conducting material. The device embedded in it can accurately simulate the magnetic field environment of Sabay Star. After the device is activated, the upper half of the space will form a chaotic magnetic field consistent with Sabay Star, while the middle of the space will be isolated by a 1-meter thick special isolation layer. So after activation, you better stay obediently in the designated area, lest you accidentally cross the isolation layer and turn into a pile of mincemeat. For the next 3 days, you will need to master the full operation of the customized cabin, while also adapting to the pulling sensation of the magnetic field on your consciousness. 3 days later, we will depart directly for Sabay Star." He glanced at his military-grade personal terminal, activated the timer, and his tone suddenly became sharp. "Now, training begins." The group dared not delay, immediately walking quickly to the customized cabin and lying down one by one. As the cabin door closed, a familiar neural scanning current surged through their bodies. A few seconds later, the darkness before them was abruptly replaced by bright light. The next second, they were standing on a desolate wasteland. Beneath their feet was cracked, grayish-brown earth, the wind whipping up fine dust. All around were rolling, bare rock mountains, almost barren except for a few hardy plants. In the distance, in a massive mine, mining machines, like steel behemoths, roared tirelessly, sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky, dimming even the sunlight. Sang Fiwen's face showed shock. She recognized this place. This was Sabay Star, once known as the energy star of the Dylan galaxy for its abundant high-purity energy but now a desolate wasteland due to overexploitation. "Look up," Bai Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. As their instructor, he had also entered. The group instinctively looked up, instantly gasping. The sky above them was an inverted spherical space, with 6 custom-made silver-gray cabins in the center, the very ones they had just been lying in. This isn't our training room? Zhang Baiwei exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the reflected space in the sky. So we're currently at the ceiling. Ji Qian rubbed her eyes hard, repeatedly confirming the absurd scene before her, still feeling like she was in a bizarre dream. Bai Yuan's calm and steady voice rang out again, that's right. Your bodies are still lying in the cabins of the training room, but your consciousnesses have entered the reflected world constructed by the dome device. Chapter 120. This is simulating the scene of the conjunction of celestial bodies on Sabastar, right? Sang Fiwen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock surging in her heart, and asked with certainty. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It was truly incredible that the Military Research Institute, after only a few months of being stationed here, could achieve such a breakthrough in developing a new technology for consciousness media, building upon its stealth technology. As for Bai Yuan's meteoric rise to the rank of Major General in the military's technology corps, it was probably inseparable from this groundbreaking innovation. Jiang Chunyi clearly possessed such top-tier technical skills, so why had he willingly remained anonymous for the past 10 years, working as an insignificant bodyguard by her side? She subconsciously looked at Bai Yuan not far away, only to find that his face, in his consciousness form, was somewhat blurry, as if veiled by a thin layer of mist, indistinct. Just like the questions surrounding him in her heart, like a fog that could never be dispelled. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Bai Yuan turned to look at her, meeting her scrutinizing and confused eyes. He nodded slightly, then spoke, exactly. The convergence of celestial bodies causes different dimensions of space to overlap and distort. This simulates such an extreme natural disaster environment. And the customized cabin is currently the only medium that allows human consciousness to enter this overlapping space. He paused, his tone carrying a cold warning. But don't think this is a safe method. A wandering consciousness is like the most fragile glass. The slightest carelessness will shatter it into pieces. If you're not prepared to become a vegetable, it's not too late to withdraw now. As he finished speaking, Bai Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, sweeping over the 5 people like a hawk's. Seeing the unwavering determination on each face, without a trace of hesitation, a barely perceptible sigh flickered in his eyes before his expression hardened again. Begin basic training. First, learn to move steadily in your consciousness form. Stand firm, walk, run. Most importantly, learn to avoid magnetic shear flow. Every step must be flawless. Remember, those who fail the training will be disqualified from the joint entrance exam without exception. Only then did the 5 begin to examine each other. This time, it wasn't the standard characters used in virtual training, nor were they characters from a game. It was their own bodies. Even their clothes remained unchanged. Zhang Baiwei raised her hand and touched her face. The sensation was exactly the same as usual, and she was somewhat incredulous. This is a consciousness state? It feels no different from being a real person. Ji Qian excitedly clenched her fist, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bai Yuan, instructor Bai. If we can master this state, can we become ability users? Ability users? Zhang Baiwei and Qi Chong were both stunned. They exchanged a blank glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. In contrast, Sang Fiwen and Lu Qingcheng remained calm, showing no surprise, clearly familiar with this situation. Bai Yuan didn't respond to Ji Qian's question, his tone cold and hard. Focus on the training ahead. Get moving. Ji Qian stuck out her tongue, about to say something more, when she saw Sang Fiwen tentatively lift her foot. But the next second, her face turned deathly pale, and her body uncontrollably lurched forward, kneeling on the ground. Ji Qian's heart tightened. He prepared himself before taking a step, but the moment he moved, a strong wave of dizziness washed over him, and the wasteland landscape before him instantly distorted into blurry patches of color. While standing still, they hadn't felt it, but once they moved, everyone clearly felt an irresistible, unimaginably powerful suction emanating from the inverted training room in the sky. It was like a giant hand gripping their consciousness, dragging them down towards the heavens. It was their consciousness instinctively yearning to return to their physical bodies. Sang Fiwen gritted her teeth, arching her back, her arms bracing herself against the ground, her fingertips even turning transparent from the excessive force. She felt as if she were being torn apart by that suction. Every second she held on exhausted all her strength. On the other side, Qi Chong also tried to take a step, but the moment he took his first step, large beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. His body leaned backward uncontrollably. Had he not grabbed a protruding rock in time, he would likely have been pulled off balance by the suction. The 5 members of the team were all struggling against the irresistible pull, their postures disheveled, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads and down their jaws. Even so, A defiant excitement shone in each of their eyes. None of them were willing to give up easily. Just then, Bai Yuan's voice came from ahead. The five looked up and realized that in a short time, he had already walked hundreds of meters away, facing them directly, 1 foot firmly planted on a rock, his posture as upright as a pine tree facing the wind, one hand pointing straight towards the distant black, bare rock mountains. Today's training objective is simple. His voice was calm and even, as casual as asking what should we eat today? Reach the foot of that black mountain. Remember, maintain a stable resonance between your consciousness and the magnetic field. As for how you get there, it doesn't matter. Looking in the direction he pointed, a towering black mountain stood on the distant horizon, its peak obscured by the swirling dust, appearing both majestic and eerie. To the 5 people currently struggling to control their senses, the mountain seemed as distant as another world. No way, Instructor Bai, it's that far? Chi Chong belatedly realized, shouting at the top of his lungs. Given their current state, where even walking is difficult, how could they possibly reach the foot of that black mountain? Are they kidding? Bai Yuan, seemingly out of nowhere, picked up a pebble and casually tossed it between his fingers, his steps unwavering. He simply turned and waved, his voice carried on the wind. I wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Instructor Bai, please stay and teach us how. Ji Qian cried out anxiously, cupping her hands around her mouth. How are we supposed to resist this dizzying, vertigo-inducing feeling, and that suction that's pulling us upwards? Zhang Baiwei watched Bai Yuan's retreating figure. Only when the figure in the white military uniform shrank to a tiny dot did she let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Stop shouting. It seems he's determined to make us figure it out ourselves. Being Ji Yingxing's daughter, Ji Qian was more familiar with this kind of special training than others. After calming down, she quickly grasped the essence and nodded in agreement. You're right. Instructor Bai just said this is just basic training. Just like no one teaches someone how to breathe, he probably thinks this instinct to resist the body's attraction is as natural as breathing, and we can only figure it out ourselves. Then tell me, how do you breathe? Hey, I was just using a metaphor. The point isn't breathing. While the group discussed, Sang Fiwen's attention was drawn to a splash of white at her feet. A small white flower blooming in the wasteland swayed gently in the breeze, adding a touch of life to the deathly gray-black landscape. Sang Fiwen couldn't resist reaching out towards the petals, wanting to smell the flower's fragrance. But the next second, her fingers passed straight through the petals, without even a tactile sensation. Sang Fiwen raised an eyebrow, and tried reaching for the scattered pebbles at her feet. The result was the same as touching the petals. Her fingertips passed right through, not even touching the outline of the pebble. She remembered someone's action of tossing and catching pebbles earlier. He could clearly hold the pebble steadily, so why couldn't she? How did he do it? Consciousness. Stable resonance. Sang Fiwen straightened up, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and cleared her mind of all distractions. She focused all her attention, repeatedly giving herself mental suggestions. I am a complete individual. I can touch everything here. I belong to this space. Unconsciously, she even used a simple self-hypnosis technique she had learned in her high school consciousness course. For a moment, she felt the dizziness lessen considerably. Sang Fiwen suddenly opened her eyes and reached for the pebble at her feet again. This time, her fingertips clearly felt the pebble's cool touch. She scooped it up and held it firmly in her hand. She quickly walked back to the others. The dizziness was now almost negligible, and even the pulling force that had been pulling her was as weak as a gentle breeze. Sang Fiwen looked at the pebble in her hand and smiled helplessly. How come she hadn't noticed Jiang Chenyi's penchant for cryptic remarks before? Everyone, I think Instructor Bai just demonstrated how to stabilize the consciousness. She waved the pebble in her hand and said to the 4 who were still struggling, try picking up the pebbles on the ground, or anything you can see. Chi Chong and the others quickly did as instructed, but when they bent down and reached out, their hands passed straight through the pebbles. How come I'm like a ghost? Chi Chong stared wide-eyed at his hands in disbelief, then turned to Sang Fiwen. Junior Fiwen, how did you pick them up? Sang Fiwen smiled and explained, I guess Instructor Bai's words just now contain 2 key training points. The first point is consciousness resonance stability, which I understand as immersive cognitive experience. Simply put, everyone must completely abandon the idea of a conscious body and firmly believe from the bottom of their hearts that they are real, complete individuals, natives of this space, not intruders. Ji Qian became interested. I know how to do that. Isn't it just like an immersive murder mystery game? You have to play a certain character and believe it to win. Sang Fiwen nodded. That's the idea. If you don't play murder mystery games, you can use the self-hypnosis techniques you learned in high school consciousness class to strengthen this sense of identity, The effect will be quick. The four immediately closed their eyes, and, following Sang Fiwen's instructions, concentrated on self-suggestion. Not long after, Qiqian opened her eyes first, exclaiming with delight, "It really works. I feel much better." Immediately afterward, Qicheng, Lu Qingcheng, and Zhang Baiwei also opened their eyes, their faces showing relief. Qicheng urged impatiently, "Junior, tell me quickly, what's the second point?" "The second point is no method required." Sang Fiwen held up the pebble in her hand. "Just pick something you like here and hold it. I guess by touching and holding a physical object in this space, we can create a temporary anchor point, thereby weakening the physical body's attraction to the consciousness." The four suddenly understood and immediately began searching the nearby ground, quickly choosing their targets. A minute later, Qiqian held a broken, sharp branch, Qicheng held a rough, brick-like stone, Lu Qingcheng broke off a small white flower, and Zhang Baiwei picked a thorny cactus stem. "It really works," Zhang Baiwei said excitedly. "Although there's still a little suction, it's easy to resist." "Then what are we waiting for? Now that we can move freely, let's hurry up and catch up with Instructor Bai." Qicheng patted the pebble in his hand and took the lead. This time, although there was still a slight, despite the initial sluggishness, they were able to move forward steadily. The five walked side by side towards the distant black mountain, their footsteps making soft, crunching sounds on the cracked earth. After walking a short distance, Qicheng couldn't contain his curiosity and turned to Qiqian. "By the way, Qiqian, what exactly is this ability user you mentioned earlier?" Qiqian stuck out her tongue and glanced at the others beside her. Since they would all be comrades in arms taking the joint entrance exam together, there was no need to hide anything. She cleared her throat and said, "You all know that the generally accepted upper limit for mental power level is 3S, right?" "Of course. That's common knowledge taught in introductory classes. Who doesn't know that?" Qicheng nodded without hesitation. Qiqian, however, gently shook a finger, saying mysteriously, "No, that common sense is actually wrong. In reality, there are mental powers even higher than 3S. People who possess this kind of super-level mental power are ability users. However, they are like the pinnacle of a pyramid, extremely rare, and practically unseen." Qiqian paused, his tone becoming more serious. "Strictly speaking, they are evolved humans. This is top secret in Dilan, so you mustn't let it slip when you get out, or you get into big trouble." Qicheng and Zhang Baiwei nodded vigorously, Zhang Baiwei leaning closer, her eyes full of curiosity. "Qiqian, are you an ability user?" At this, Qiqian's face instantly fell, and he sighed with a worried expression. "How could I? I'm still one step away from breaking through. My mental power has been stuck at the peak of 3S for a long time, and I haven't found a breakthrough opportunity. What's there to worry about?" Qicheng patted her shoulder, smiling reassuringly. "Isn't this training camp the best opportunity? Once we learn perfect consciousness stealth, maybe our mental strength will break through." Zhang Baiwei looked at Qiqian with hopeful eyes. "How exactly can I become an ability user? Are there any tricks or methods?" If she could become an ability user, she could definitely better protect her hometown. Qiqian frowned and thought for a moment, then explained earnestly, "I also learned this from the information at home. Let's start with the basics. The essence of an ability user is the ability to freely control the overflowing mental power of their consciousness. Generally speaking, only after mental strength reaches 3S level is it possible to generate this overflowing power." She scratched her head somewhat sheepishly. "Don't laugh, but my family has always forbade me from touching dangerous things. I only read the information secretly, so I don't really know how to break through to become an ability user. But first, I definitely have to get my mental strength past the 3S threshold." Qicheng's expectant look faded slightly, and he said with considerable regret, "So, you never seen a real ability user?" Qiqian nodded in agreement, her face full of regret. "Yes, I only seen descriptions in the information, never seen one in person." Just then, Lu Qingcheng, who had been walking silently, suddenly spoke up, "I've seen an ability user." This sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention. All four of them, including Sang Fiwen, stopped abruptly and turned to look at him. Qicheng, even more anxious, moved closer to him, urging, "Tell me quickly. Tell me. What exactly is an ability user like? Is it like the legends where they can fly and disappear into the earth?" Lu Qingcheng calmly replied, "You all seen lightning in the night, right? That ability user's power was like condensed purple lightning, with extremely strong explosive force." "Wow! Creating purple lightning out of thin air? That sounds like the swordsman's skill in the game, boss!" Qicheng exclaimed, his eyes wide. Sang Fiwen instantly recalled the ability user from the Hua family, who attacked her with purple energy lines at the last holographic investment conference. The purple lightning Lu Qingcheng described was almost identical to that person's ability. She observed Lu Qingcheng's expression discreetly, secretly thinking, Lu Qingcheng usually interacts most with Hua Yun from the Hua family. That ability user is probably Hua Yun's bodyguard, right? Sang Fiwen silently memorized this information. She still had a score to settle with that purple lightning ability user. She would get revenge sooner or later. Huff. Zhang Baiwei suddenly let out a soft breath, wiping the thin layer of sweat from her forehead. She smiled wryly and said, I didn't expect that maintaining this immersive state while walking would be so much more tiring than I imagined. Only then did everyone realize their own exhaustion. They had only walked a little over 100 meters, yet they were already panting as if they had climbed a mountain for half a day. Their consciousness was beginning to waver, and the suction force above their heads seemed to have intensified slightly. Sang Fiwen glanced at their slightly pale faces and said in a deep voice, I think we should stop talking for now. Focusing on stabilizing our consciousness resonance is crucial, otherwise all our previous efforts will be wasted. The group nodded, immediately regaining their composure and refocusing their attention on maintaining the stability of their consciousness. Their steps were slow but steady, moving laboriously step by step towards the distant Black Mountain. By the way, did Instructor Bai set a time limit? No, I don't think so. On the same day, on Huanyu Star in the Dylan Star system, at the Aoji Military Academy. In the square in front of the training building, Hua Rong and Qin Han stood side by side, craning their necks to look towards the school gate. Chapter 121. Hua Rong wore a snow-white suit, yet it couldn't suppress her innate, flamboyant beauty. She was like a blooming white rose, her beauty possessing an almost aggressive allure. Beside her, Qin Han wore a sharply tailored suit in iron gray and pure black, exuding a cold, unapproachable aura. The two stood at the doorway, a perfect couple, their exceptional bearing drawing frequent glances from passing teachers, students, and passers-by. Hua Rong held up the exquisite makeup box, giving her lip makeup a final check in the mirror inside the lid. Turning to Qin Han beside her, her tone was a mix of genuine and playful teasing. Director Qin, how's your setup going? Don't let that girl from the military academy fail you in the end, and Minister Lu comes after you. She covered her red lips with a light laugh, the smile superficial, but a warning lurking in her eyes. Although Director Qin is undeniably charming and has many admirers, when it really comes to that, I might not be able to protect you. Qin Han had met Hua Rong a few times, and already understood this eccentric woman's nature. Ignoring the probing and threats in her words, he said calmly, Miss Hua, there's no need to worry. My people have successfully entered the joint entrance exam, and have already made contact with Ji Yingxing's daughter. Once in Beixing's exam venue opens, they will definitely bring me the results I want. Hua Rong immediately adopted an admiring expression, her eyes slightly upturned, and her tone became soft and charming. Oh? That little brat actually managed to pass the selection and enter the joint entrance exam? Director Qin's eye for talent is truly admirable. I must learn from her. Director Qin, would you be free to give me some pointers tonight? As she spoke, she reached out to touch Qin Han's arm. Qin Han subtly turned away, avoiding her touch, and politely apologized. Sorry, I have official business to attend to tonight. That's a pity. Hua Rong's smile remained unchanged, then she casually withdrew her hand, tucked a stray hair behind her ear, and looked towards the end of the road. It's here. A sleek, black, extended, custom-made hovercar slowly approached and finally came to a smooth stop in front of the training building. The doors slid open automatically, and a middle-aged man in a dark tang suit stepped out. In the highly advanced biotechnology of the Imperial Blue Star system, appearance is no longer a standard for judging age. People can maintain or even change their appearance through various advanced technologies. However, those in positions of power mostly prefer a mature and stable image, and the middle-aged man, as the Minister of National Security of the Federation, was clearly no exception. His face was resolute, the marks left by time were proof of weathering storms, which the middle-aged man had not attempted to conceal. Minister Lu, you finally arrived. Hua Rong immediately shed all her frivolity, adopting a respectful and enthusiastic expression, as she quickly went to greet him. Her voice was clear and sweet, carrying just the right amount of warmth, as if the middle-aged man were a long-lost relative. Minister Lu, Qin Han nodded slightly, his posture humble yet not obsequious, and introduced himself in a deep voice, Qin Han from the Seoul Bureau. As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Lu Tianming, a rising star who had become a hot commodity by the federal president's side in recent years. Lu Tianming came from the military, and was once the sole survivor of a 1,000-strong fleet, a human hero who brought back the supercubic starfire from the perilous and mysterious universe. Upon his return, he directly accused the fleet captain of attempting to destroy Starfire, claiming he fought to the death to preserve the future energy lifeline of the Imperial Blue Star system. Ultimately, the missing captain was convicted of treason, stripped of his military status, and disgraced. What's perplexing is that Liu Tianming, who should have enjoyed a meteoric rise in the military and a bright future, later resolutely left the army and entered federal politics. With the appreciation and favor of the federal president, Liu Tianming is now the powerful Minister of National Security. Xiao Rong is still so beautiful, and her words are so sweet. Liu Tianming smiled and patted Hua Rong's shoulder, his smile kind and approachable, like that of a respected elder next door. Liu Tianming's gaze then shifted to Qin Han, his eyes filled with undisguised scrutiny and pressure. Seeing Qin Han remain calm and composed under his gaze, Liu Tianming nodded in satisfaction and said, "Little Qin, I have an important task for you today." Qin Han saluted and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I will follow your orders." Liu Tianming waved his hand, indicating that the two didn't need to be so polite. "I only asked the two of you to wait here because I was afraid that too many people would cause trouble. Take me to see where the military's new equipment is." "Yes, Minister Liu, this way please." Hua Rong immediately stepped aside to lead the way, her graceful figure and high heels clicking as she led Liu Tianming and Qin Han into the training building, heading straight for the target room. As one of the three major military academies of Dillon, Algae Military Academy, backed by the federal power of Wanyu Star, enjoys a massive influx of resources. The school spares no effort in facility construction, striving to provide students with the best learning and training environment. The training room that Liu Tianming and his group entered was filled with a full range of advanced training equipment, neatly arranged. In the center of the room stood a silver-gray stealth simulator, its unique design and sleek lines exuding an air of mystery. Inside, a dozen or so candidates for the joint entrance exam were undergoing intensive training. They wore uniform training clothes, soaked with sweat and clinging tightly to their bodies. Some trainees were intently operating the simulator, while others were pushing themselves to the limit on the physical training equipment, their muscles taut, each movement brimming with power. Two instructors stood by, their eyes fixed on the trainees' every move, occasionally offering guidance in loud, forceful voices. Seeing Hua Rong lead the group in, they instinctively wanted to greet them. "Let them continue training, don't delay the progress." Liu Tianming waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. Hua Rong immediately understood, and gave the two instructors a wink. The two instructors instantly understood, stopped, and turned back to focus on instructing the students, but their movements were noticeably more energetic than before. Liu Tianming walked straight to the most conspicuous silver-gray cabin, touched the cold exterior, and asked with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Why is there only one?" Hua Rong quickly stepped forward to explain, her tone tinged with complaint. "It's because those people in the military are so petty. They said one is enough to meet the basic training standards, and they won't give us one more." Liu Tianming chuckled, offering no comment, but instead turned and beckoned to Qin Han. "Little Qin, this is your task. The Seoul Bureau has always excelled in research on consciousness entities. You be in charge of deciphering this new type of machine. Make sure you understand its core technologies. Oh, by the way, if you're short-handed, I already spoken to the Central Research Institute. You can send reinforcements anytime, they fully cooperate." "Yes." Qin Han replied in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over the trainees as he asked, "What about the joint entrance exam training in Algae? The three-school joint entrance exam is just child's play." Liu Tianming waved his hand dismissively. "They mastered the basic usage a few days ago, that's enough for them. Your task is of utmost importance. This concerns the future strategic layout of our Federation. We cannot afford to fail. Little Qin, don't let me down." Qin Han bowed slightly, his voice confident. "Please rest assured, Minister Liu, the Seoul Bureau will not fail in its mission." The first day of grueling training finally came to an end. Sang Fiwen, Ji Qian, and the other four gritted their teeth and completed their mission to reach the foot of Black Mountain. When they crawled out of the custom-made cabin, they were all limp, as if their bones had been removed. Despite being a training exercise for consciousness beings, the bone-deep soreness felt incredibly real. The five of them barely had the strength to speak. The previously planned dinner was long forgotten. Even saying goodbye was weak and feeble as they dragged their exhausted bodies home. Sang Fiwen lay on the soft bed for half an hour before she recovered. The time for her mission in the game was almost up, so she immediately forced herself into the cabin. At the makeshift camp, Lin Yuan was tending a steaming simple iron pot, seemingly having been waiting for some time. Seeing her log on, he immediately and skillfully packed up the outdoor tent and ladled 2 bowls of steaming wild vegetable and lean meat porridge from the iron pot on the campfire. This was a special outdoor breakfast to boost vitality. Consuming it would randomly increase skill effects by 5% for a certain period. The porridge had barely been placed on the table when a delicious aroma wafted out. Sang Fiwen almost drooled from the unique flavor of the wild vegetables after just one bite. Consuming wild vegetable and lean meat porridge, quality, royal, increases skill enchantment effects by 5% for 5 hours. It was getting late, so the two didn't linger. They quickly finished the porridge and left Jenny Pass, taking a shortcut to Bua village. Following the instructions in the private message sent by Roast Duck Delicious, they took advantage of the darkness and poor visibility to quietly blend into the nearby Bua village. Disguised as 2 farmer NPCs, each carrying a bamboo basket full of vegetables and radishes, they instantly blended in with the other NPCs preparing to go to town to sell their produce. Follow the group, don't look around. Lin Yuan's voice was extremely low, only audible to Sang Fiwen. Those people in black in the woods should all be from Xiongba Tianxia. Sang Fiwen nodded, her eyes glancing at the trees along the way. Sure enough, quite a few people were looking back and forth in the woods, occasionally raising a golden token engraved with runes to the scattered passers-by. A pale golden halo swept across them, clearly checking for her and Lin Yuan's whereabouts. She quickly lowered her head, using the edge of her bamboo basket to cover most of her face, and followed the group closely. The closer they got to the main gate of Shuming City, the more tense the atmosphere became. On the only road outside the city gate, a dozen or so Xiongba Tianxia players were lined up, leading a boxer wearing wolf-tooth gauntlets. It was none other than Xiongba Fengyu, whom she had defeated at Lingmei Mountain that day. Sang Fiwen's heart pounded, silently praying that this group of farmers could slip through undetected. Fortunately, the players only glanced at the vegetable farmers as they passed by and didn't pay them much attention. In their eyes, these poorly dressed, mud-covered farmers were nowhere near the top-ranked player, Wan Xinghui, who could single-handedly wipe out an elite team. Just as the vegetable farmers were about to pass, a tall, thin player suddenly frowned and muttered, "Strange, why are there 2 more vegetable deliveries from Bua village today than usual?" Sang Fiwen could feel Xiongba Fengyu's gaze immediately turn towards them. Chapter 122. Xiongba Fengyu was clearly a suspicious person. Seeing no other suspicious targets nearby, he strode towards the vegetable farmers group, a golden token clutched in his hand. Sang Fei Wan's hand stealthily reached for her waist. She exchanged a glance with Lin Yuan. Both their bodies were tense, like fully drawn bows, their breathing slowing slightly. She had already planned. As soon as Xiongba Fengyu activated the golden token, she would immediately overturn the bamboo baskets and launch an attack, pulling Lin Yuan along to break through the barrier. At worst, they could escape on Lil Red. With the speed of a 3rd-tier phoenix, Xiongba Fengyu and his group wouldn't be able to catch them. They could then find another way to enter the city. It wasn't that she was afraid of losing to these dozen or so guild players. It was just that their foundation in the central divine continent was not yet firmly established. If they were entangled with Xiongba Tianxia, constantly being chased and hiding, it would not only affect their plan to find the Fengdu Emperor, but also disrupt the guild's development rhythm. Especially after the conflict at Lingmei Mountain, Xiongba Tianxia clearly changed his strategy. Judging from their scattered searches outside the city, it seems Xiongba Hongyuan also knows he can't kill her, so he's resorting to using high-level artifacts to annoy her and prevent her from entering Shuming City. Sang Fei Wan came to the Central Plains for 2 purposes. First, to find clues about the Fengdu Emperor, and second, to help the guild seize the secret city defense mechanisms of the Qiaozhou Bureau. Various forces are eyeing Shijin Fortress covetously. Without advanced defensive mechanisms, there will likely be a tough battle ahead, and the development of Xiao Jiang who will be hampered. And only the Qiaozhou Bureau possesses the city defense mechanisms. Without access to the city and contact with the Qiaozhou Bureau members, everything is just empty talk. The clues to the Emperor of Fengdu could be searched slowly, but the battle to defend Shijin Fortress was imminent, and she had to seize this opportunity to enter the city. The air seemed to freeze. The chirping of insects and the conversations of vegetable farmers vanished, leaving only the ever-approaching footsteps of Xiongba Fengyu, each step like a blow to Sang Fiwen's tense heart. She could even see the faint glow of the golden token in Xiongba Fengyu's hand, a sign that a skill was about to be activated. Just as he was 3 steps away from the group, his right hand already raised, the runes on the golden token about to fully illuminate, someone suddenly shouted from the other end, "Boss Feng!" 2 people on the western path saw us and ran. Xiongba Fengyu abruptly turned his head, his right hand dropping, abruptly stopping the use of the item. The golden token in his hand was called the Gold-Devouring Shadow-Breaking Token. Although it was a high-level inside item, the cost of using it was far too high. Each use had a 1-hour cooldown, and to use it again immediately, one had to offer a golden leaf for it to consume. As Xiongba Fengyu approached, he found nothing unusual about the group of vegetable farmers. Even if Xiongba Tianxia was wealthy and powerful, wasting a token use opportunity on such an ordinary group of farmers seemed like a waste. He looked in the direction his subordinate pointed and saw two figures hurriedly dart into the nearby woods. His eyes sharpened, and he sneered, "Humph, it must be Wan Xinghui. Quick after them. Don't let them get away." A dozen players immediately rushed towards the woods, and Xiongba Fengyu turned and followed, casually stuffing the golden token back into his backpack, leaving the vegetable farmer group far behind. Sang Fei Wan's tense body instantly relaxed, and she let out a long breath. Just then, a private message popped up. It was from Roast Up Delicious, Wanshan. "Sweet wine, and I have distracted them. You two hurry and get into the city now." It turned out the two who had run away were Roast Up Delicious and his companion. Sang Feiwen felt a warmth in her heart, and silently remembered this favor. She glanced at Lin Yuan, and the two quickened their pace without uttering a word, following the vegetable farmers group, and successfully entered the heavy city gates of Shuming City. Everything went smoothly after entering the city. The two turned into a quiet alley, changed back into their city disguises, and headed to the notice board to turn in their quest. City Defense Quest. Clear the rampant monkey horde around the city, completed. Gain 50,000 experience, 100 silver coins, and 20 Shuming City contribution points. Both of them had over 100 city contribution points, so they went straight back to the welcoming inn, and booked a week's stay in a superior room with a fat old man innkeeper. Although the superior rooms were 3 times more expensive than the regular rooms, they offered better soundproofing, more spacious rooms, and the option to request confidentiality from the innkeeper. Given the current situation of being hunted by Xiongba Tianxia, it was worth spending a little more for safety. The portly old innkeeper, beaming with joy after a good day's earnings, said, "We happen to have one of the best rooms left, with a small courtyard, excellent lighting and ventilation. I give you a 20% discount, only 80 gold coins a week." After confirming the room, Sang Feiwen paid and received the key. The moment the room door closed, both of them finally let their guard down completely. Sang Feiwen looked around. The money hadn't been wasted. The sandalwood tables and chairs, the carved bed, even the tea set was a complete set from the official kiln. Truly exquisite. Adhering to the mindset that if you spent money, you should enjoy it to the fullest, she sat down in the elegant sandalwood chair, ready to savor the experience. As soon as she sat down, she recalled Xiongba Fengyu's arrogant and domineering manner, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but slam her hand on the exquisite sandalwood table. Xiongba Tianxia is too much. So what if the guild leader has some powerful cabinet backing him? Just wait. Having a cabinet backing him doesn't make him any better. Just wait, she become a high-ranking official in her own right, and see who dares to stand in her way then. No sooner said than done. Sang Fei Wan immediately opened the game forum, and switched to the Central Plains section to browse. The hot posts were still the same few, which she quickly skipped. Public opinion had put Xiongba Tianxia in a difficult position, and he was constantly mobilizing more people to search for her, trying to salvage his precarious reputation. Sang Fei Wan quickly scrolled through the highly popular, controversial posts, her gaze drawn to a pinned, high-quality old post. The post title was Guidance for Newcomers Who Haven't Found a Job Yet, continuously updated, and the poster's ID was Freedom of Fire. She clicked on it, and saw it was a beginner's guide. The poster started by reminding everyone, newcomers to Pumlai Island, remember the first thing you need to do after leaving the starting village is to disguise yourself. Upgrade your disguise items as much as possible, and then find a job under the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs as soon as possible. Otherwise, unemployed people will be routinely questioned by the guards, and you know what will happen when your disguise is exposed. Also, to make it easier for everyone to recognize each other, I suggest using Heavenly Dragon covers Earth Tiger, Pagoda suppresses River Demon as a code word. This post will be continuously updated with recruitment opportunities for various NPC factions. You can choose accordingly. January 5th, the Treasure Bureau recruited 2 money counters, expired. January 7th, the Alchemy Bureau recruited 3 herb gatherers, expired. First floor. Thanks, Sister Hua. Sigh, only after leaving the starting village did I realize I wasn't playing Ancient Blue, but a bureaucratic simulator. Second floor. Thank you, Sister Hua. I successfully landed at the Treasure Note Bureau. Sang Fiwen scrolled directly to the end of the post. The latest update from the original poster was today. 501L, original poster. The Craftsmanship Bureau of the City of Illusion is recruiting 1 mechanist today, and the Imperial Kitchen Bureau is recruiting 2 kitchen helpers today. The Craftsmanship Bureau is recruiting today. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately closed the forum and turned to Lin Yuan to share her delight. What a coincidence. Both the Imperial Kitchen and the Crafts Bureau are hiring today. Your cooking skills are so good. Why don't you try for a kitchen helper position at the Imperial Kitchen? I try for a spot at the Crafts Bureau. In the Central Plains, you can't survive without a proper identity. Lin Yuan, however, leaned back in his chair with little interest and said indifferently, You go ahead, I won't bother. I have some things to take care of. I log on later. Sang Fiwen paused for a moment, then realized what he meant, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Oh, you're recovering and need to go offline to recuperate, right? That's great. Go quickly, and try to recover soon. Lin Yuan, He had research tasks today, and with this misunderstanding, he simply didn't bother to explain, and just considered it a trip to recuperate. After seeing Lin Yuan off to Kongjian, Sang Fiwen didn't dare linger. She reluctantly touched the exquisite furniture one last time before leaving the inn, and heading straight for the district where the Qiaozhou Bureau was located. She had previously assured Zheng Xiao and Lun Wanchu that she would install defensive mechanisms on the walls of the Shujin fortress. Now, with the fortress defense battle approaching, this was a golden opportunity to enter the Qiaozhou Bureau. When she hurried to the Qiaozhou Bureau, the entrance was already packed with people. The crowd formed layers upon layers of people, the noise and chatter clearly audible even across the street. Sang Fiwen double-checked his disguise before walking inside. The Bureau of Ingenious Construction, as a core institution directly under the Directorate of Ceremonial, possessed secret mechanical arts, and was always highly sought after in Xuming City. The announcement of its recruitment today naturally drew massive crowds. Her gaze swept over the throng of people around her, and she thought to herself, there must be quite a few players, like me here, wanting to learn mechanical arts, and maybe even find an official identity. She tiptoed and peered inside. Sure enough, she saw a brand new recruitment notice posted on the bulletin board. The recruitment requirements, written in vermilion ink, were, participants must, within 1 hour, use materials provided by the Bureau of Ingenuity to create a mechanism that is both practical and innovative. This recruitment will be personally evaluated by the Bureau's master craftsmen. Those who pass will be hired as junior mechanical engineers. My goodness, is this the second time the Bureau of Ingenuity has held a supplementary recruitment? Last time, over 1,000 people took the exam, and not a single one passed. A middle-aged woman carrying a shopping basket, no longer in a hurry to go home and cook, clicked her tongue in amazement beside the notice board. That's right. I heard the materials are stingy, and the requirements are extremely high. Those old-fashioned mechanical birds and locks, the examiners didn't even glance at them. Another middle-aged woman chimed in. 2 middle-aged women immediately locked eyes, both carrying their shopping baskets and squeezing to the front, their eyes filled with the excitement of watching a spectacle. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Sang Fiwen remained unfazed, instead rubbing her hands together in anticipation. A challenge was good. The greater the challenge, the more precious the opportunity. Otherwise, it would have been snatched up long ago, leaving no chance for her. But she hadn't expected that the first hurdle to entering the Clever Creation Bureau would be navigating through this surging tide of onlookers. After much effort, she finally squeezed through the crowd to the front row. Just as she gained her footing, she realized that the first round of registration had already closed, and the assessment was in full swing. 5 participants stood side by side in the center of the area. In front of them was a large wooden table piled with pieces of wood of varying lengths, copper sheets of uneven thickness, twisted hemp rope, and small parts like gears and axles, a chaotic yet complete arrangement. Sang Fiwen's gaze quickly settled on the participant on the far right. The person was deftly fiddling with the wood, muttering something about a broken chain. On the table lay a half-finished 2-wheeled frame. The handlebars and pedals were clearly visible. Sang Fiwen immediately recognized it as the prototype of a bicycle. This person was most likely an enthusiast. The participant, seemingly a player, was sweating profusely, his fingers flying as he assembled the device. The incense stick on the corner of the table was about to burn out when he finally finished assembling the frame, and even tried pushing it forward a couple of steps. But just as he was about to push his creation to the display area, with a crash, the crossbeam of the frame suddenly broke, scattering parts all over the floor. He slammed his fist on the table in frustration, helplessly watching himself being signaled for elimination. Among the other 4 in his group, a young man in a brocade robe appeared confident. The young man in the brocade robe had already completed his mechanical snake, its body made of bright green wood and its scales of copper plates, lifelike and exquisite. With a gentle twist of its tail, the mechanical snake nimbly twisted its body, even managing to wriggle and climb up the table leg. Those watching the agile mechanical snake marveled in admiration. "Brother Wang, your craftsmanship is truly superb." A man in black quickly stepped forward to praise, his tone obsequious. "This mechanical snake is exceptionally agile. It will surely win the favor of the master craftsman. Once you join the Bureau of Ingenious Crafts, don't forget to give me a hand." The man in the brocade robe, addressed as Brother Wang, was beaming with pride, but merely flicked his sleeve, his tone distant. "Thank you for your kind words, Brother Zhao. However, everyone has their own ambitions, and one must forge their own path. Brother Zhao, you better rely on yourself." Brother Zhao's smile froze instantly. Though he had been rebuffed, he wasn't annoyed. He turned away, gave a cold laugh, and returned to his work. It was an exquisitely crafted Lubon lock, quietly placed on the table, awaiting its demonstration. The circular Lubon lock had smooth, burr-free edges, and the joints were perfectly seamless, appearing as if they were a single, unified piece. The most exquisite detail was the small copper bead embedded in the lock's core, almost invisible without close inspection. The servant inspecting the lock gently shook it, and the subtle sound of the copper beads rolling inside could be heard, demonstrating the skillful and ingenious craftsmanship. Sang Fiwen stared at the still slightly wriggling mechanical snake and the masterfully crafted Lubon lock, feeling a little nervous, wondering if her cross-disciplinary idea still had a chance to stand out. Chapter 123. The first batch of works display phase concluded. The servants responsible for inspection carefully carried the qualified pieces to the examiners in the inner hall of the Bureau of Ingenuity. Amidst the surrounding noise, she subconsciously amplified her senses, and suddenly heard an angry shout from the inner hall of the Bureau of Ingenuity. "How dare you? Who leaked the blueprints from the archives?" As soon as the words were spoken, a servant hurriedly poked his head out from the inner hall, his gaze fixed on the man in the brocade robe, pointing a finger. "It's him." For guards clad in black iron armor immediately surrounded the man in the brocade robe. The lead guard, carrying a green mechanical snake, said in a deep voice, "Is this mechanical snake your work?" The voice from the inner hall wasn't loud, apart from Sang Fi when hearing the shout. No one outside heard it. The man surnamed Wang, believing his work had won the examiner's favor, couldn't hide his smugness and hurriedly bowed and scraped. "It is indeed my work. I hope the examiner will offer some guidance." "Guidance?" The guard sneered and shouted sharply, "You audacious thief! You dare to steal the secret blueprints for the snake mechanism from the Ingenious Creation Bureau, and brazenly use them as your own work to deceive the examiner. Seize him!" Only when he was chained did the man surnamed Wang realize his mistake, struggling and shouting, "Innocence! I didn't steal the blueprints. These are blueprints I bought at a high price." But the guard didn't give him a chance to explain, dragging him into the inner hall, leaving only his cries of innocence fading into the distance. The man surnamed Zhao in black secretly curled his lips, a barely perceptible glint of triumph flashing in his eyes. It wasn't for nothing that he bribed old Tao on the black market beforehand, inadvertently leaking the stolen blueprints for the mechanical snake to the man surnamed Wang. Now that his biggest rival has been eliminated, isn't the position of junior mechanical engineer right in his pocket? Having witnessed the whole thing, Sang Fiwen clicked his tongue in amazement, and casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the woman next to him, and started cracking them open. The older woman didn't mind, instead nudging her with her elbow and whispering, "I knew it. That green snake looked extraordinary. It stole the blueprints for the Ingenious Design Bureau. What audacity. So, that young man in black might actually win the Lubon Lock competition, don't you think, young lady?" Sang Fiwen shook her head, sighing, "Palace intrigue, palace intrigue. The martial world is truly full of traps. So treacherous." The older woman was completely bewildered, scratching her head. "Huh? What are you saying, young lady?" Not long after, the servant who had delivered the message came out again, standing expressionlessly on the platform and announcing, "Those who participated in the previous round were deemed unskilled, and those suspected of stealing secrets have been detained. No one passed the test. Those interested in the next round should register immediately." The smile on the man surnamed Zhao's face froze instantly. He looked up in disbelief towards the inner hall, his lips moved, but he ultimately dared not question it. He could only stomp his foot in frustration, turn around, and squeeze through the crowd. The opportunity had arrived. Sang Fiwen immediately tossed away her sunflower seed shells, hurried to the registration desk, and gave her the alias she had prepared beforehand, Qinghe. The Qiuzhou Bureau, as the core organization of mechanical arts in the game, housed mechanics whose masters were all experts in mechanical arts. The giant repeating crossbows used for sieges, and the automatic catapults used for defense all originated from here. Her goal was to acquire these defensive weapons to strengthen the guild's headquarters and the Shijin fortress. She couldn't just be a figurehead. Although this encounter with the Qiuzhou Bureau's recruitment was a coincidence, it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. She had been preparing for it. Soon, a new batch of 5 participants took their places, with Sang Fiwen standing among them, inconspicuous. A servant lit an incense stick on the corner of the table. As the sparks flew, he announced loudly, "The timer begins." The onlookers' eyes immediately focused on him, whispering and speculating. Another batch failed. "Do you think anyone will pass this time?" "I think Oldly the carpenter has a chance. I heard he made an automatic locking mechanism for the Shin family." Everyone was more eager than the examiners, their eyes scanning the candidates, wondering whose design would stand out and win the position of mechanic. The candidates were clearly well prepared. Almost as soon as the word begin was uttered, they rushed to the large table of materials, skillfully selecting wood, copper sheets, ropes, and so on. Each one was like a wolf, as if afraid of missing out on the best materials. Several servants at the materials table held brushes and scrolls, their eyes scanning the candidates as they took materials, recording what they had selected. Only a woman in a green robe stood motionless, her skirt fluttering gently in the breeze. She looked down at the remaining scraps of wood, broken copper pieces, and a few thin hemp ropes on the table. Her face showed no anxiety, as if she were pondering some difficult problem. Seeing the woman in green robe remain motionless, some onlookers couldn't help but mutter, "Why isn't this girl making a move? The incense sticks have already burned a little. I don't think she has a chance. She's got a pretty face, but no real skill. The rest are all scraps. Even if she started now, she'd be lucky to make a lump of wood. She thinks she can be a master mechanic?" The murmurs surged like a tide, but the woman in green robe ignored them. The woman in green robe was Sang Fiwen. The materials provided by the Ingenious Creation Bureau were sufficient. She didn't need to steal them. Besides, judging from the servant's note-taking, wasting materials would result in a deduction of points. A crucial question was swirling in her mind. The Ingenious Creation Bureau was already teeming with hidden talents and countless master mechanics, so why the need for such a large-scale recruitment drive? Had they run out of ideas? Were they searching for new possibilities? The works of the previous batch of participants flashed through her mind. Bicycles, mechanical snakes, Lubon locks. These works each had their merits, but also fatal flaws. She guessed that the examiner's criteria were solid craftsmanship and innovative thinking that broke free from conventional frameworks. As a player, innovation wasn't something that could be done effortlessly, but it also had to fit the game setting and be feasible. Otherwise, it would be like that bicycle. The maker completely misunderstood the material properties of the ancient blue world. The frame, pieced together from miscellaneous wood, had no load-bearing capacity and would collapse with a single push. The only mechanic player in her previous life to reach the Grandmaster level distinguished themselves through innovative skill combinations. At this moment, a third of the incense stick had burned down, and Sang Fiwen finally moved. She strode to the materials table, picked out 2 square pieces of hardwood from a pile of scraps, and pulled out her novice dagger, swiftly drawing lines, cutting and polishing the wood. While her craftsmanship was only basic, unable to create complex mechanisms with gears and axles, she had mastered the most fundamental mortise and tenon joints to perfection. In no time, 2 perfectly fitting, seamless boxes were formed. If the clerk from Xingwan Pharmacy were here, they would recognize this as the prototype of the 8 Immortals medicine box, only lacking the exquisitely carved flying goddess pattern on its surface. But Sang Fiwen's ambitions went far beyond this. While the 8 Immortals medicine box design was ingenious, it was merely a simple medicine storage container, far inferior to the ingeniously crafted mechanisms of a true artifice. However, if talisman making is incorporated, this ordinary wooden box can be instantly transformed. The only player in her previous life to become a Grandmaster level mechanic rose to fame with a combination of mechanics and talisman making. Everyone then realized that life skills could also be combined, achieving a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Both skills in this combination are hidden life skills. Many life skill players went to great lengths to acquire these 2 skills, attempting to replicate that Grandmaster level mechanic player, but all failed. Later, Sang Fiwen delved deeper and discovered that those who failed didn't lack craftsmanship, but rather the key that the Grandmaster level mechanic had deliberately concealed. If she wasn't mistaken, this combination also had a crucial clue: the need to use enchanting to combine the scroll talisman and the mechanism. She happened to possess all three skills simultaneously, which allowed her to understand this. Activated skill, enchanting. A faint glow emanated from her fingertips as she meticulously carved a bagua and 5 elements array inside the box with a small knife. This was the crucial base for the talismanic magic. After completing the base, she took out a celestial limitless talisman she had crafted herself from her backpack. She gently touched the mortise and tenon joint of the box, and the talisman instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging into the base of the array. Finally, she added an inconspicuous hidden clasp to the lid, completely locking the area containing the array base, preventing others from easily peeking into its secrets. Successfully used the celestial limitless talisman. Obtained a medicine box with storage space. Grade: Royal Level Medicine Box. Creator: Wan Xinghui. Innovation successful. Please name it. Sang Fiwen smiled contentedly, silently reciting in her heart, Xingwan Box. The next second, the item's attribute panel popped up. Starry Evening Box. Superior Royal Quality. Size 1 by 1 by 1, weight plus 0.5. Capacity for pills, 12. Additional storage space, 10 by 10 by 10. A dual-function storage item with limited space. It can both categorize and store pills and expand backpack space. A truly innovative item in a game world teeming with items. Moreover, this backpack is incredibly practical among players. Once it's put on sale at Starry Evening Pharmacy, it definitely become a new prized possession. Naming successful. World announcement coming soon. Anonymous. Currently, she's still being hunted by Xiongba Tianxia. Although it's the world channel between the east and west continents, it's hard to guarantee that Xiongba Tianxia doesn't have spies there. Keeping a low profile is the best strategy right now. Sang Fei Wan chose to remain anonymous. The next second, the incense burned out, and the participants placed their works on the display stand one by one. After the servants checked them and confirmed they were correct, they were carefully sent to the inner hall of the Qiaozhou Bureau. Sang Fiwen and the others stood still, waiting for the results. The wait felt incredibly long, so she unblocked the East-West Continent World Channel and started browsing the messages. World Channel System Announcement. An anonymous player has created a royal-grade storage item, the Starry Night Box. Truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Instantly, the World Channel exploded. World Channel Black Soy Sauce. Starry Night Box? That name sounds familiar. Could it be that Starry Night Pharmacy is getting a new item? Looking for a link. World Channel Empty Flow Fire. Master of Prosperous Fireworks is Love Coffee there? Reply immediately. Make sure to save me one of these Starry Night boxes. World Channel Zhengwei. Thorn Rose Sect Master Kong Luhua. Don't try to take it from me. I'm ordering in bulk. Send me a batch as soon as Xingwan Pharmacy has any in stock. World Channel Sanqing Yaoshi. Brilliant Star Sect Master Hehe. Since it's a new item developed by the Wanshan Guild, we at Brilliant Star will naturally give our full support. The previous incident with Fingxing Yelu was his personal act and has nothing to do with the guild. We hope Wanshan will forgive him and let it go. World Channel Shuanghan Shirsi. Eternal Tyranny Sect Master. I'm also ordering 50. Wan Xinghui, don't forget you still owe me a favor. These Xingwan boxes should be prioritized for our Eternal Tyranny. Seeing Shuanghan Shirsi's statement, Sang Fiwen frowned, unable to recall owing Shuanghan Shirsi any favor. Could it be that during the last Hydra raid, when the loot was distributed, he let her choose first, and he thought that was a favor? To hell with him. He clearly wanted to trick her first, that's why she chose the loot first. This guy, so shameless, and with such low emotional intelligence, how did he become the leader of the #1 guild in Shizhou? World Channel Kong Liuhua, Sect Master of Prosperous Fireworks Shuanghan Shirsi. What are you, a Shizhou guild, doing getting involved in Dongzhou's business? You overstepped your bounds. Go away. World Channel Zhengwei, Sect Master of Thorns and Roses He. I think some people dare to place orders, but they might not have the ability to pick them up. World Channel Shuanghan Shirsi, Sect Master of Eternal Hegemony. I didn't expect Dongzhou guilds to be so petty, not even allowing business. Shuanghan Shirsi was known for her provocations. The tension in the channel instantly escalated, and Sang Fiwen sighed in exasperation. She hadn't expected a single-star evening chest to cause such a huge uproar. She had underestimated the allure of the current royal-grade dual-function backpack. Thankfully, just then, a message from AI Coffee popped up, finally calming her anger somewhat. World Channel AI Coffee, dear bosses, please be patient. The new Star Evening Chest release time will be announced on the official forum account. Existing customers will have priority to pre-order. Also, a quick announcement. Our 2 pharmacists won the Alchemist competition today. There will be a celebration soon, so please come to the pharmacy for discounts and benefits. Sang Fiwen slapped her forehead. Oh no! She'd been so busy grinding city contribution points these past 2 days that she completely forgotten about the Alchemist competition. She quickly opened her private messages and, sure enough, saw a message from AI Coffee from an hour ago. Boss, the Alchemist competition is over. Our Star Evening Pharmacy's counterattack plan is officially about to begin. A few hours earlier, on Fenghua Avenue in Luoyang City. The streets were incredibly lively today. Shops on both sides were packed with onlookers, and even rooftops and trees were filled with players. The inaugural Alchemy Grand Competition, organized by the official Alchemist Association, is about to commence in the central area of Fenghua Avenue. In the central circular plaza, dozens of bronze alchemy cauldrons, their 3-legged, 2-eared bodies engraved with intricate patterns, have been transformed from a former path into a magnificent open-air alchemy arena. Dozens of cauldrons are arranged in a row, each resting on a white marble platform. Neatly arranged on these platforms are a complete set of alchemy equipment, including pestles, filter gauze, fire fans, and measuring spoons. In the supplies area behind, piles of spare charcoal, all of the finest silver charcoal, are stacked like small mountains, demonstrating the association's emphasis on this grand competition. At this moment, the preliminary rounds have concluded, and the intermediate rounds are about to begin. Who won the beginner's round this morning? I was a step too late, I didn't even see the end. Who else could it be? No other beginner pharmacist has as many as Tianhua Pharmacy, and the winner's luck was off the charts. The formula they drew was the easiest to produce a top-grade concentration powder. Amidst the murmurs, Lin Feng, ZMO, and a group of intermediate alchemists entered the circular alchemy assessment arena. Coincidentally, the 2 were assigned to adjacent white marble platforms, only 3 feet apart. Their eyes briefly met in the air, no pleasantries, no smiles, only an unyielding confrontation. Former friends, who had gathered herbs and studied formulas together in the beginner village, were now bitter rivals because of their differing choices. Lin Feng's eyes held disdain for Zimo's lack of ambition, while Zimo's gaze revealed contempt for Lin Feng's sycophancy. Neither was willing to back down first. At this moment, in their eyes, all the other alchemists in the arena had become background figures, leaving only each other as the sole target to surpass. Chapter 124. Intermediate Level Assessment Rules. The voice of the Alchemist Association's leader, amplified by a loudspeaker, resounded throughout Fenghua Avenue, its deep, inflated tone drowning out the noise of the onlookers. You will refine 2 batches of pills within half an hour. For the first batch, each participant will refine an intermediate level pill formula randomly selected. For the second batch, you can choose your own formula. The alchemists will provide you with basic herbs and jade bottles. If any herbs are lost, you can replenish them yourself, but the loss rate will be included in your final score. As soon as the words were spoken, the alchemist's attendants from the Alchemist Association filed forward, carrying wooden boxes, porcelain bottles, and other items, handing the materials to each participant. Lin Feng quickly glanced at Zimo's wooden box. The green leaves were mint, the brownish-yellow cassia seeds, and the finely chopped leaves of cooling herbs. These were the main ingredients of the clarity pill. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This is truly heaven-sent. He clearly remembered that when they were researching together, Zimo's biggest headache was the clarity pill. This pill required extremely precise control of the heat. Too much and the herbs would burn, too little and the effect would be insufficient. Back then, ZMO would weigh 7 or 8 out of 10 batches. Looking down at his own wooden box, a smug smile curved Lin Feng's lips. The Mighty Strength Pill. According to statistics from the Alchemist Association, the Mighty Strength Pill had an average success rate 5% higher than the Clarity Pill. This was practically a tailor-made start for him. His gaze swept over the bronze cauldron engraved with flame patterns on the stone platform, his mind rapidly simulating the entire refining process. Pounding the medicine required a swirling force. The ingredients had to be mixed in a 7-to-3 ratio, and the fire had to be controlled with a rhythm of 3 cycles followed by a pause. Tianhua Pharmacy had been devoting all its efforts to training him these past few days, and with his current skill level, he was at least 90% confident in refining a top-grade strength pill. Lin Feng glanced sideways at ZMO beside him, silently thinking, ZMO, don't blame me for winning. You chose the wrong path, wasting your energy in a small place like Xingwan Pharmacy. This loss is your own doing. The competition begins. The moment the clenched fist fell, A pale blue light shield slowly rose beneath each stone platform. This was a barrier to isolate external interference, a protective array specially made by the Alchemist Association to prevent outsiders from maliciously disrupting the alchemy process and ensuring a fair competition. As soon as the light shield stabilized, Zemo began to work. With each rise and fall of the pestle, the herbs gradually turned into a fine powder. Her movements in preparing the ingredients were precise, adding or subtracting ingredients in the exact proportions, and pouring the powder into the cauldron was as smooth as flowing water. The onlookers watched with delight, cheering enthusiastically. But in Lin Feng's eyes, this was all just for show, merely basic operations for intermediate-level alchemists, nothing to be amazed about. But the next second, when he saw Zemo's technique of using fire to remove impurities from the herbs for the Qingming pill, he was slightly taken aback. She was actually using fire to directly quench the impurities. Zemo's fire control had become so skillful. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, inwardly cursing himself for being distracted. The worst thing in alchemy is a lack of focus. Even a slight miscalculation can ruin everything. He took a deep breath, gripped the pestle tightly, and began to concentrate on processing his materials, completely banishing distracting thoughts. Little did he know, since Tianhua Pharmacy had seized the market for basic pills, Xingwan Pharmacy's alchemists had shifted their focus to intermediate and higher-grade pills, with Qingming pills being the most frequently refined by Zemo. Furthermore, with Xingxing's improved fire control techniques, Xingwan Pharmacy's intermediate alchemists now had at least a 50% success rate in refining top-grade Qingming pills. Spurred on by Lin Feng, the usually lazy Zemo became incredibly diligent, spending over 10 hours a day in the alchemy room, either repeatedly testing herbs and adjusting her techniques, or studying formulas to optimize proportions. Her success rate in refining top-grade clarity pills had already exceeded 19%, so Zemo was actually very lucky, having drawn her best ingredient, the clarity pill. In just 12 minutes, Zemo lifted the lid of the alchemy cauldron. Inside lay 3 translucent, white clarity pills, each surrounded by a faint spiritual light, their surfaces clearly marked with 4 concentric rings of fine lines, undoubtedly top-grade. Zemo quickly stored the pills in a jade bottle, her peripheral vision glancing at the stone platform next door, where she caught Lin Feng's hand trembling slightly. He's already losing his composure? The real show is yet to come. Zemo regained her focus, without hesitation, and took out a black ebony box from her backpack. The moment it was opened, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Inside lay a section of wild blood dragon ginseng, its dark red sheen gleaming, its tendrils intact, intertwined like a dense net. The angelica and ishowu beside it, though also excellent medicinal herbs, paled in comparison to this blood dragon ginseng. He had spent a long time lurking in the guild warehouse's hidden item area, and by chance, had used exchange points to snatch a mid-level pill recipe. This recipe could be used to refine a hidden pill called the Mirror Return Pill, and these were the core ingredients for its creation. The mid-level alchemists present were all top talents sent by various conglomerates. Relying solely on random recipes to refine top-grade pills wouldn't create a significant difference in quality. Zemo knew that the first batch of top-grade clarity pills wouldn't be enough to determine a winner. The second batch of self-selected pills had to be extraordinary. Even with the materials, Zemo wasn't entirely confident. He had studied this pill many times before, practicing several times under Xingxing's guidance, but had only successfully refined a mid-grade one once. Now, challenging it in the competition was a desperate gamble. Zemo took a deep breath, took out a ring engraved with ice crystal fire patterns, and put it on his index finger. A ball of shimmering white flame leaped from his fingertip. This flame lacked the scorching heat of ordinary flames. Instead, it exuded a slight coolness. Zemo raised his hand, and precisely sent the white flame into the fire pit beneath the cauldron, instantly replacing the ordinary charcoal provided by the official source. That's Zemo from Xingwan Pharmacy, right? What kind of flame is that? It's white. A gasp erupted from the crowd, some even standing on tiptoe, to see the white flame clearly. He changed the fire. Isn't that against the rules? A player questioned, raising their voice. A servant from the Alchemist Association quickly approached, examined the ring through the light barrier, and then retreated. The association did not stop him. Clearly, Zemo's actions were entirely within the bounds of the law. As the white flames rose, the temperature around the stone platform where Zemo stood seemed to drop slightly, yet he had already entered a profound state of flow. The blood dragon ginseng was sliced into thin slices, each one perfectly thin. With the ice crystal fire pattern ring, his control over the heat was as natural as breathing. He methodically extracted the essence of the herb, firmly controlling the refining process with both hands. Half an hour later, he lifted the lid of the cauldron, and a gleaming white-purple pill floated out. The 3 rings of patterns on its surface were perfectly formed, as if naturally grown. As the spiritual light flowed, a rich medicinal fragrance once again spread, even drawing the attention of the distant leader. "What kind of pill is this? I never seen one like it before." A murmur rippled through the crowd. ZMO felt a surge of relief. He had actually succeeded. And he had even refined a high-grade mirror rejuvenation pill. Even Xingxing had once said that with her skill level, she could only achieve a high-grade mirror rejuvenation pill at most. ZMO felt a warmth in his heart. All of this was thanks to Xingxing. The white flame at ZMO's fingertip was the effect of the accessory cold spirit fire ring, a ring Xingxing had lent him. When he said he wanted to challenge himself to refine the mirror rejuvenation pill, Xingxing was very impressed by his bold decision to participate with it. She not only generously shared her 6 months of research on refining pills in a handwritten note, but also lent him this cold spirit fire ring. "Take it. There are too few people registering for the Grandmaster Arena, so it won't even start. I don't need this for the Advanced Arena either. I'm lending it to you for the competition." This ring could increase the success rate of pill refining and the quality of the pills by 20%, and it was Xingxing's personal treasure. Xingxing's actions shocked ZMO. He had previously asked her doubtfully, "Aren't you afraid I embezzle it?" Xingxing smiled, her eyes crinkling, but her tone was incredibly serious. "My master said, if you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. Besides, you signed a lifetime contract with Xingwan Pharmacy when it was at its most difficult time. I trust you." ZMO was deeply moved. Although he had never spoken to Wanqing, he was certain she was a good master. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, on the adjacent stone platform, saw that ZMO had only refined a mid-grade pill. His anxiety completely subsided, and his face revealed undisguised contempt. Lin Feng had panicked when he saw ZMO refine a top-grade clarity pill in just 12 minutes, and even conjure a strange white flame, accidentally wasting a kudzu root. But now, seeing ZMO's finished product, he felt relieved. Although he didn't know what the white and purple pattern pill was, its luster clearly indicated it was only a mid-grade pill. He had been a little flustered, thinking that ZMO's skill had improved rapidly after he left, but now it seemed he had been overthinking it. It seemed ZMO was still the same lazy and unambitious ZMO. Lin Feng looked down at his alchemy cauldron, his eyes filled with pride. The Dragon Tiger Mighty Strength pill he had chosen was a genuine high-grade pill, so what if ZMO had strange white flames? There was a vast chasm between mid-grade and high-grade. Before this, Lin Feng had already successfully refined the Dragon Tiger Mighty Strength pill 9 times. If he could produce one more batch of mid-grade or higher pills, he would be promoted to Advanced Alchemist. "It's done!" Lin Feng suddenly lifted the lid of the cauldron, and a pale red pill rolled into the jade bottle. The pill wasn't fully formed, its surface only had a blurry ring of patterns. Although it was only a low-grade Dragon Tiger Mighty pill, he still smiled easily. It was only natural for a high-grade pill to beat a mid-grade one. Although he was somewhat disappointed that he hadn't been promoted to Advanced Alchemist on the spot, Lin Feng was still satisfied with the victory. He began planning how to use the high bonus from Tianhua Pharmacy. The high-grade hover card he had his eye on was currently on sale, and he had his manager in the game equip him with a limited edition set of high-grade alchemy equipment. Then, with the title of Advanced Alchemist, he'd be the envy of everyone he went with. When the half-hour time limit was up, Lu Tianchen, the president of the Alchemist Association, dressed in a brocade robe, slowly walked into the assessment arena, inspecting each finished product. The arena fell silent instantly, but the discussions outside grew increasingly heated. "Who are you betting on to win?" "I think the one with the white flame has a chance." "Brother, you're an amateur. Let me teach you." Those in the know understand the glow of the pills. The one with the white flame produced a green glow. That's a mid-grade pill. Look at those over there, those producing blue glows. Those are high-grade pills. That's where you have a chance to win. "I see. Thanks, brother. I need to place my bet now. The betting closes soon." Lu Tianchen glanced around, his brow furrowing occasionally. Several alchemists, due to nervousness, failed to even produce a single batch of random pills. Others couldn't complete their second batch on time, and could only submit half-finished work, their faces flushed, naturally eliminated on the spot. Lin Feng, arms crossed, waited leisurely, his gaze sweeping over ZMO with an air of superiority. "I told you to come with me to Tianhua Pharmacy, but you wouldn't listen." Seeing Lu Tianchen approach, Lin Feng, as always, adopted a senior's demeanor, instructing ZMO, What future can you have staying in a small place like Xingwan Pharmacy? Look at me, under Tianhua's tutelage, I'm just one step away from becoming a high-level alchemist. He shook the jade bottle in his hand, his boastful tone overflowing. Zmo remained as taciturn as ever, this time not even glancing at Lin Feng. Lu Tianxin opened Lin Feng's jade bottle, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Low-grade Dragon Tiger strength pill, not bad. It's truly rare to refine a high-grade pill as a mid-level alchemist. Lin Feng's smile instantly broadened, and he glanced smugly at Zmo, as if victory was already in his grasp. But the moment Lu Tianxin turned to Zmo and opened the jade bottle in front of her, a hint of loss of composure crept onto the face of this well-traveled Grandmaster-level alchemist. This is a mirror return pill? It's been so many years since I've seen this pill. I really miss it. Chapter 125. Lin Feng's smile froze on his face, his brows furrowing tightly. What was a mirror return pill? How could a mere mid-grade pill move President Lu so much? But he suppressed his unease. No matter what, it was still a mid-grade pill, and even the most powerful one couldn't possibly beat his high-grade pill. Lu Tianxin carefully placed the white-purple patterned pill in his palm, examining its color and luster closely. His eyes practically overflowed with admiration. Superior quality. The patterns are naturally formed, the medicinal properties are pure. Young friend Zmo, what is this? He suddenly stopped, then clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Oh? Young friend Zmo actually broke through the bottleneck in the competition. Congratulations, you officially advanced to a high-level alchemist. I'm willing to offer 1,000 gold pieces to buy this mirror return pill. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it. The words high-level alchemist struck Lin Feng like a thunderbolt. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and his unease grew even stronger. This mirror-returning pill is clearly a mid-grade pill, so how could it allow Zmo to leapfrog into the realm of advanced alchemists? He had struggled for months without breaking through a bottleneck, yet Zmo easily achieved it with just a mid-grade pill? The first batch of pills from the alchemist competition belongs to the Alchemist Association, while the second batch, created through free experimentation, belongs to the player. Zmo merely pursed his lips, his gaze calm. Master Lu, you haven't announced the competition results yet. Look at my memory. I was so busy looking at the treasures that I forgot the important matter. Lu Tianxin slapped his forehead, his hearty laughter echoing throughout the arena. He turned to the crowd and loudly announced, the winner of this year's mid-grade alchemist competition. Xingwan Pharmacy, Zmo. System notification. Congratulations on winning the Intermediate Alchemist competition of the Alchemist Association. You have obtained the title First Intermediate Alchemist, valid for 30 calendar days. First Intermediate Alchemist, title. After wearing this title, the success rate of alchemy increases by 20%, the success rate of producing top-grade pills increases by 15%, there is a 5% chance to produce double the number of pills, and all intermediate-level pills sold are tax-free. Lin Feng was shocked, staggering 2 steps as if struck by lightning, his eyes filled with disbelief. The discussion on the sidelines instantly exploded, the onlookers whispering and looking confused. How could Zmo, who was clearly refining an intermediate-level pill, win against those contestants who had refined high-level pills? Only Zmo and Lu Tianxin knew the significance of this pill. Although the mirror return pill was classified as an intermediate-level pill, it was actually an ancient formula. The effects of ancient intermediate-level pills were even more miraculous than many current high-level pills. Taking the mirror return pill could immediately reset the cooldown time of a skill. Whether for dungeons or PvP, it's a divine medicine. However, the difficulty of refining it has skyrocketed. The core ingredient, wild blood dragon ginseng, can only be obtained from high-level treasure chests or speedrun reward boxes. Ordinary alchemists can't even find the material, let alone refine it. This was only because Xingwan Pharmacy gave him the confidence to refine the mirror rejuvenation pill. The highest level inventory contained a massive reserve of wild herbs, a secret he only learned after signing the core contract. Zmo let out a soft breath. This was the reward for his day and night of hard work, and a testament to Xingwan's trust. Lu Tianxin turned to him again, his tone even more amiable. Young friend Zmo, this mirror rejuvenation pill. Master Lu, this pill has special significance for me. I cannot sell it to you. Zmo bowed slightly, her tone respectful yet firm. But since I could refine it once, I can certainly refine it a second time. When I refine a top-grade mirror recovery pill next time, I will personally deliver it to you at the association. Lu Tianxin was not annoyed at all. Instead, he smiled even more heartily. Excellent alchemists always have their own principles, and this stubbornness made him even more admirable. It's a deal. I be waiting for your top-grade mirror recovery pill. If you encounter any problems with alchemy in the future, feel free to come to the association to find me. You have gained the title Honorary Member of the Alchemist Association. Honorary Member of the Alchemist Association. Enjoy a 20% discount on herbs purchased from the Alchemist Association, and a 10% reduction in the tax rate on pills sold. Only then did Lin Feng seem to wake from a dream. His previously deathly pale face instantly turned a deep purplish red. He lunged forward, pointing at ZMO and roaring, "I refuse to accept this." "Why?" "He refined a mid-grade pill, while I refined a high-grade Dragon Tiger Mighty pill. Why can a mid-grade pill beat a high-grade one?" "Old man, are you mistaken?" Lu Tianxin frowned at him, his opinion of this mid-grade alchemist, who had refined a high-grade pill instantly changing. Truly, he was shallow. Insolence. Before Lu Tianxin could speak, the head of the Alchemy Association beside him sternly rebuked, "President Lu is a Grandmaster-level alchemist. How dare you be so rude?" "Enough." Lu Tianxin waved his hand to interrupt the head of the Alchemy Association, his gaze towards Lin Feng turning colder. His previous praise for Lin Feng's ability to refine pills beyond his grade had vanished. This was a public competition, and as the president of the Alchemy Association, Lu Tianxin had an obligation to answer the participants' questions. He explained calmly, "The mirror return pill is an ancient formula. The grading standards of that time were different from today. By current standards, it's definitely a high-grade pill, even approaching the Grandmaster level." This statement caused an uproar. The onlookers' gazes towards ZMO instantly changed. This unassuming young man was actually a master alchemist. It wasn't that an intermediate grade pill had won against a high grade one. ZMO had refined a near Grandmaster level pill disguised as an intermediate grade one. Lin Feng felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his entire body slumped. Just then, a system notification popped up. Alchemist Association President Lu Tianxin's favorability towards you decreased by 10, current favorability status, dislike. He gave a bitter smile, feeling as if the world was spinning. He hadn't just lost this match, he had lost his future. An alchemist despised by the president of the Alchemist Association would likely face inflated prices when buying herbs, heavy taxes on his pills, and might even be disqualified from future alchemy competitions. Lin Feng left dejectedly. He had once looked down on ZMO for having no future running a small pharmacy, but now he understood that his short-sightedness and wrong choice had led to his utter defeat. Meanwhile, in the cheerleading squad at Xingwan Pharmacy, AI Cafe was already beaming. Seeing ZMO return, she immediately went up to him and patted him on the shoulder. "How was it? You got the first intermediate alchemist title buff, right?" "Yes, and not only that." ZMO nodded with a smile. "There's also the extra bonus of an honorary member of the Alchemist Association. I'm going back to the pharmacy to start refining pills." AI Cafe nodded with satisfaction. All those rare herbs and cultivation resources she'd given ZMO before hadn't been wasted. She said excitedly, "Tino has been smug for so long. I like to see if they can still keep up the price war." She turned to look at the arena. The advanced level competition was already underway, but AI Coffee wasn't worried at all. Xingxing was already a Grandmaster level alchemist. Dealing with those advanced alchemists was an overwhelming advantage. Riding the wave of excitement, AI Coffee immediately opened the voice system in her game pod and left a message for her boss, Wanxing, to report the good news. Boss. Zima won. The intermediate level champion. And she's directly promoted to advanced alchemist. Sure enough, not long after, the advanced level competition ended, with Xingxing winning as the only alchemist in the entire competition to refine a top-grade Grandmaster level pill. Due to a shortage of Grandmaster level alchemists, the Grandmaster arena could not be opened, and this year's alchemy competition concluded successfully. By this time, AI Coffee had already returned to Xingwan's pharmacy, busy checking the promotional materials for the Double Crown Celebration shopping event, when suddenly a discussion about the Xingwan box flooded the World Channel. She clicked on the attached image and confirmed it was definitely made by one of her own people, using the hype to advertise on the World Channel. World Channel loved coffee. The first alchemy grand competition, Xingwan Pharmacy's ZMO, crowned double champion. A double championship celebration shopping event will be launched soon to thank all new and old customers, with maximum discounts and benefits. Also, a sneak peek. The exclusive dual-function storage item Xingwan box is coming soon. Those interested can follow for further news. The advertisement had barely been posted when her private messages exploded. While replying to messages from various bosses and guild leaders, Love Coffee also sent a message to Wan Xinghui, "Boss. Everyone on the World Channel is scrambling for Xingwan boxes. Did you make them?" Yes, I made them in my spare time recently. Wan Xing, we seem to have some free time at the moment, replying quickly, but I'm too slow on my own. It'd take a few more days before the merfolk send some over. Not many, about 50. Looking at the flood of pre-order messages in her private messages, AI Coffee was immediately stumped. 50 isn't enough. Not to mention boss Xiao Wuchang, Zheng Wei alone wants 50, Kong Liuhua wants some, and several other guild leaders we usually cooperate with are urging us. If we only have 50, how are we going to distribute them? Don't agree to them all, Wan Xing replied calmly, not at all blinded by the business opportunity. Right now, the Xingwan box is a strategic resource. Prioritize our core members first. If there's a lot of demand, we open pre-sales, but don't be greedy. Let's take 300 orders first, priced at 10,000 gold each, and collect a 10% deposit to secure customers. AI Coffee's eyes lit up. She instantly understood her boss's plan. This way, you can meet customer expectations, control the pace, and recoup funds ahead of schedule. It's a win-win-win situation. She pressed further, what about individual customers? Many regular players are asking too. We can't just reject them all, can we? You're in charge of that, Wan Xing replied with complete trust. You spearheaded the counterattack against Tianhua, so I trust your judgment on this. If you're unsure, ask Sister Zhang from the company. She's more experienced in this area than we are. AI Coffee felt reassured, of course. She knew Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang was the company's business planning director, originally a key figure under her father, the boss. Sister Zhang not only managed real-world business, but also offered advice on in-game store event planning. Now that Senbei Star was blocked, everything at Fanqing Energy Company was ruined. Fortunately, there was still Sang Fiwen's Fanqing Holographic Company. Sang Jinan simply merged his old team into his daughter's holographic company, focusing all his efforts on protecting her. Now, the couple was quite content and at ease. Upon seeing this message, AI Coffee was instantly energized. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee everything will be perfectly arranged. Now that ZMO and Xing Xing have both crowns, and Xingwan's box is so sought after, we have all the conditions for our counterattack against Tianhua. This time, we'd definitely be able to take back the market we lost from Tianhua. Good. Follow the plan, go for it. The hustle and bustle of the alchemy competition subsided, and the Alchemy Association quickly removed the stone platform, alchemy cauldron, herbs, silver charcoal, and other supplies. Fenghua Avenue returned to its usual bustling state. But anyone with a discerning eye could notice the most striking change on the street, the 6-story new building that had sprung up at Xingwan Pharmacy. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that Xingwan Pharmacy had undergone another upgrade. Not only had the decor been refreshed, but it was now a 6-story building, significantly taller than the newly upgraded 5-story Tianhua Pharmacy next door, giving it an immediate and imposing advantage. The traditional Chinese architecture with its upturned eaves was paired with a dazzling punk-style signboard. A row of holographic billboards at the entrance continuously played the news of their double championship win. Employees of Xingwan Pharmacy filed out, and sales assistants in uniforms, clutching brochures, weaved through the streets, their enthusiastic shouts drowning out the surrounding noise. Xingwan Pharmacy Double Championship Celebration. A month-long carnival of medicine purchases, 12% off, and non-stop giveaways. Buy 6, get 1 free. Buy 10 pills and enter a prize draw. Top-grade pills and exclusive purchase vouchers await you in the prize pool. Exclusive mirror return pill, limited release in Xingwan box. Limited time membership card release, and the 9-turn resurrection pill will be launched soon. At this time, many players who had just watched the alchemy competition still lingered on Fenghua Avenue. Xingwan Pharmacy's activities acted like a precisely targeted vortex, instantly drawing a third of the crowd into the store. Seeing this commotion, the manager of Tianhua Pharmacy across the street immediately darkened his expression. He grabbed a passing casual player and shoved a bag of gold coins into his hand. This is a deposit. Go next door and find out all the event rules, pill prices, and inventory. The more detailed the information, the higher the reward. The player weighed the bag of gold coins in his hand, his eyes lighting up. He immediately agreed, pocketed the money, and rushed into Xingwan Pharmacy. He barely stepped inside when he was jostled by the surging crowd, nearly losing his balance. He couldn't help but curse, "Can't you watch where you're going?" "Sorry, sorry." The player who bumped into him didn't even turn around, clutching a dozen bottles of pills, rushing towards the cashier. "I'm in a hurry to pay, or they'd be sold out." Tianhua's scout rubbed his arm, glanced around, and was instantly stunned by the scene. The low-grade pill section was packed with players. The cashier's queue snaked around twice, and even the usually deserted third-floor mid-grade pill section was now bustling with activity. He squeezed to the banner displaying the event details, his fingers clicking and calculating. The more he calculated, the more alarmed he became, muttering to himself, "So, even basic pills are cheaper than at Tianhua? You're so good at math." A sweet voice immediately came from behind him. A saleswoman, holding a brochure, leaned over and explained with a smile, "Now, buy medicine at an 82% discount. 6 basic pills, and get 1 selected intermediate pill for free. Take the commonly used concentration powder, for example. Normally, 6 bottles cost 720 gold, but now it's only a little over 600 gold, plus a free awakening pill worth 200 gold coins. That's an average 10% cheaper than the market price, which is equivalent to saving the cost of a fancy restaurant meal." She flipped open the brochure, pointing to the page with the prize draw section, and continued, "And as long as you buy 10 pills, you can enter the prize draw. Look, the third prize is the most commonly used lesser rejuvenation pill or concentration powder, the second prize is any selected mid-level pill, and the first prize is the swiftness pill. There's also the Lucky Star prize. If you win, you get exclusive purchasing rights for the Mirror Rejuvenation pill and the Starry Night box." To be honest, guilds across the eastern and western continents are going crazy for these two right now. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy them. Before he could even process the prize draw benefits, the saleswoman pointed to the member section at the bottom of the brochure, her tone perfectly urgent. "Oh, and we also have a limited time 1-week membership card promotion. Top up 1,000 gold coins once, and you enjoy a permanent 12% discount on medicine purchases, plus priority access to mid to high level pills when they're released. Like yesterday, Master ZMO refined the top-grade Clarity pill. The members were notified 10 minutes in advance, and non-members couldn't get their hands on it at all. Don't worry, the money you top up never expires. You can recharge anytime you run out. If you want a refund later, you get your entire balance back. But I have to make it clear, this promotion is only for 1 week. After that, it's over. Our boss said it's strictly time limited. Also, let me tell you in advance, if you already received a refund for your balance, you can't get a membership card again." The sweet-looking saleswoman gestured towards the cashier with her chin, adding with a smile, "Look over there, a player just recharged 3,000 gold coins, not only getting a card for himself, but also buying 2 for his guildmates. After the lucky draw, he won second prize, a bottle of awakening pills. Those are essential consumables for running dungeons in the Ghost Realm. Normally, they cost 200 gold coins each, but now it's practically free. You'd be missing out if you didn't take advantage of this." Amidst the bustling shopping atmosphere and listening to the saleswoman's introduction, the player's initial perfunctory attitude changed. Looking at the neatly stacked bottles of pills on the shelf, his initial scrutiny gradually turned into a burning desire. Xingwan Pharmacy's pills were renowned for their high quality. His friend had mentioned using Xingwan's mind concentrating powder, which was far more effective than Tianhua's. The speed of spiritual energy recovery was on a completely different level, allowing him to survive an extra 3 minutes against a boss in a dungeon. Now, with such a great promotion, buy 6, get 1 free, plus a lucky draw, and even more discounts for membership cards. He couldn't resist grabbing 2 bottles of lesser rejuvenation pills and a bag of mind concentrating powder, stuffing them into his pocket. Only one thought remained in his mind: forget the scouting mission, I buy it first. I lose big if I don't. For a moment, he had the illusion of grabbing discounted eggs at a supermarket. Even though he knew pills were 100 times more expensive than eggs, the bustling atmosphere of everyone rushing to buy them made him irresistibly want to buy more, afraid of missing out. Chapter 126. Half an hour later, Tianhua's temporary scout emerged from Xingwan Pharmacy, his backpack slung full, clutching a gold card with a goddess flying Apsara design, a reward he just acquired by recharging 1,000 gold coins. Under the stern gaze of Tianhua's manager, the scout meticulously reported the rules of the 88% off, buy 6 get 1 free, lottery, and limited time membership card promotions. After receiving the remaining payment, he happily turned and returned to Xingwan Pharmacy to continue his battle, not even sparing the manager's sullen face. The manager, furious, kicked the steps, his status bar displaying HP-20, his face darkening even further. As a longtime rival, the manager knew Xingwan Pharmacy all too well. It usually enjoyed a good reputation for high-quality pills, and now, with a discount, players flocked there like ants drawn by sweet scents, word spreading quickly. The manager of Tianhua Pharmacy quickly calculated the other party's inventory, realizing the situation was dire. Unexpectedly, Xingyuan Pharmacy hadn't stopped production after Tianhua seized the primary market share. Their inventory was now plentiful. Furthermore, with Zimo advancing to Advanced Alchemist and Xingxing already a Grandmaster, the other party's alchemist team was already well established. They could easily sustain a month's worth of activities by producing and selling primary pills simultaneously. Even more devastating was the membership card promotion. Each card cost 1,000 gold coins. If 1,000 players recharged, they could recoup 1 million gold coins, solving Xingyuan's cash flow problem. The manager grew increasingly anxious, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Currently, the average player level was 38, making them more reliant on low-priced primary pills. Tianhua had only gained market share through dumping low prices. But what about a month later? Players will generally surpass level 40, and the effects of basic pills will be insufficient, necessitating the switch to intermediate pills. Although Tianhua has recruited many basic alchemists, it will take at least 2 more months to train them into intermediate alchemists capable of large-scale production. Previously, Tianhua Pharmacy was simultaneously running discount promotions and heavily investing in recruiting alchemists, all backed by financial support from the Huashan Consortium. The Huashan Consortium is certainly not a charity. Its patriarch, Hua Yi, while seemingly working at a military academy, is actually a shrewd businessman. His strategy of spending heavily to seize market share and recruit alchemists is to force Xingyuan out of business, and then monopolize the pill industry. But who could have imagined that the official alchemy competition would suddenly be launched? Zimo and Xingxing not only won, but also received a tax-free buff for selling pills. Now, Xingyuan Pharmacy only needs to subsidize a small portion to sell medicine at a lower price than Tianhua, directly breaking through their price defenses. It's over. The manager felt a chill run down his spine, instantly realizing the key. If they couldn't crush Xingyuan within this month, once the players' levels increased and Xingyuan Pharmacy's intermediate-grade pill production capacity caught up, Tianhua's initial investment would be completely wasted. He didn't know what the Huashan Consortium would do then, but they certainly wouldn't let him off the hook. The manager of Tianhua Pharmacy was a smart worker. He didn't blindly speculate. Instead, he immediately pulled up all the key data, and after verifying it one by one, he became increasingly certain that his previous judgment was correct. The situation was pressing, and the manager of Tianhua Pharmacy dared not delay for a moment, immediately reporting to Huarong. Huan Yu Star, Huashan Consortium Headquarters Building, Vice Chairman and General Manager's Office. Although the report from the manager of Tianhua Pharmacy was tinged with obvious panic, it still managed to concisely outline the urgent situation facing Tianhua Pharmacy. On the other end, Huarong remained unusually calm, leisurely pouring herself a glass of red wine. Only after the manager finished speaking did she say indifferently, useless. All you do is follow the competition's lead in price wars. Am I keeping you around for nothing? The manager on the other end didn't dare breathe, only able to repeatedly reply yes. Huarong opened the data. A holographic model of Luoyang City popped up on her personal terminal. The 6-story Xingyuan Pharmacy on Fenghua Avenue was like a dazzling nail, piercing her eyes. Her nails, painted with crimson nail polish, traced across the holographic image, stopping at the Xingyuan Pharmacy. She gripped it tightly, causing ripples to spread across the virtual projection, as if to crush the 6-story building. As one of the heirs to the Huashan Consortium, her decisions were always precise and ruthless. Immediately stop Tianhua's low-price promotion of basic pills. Don't waste inventory with Wanxing, money must be spent wisely. Pointing her finger at the virtual sandbox map of Luoyang City. Now, pour all your resources into 2 things. First, send a purchasing team to sweep up herbs from merchants. Second, buy wild blood dragon ginseng at high prices. Not just blood dragon ginseng, but cut off the entire supply chain of key ingredients for Xingyuan Pharmacy's main pills. Even if it's a 30% premium, we can't let them. Xingyuan got a herb, but without materials, I see how they managed to survive a month-long event. Yes. The supervisor quickly agreed, then hesitated and asked, should we continue recruiting alchemists? Recruit. People are the most important. Go recruit all of Xingyuan's intermediate alchemists. Huarong tapped her finger heavily on the sand table at the location of Xingyuan's pharmacy. Those novice alchemists we recruited through a wide net approach, those hopeless wastes, will have their salaries reduced. Those with a herb loss rate exceeding 50% will have their salaries deducted. Furthermore, send headhunters to contact Xingxing and Zimo, these core alchemists, one-on-one, offering triple the salary plus stock dividends from the Huashan Consortium. If that doesn't work, promise them tangible benefits, family jobs, housing. As long as they're willing to switch jobs, we solve everything. But But they might not agree. The supervisor's voice became even weaker. We tried to poach them a few times before. Most of Xingwan's people were trained by them, and they have deep bonds. Xingxing is even Wang Xingwei's apprentice. Now that Xingwan is at its peak, they might not agree? Hua Rong scoffed, her tone ruthless. Then make them agree. Spread the word on the world channel that ZMO won the alchemy competition by cheating, and forge some screenshots and videos of him adulterating his medicines. Then hire people to spread rumors that Xingwan Pharmacy is promoting inferior medicines. They say their quality is good? Then let's ruin the good reputation completely, and see who dares to use their medicine. She got up, walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of long-sealed vintage red wine, uncorked it, and poured it directly into a glass, not caring that the wine splashed out. I give you 3 days. If you don't do it right, you know the consequences. The supervisor was terrified, sweating profusely. He hung up the call and immediately deployed his team, not daring to delay for even a moment. Hua Rong downed half a glass of red wine in one gulp. She turned and walked to her desk, tapping heavily on the personal computer screen to connect with the intelligence team leader. How many of the spies we planted in the Smiling Proud Wanderer Guild are still usable? Reporting to Miss Hua, 1 left. Useless. Hua Rong snapped. Listen carefully, get the spy moving. Go and find out what Xingwan Pharmacy's main elixir for this month. Also, notify Blood Moon Fiend of Tianhua Moon Wheel to send men to seal off all the major herb gathering points, especially those in the Misty Forest. Yes. I arrange it right away. After hanging up, Hua Rong dialed a number on her wrist-mounted personal terminal, her tone instantly switching to a familiar, slightly lazy tone. Director Qin, there's a pill deal I'd like to discuss with you. Qin Han, currently leading the core technical staff at the Seoul Bureau in researching the new Silver Grey cabin, had no energy left for such trivial matters, only giving a perfunctory I know you're the guild leader of Eternal Domination, and I know you've been buying pills from Xingwan Pharmacy. I give you a 5% discount off Xingwan's purchase price, with Tianhua as the exclusive supplier. Hua Rong's voice was enticing, yet subtly threatening. But the condition is, no one in your guild, and none of your allied second or third tier guilds, are allowed to buy pills from Xingwan. If you're willing to cooperate, Hua Shan can consider investing in you later. If you refuse, don't forget, I was the one who introduced you to Minister Liu. The resources he can give you, I can naturally make him take back. Qin Han remained silent for a moment. His mind wasn't on Gu Lan's business at the moment, but he was deeply displeased by Hua Rong's forceful attitude. Qin Han stared at the disassembled and studied silver gray engine bay before him, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. After weighing his options, he said calmly, okay. Hanging up Qin Han's call, Hua Rong's smile vanished instantly. She dialed an encrypted number, her tone immediately softening and sweetening, with just the right amount of coquettishness. Minister Liu, I have a small favor to ask you. A deep, authoritative male voice came from the other end of the phone. It's Xiao Rong, what's up? The Huashang Group's plans on Gu Lan Star have encountered some difficulties. We need your help. I have a list here. I'd like you to check all their real-world information. Hua Rong's voice was as gentle as water. Oh, by the way, the sponsorship fee our Hua family paid to the Ministry of Security this year should be processed quickly. I keep you updated. Lu Tianming naturally understood her meaning. The sponsorship fee the Huashang Group paid to the Federal Ministry of Security every year wasn't for nothing. He immediately agreed. I didn't think it was anything. In the future, for such small matters, just contact my assistant, Xiao Zhang, and he take care of it. Thank you, Minister Liu. You're so kind. Hua Rong thanked him sweetly, but the sweet smile on her face vanished instantly after hanging up. She slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, taking in the most prosperous night view of Huanyu Star. Tall buildings outlined dazzling silhouettes under the neon lights, and the traffic flowed like a flowing river of light. Standing on the glass curtain wall, admiring the dazzling night view, Hua Rong suddenly felt a pang of disbelief. She was standing so high, if she were to fall, the feeling of being shattered to pieces would surely be excruciating. She smiled, seemingly amused by her own thought. She was Hua Rong. How could she possibly fall? Hua Rong raised her wine glass and lightly clinked it against the neon lights outside the window. Wan Xinghui, an interesting opponent. I really want to know who you are. Ah Wan. Sang Fiwen had just connected to the built-in call when Xiao Wuchang's signature cheerful voice came through. Fei Sei just reported that the spy we specifically left behind has suddenly made a move. Sang Fiwen had just finished discussing the promotional details with AI Coffee and wasn't surprised at all upon hearing this. He's trying to gather information about Xingwan Pharmacy, isn't he? During the last spy purge, they uncovered 8 spies planted by the Huashan Consortium. Spies had deliberately left one seemingly insignificant one alive, intentionally letting him continue to infiltrate the guild. This spy, seeing his companions being eliminated one after another, assumed it was due to his good hiding, and had received a reward from his superiors. Afterwards, he remained dormant, but now his sudden activity clearly indicates he's received orders. According to the information Fuan provided, he's using his accumulated connections to subtly inquire about the list of key pills for the promotional event within the guild group. Xiao Wuchang paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Hey, I haven't even mentioned the specifics yet. How come you guessed it so accurately? Sang Fuan smiled. Just now, AI Coffee said their promotional campaign was about to start, and Tianhua definitely won't sit idly by and let us turn the tables. I put myself in their shoes, and if I were the head of the Huashan Consortium, knowing that Xingwan Pharmacy was going to use the campaign to launch a counterattack, what would I do? I understand. Xiao Wuchang explained. They want to know what kind of pills we're focusing on, and then monopolize the raw materials in advance to disrupt our campaign's schedule? That's right, Sang Fuan said lightly and calmly. Now that we figured out their intentions, things are much easier. Have Fies arrange for AI Coffee to prepare. The fake list was inadvertently leaked. Great idea. Laughing Impermanence clapped his hands, his tone full of approval. You're always full of clever ideas. You're sure to give Huashan a run for their money. Don't worry, leave this to me and Scarlet, we make sure it's watertight. He paused, then his tone suddenly turned serious. I heard you've been doing intensive training for the 3-school joint entrance exam recently? That's no child's play. Your opponents are top students from various universities. This competition will be in a disaster environment of at least level 8. A slight mistake could be life-threatening. You guys need to be extra careful. Don't get so caught up in the competition that you neglect safety. Don't worry, we're prepared. We definitely win the championship, and won't let you down. Chapter 127. Qinghe's work is quite good. A deep, steady voice rang out from behind the vermilion gates of the Qiuzhou Bureau's office, tinged with appreciation. The storage box of this Xingwan box has an exquisite structure and ingenious design. It can store pills, and even has its own miniature space. It's as if talismanic arts have been internalized into the object. It's quite a rare item. Upon hearing this, Sang Fuan immediately closed all communication interfaces, focusing all her attention on the recruitment event for junior mechanics. With reliable partners like Xiao Wuchang and AI Coffee in Dong'o, and with the entire core team from her parents' company, Fanqing Holographic Company, solid and stable in both technology and operations, she could completely set aside her concerns and concentrate on pioneering and laying the groundwork in the Central Plains. At this moment, the recruitment of junior mechanics was the most important thing. As soon as the words were spoken, the 2 vermilion doors of the Bureau of Craftsmanship, carved with intricate gear patterns, slowly opened inward, and a man stepped out. This man, dressed in a deep purple official robe, appeared to be around 40 years old, with a thick, beautiful beard, and an air of calm and extraordinary composure. The servants and patrolling guards standing around him immediately bowed in unison, their voices respectfully unified. Lord Director of Craftsmanship. The bearded man, addressed as Director of Craftsmanship, nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the group of participants awaiting the trial results below. Holding the Starry Night box in his hand, he asked, "Who is Qinghe?" Sang Fei stepped forward, neither obsequious nor timid, reporting to Your Excellency, "It is indeed I, your humble servant." The Director of Craftsmanship sized her up. The woman was dressed in a blue cloth robe. Although her clothes were simple, they could not hide her clear and bright temperament. When she faced me, her eyes were open and honest, neither humble nor arrogant, which made me feel more and more comfortable with her. He stroked his beard, his eyes filled with even greater approval. Quick-witted, skillful, you deserve to be hired. You have passed the test of the Craftsmanship Bureau and officially become a junior mechanic, unlocking the skilled junior mechanism technique. Faction unlocked. Your current faction affiliation is the Craftsmanship Bureau of the Yin Kingdom in the Central Divine Continent. Sang Fuan glanced at his character panel and, sure enough, a new faction identity field had appeared, currently displaying Junior Mechanic of the Craftsmanship Bureau. He felt a slight sense of relief. Just then, a defiant roar suddenly rang out from the crowd. I'm not convinced. Both are mortise and tenon structures, so why can her box pass, but my loop unlock can't? Before the roar subsided, a participant standing nearby suddenly turned pale and screamed shrilly, "Oh no! He's fallen to a demon! Everyone run!" The crowd erupted in chaos, scattering like a swarm of startled bees, fleeing the center of the arena. The man who had just questioned them was now curled up on the ground, his body convulsing violently, as he writhed and struggled in agony. This man, struggling in pain, was none other than the participant who had just created the loop unlock. The man surnamed Zhao. His question had barely left his lips when he seemed to be consumed by some evil force, going completely mad. Veins bulged on his forehead, black smoke billowed from his mouth and nose, and his once normal pupils turned completely blood red, his appearance twisted into a terrifying grimace. Seeing this, Zhao's brows furrowed sharply, his thick eyebrows forming a knot. He let out a heavy, cold snort, his tone filled with disgust and certainty. It's those monsters from the Alchemy Bureau again. Insidious tricks. Sang Fiwen, standing not far from Zhao, heard this and thought to herself, as expected, the Crafting Bureau and the Alchemy Bureau are irreconcilable enemies. Sure enough, as soon as something goes wrong, Lord Zhao is framing the Alchemy Bureau. Zhao reacted swiftly, raising his hand to press a palm-sized metal token hanging at his waist. His fingertips rapidly tapped several key points, producing a series of clicking sounds as the mechanisms engaged. The next second, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the Qiaozhou Bureau's headquarters, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if a colossal beast was about to arrive. Soon, a magnificent mechanical construct, clad in golden armor and resembling a white tiger, emerged from the shadows. It was more than 2 people tall, its tiger head held high, its bronze bell-like metallic eyes gleaming with a cold light. The chilling pressure emanating from it seemed to solidify the surrounding air. It's the golden-armored white tiger. That's the Qiaozhou Bureau's flagship mechanism. Someone in the crowd recognized the terrifying construct, their voice filled with both surprise and deep awe. Sang Fiwen immediately cast an insightful eye on the mechanical white tiger, and a line of information instantly popped up. Golden Armored White Tiger, Royal Rank Mechanical Construct, Level 80 Lesser Demon King. She couldn't help but gasp. This ingeniously crafted mechanism was truly terrifying. A single mechanism summoned by the craftsman possessed combat power comparable to an 80th level Lesser Demon King. She secretly glanced at the purple-robed, bearded man beside her, silently resolving, unless absolutely necessary, she must not offend this top arms boss of Gulan, who wielded such powerful weapons. In a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't fear an 80th level Lesser Demon King. But the ingenious craftsman's ability to create such a mechanism suggested they might already be mass-producing it. Imagine being surrounded by a group of golden-armored white tigers. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, she would have no chance of victory. This reminded her of the 2 90th level Lesser Demon Kings, the lantern-bearing pagodas, she had summoned during the encirclement. The way the powerful figures looked at her then was probably as awe-inspiring as the current gaze upon the golden-armored white tigers. But Sang Fiwen knew clearly that it was all luck. This kind of thing couldn't be replicated. Perhaps he had used up all his luck, because afterward, when he and Lin Yuan were cleaning up the Red Names, the 100 Ghosts Parade never summoned a ghost above level 70 again. Sang Fiwen secretly warned himself that not only could he not offend the Bureau of Ingenuity, but he also had to be careful with all the official forces in the Central Plains, and he absolutely could not easily make enemies. Just as these thoughts settled, the director of the Bureau of Ingenuity waved the mechanical token in his hand, and shouted in a deep voice, "Take him down." Upon receiving the command, the golden-armored white tiger immediately pounced on the fallen demon like an arrow. Its movements were swift and agile, completely unlike a clumsy metal creation. In just a few moves, it dodged the opponent's frenzied attacks imbued with demonic energy, and with one claw, it pinned the completely fallen Zhao surnamed man to the ground. Following this, several guards from the Bureau of Ingenuity, dressed in silver-gray outfits, carried a specially made black iron cage forward quickly, locked the fallen demon inside, and turned to walk into the depths of the government office. The commotion caused by the man surnamed Zhao's fall to demonic possession quickly subsided. The bearded official in a deep purple robe turned and looked steadily at Sang Fiwen, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. "Young man, do your best. The Bureau of Craftsmanship never shortchanges those with true talent." With that, he turned and, surrounded by his guards, strode back into the Bureau's headquarters. On the white jade steps in front of the headquarters, several people in specially made robes stood, bowing silently to see off the director. Their robes were embroidered with gear patterns of varying intricacy, but the colors were bronze, silver, and gold, clearly indicating they were the Bureau's mechanics. These mechanics, initially uninterested in the recruitment of junior mechanics, were now all turning their attention to the newly recruited junior mechanic named Qinghe, seeing the director's high regard for a newcomer who had just passed the trials. The master craftsman was always strict. How long had it been since he'd been so kind to anyone? Only after the master craftsman's figure completely disappeared from sight did the mechanics relax. A slightly plump man in a silver robe nudged the arm of the person next to him, his tone tinged with ill intent. "Xing Chao, I heard that the recruitment quota for junior mechanics this time is allocated to your team. Since the master craftsman values this newcomer so much, you better take good care of her. Don't waste such talent." The man called Xing Chao was also dressed in a silver robe, with a thin face, slightly high cheekbones, and narrow eyes. He glanced at Sang Fiwen not far away, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes, and sneered. Since the director values her so highly, she naturally deserves good care. "Brother Shenfeng, rest assured, I won't let such a gem remain idle." The crowd gradually dispersed, and a servant from the Qiuzhou Bureau quickly stepped forward, a gentle smile on his face. "Lord Qinghe, I am a servant from the logistics department. I will take you to complete your onboarding procedures." Sang Fiwen nodded in agreement, and followed him through the main gate of the Qiuzhou Bureau, and into the government office. The government office was filled with pavilions and winding corridors, the pillars carved with patterns of mechanical mechanisms. The ground was paved with smooth bluestone slabs, and lush ancient cypress trees were planted on both sides. A faint scent of cypress wood wafted in the air, mixed with the metallic rusting smell emanating from some unknown workshop, which was particularly refreshing. The servant, familiar with the place, led her through 2 corridors to a courtyard with a plaque that read Logistics and General Affairs Office. In the courtyard were 4 long mahogany tables, where several clerks were busy registering and compiling records, the tables piled high with thick ledgers. Upon seeing Sang Fiwen, an official with a goatee stopped writing. "So you're the junior mechanic personally recruited by the master craftsman?" "A woman, that's quite rare in the Bureau of Ingenuity." Sang Fiwen frowned slightly. She knew the Yin Kingdom of Ancient Blue Star placed many restrictions on women, but she hadn't expected such a prejudiced look upon her so soon after joining the Bureau. Her tone was neither humble nor arrogant, her words clear and distinct. "Master Craftsman, you are mistaken. Women are no less capable than men. Drawing and creating depend on skill and ingenuity, not gender. If women could receive the same educational opportunities and platforms as men, perhaps one day, male mechanics in the Bureau of Ingenuity would become a rarity." Her words resonated deeply. The other 3 clerks, who were copying notes, stopped writing and looked up at the woman in the blue robe. Some looked on in surprise, probably hearing a woman so directly refute gender prejudice for the first time. Others, however, held a hint of admiration, clearly agreeing with her point of view. One of the round-faced clerks chuckled and teased the goatee-bearded official. "Hey old Sue, hurry up and get the paperwork done. If you delay any longer, this female artificer might give us a lecture on gender equality." A low chuckle rippled through the courtyard, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. The goatee-bearded official realized his slip of the tongue, coughed twice to ease the awkwardness, and held out his hand, saying, "Give me your trial certificate." Sang Fiwen handed over the certificate, and the goatee-bearded official pulled a wooden camera from under the table. This camera was more sophisticated than the one the fat innkeeper had used before. The lens was polished to a high sheen for recording film. The official with the goatee laid the certificate flat on the table, slapped it against the paper, and then checked it against Sang Fiwen's appearance for a moment. After confirming it was correct, he took out a palm-sized bronze plaque from a drawer. The plaque was engraved with the 4 white characters Yellow Rank Mechanic in intaglio, with simple gear patterns engraved along the edges. Sang Fiwen, imitating other mechanics, tied the plaque to his waist. This identity plaque only occupied 1 fashion item slot, not wasting a precious equipment/accessory slot. Mechanic bronze plaque, special fashion item, size 2 by 1 by 0.5, weight plus 0.1. A symbol of status for a yellow rank mechanic from the Bureau of Skillful Creation, representing a noble and rare status, enjoying the privileges of a 7th rank official, protected by the laws of the Yin Kingdom dynasty, and cannot be forcibly searched without a search warrant. It can resist identity detection tools. Sang Fiwen was delighted. Although this bronze plaque was a fashion item, its practicality far exceeded that of ordinary decorations. The Bureau of Ingenuity holds a special position in the Yin Kingdom dynasty. A junior engineer is equivalent to a 7th rank official. From now on, neither patrolling guards nor city gate officers can arbitrarily search anyone without her permission. Take the golden token that Xiongba Tianxia previously possessed, for example. Although it's a high-level detection tool, without a search warrant, it's impossible to bypass the bronze token's access protection. With this layer of protection, traveling in the Central Plains will undoubtedly be much easier. After receiving her identity token, the servant leading the way smiled and said, "Lady Qinghe, according to regulations, you still need to go to the supplies department to collect your engineer's uniform. This way, please. Upon arriving, the person in charge of supplies verified her bronze identity token and then brought out a set of bronze robes. This is the standard robe for a yellow rank engineer. The material is waterproof and durable, with hidden snaps on the cuffs and hem for carrying small tools. Sang Fiwen changed into her uniform in the storage room. The fabric felt thick yet not bulky, and the garment was embroidered with the same simple gear pattern as the bronze plaque. Hidden pockets on the cuffs and inner placket provided convenient tool carrying. At that moment, she transformed from the tofu seller at the city gate into a poised and dignified official of the Chiozao Bureau. After changing, a servant led the way again, passing through a courtyard filled with exotic flowers and plants, finally stopping before a magnificent, tall pavilion. A black plaque with gold lettering hung above the pavilion's entrance. The three large characters, Qianji Pavilion, were written with powerful, vigorous strokes, conveying a sense of weight and history accumulated over time. Even from a distance, they inspired a sense of awe. Lord Qinghe, this is the 1,000 Machine Pavilion. All the blueprints for the Ingenious Creation Bureau are stored here. Your subsequent mission arrangements and blueprint retrieval will all be handled here. A dedicated master craftsman will liaise with you. The servant bowed and gave a few more instructions regarding the rules of no noise inside and blueprints must not be taken out without permission, before quietly withdrawing. Not long after the servant left, a man in a silver brocade robe slowly emerged from the pavilion. He wore a silver plaque at his waist, its gear patterns more refined than Sang Fiwen's bronze plaque, clearly indicating he was at least a Xian-level mechanical master. The man was about 30 years old, with a thin face and slightly high cheekbones. His narrow eyes quickly scanned Sang Fiwen, lingering for a moment on the bronze plaque at her waist, a barely perceptible glint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. The fact that the master craftsman personally selected and recruited the newcomer, and even praised her talent in front of so many senior mechanics, made him feel very uncomfortable, as he had only been in the Craftsmanship Bureau for 5 years before being promoted to the Xian level. I am Xing Chao, a Xian level mechanical engineer and also the head craftsman of the 5th team, responsible for assigning tasks to the Huang level mechanical engineers in the team. His tone carried a hint of condescension and disdain. From today onwards, you are under the 5th team's command, one of my subordinates. Let me explain the rules first. This 1,000 Machine Pavilion is where the mechanical blueprints are stored. The department issues tasks every Monday at 5 a.m., and the finished product must be submitted by Sunday at midnight. You need to come here yourself to collect the blueprints and learn the craft. This week happens to have one last task left, so I give it to you. Automatically accept the weekly task from the Crafting Bureau. Manufacture a mechanical bird. Task requirements: complete a mechanical bird capable of normal flight before the end of this week, before midnight today. Sang Fiwen's heart tightened, and she immediately opened the system panel to check the time. It was already Sunday at 3 p.m., with only 3 hours left until the task deadline. Sang Fiwen immediately frowned, stepped forward, and asked with a polite but questioning tone, "Lord Xingchao, forgive my bluntness, but today is the last day of the week. I heard that the mechanical bird structure is quite intricate, requiring considerable time from material preparation to production. Given this rush, I'm afraid it won't be finished in time." Xing Chao's disdain deepened. She seemed to be just another impatient woman. He scoffed, "What? Trying to pick and choose right after joining? I saw you talking a lot about gender equality in the logistics department, but when it comes to actually doing the work, all you do is make excuses." Sure enough, women are always good at being lazy and shirking responsibility. They can't accomplish anything great. Sang Fiwen clenched her fist instantly. Seeing her anger, Xing Chao not only didn't restrain himself, but became even more dismissive, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. "Since you know about mechanical birds, you should know that these mechanical birds have always had a problem. They fly too slowly. Master Cizeo said you're quick-witted, so surely you can come up with a way to improve it?" He paused, taking half a step closer, his tone clearly threatening. "I give you a chance. You need to build a mechanical bird that can fly, and you also need to increase its speed. If you can't do it, next week you have to hand back the bronze badge on your waist, and go back to where you got it. The Bureau of Ingenuity doesn't support useless vases, who only talk about equality, but can't even complete basic tasks." Weekly task added additional condition: increase the mechanical bird's speed by 15%, otherwise the task is considered a failure, and the yellow rank mechanical master status will be revoked. With that, Xing Chao, without even mentioning which floor of the 1,000 Machine Pavilion the mechanical bird's blueprints were stored on, or what its number was, flicked his sleeves and left the 1,000 Machine Pavilion without looking back. Chapter 128. Sang Fiwen, Question mark. What kind of low-level NPC is this? What did I do to offend Xingqiao? Why is he acting like he's on fire? However, as an NPC from the outer ring, a newly recruited yellow-level mechanic, Sang Fiwen was under someone else's roof and could only suppress her anger. Besides, what the other party said wasn't entirely unreasonable. They think she can't do it, huh? Then she do it anyway. Sang Fiwen took a deep breath, rolled up her sleeves, and walked towards the 1,000 Machine Pavilion. In front of the 1,000 Machine Pavilion stood two black and gold mechanical constructs, modeled after the Qilin from Yin Kingdom mythology. The main body was made of bronze and black iron, with intricate cloud patterns carved all over its body. Folded scrolls were carried on its back, and intricate gear sets could be seen at the joints of its limbs. A dark red energy crystal was embedded in the center of its chest. Most notably, its tail was shaped like a writing brush. Two mechanical Qilin stood guard at the main entrance of the 1,000 Machine Pavilion, one on each side, their forelegs resting on an unfolded bronze bamboo scroll. The scroll on the left was inscribed with the characters Tianlu, Heavenly Blessing, while the one on the right was inscribed with Wen Shu, Literary Pivot, subtly implying the protection of the literary tradition. As Sang Fiwen approached, the two silent mechanical Qilin suddenly opened their eyes. The gears within their eyes spun rapidly, emitting a ghostly red light. A suffocatingly terrifying aura instantly spread out, like an invisible boulder pressing down on Sang Fiwen's shoulders, causing her to halt in her tracks, unable to move forward even half a step. Then, an invisible scanning ray enveloped her entire body. When the ray swept across the yellow rank mechanic's bronze badge at her waist, a faint white light emanated from its surface. The next second, the terrifying oppressive feeling vanished abruptly. The red gears of the mechanical Qilin beast stopped turning, slowly closed, and returned to its silent, guarding stance. Identity verification complete. Yellow-level mechanical engineer privileges activated. You can currently only browse and view blueprints in the first floor area of the 1,000 Machine Pavilion. Entry into other areas is prohibited. Inside the door was a chaotic vortex, impossible to see clearly. Stepping inside felt as if hundreds of doors opened simultaneously before your eyes. At this moment, the mechanical Qilin beast on the left lowered its head slightly, spitting out a beam of white spiritual light, which swam on the ground, slowly moving towards one of the doors. Sang Fiwen quickly followed, stepping into the 1,000 Machine Pavilion following the guiding light. Upon entering, the scent of ink and paper filled the air. The layout of the pavilion resembled a modern large library, with rows of black walnut bookshelves standing like knights guarding ancient texts. The bookshelves were neatly stacked with scrolls of blueprints, each labeled with a small print indicating its mechanism and number, such as Type C12 Dragon Bone Water Pump and Type D35 Folding Wooden Ladder, stretching as far as the eye could see. Even more astonishing was the spiral staircase that stood in the center of the pavilion, leading directly to the top floor. The staircase railing was also made of black walnut wood, but the entrance, like the one before the door, was a chaotic vortex. Without spiritual guidance, one would likely be unable to enter. Looking upwards from the first floor, each level was surrounded by densely packed bookshelves, layer upon layer, like an endless kaleidoscope. Sang Fiwen was shocked. The 1,000 Machine Pavilion's inventory was truly vast. She stood at the entrance, looking around blankly, her initial enthusiasm completely dampened. How could they possibly build a mechanical bird in such a hurry, if they didn't even know where the blueprints were? Luckily, every cloud has a silver lining. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a bookshelf with a wooden sign that read People's Livelihood not far away. The person who emerged was a woman in her 20s, wearing the same mechanical engineer's uniform as Sang Fiwen, with a yellow rank bronze badge hanging from her waist, and carrying 3 scrolls of blueprints in her arms. She was clearly also there to consult materials. Sang Fiwen's eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward, her tone urgent. "Senior sister, excuse me, do you know where the blueprints for the mechanical bird are kept? I'm Qinghe, a newly arrived yellow rank mechanic, ordered to rush produce a mechanical bird, but there are too many blueprints here, and I'm completely lost. Do you know where it's kept?" The woman, seeing that she was also a yellow rank female mechanic, showed a hint of camaraderie in her eyes, stopped, and smiled, pointing to the east. "You mean mechanical wooden kite? It's on the 3rd shelf on the east side, the 2nd shelf, numbered B73, with a white label. It's easy to find." "Thank you so much, senior sister." Sang Fiwen thanked her profusely, and walked briskly towards the east bookshelf. On the first floor, in the east section, Sang Fiwen quickly found the thick book, Mechanical Wooden Kite. The book was well-worn, clearly a frequently borrowed item. She laid the book out on the reading table, ready to read, when a system notification popped up. Detected unlearned blueprint for the mechanical kite. Mechanical kite. No permission to view. Viewable after learning. Learning requires 1 skill point. Confirm learning? Sang Fiwen sighed in exasperation. It seemed that even with her status as a member of the Clever Creation Bureau, she couldn't find a loophole to save skill points. She quickly confirmed it was true. Fortunately, she had accumulated a considerable number of skill points from opening the Marine Encyclopedia and completing hidden quests at sea, so this consumption was insignificant to her. The moment the skill points were consumed, the lines on the blueprint seemed to come alive, every detail clearly imprinted in her mind. The basic structure of the mechanical bird was indeed not complex, its core consisting of a lightweight wooden frame, waterproof leather wings, brass transmission gears, and a mechanical core. However, to draw the array base and add acceleration runes within the limited joint space, she had to redesign the key internal structure, making the original gears thinner to free up space for the array base. Sang Fiwen estimated the time and confirmed that as long as she worked diligently, completing it before the deadline wouldn't be a problem, which gave her a slight sigh of relief. Now that she had entered the 1000 Machine Pavilion, a key area of the ingenious Creation Bureau, and had a rare opportunity to access so many mechanical blueprints, Sang Fiwen decided to take this opportunity to browse the first floor and see if she could find any other useful mechanical blueprints. Although she currently only had access to the first floor, the blueprints here were already astonishing. Most were practical mechanisms designed for everyday life. The grain separation mechanism was a palm-sized metal component. Pressing a button on the side activated internal gears to automatically sort mixed grains by size into 3 drawers, ideal for farmers or grain shops. The 3-layer treasure box was a wooden box with an engraved floral pattern on the outside and 3 internal compartments, each equipped with a different hidden lock. Turning the gears at the bottom controlled the opening and closing of the compartments, making it perfect for storing valuables. The automatic lifting folding wooden ladder was a folding ladder that was only arm length when folded, weighing less than 2 pounds. Pressing the copper buckle at the top activated an internal spring and latch mechanism, automatically unfolding it into a stable 3-meter-high wooden ladder. When not in use, it folded up for easy transport. These practical mechanisms are driven entirely by the ingenious combination of levers, pulleys, and gears, requiring no spiritual energy whatsoever, demonstrating the ultimate application of mechanical principles. Time was limited, so Sang Fiwen only browsed the bookshelves that interested her. She found very few blueprints for offensive mechanisms used in combat. The only related items were small items, like the simple animal-catching crossbow and the hidden arrow in a sleeve, powerful enough for hunters to hunt rabbits or pheasants, completely unusable in actual combat. However, this was within Sang Fiwen's expectations. Higher-level offensive mechanisms involved military affairs, and were likely hidden on higher floors of the 1000 Machine Pavilion, only accessible after she progressed through the ranks of Xian, D, and Tian level mechanic, unlocking higher permissions. While browsing the basic tutorials bookshelf, Sang Fiwen made an unexpected discovery. An entire shelf was filled with the same book, Mechanic Arts, from beginner to expert, with the author's name on the cover, M.O. Tao. She initially thought it was a book to advance her mechanical skills, but upon opening it, she discovered it was actually a basic mechanical skills manual, a skill she had automatically learned upon acquiring the identity of a mechanical crafter. According to the system prompt, this book could be redeemed using contribution points from the Crafting the Mechanism skill book, and it could be taken out of the 1000 Machine Pavilion after redemption. After quickly browsing for over 10 minutes, besides the mechanical wooden kite, Sang Fiwen picked up 3 more blueprints: mechanical snake, 1000 machine umbrella, and hidden arrow in sleeve. She carried these 4 blueprints to the reading area by the window. The area was well lit, and the long, flat wooden table was perfect for studying the details of the blueprints. She spent another 3 skill points to learn mechanical snake, 1000 machine umbrella, and hidden arrow in sleeve. Her life skills panel changed. A new blueprints mastered section appeared under basic mechanical skills, now containing 4 blueprints. The blueprints she had learned could be viewed at any time in this section, like scanned and archived electronic documents, but in 3D, with clear details. Looking at the blueprints she had already learned, they hadn't disappeared, only the ink on the paper had faded slightly. She also discovered a key difference. The blueprints in the pavilion could only be learned by consuming skill points, and once learned, they wouldn't disappear, but couldn't be taken out of the 1000 Machine Pavilion. However, books like Mechanical Arts, from beginner to expert, were equivalent to beginner mechanical arts skill books, which could be taken out of the pavilion after consuming contribution points. Skill books exchanged for contribution points. A bold idea suddenly popped into Sang Fiwen's mind. If she accumulated enough contribution points in the future, wouldn't she be able to exchange for beginner mechanical arts skill books in bulk? Bringing these wholesale skill books back to laughing at the world, allowing guild members to learn them, she could eventually build a sizable team of player mechanical masters. Perhaps, when she advanced to a higher rank, she could even exchange for intermediate, advanced, or even master-level mechanical arts skill books, saving her the trouble of leveling up, accumulating proficiency, and breaking through bottlenecks. In this way, the guild can build a sizable team of high-level mechanics, and the guild can possess a vast arsenal of mechanical weapons, much like the cleverly created scheme. However, this is also a terrifyingly expensive path. The investment in creating these mechanisms is at least 3 times that of producing elixirs. Returning to the present, each of the 3 blueprints that Sang Fiwen selected from the limited options holds strategic value. The mechanical snake is slender and agile, no more than the thickness of a finger. If a miniature recording mirror is embedded in its head, it can be used to scout roads and gather intelligence, making it perfect as a mobile scout during guild wars. The blueprints for the 1000 machine umbrella only allowed it to transform into an umbrella and a spear, but looking at the folding structure of the umbrella ribs, she felt that with slight modifications, it could switch to a sword form. If given to Yu Lingming, an expert in weapon modification within the guild, it might even be able to develop more forms such as a law sword, and longbow. Moreover, its creation didn't require the rare material transforming cold water, making it far less difficult than Yangchun Baishua's previous transforming weapons. It just so happened that he didn't have any suitable melee equipment after his weapon was destroyed last time. While the power of the sleeve arrow wasn't top tier, its strength lay in its excellent concealment. The quiver could be hidden in a sleeve or held in the mouth, and it was fired silently. If the arrowheads were coated with paralyzing poison, it could be used by the guild's rangers for surprise attacks, especially in stronghold battles, where it could quietly eliminate enemy sentries. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation flashed in Sang Fiwen's eyes. These are just basic, small mechanisms. Once they advance to the Xian level or even D-level mechanic, unlocking higher levels of the 1000 machine pavilion, they have access to large-scale offensive siege weapons like siege engines, repeating crossbow formations, and mechanical puppets. At that time, whether it's capturing strongholds in guild wars or defending positions in future continental-level conflicts, laughing at the world will possess a trump card that others don't. Thinking this way, her motivation for promotion instantly surged. Sang Fiwen suppressed her anticipation, returned the blueprints with great enthusiasm, and then left the 1000 machine pavilion, heading towards the manufacturing area. As she left, the Qilin beast at the entrance opened its eyes again, but this time they glowed blue, and there was no oppressive aura. It was probably just scanning to see if anyone was carrying blueprints or other items from the pavilion. Sang Fiwen stood there cooperating with the inspection, secretly cursing the person who made the rules. According to regulations, blueprints cannot be taken out of the Qianji Pavilion in the West Garden. However, the manufacturing workshop is located in the East Garden, several hundred meters apart. If an ordinary mechanic couldn't remember the details of the blueprints, they would have to travel back and forth between the 2 locations, wasting countless hours. Fortunately, she was a player with a system panel, allowing her to save the blueprints in her skill bar by consuming skill points, and access them at any time. It seemed her arrogant boss had intended to use the blueprints as a pretext to make things difficult for her, but he never expected that she was a player who easily bypassed the trap. Sang Fiwen couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. Actually, with her photographic memory, even without spending skill points, she could memorize most of the details by simply looking at the blueprints a few times. However, if the system hadn't prevented her from viewing the blueprints for free and required skill points to unlock viewing access, she really wouldn't have spent those skill points. The essence of hoarding is that even a mosquito's leg is meat. Sang Fiwen quickly walked through the courtyard of the Clever Creation Bureau, and soon arrived at the manufacturing workshop in the East Courtyard. She then discovered that the trouble was not only about the blueprints of the 1000 Machine Pavilion, but Xing Chao had also left a backup plan. Chapter 129. The servant in charge of distributing materials sat at the entrance of the materials warehouse, yawning and rubbing his eyes. Seeing Sang Fiwen approach, the servant lazily kicked a few crooked wooden planks piled at his feet. You must be the new yellow rank mechanic under Xing Dianzhao, right? These are materials Xing Dianzhao had reserved for you. Take them in yourself. He paused, his tone full of disdain. Sigh, high-quality materials are already scarce this month, and to have to allocate them to a newbie like you is such a waste. You better learn from Xing Dianzhao properly from now on. Don't let this favor go to waste, ha ha ha. Sang Fiwen was too lazy to argue with such a bullying scoundrel. Her gaze swept over the pile of inferior materials and landed on the manufacturing list at the entrance of the manufacturing department. Each mechanic has individual manufacturing data, ranked based on the perfection of the finished product and the material wastage rate. If the wastage rate exceeds the standard for 3 consecutive months, they will be demoted or even dismissed. She glanced at the materials. The average success rate for a yellow-rank mechanic craftsman crafting a mechanical bird was only 35%, with a material wastage rate of 40%. Looking at the substandard materials at her feet, and the quantity was meager, there wasn't even enough room for further waste. With little time remaining, Sang Fiwen, unwilling to argue with the servant, bent down, picked up the materials, and went to the workbench in the corner. But as soon as she unfolded the planks, she discovered that one piece of wood had tiny wormholes hidden inside. It crumbled at the slightest touch, far from meeting the basic requirements for making a mechanical frame. The standard material for a mechanical bird is balsa wood, isn't it? Sang Fiwen finally spoke, her voice filled with suppressed anger. You gave me only inferior cedar wood, and rotten wood riddled with worms. How can this be used? The servant turned around at the sound of her voice, spreading his hands in a helpless gesture. There's nothing I can do, Qinghe. This is all we have left in the warehouse. Xingyanzhao said that true skill lies in making good things from scraps. If you don't want to make them, that's fine too. I talked to Xingyanzhao later. Well, what can she do when she made such a grand statement at the logistics department? After studying the blueprints for the mechanical bird, Sang Fiwen was now completely familiar with its construction. The most important aspect of making a mechanical bird is the use of lightweight materials. Balsa wood is tough yet low in density, crucial for ensuring flight stability. Generally, the manufacturing department uses balsa wood as the standard material for issuing contracts to the mechanics required to make mechanical birds. But the cedar wood she was given was not only too heavy, but also prone to warping from moisture, completely failing to meet the requirements. Even worse, this inferior cedar wood was porous and couldn't support the inscription of the array-based diagram. She had originally planned to integrate acceleration runes into the drive joints, but without a stable base, let alone a 15% speed increase, even getting the mechanical bird to fly properly was a problem. Sang Fiwen glared at the servant, who deliberately turned his head away, a hint of schadenfreude on his lips, acting as if he were completely unfazed. It's Xing Chao's trick again. Sang Fiwen gritted her teeth, taking a deep breath to suppress her anger. Arguing with this servant was a waste of time. The immediate priority was solving the material problem. She carefully examined the wood, removing the completely rotten parts. What remained was barely enough to build 2 frames. For wood is heavy, but its toughness is acceptable. It might be usable. But the base? Sang Fiwen was pondering when she suddenly noticed several pieces of mahogany piled inside the material storage room. Mahogany wood is hard and has a uniform density, making it an excellent material for carving the array base. Her eyes darted around, and she muttered to herself, then don't blame me for taking it without asking. Sang Fiwen immediately tied her hair back in a ponytail, rolled up her sleeves, and picked up her special tools, burying herself in drawing lines on the cedar wood. The sharp blade sliced through the wood, sending wood shavings flying everywhere. Several yellow-level mechanics, who were leisurely polishing parts nearby, seeing her energetic approach, instinctively moved aside, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. A shaving, with a sharp edge, somehow flew out and grazed the cheek of the servant at the door, leaving a thin line of blood. The servant, his face bruised, glared angrily and stood up to lash out, but Sang Fiwen didn't even look up, her carving knife still flying rapidly in her hand, completely ignoring him. Although he had Xing Chao backing him up, he didn't dare openly rebuke the mechanics, who were working hard. The rules of the Qiuzhou Bureau were strict. Interfering with others' work would result in a pay cut, so the servant could only suppress his anger and stomp his feet. It wasn't until he noticed that when Sang Fiwen was cutting, the sawdust always coincidentally tilted towards him, that the servant reluctantly moved a few meters towards the door, glaring at her from afar, but daring not to approach again. Just as he turned away, rubbing his face and cursing his bad luck, a golden light silently slipped from the gourd at Sang Fiwen's waist, swiftly disappearing into the material storage behind him. The sword tip pierced a piece of mahogany wood as thick as a forearm, then with lightning speed, slipped back under Sang Fiwen's workbench, disappearing into the pile of sawdust. The whole process took only 2 breaths. The mechanics around him, busy polishing parts, were completely oblivious to the whole thing. Sang Fiwen glanced at the hidden mahogany wood out of the corner of her eye, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips, and her hands moved even faster. With a flurry of carving knives, the cedar wood gradually took shape into a slender skeleton, and the rusty gears were polished to a shine with sandpaper. As midnight approached, the manufacturing area suddenly became lively. A dozen or so yellow rank mechanics gathered in the central area, each carrying their finished products, clearly awaiting verification of their weekly tasks. A kind-faced yellow rank mechanic, seeing Sang Fiwen still engrossed in polishing the parts, kindly approached and reminded her, "Miss Chinghe, please stop and prepare. The chief craftsmen are coming to check the weekly tasks. Today is a special day. I heard the master craftsman will personally inspect the finished products. Don't be flustered." Sang Fiwen's heart stirred. She quickened her pace, inlaying the last piece of mahogany for the wing root joint. Speed-up talisman successfully used. Obtained a small, fast mechanical bird. Grade, treasure-grade mechanical bird. Craftsman, Chinghe. When the system notification appeared, Sang Fiwen felt relieved. Although it was only a blue-grade item, at least she had succeeded. She activated the mechanical bird, watching the small mechanical bird hovering above the workbench, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, a series of steady footsteps approached, and 12 officials with silver badges hanging from their waists filed in, escorting the head craftsman in a dark purple official robe into the manufacturing area. Everyone bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Master Sazeo." Master Sazeo calmly nodded, his gaze sweeping over the finished products in the central area, picking them up one by one for inspection. He neither praised nor criticized them until he reached Sang Fiwen. When his gaze fell upon the mechanical bird flying erratically in front of her, he uttered a cryptic hymn. Xing Chao, following behind Master Sazeo, immediately stood on tiptoe to peer inside. Seeing that the main body of the mechanical bird was made of inferior cedar wood, a smug glint flashed in his eyes. He immediately shouted angrily, "You audacious Chinghe! How dare you hand over such a substandard product that can't even fly steadily? And you even cut corners, making such a tiny thing to fool the mission." He turned to the master craftsman and complained, "Master craftsman, look at Chinghe. She's only just joined my ranks, and she's already so lazy and perfunctory. She won't even polish the materials properly. In my opinion, this kind of unruly newcomer should be dismissed as soon as possible, and a qualified mechanic should be hired instead, lest she ruin the atmosphere of the bureau." "Xing Chao, don't be hasty." The master craftsman raised his hand to interrupt him, his slender finger pointing to the mechanical bird circling above the workbench. Although the bird's flight was somewhat unsteady, the frequency of its wing flapping was noticeably faster than the other finished products. "Look closely, this mechanical bird, though a bit unsteady, flies even faster than those made of the finest balsa wood." Xing Chao was startled, then quickly stepped forward and grabbed the circling mechanical bird. Upon seeing the mahogany used to join the bird's wing joints, his brow furrowed sharply, and he blurted out, "Impossible. How could there be mahogany in this? I clearly only gave her second-grade cedar." He stopped mid-sentence, realizing his slip of the tongue, and quickly shut his mouth, his face turning pale instantly. Wasn't this tantamount to admitting he had deliberately given her inferior materials? Sang Fiwen wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. She immediately bowed respectfully to the master craftsman, her tone respectful yet her words clear. "I dare not conceal anything from Master Craftsman. Today, after I received the mission, the servant responsible for distributing materials said that only second-grade cedar was left in the warehouse, and they hadn't provided balsa wood according to the standards for mechanical birds. Considering the tight deadline, I had no choice but to pick up a scrap of mahogany from the materials warehouse, and barely managed to modify the wing root joint. Because of the lack of main material, I reduced the size, resulting in this final effect." The foreman had worked in the Bureau of Crafts for many years, always hands-on, and was intimately familiar with the material inventory and task standards. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood the whole story. Xing Chao's jealous and oppressive nature towards newcomers was a habit he had displayed since his initial promotion to the Xian rank. He had been penalized with a 3-month salary deduction for making things difficult for a promising newcomer, and it seemed he hadn't changed even after being promoted to the Dianzhou rank. He glanced at Xing Chao, whose face had turned pale, and said with a hint of reprimand, "It was my oversight in assigning tasks, but Xing Chao, as a senior employee, you've been so difficult to a newcomer, even skimping on basic materials. In the Bureau of Skillful Construction, I won't tolerate anyone being jealous of talent. Xing Chao, you're docked half a year's salary. Go back and copy the Bureau of Skillful Construction rules 10 times. Don't even bother applying for the prefectural level promotion this time. Reflect on your actions." Xing Chao broke out in a cold sweat, his clothes instantly soaked. "Yes." The other craftsmen around him couldn't help but lower their heads, a smile playing on their lips. Shun Feng, who had initially encouraged Xing Chao to target Sang Fiwen, even let out a low sneer. With one less competitor for the prefectural-level engineer promotion, everyone was secretly pleased. Everyone knew Xing Chao was petty, and couldn't stand seeing a newcomer receive attention. Now, having been publicly exposed by the craftsman, he had really taken a big hit. Xing Chao wished he could disappear into the ground. He could only lower his head and repeatedly reply, "Yes, Your Majesty, I know my mistake. I will correct it in the future and never repeat it." After saying this, he glared fiercely at Shen Feng, who was laughing the loudest. Sang Fiwen looked at Xing Chao's disheveled appearance, his sweat-drenched state a stark contrast to his previous condescending attitude. The pent-up anger in her heart instantly dissipated, and she felt completely refreshed. The foreman ignored the embarrassed Xing Chao and turned to Sang Fiwen. "You completed your task well. Not only did you produce a qualified product from inferior materials, but you also exceeded the speed requirement. Your mind is indeed quick. Completed the weekly task for the Artificial Creation Bureau, crafting a mechanical bird. Additional requirement: the mechanical bird's speed should be increased by at least 15%. Actual speed increase was 21%. Task rating: excellent. Rewards: 70 Artificial Creation Bureau contribution points, plus an additional 30 contribution points, for a total of 100 points." Zhao's tone softened, even carrying a hint of elder-like curiosity. "However, I do have a question. Mahogany is hard and heavy, traditionally used only for load-bearing components of heavy mechanisms. Logically, it's the least suitable material for the drive joints of a mechanical bird, only slowing it down. What method did you use to not only avoid slowing it down, but also increase its speed so much?" Sang Fiwen was prepared, maintaining her bowed posture, her tone respectful yet firm. "Master Zhao, please forgive me. This matter involves a small, ancestral mechanical technique passed down in my family. Family rules forbid its public disclosure, so it's inconvenient to elaborate in public. Please understand." She knew that her speed increase was achieved by carving a bagua, 8 trigrams, array within the mahogany joints and incorporating a specially made acceleration talisman, perfectly combining talisman making, enchanting, and mechanical arts, thus transforming the hard mahogany wing joints into a power hub. Both enchanting and talisman making were hidden skills she learned as a player, especially talisman making, which was a secret Zhang family technique. Revealing it would not only attract the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives, but also potentially expose her player identity. Even if it led to questioning from the game master and the risk of being dismissed, she would never give in. Chapter 130. How dare you? You dare to conceal something from Lord Zhao. Seeing an opportunity, Xing Chao immediately attacked. "Hiding things like this, it must be some kind of shady sorcery." "Oh, it's all right." Zhao waved his hand, interrupting Xing Chao's taunts. His face showed no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, his gaze fell upon Sang Fiwen with obvious appreciation. "Since it's a family secret, why force someone? Our Chiaza Bureau only values genuine talent and skill. This matter need not be mentioned again." Sang Fiwen felt relieved and quickly thanked him. "Thank you for your consideration, Master Zhao. From today onwards, you no longer need to work for Xing Chao," Zhao suddenly said. "You will stay by my side, and I will personally assign you your weekly tasks. By this time next week, I want to see the improved repeating crossbow, with at least a 30% increase in range compared to the current one." As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured for his attendant to step forward and remove the bronze badge of a yellow rank mechanic from Sang Fiwen's waist. Then, Zhao took out a warm, white jade pendant from his wide sleeve and handed it to her. The jade pendant was engraved with 4 characters in intaglio, Mo Tao's personal instruction, exquisitely carved into the shape of a gear, clearly an extraordinary piece. Obtained a special identity item, the jade token of the ingenious Forging Bureau, disciple of Mo Tao. Sang Fiwen then realized that this composed master forging official was none other than Mo Tao, the author of the beginner's guidebooks in the Thousand Machines Pavilion. You must know, those beginner's guidebooks were all skill books, and Mo Tao was a rare mentor NPC capable of mass-producing skilled books. Looking at the jade token in her hand, Sang Fiwen suppressed her surprise and elation. 1 second, she was a lowly cannon fodder being bullied, and the next she had become Master Forging's personal disciple. Even with the generous rewards of the game's quests, this promotion came way too fast, but regardless, it's all beneficial. Sang Fiwen solemnly accepted the jade token with both hands, and respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Zhao." Mo Tao looked at her, nodded slightly, and his tone softened. "Now that you are my personal disciple, calling you Master Zhao would be too formal. You should change your address and call me master. Sang Fiwen's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. All her skills were acquired from various sources. This master had practically picked up a ready-made disciple. It was too good to be true. But then she thought again. Gaining the favor of the master craftsman not only meant completely getting rid of the troublemakers, like Xing Chao, but also gaining direct access to the core resources of the Craftsmanship Bureau. A tremendous opportunity, one that countless people would kill for. Sang Fiwen immediately adjusted her expression, her tone earnest and clear as she called out, "Thank you, master." Her tone was as natural as if she had been Mo Tao's disciple for 10 years, without the slightest awkwardness. Mo Tao nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, and announced, "From this day forward, Qinghe is my personal disciple, Mo Tao's disciple, appointed junior master craftsman of the Craftsmanship Bureau, assisting me in managing the research and development of machinery." These words were like a thunderclap, causing an uproar in the manufacturing department. The yellow-rank mechanists, who had been whispering amongst themselves, widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Some couldn't help but rub their ears, wondering if they had misheard. The servant who had previously made things difficult for Sang Fiwen was now deathly pale, slumped on the threshold, and muttered to himself, "My God. He's already a junior master craftsman after just starting out? That's a position that even a high-ranking engineer might not be able to reach." The 12 chief craftsmen, each with a silver badge hanging from their waist, paled instantly, their faces as grim as Xing Chao's. They had toiled for years, even decades, in the Craftsmanship Bureau, rising from yellow rank to black rank, climbing the ranks through seniority and merit. Yet a newly recruited yellow rank newcomer had ascended to the position of chief craftsman's apprentice, even holding the rank of junior chief craftsman. How could they accept this? Xing Chao, in particular, was deathly pale, his hands clenched tightly in his sleeves, trembling with tension. Even so, no one uttered a single word of protest. The chief craftsman's decision was an ironclad rule in the Craftsmanship Bureau, and no one dared to disobey. Mo Tao had clearly anticipated their reaction. His aura instantly surged, like a towering mountain suppressing the turmoil in the room. Seeing everyone quiet down, Mo Tao slowly spoke, his tone carrying a clear warning. "From today onwards, Qinghe is my personal disciple, concurrently serving as junior master. You must address her as junior master, and there must be no slightest disrespect. If I find out anyone is outwardly compliant, but inwardly defiant, they will be severely punished according to the rules of the Bureau." Faction Identity Update. Junior Master of the Craftsmanship Bureau, Mo Tao's personal disciple. Issue permissions. Can freely enter and exit all areas of the Craftsmanship Bureau, including all floors of the 1000 Machine Pavilion, the Core Material Warehouse, and the top-tier workshops. Can mobilize mechanics below the Earth rank to assist in missions. Enjoys a 5th rank salary, and a weekly quota of 500 Craftsmanship Bureau contribution points. Only when she saw the system notification did Sang Fiwen truly lose control of her excitement. She no longer needed to wait for a promotion. Now she could freely enter and exit the upper levels of the 1000 Machine Pavilion. Those blueprints for mechanisms and siege weapons hidden in the upper levels, those large-scale mechanical creations that could be used for conquering cities and seizing territories, she finally had the opportunity to personally peruse and study them in depth. Shouldn't I learn as much as I can? Seeing Mo Tao turn to leave, Sang Fiwen had a sudden inspiration. She coughed lightly and said in a submissive tone, Master, I just taken up the post of Junior Master Craftsman and am still unfamiliar with the affairs of the Bureau. I need experienced mechanics to guide and assist me." Mo Tao flicked his sleeve and pointed at 2 people, Xing Chao, Shenfeng, you 2 stay. The Bureau's existing mechanical birds all need upgrading and speed up. You 2 will follow the Junior Master Craftsman and carry out this task. Follow the Junior Master Craftsman's arrangements. Xing Chao and a slightly plump Xian-level mechanic, whose names were mentioned, stiffened. Despite their reluctance, they could only grit their teeth and reply, "Yes, Master Craftsman." Once Mo Tao's figure disappeared at the entrance of the manufacturing workshop, Sang Fiwen's submissive expression vanished instantly. She immediately took out 2 blueprints from her storage space and slapped them in front of Xing Chao and Shenfeng. The blueprints showed the basic structural diagram of the Starry Night box she had previously designed. Aside from the core confidential array-based diagram, every detail was crystal clear. What does the Junior Master Craftsman mean by this? Xing Chao stared at the blueprints, his lips twitching, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Sang Fiwen smiled and said, "Both of you Master Craftsmen are Xian-level veterans, each commanding dozens of Huan-level mechanical engineers, right? Perfect timing. This Starry Night box is a supporting device for a newly developed project, and we urgently need to rush to produce a batch. You two will each be responsible for 50. I'll be waiting for you at the special grade workshop before noon tomorrow. Not a single piece less, not even a slightly substandard one. Shen Feng immediately flew into a rage, slamming his hand on the table and standing up abruptly. Does this Starry Night box have anything to do with what the master craftsman ordered? We are Shen-level master craftsmen, not your assistants doing menial tasks. You. Before Shen Feng could finish speaking, a gear-shaped jade token dangled in front of him, followed by a woman's teasing warning, Shen Dianzhao, watch your words. Qinghe blew on the jade token. Do you think I, Mo Tao's personal disciple and current junior master craftsman, have the authority to mobilize Shen-level mechanical engineers to assist with the latest research and development mission? Who knows, if things escalate further, I might even ask Master to judge whether your rules or his orders matter. Shen Feng's face turned pale, then red, his plump body puffing up even more in anger, but he ultimately deflated, letting out a harsh snort and refusing to say another word. Sang Fiwen put away the jade token, her expression instantly turning serious. Shen Dianzhao, I have no selfish motives. This Starry Night box is indeed related to the new research direction of the ingenious Manufacturing Bureau. It was specifically instructed by my master to be implemented. If anyone neglects their duties and delays the progress, they can remove their silver tokens from their waists and go to the logistics department to receive their punishment after noon tomorrow. Xing Chao was so angry, he almost vomited blood. When did Zhao mention this specific instruction before leaving? Was he deaf? Shen Feng also felt a tightness in his chest, but dared not argue further. He grabbed the blueprints on the table and shouted angrily towards the door. Everyone from Team 3. Assemble at Workshop 1. No one is getting a break today. The 20-odd yellow-rank mechanical engineers, with bronze tokens in the manufacturing department immediately put down their work and quickly followed Shen Feng. Oh, it seems Shen Dianzhao understands priorities well. Sang Fiwen turned to Xing Chao with a smile, her tone carrying a kind reminder time is of the essence. Xing Dianzhao, shouldn't you get moving too? After all, there are 50 boxes. If we don't make it in time, we'd be letting my master down. Xiao Si certainly has some clever methods. Xing Chao gripped the blueprints tightly, staring at Sang Fiwen, gritting his teeth, but I wonder if Xiao Si has ever heard of the saying climbing high and falling low. He didn't say anything more, shouting towards the door. 15. Follow me. After Shen Feng and Xing Chao hurriedly left, the remaining foremen in the manufacturing department quickly exchanged glances, then put on obsequious smiles and rushed forward, afraid of being left behind. One of them cupped his hands and said, Congratulations on your promotion, Junior Supervisor. To celebrate, we booked the finest food and wine at Fan Lu Restaurant. We hope you grace us with your presence. Oh, no need for such formalities, Sang Fiwen interrupted him, her tone sincere. I appreciate your kind gestures, but I only just taken over as Junior Supervisor and lack experience. I have no time for such a banquet. I have to trouble you all for your guidance. I also need to go to Qinji Pavilion today to take over the research and development tasks my master assigned me. Thank you for the banquet in advance. I invite you all to another gathering once I gotten the hang of things. Upon hearing this, the other officials quickly echoed, Young Master is truly studious. So devoted to research so soon after taking office. No wonder you won his favor. We admire you. Young Master, rest assured, in the future, if you need anything, just send someone to inform us, and we will do our utmost to assist you. Young Master, this is a manuscript of my research on mechanical transmission techniques. I hope you accept it. Perhaps it will be of some help. In the blink of an eye, Sang Fiwen had several mechanical tools in her hands. She accepted them without ceremony, exchanged pleasantries with the officials, and then headed towards the 1,000 Machine Pavilion. Behind her, a round-faced official suddenly said, Young Master, why don't I take you to the 1,000 Machine Pavilion? The books there are vast, and I'm familiar with where they're arranged. Sang Fiwen stopped and smiled, Then I trouble you, Senior. That night, the 1,000 Machine Pavilion's reading area was brightly lit. Having just risen from yellow rank mechanic to junior master craftsman, Sang Fiwen declined all celebratory invitations, each with its own ulterior motives, and plunged headlong into the sea of knowledge. The second and third floors of the 1,000 Machine Pavilion were open to mechanics of profound rank and above. Led by the round-faced master craftsman, Sang Fiwen arrived at the reading area displaying skill books, where various intermediate-level mechanical arts manuals were neatly arranged. Sang Fiwen's gaze swept across the bookshelves, quickly finding her target, Mechanical Arts, Transmission Advancement. This was indeed an intermediate-level mechanical arts skill book, written by Mo Tao again. Below the book was a note: exchange requires 300 contribution points. She exchanged it without hesitation, clapping the skill book with both hands, transforming it into a wisp of light that merged into her skill bar. System notification. Consume 300 contribution points. Successfully learned mechanical arts. Transmission advanced. Basic mechanical arts upgraded to intermediate mechanical arts. Unlocked functions: precision gear tuning, fine engraving. Feeling the principles and techniques of advanced mechanical arts flooding her mind, Sang Fiwen's eyes flashed with excitement. According to Round-Faced Yinzhao, the 6th floor reading area contained advanced mechanical arts manuals, requiring 1,000 contribution points to exchange. With her current 300 contribution points, it was far from enough, so she had to put her plans aside for now. Immediately afterwards, she found the blueprints for the siege and defense siege weapons she had been dreaming of, all of the most practical types: Shuga repeating crossbow, mechanical sky ladder, transmission flying bridge, lookout tower, Lin Chong Lugong chariot, cloud piercing ram, automatic telescopic fork, wall walking hook, mysterious ground listening. Sang Fiwen quickly flipped through the carefully selected high-level blueprints on the long table. Her previously accumulated skill points came in handy at this moment, and she spent them without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the manufacturing workshop, the lights were bright and the atmosphere was bustling. Xing Chao and Shin Feng led the 3rd and 5th teams, working diligently, making the usually conservative Qiaozhou division seem exceptionally prosperous. By the time the news reached Mo Tao's ears, the moon was already high in the sky. He stood outside the 1,000 Machines Pavilion, gazing at the figure sleeping soundly within the blueprints, a relieved smile playing on his lips. I didn't expect this to be such a diligent and promising talent. It seems His Highness's judgment was correct. Thinking of His Highness, the smile faded in Mo Tao's eyes, replaced by worry. To stabilize his old illness, His Highness had gone overseas alone to search for medicine over a month ago, and there had been no news of him since. He didn't know if the condition had stabilized. Your Highness, the person you mentioned in your letter has arrived, and the time is almost ripe, but where are you? He sighed softly, turned, and quietly left.